NOS, a tragic anniversary, remembering a fateful day. September 6th, 1990, was a warm Saturday, the day I turned 30. I planned a modest party with close friends to share the joy with my 12-year-old daughter. Nothing extraordinary. A birthday cake and the warm company of friends. As was our tradition, my sister and I took our children to our parents' house for Saturday morning bagels. My mother, or rather my stepmother, Linda, had entered our lives about 5 years earlier after the untimely passing of my real mother. This woman always gave me an inexplicable sense of unease. Her cold, piercing gaze seemed to assess everything around her, as if counting invisible dollars. In Linda's conversations, topics of the house, savings, and my father's assets constantly surfaced. It seemed that her marriage to him was based more on financial gain than on love. However, I tried to ignore it, respecting my father's feelings. That morning, my father wasn't home. He had gone to his parents' house to mow their lawn, as he did every weekend. My father's morning phone call was, as always, cheerful and lively. "Happy birthday, Rebio. See you later." I laughed and said our traditional phrase, "Love you, Daddy." Bagels, cream cheese, salmon, and other traditional treats awaited us at the table. The children, engrossed in games, were laughing. Everything was as usual. About 45 minutes later, the phone rang. Linda, who was in the kitchen, answered it. Suddenly, her face turned deathly pale, as if all the blood had drained from it. She repeated in confusion, "Stroke, stroke." Her voice trembled, but there was a strange artificiality to it. Hanging up, she turned to us with wide eyes and said, "It's your grandfather, your father. He's in the hospital." My world collapsed in an instant. "Dad, hospital!" My husband and brother-in-law, alarmed, rushed to comfort Linda. Without wasting time, my sister and I grabbed the children, put them in the car, and raced to my grandparents' house. On the way, I tried to reassure myself by resorting to absurd omens. If I get all greens, my father will be okay. If I see children playing, he'll be fine. If a bird flies by, everything will be all right. The warm September wind ruffled my hair, but everything felt wrong. As we pulled up to the house, I heard a heart-wrenching wail, a sound I had never heard before. This loud, desperate cry came from inside the house. My grandmother, my real grandmother, stood on the porch, hunched over and sobbing so loudly that her voice echoed down the street. That sound still haunts me, embodying pure grief and pain. Running to the house, my daughter noticed broken and bent glasses on the grasses. Picking them up in confusion, she said, "Mom, there's our grandpa's glasses." Confusion flashed through my mind. No, wait. Dad was her grandfather. No, my dad was her grandfather. My brain refused to accept reality. My dad is dead. Her grandfather. I felt sick. My grandfather returned from the hospital shortly afterward, shaking his head helplessly. He was silent at first, but his face spoke volumes. Relatives began to arrive, uncles, aunts. Then the terrible truth came out. My father didn't have a stroke. It was a massive heart attack. He had collapsed right on the lawn while mowing. Passing sanitation workers witnessed the tragedy. They rushed to help him, trying to give him CPR along with my grandfather. But it was all in vain. He died before he hit the ground. The rest of the day passed in a haze. The party was, of course, out of the question. Everyone sat in a daze, overwhelmed by grief. Linda, who arrived later, feigned inconsolable sorrow, hugging everyone. But her eyes, they darted around the room, as if she were already contemplating her next steps, the house, the money. It filled me with a horrible irritation that I tried to suppress. Grief can do strange things. For the next 15 years, I couldn't bear to hear birthday greetings without shuddering. I forbade them. If anyone dared to say those words, I would scold them severely. Even now, 36 years later, I don't celebrate my birthday in a big way. September 6th is just a day to get through. But I have enormous respect for sanitation workers, considering them true heroes. A few months after my father's death, even stranger things began to happen. I was helping to sort through his belongings in the house. Linda, who lived there alone, was eager to sell everything as quickly as possible. "We need to move on," she said, but her voice sounded more greedy than grieving. One day, while cleaning out the kitchen cabinets, in the furthest corner where you rarely look, I found a bottle of syrup hidden behind old jars. It was a plain glass bottle with a thick, dark liquid without a label. A strange place for syrup, I thought. Taking it home, I started searching for information online. It turned out it wasn't ordinary syrup. The description, the color, even a photo uploaded to several forums, all pointed to one thing. It matched the description of a homemade mixture with digoxin, a heart medication derived from foxglove. It's prescribed for heart problems, but in large doses, it's deadly, especially for elderly people like my father, who was in his 50s. It can cause irregular heartbeats, leading to a massive attack, and worst of all, it's hard to detect in an autopsy unless you specifically look for it. Story 1. My father's death was ruled a natural cause, raising no suspicion of foul play. However, traces of a substance were found in one of the bottles, which tested positive after an anonymous sample was sent to a lab. Gradually, sinister details began to emerge. Linda, a former nurse, had knowledge of medications. She expressed dissatisfaction with my father's unwillingness to do household chores and how property taxes were draining their savings. She longed to possess everything alone. The sinister glances and the hasty organization of the house sale began to form a single picture. She had probably been adding the poisonous substance to his food or coffee, gradually accumulating to a critical dose. Working in the garden was probably the final straw that pushed his heart over the edge. After this discovery, sleep deserted me, and nightmares of my father falling and Linda's cold smile haunted me. First, I anonymously contacted the police, providing them with all the details. They reopened the investigation, tested the contents of the bottle, and exhumed my father's body for a toxicology examination. Traces of digoxin were found. Linda vehemently denied any involvement, but foxglove was found in her garden, hidden in a secluded spot. Emails with information about natural heart remedies and inheritance laws were found on her computer. A week later, she was arrested. Despite her cries of innocence, the evidence relentlessly mounted. The trial was swift, and she was sentenced to life in prison for murder. That day, my grandmother sincerely mourned her loss, but Linda's tears were later revealed to be fake. She had taken my father's life out of greed. Story 2, my 16th birthday, is etched in my memory as if it happened just yesterday, even though it was years ago. My name is Smith, and I live in a quiet suburb near Chicago. My older brother, Alan, who was 22, was always known for his love of pranks. He declared that he was going to make my birthday unforgettable, and took it upon himself to organize a party at our house. Our parents were away for the weekend, visiting relatives in Ohio, so it was just me, Alan, and about a dozen friends from school at the house. The party started around 7 o'clock on Friday evening. Alan decorated the living room with balloons and streamers, ordered pizza from Domino's, and got a cake from the local Walmart bakery. My friends gradually arrived, guys, like Ben, Tyler, and Chris, and a few girls, including Sophia and Emily. We played video games on the Xbox, enjoyed music from Spotify through a Bluetooth speaker, and just hung out. Alan was acting mysterious, smirking at me. About an hour in, he pulled me aside in the kitchen and told me about a surprise. He had hired actors from a local theater group to stage a fake home invasion. They were supposed to burst in wearing masks and wielding toy guns, scare everyone a little, and then reveal the prank. He asked me to play along and pretend to be scared. I chuckled, knowing Alan's penchant for such antics. Last year, he hid in my closet, dressed as a clown to scare me. I figured it would be harmless fun, and agreed to play along. We went back to the party, and everything seemed normal. Guests were taking selfies on their iPhones, sharing moments on Snapchat, and snacking on chips from Costco bags. Around 9 o'clock, something strange happened. The lights started flickering, which Alan had probably arranged using Philips Hue smart bulbs. Then the back door burst open, and 4 guys in black ski masks stormed in, shouting, "Everyone on the floor! This is a robbery!" They had guns that looked like toy models, with orange tips, the kind you can buy on Amazon, and one had a knife that looked like plastic. My friends screamed and dropped to the floor. Sophia burst into tears, and Ben exclaimed, "What the hell?" I tried to feign shock, but inside, I was smirking. I even whispered to Tyler, who was standing next to me, "It's Alan's prank, relax." The robbers started herding us into the living room, tying our hands with cheap plastic zip ties from Home Depot. Alan was tied up too, winking at me when no one was looking. One of the guys, who I'll call Mask 1, was tall and skinny. He demanded our wallets and phones, threatening, "Give us your stuff or else." His voice sounded fake and gruff. The guests panicked, but I kept saying, Guys, it's probably just a joke. Alan likes this kind of stuff." Emily gave me an angry look. "Smith, shut up. This isn't funny at all." That's when I started noticing details that seemed off. The script Alan had described was simple. Scare us, take fake loot, and then take off the masks and laugh. But one of the robbers, a short, stocky guy, Mask 4, wasn't following the plan. He was quiet, moving around the edges of the room and rummaging through drawers in the kitchen, while the others were yelling. I saw him pocket my mom's jewelry box, which had her real gold earrings from Macy's in it. Hey, that's not part of the prank, I thought, but I decided not to make a big deal of it. Maybe Alan had added something else. The real horror started when Mask 4 came back. He had a knife in his hand, but up close, it didn't look like plastic. It had a serrated edge, like a real kitchen knife from our IKEA set. No shiny fake glint, just dull steel. He leaned over Sophia, who was sobbing on the carpet, and pressed the knife to her arm. "Give me your necklace," he growled in a low, raspy voice that didn't sound theatrical. Sophia struggled to take off her necklace, a cheap silver chain from Target, but her arm was slightly cut. A thin line of blood appeared and she cried out in pain. She let out a painful moan. The narrator's heart pounded in his chest. "Wait, that's real blood," he muttered. not believing his eyes. His gaze darted to Alan, who was standing on the other side of the room, his eyes wide with horror. He whispered almost inaudibly, "What?" The narrator tried to croak in response. "Yell, Alan. This isn't a game. The knife is real." But one of the actors, hidden by the mask, drowned out his words, rudely interrupting, "Quiet, kid," as if following a pre-written script. The friends, unaware of the danger, took his words for another joke. Chris even laughed nervously. "Smith, stop fooling around. It's creepy enough as it is." The chaos was escalating like an ominous wave. The robbers were supposed to be ending their performance, but Mask 4 continued to escalate the situation. He smashed a vase that stood on the mantelpiece, a real ceramic vase, not a cheap prop, and began collecting phones in a black duffel bag apparently purchased at Dick's Sporting Goods. "No calling the police," he said, but his tone was menacingly serious, devoid of any playfulness. The narrator remembered Alan's words that the actors would pretend to cut the phone lines. But this madman ripped the cord of the landline phone out of the wall and stomped on it with his rough boots. Timberlands, it seemed. The narrator desperately tried to free himself from the zip ties which were tied too tightly. "Guys, listen, that's not an actor," he hissed to Ben and Tyler. "Look at his knife. It's from our kitchen." Ben glanced in the indicated direction and frowned. "Dude, you're paranoid." Alan thought of everything, he countered. But at that moment, Mask 4 snatched Emily's purse and rudely began rummaging through it. When the girl tried to protest, he pushed her toward the couch. She hit her head on the armrest, and a bruise formed on her forehead. This was no longer a game. Alan finally realized what was happening. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Okay, the prank's over, guys! Stop it!" The three actors hesitated, glancing at each other in confusion under their masks. Mask 1 tore off his mask. Underneath was some college student named Ryan, whom Alan knew from working together at Starbucks. "Wait, what's going on?" Ryan asked in confusion. "We're supposed to follow the plan." But Mask 4 ignored him. He lunged for the front door with the duffel bag full of phones, wallets, and jewelry. "Screw this," he muttered, his voice muffled by the mask. Panic erupted. Alan shouted, "That's not one of ours!" The actors began hastily untying the captives, rummaging in a drawer for scissors. Everyone rushed in pursuit of the robber, but he turned out to be nimble. He jumped over the fence in the backyard, an ordinary chain-link fence from Lowe's, and disappeared into the night. Distant sirens wailed. Someone must have called 911 from the house next door, hearing the screams. The police arrived in about 10 minutes. 2 patrol cars from the local precinct. They took statements, but there was complete chaos. The friends were in a state of deep shock. Sophia needed stitches on her arm, and Emily was diagnosed with a concussion. The actors confessed everything, producing emails from Alan, who had hired them through Craigslist for $200 each. Alan was in serious trouble, community service, and a fine for making a false police report. But the real criminal got away scot-free. The police officer speculated that he had probably seen the actors arrive in advance, lost himself among them in a similar mask that he had acquired somewhere, and used the prank as the perfect cover. There had been an increase in burglaries in the area that summer, targeting homes in suburbs like this one. He was never caught. The phones disappeared without a trace. iPhones, Samsungs, all with photos and contacts. Insurance covered only part of the losses, but the feeling of insecurity remained. The narrator still double-checks the locks before going to bed and celebrates birthdays modestly, without much fanfare. Alan apologizes every year, but that night still haunts him. What if he had raised the alarm earlier? What if the knife had gone in deeper? It's frightening to think how a stupid prank can turn into a real nightmare in a matter of seconds. Story 3. The narrator was turning 21 and was over the moon. He'd been planning this party for weeks. He rented a large Airbnb house in suburban Atlanta, Georgia, one of those old houses with a spacious backyard, perfect for a barbecue. He invited about 30 friends from college and high school, as well as a few family members. His younger brother, Jake, who was only 14, came along too because his parents wanted him to keep an eye on things. He mostly stayed in the living room, glued to his Nintendo Switch, playing Fortnite. The party started around 7:00 p.m. on a warm June day. Drake and Post Malone blared from a Bluetooth speaker, and burgers from Walmart sizzled enticingly on the grill. Everyone was laughing and taking selfies on their iPhones. It was one of those nights that sticks in your memory forever. Around 9 p.m., a stranger knocked on the door. He was in his early 30s, maybe a little older, with short brown hair, wearing a plain black hoodie and jeans. He had a backpack slung over his shoulder. The narrator didn't recognize him, but people often bring friends to parties like these. The stranger smiled and said, "Hey, happy birthday. I'm a friend of Mike's." Mike was one of his college buddies who had invited a few more people, so the narrator didn't think much of it. He let the stranger in and pointed him to the snack table. "Help yourself to some chips or whatever." He nodded and blended into the crowd. The narrator didn't pay much attention, as he was busy hanging out with his friends and playing cornhole in the backyard. The birthday celebration was in full swing in the moonlit yard. However, as time passed, worrying details began to emerge. The stranger, whose name remained a mystery, kept to himself. He loomed near groups of people, listening to their conversations but not joining in. From time to time, he discreetly pulled tiny plastic baggies from his pocket, like the ones sold in pharmacies. These manipulations occurred surreptitiously when he thought he wasn't being watched. A concerned friend, Nicole, pulled the narrator aside around 10:30. "That guy in the hoodie is creeping me out," she whispered. "He's been staring at people, and I think I saw him slip something into someone's drink." A chill ran down the narrator's spine. He hadn't witnessed it himself, but Nicole wasn't prone to making things up. They decided to keep an eye on the stranger. The narrator's attention focused on the suspicious guest. He circled near the kitchen table, which was set with red plastic cups. The narrator noticed him leaning over one of them, making a quick hand movement, as if throwing something inside. His heart pounded. Was this man trying to poison someone? After making sure that Nicole stayed near the other friends, the narrator headed for Jake. Immersed in his headphones, he was still in the living room, oblivious to what was happening. Returning to the kitchen, the narrator came face to face with the stranger. "Hey buddy, what's going on?" he asked, trying to keep it casual. He replied with a strained smile. "Just enjoying the party, birthday boy." There was an unpleasant sweetness in his voice, as if he was hiding something. The narrator stated that he didn't know him and demanded that he leave. The stranger shrugged, grabbed his backpack, and left the house. That seemed to be the end of it. Around midnight, the guests began to leave. The narrator was cleaning up when he received a frantic call from his mother. "Where's Jake?" she asked. His heart sank. The narrator rushed to the living room. His brother's game console was left on the couch, but Jake himself was gone. The search encompassed the entire house, the backyard, every corner. Not Jake. Friends joined the search, but it was all in vain. Nicole remembered seeing Jake talking to someone at the front door, but didn't think anything of it. Panic began to mount. The narrator called 911, Ennis. The police arrived promptly. The narrator shared all the information, including a description of the stranger, black hoodie, jeans, backpack. Several friends confirmed they had seen the person. One of the cousins mentioned seeing him talking to Jake on the street, offering to show him some cool game. The narrator's legs went weak. Could this person have taken his brother? The police immediately issued an alert and began scouring the area. Everyone was told to stay indoors in case Jake returned. Time crawled by agonizingly slowly, and the narrator began to lose control, imagining the worst. Around 4 a.m, a call came from the police. The stranger had been found hiding in an abandoned building about a mile away. An old warehouse on Peachtree Road, a place where teenagers often hung out. Jake's phone and several plastic baggies containing a white powder were found on him. The police suspected it was narcotics, possibly a sedative. The stranger was immediately arrested. Jake was found not far from the warehouse, frightened but unharmed. He said the stranger offered to show him a new game on his phone, lured him outside, and tried to drag him to some cool place. Scared, Jake ran, but the stranger managed to grab his phone. The police are continuing their investigation to determine the stranger's true intentions, but it is suspected that he was preying on children at parties for robbery or something even more sinister. The narrator can't shake the feeling of guilt. It was his party, his house, and he let the man in. Jake is safe, but deeply shaken, as is the narrator himself. His thoughts keep returning to those plastic baggies. What might have happened if Nicole hadn't been vigilant, or if Jake hadn't run? The 21st birthday was supposed to be an unforgettable event, but it turned into a nightmare that will never be forgotten. NUS Story 1. Halloween always evoked a sense of awe in the author. At 10 years old, this holiday overshadowed all other events of the year. Preparation began long before the cherished date and included developing a unique costume and, most importantly, decorating the house. The father shared his son's enthusiasm and spared no expense in acquiring all sorts of attributes: artificial cobwebs, huge plastic spiders, terrifying skeletons hung in the trees, and even a fog generator, creating a sinister atmosphere. That year, the narrator's best friends, James and Curls, actively participated in the holiday preparations. 14-year-old James, who seemed older and more experienced, easily reached the highest branches of the trees. 12-year-old Curls, slightly older than the author, also contributed to creating a spooky atmosphere. The friends had fun in the yard, trying to turn the house into the scariest in the neighborhood. The father set up a menacing scarecrow by the porch, and the author skillfully hung cobwebs on the bushes, creating an impression of abandonment and mystery. One day, as James stood on a small ladder and placed a plastic ghost on the branches of an old oak tree growing by the sidewalk, the author noticed a stranger for the first time. The unfamiliar man, never seen in these parts before, was slowly walking down the street and suddenly stopped right in front of their house. He wasn't walking a dog or jogging. He was just standing and staring intently at what was happening. He didn't stand out externally. A man in his 30s, dressed in an ordinary jacket and jeans. However, his smile attracted attention, broad but lacking friendliness. The stranger looked directly at the narrator and said, "Wow, guys, you're doing a great job getting ready for the big night." The author, known for his friendly nature, smiled back. "Yes, we want to make the spookiest house." "I bet you'll collect a mountain of candy," the man said, glancing at the decorated house. "Are you planning to trick or treat in this area? What's your route?" The question seemed a little strange to the author, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Suddenly, the father came out of the house and, placing his hand on his son's shoulder, stood between him and the stranger. The author felt his father's hand tighten slightly. "Can I help you?" the father asked in a calm but firm voice. The stranger's smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly put it back on his face, continuing to examine the decorations. "Your son is working hard," he said, looking at the author. "Be sure to get a lot of king-size chocolate bars, kid." "It's time to go inside, son," the father said, not taking his eyes off the stranger. The author obediently headed toward the front door. Looking back, he noticed how the man's face had changed. The fake smile disappeared, replaced by a cold, almost evil look. The stranger glanced at the father, then turned and silently walked away down the street. A couple of nights later, the author was awakened by a loud bang coming from the yard. The sound was like something heavy falling. The author's room was on the second floor, and the window overlooked the street and the yard. Overcome with fear but giving in to curiosity, he got out of bed and peeked through the blinds. Streetlights cast long, eerie shadows. Right in the middle of the yard stood that same stranger, partially hidden behind the trunk of a large oak tree. The sound was probably caused by him bumping into the scarecrow that the father had set up, which was now lying on the grass. The stranger did nothing, just stared at the house. His gaze was directed right at the windows, and it seemed to the author that he was looking directly at him. In fright, the author recoiled from the window, feeling his heart pounding wildly. He ran out of the room and down to the living room, where his father was watching television. "Dad, that man is in the yard," he blurted out. The father instantly jumped up from the couch and headed for the front door. He flung it open and went outside, looking around the yard. Returning a minute later, he locked the door. "There's no one there," he said, though he looked worried. "The scarecrow fell over. The wind probably knocked it down." But the author knew it wasn't the wind. The next day was October 31st, Halloween. The author was still feeling some anxiety, but the anticipation of trick-or-treating took over. James and Curls came over after school, and the friends donned their costumes. The author was a ninja, James was a werewolf, and Curls was a vampire. As soon as it got dark, they grabbed their candy bags and went outside. At first, they went to houses in their neighborhood, but soon they had the idea that houses farther away might be giving out more generous treats. So they went block after block until the author almost stopped, recognizing the streets. The bags were filling up with candy, and the friends were proud of themselves. As they approached the dark house decorated with only one pumpkin on the porch, a voice came from the shadows across the street. "Hey kids, come over here. I have something interesting for you." The friends turned around. Standing in the shadows of the driveway of an unlit house was that same stranger. He was holding a large bowl in his hands and took a step forward. The same fake, broad smile was plastered on his face. "Come on, don't be shy," he said, trying to make his voice sound friendly. Curls and the author took a step forward, because who would refuse extra candy? But James grabbed both of them by the arms. "No," he said in a trembling voice. "Don't. We need to leave." James was older and obviously sensed that something was wrong. Story 1. Suddenly it became clear something had gone completely wrong. The stranger, noticing our confusion, instantly changed. His face and his welcoming smile disappeared as if it had never been there. Dropping the empty bowl, he rushed towards us. "Run!" James shouted desperately. We didn't need to be told twice. We turned and ran as fast as our legs could carry us. The sound of his footsteps, fiercely drumming on the sidewalk, grew louder, relentlessly approaching. Our cries merged into a single scream of terror. Curls, always agile, instantly darted between the houses and disappeared into the dark opening of the yard. James, faster than me, pulled ahead. Taking a chance, I looked back. The pursuer's gaze was fixed on me. He didn't seem to notice anyone else. A grimace of inhuman rage was frozen on his face. My strength was leaving me, and the ninja costume seemed unbearably heavy. The pursuer was already close. I could hear his heavy breathing. His hand reached out and grabbed me by the back. At that moment, I was sure it was the end. "Get your hands off my son!" My father's thunderous voice rang out. He jumped out of the alley, his face contorted with a mixture of horror and anger. The stranger instantly let go of me, and I fell to the ground in surprise. He looked at my father, then at me, and without saying a word, disappeared into the darkness. My father ran over to me and hugged me tightly. A few minutes later, James appeared, and Curls timidly peeked out from behind the fence. We were all crying, unable to hold back the tears. On the way home, my father squeezed my hand so hard that it felt like he was hurting me. He said that he had started to worry when we didn't come back on time. Calling James, he found out that he wasn't home either. In a panic, he rushed to look for us. Stopping, he asked the neighbors if they had seen us. Fortunately, they said that they had seen 3 children in costumes heading to that part of town. If it hadn't been for them, it's hard to imagine how it would have ended. We never saw that man again, but his face was forever etched in my memory. That Halloween, which was supposed to be full of fun, turned into a nightmare that I will never be able to forget. Story 2. My name is Mark, and I'm 17 years old. I live in a quiet suburb near Chicago, where everyone knows each other by sight. That evening, our neighbor, Mr. Taylor, was having a small party. This elderly man, who is retired, invited a few guests for refreshments and entertainment. I decided to stop by, as my parents didn't mind, and I had no other plans. That's where I met Jake. He introduced himself as a 19-year-old guy, a distant relative of Mr. Taylor, or something like that. He immediately made an impression as a cool guy, tall with short-cropped chestnut hair, dressed in a simple hoodie and jeans. We started talking about video games. It turned out that he, like me, was into Call of Duty. We even played a few rounds on Mr. Taylor's old console, laughing at bad shots and funny glitches. Jake said, that he lived in another city, but often visited Mr. Taylor. We exchanged phone numbers. and I thought that he could well become a good friend of mine. Soon, my mother reminded me of the need to buy a pumpkin to decorate the porch. My father was delayed at work due to an urgent project. He works as an accountant and is constantly busy working with spreadsheets. Therefore, my mother asked me to take on this task. I shared this with Jake, and he smiled mysteriously. I know a great place. There's a farm on Country Road 47, about a 20-minute drive away. There are huge pumpkins there, and at ridiculous prices too. Do you want to go? I thought it was a good idea. It wasn't too late yet, around 6 in the evening, and Halloween wasn't over yet. I had my mom's old Ford truck, so we jumped in and set off. As we moved away from the suburb, the road became darker. There were no streetlights, just fields and trees all around. A thick fog began to creep along the ground as in old horror movies, limiting visibility to a few meters. The headlights barely pierced the fog. We chatted about school. I was still in high school, and Jake said that he had taken a year off before going to college. Finally, we got to the farm. It was a dilapidated place with a wooden sign that read Miller's Pumpkin Patch. But there were no lights, no cars, no people, just rows of pumpkins, half hidden by the fog. Where is everyone? I asked, feeling a growing sense of anxiety. Jake shrugged. They're probably closing already. Wait here, I'll check the back. He got out of the car and disappeared into the fog. I sat in the car trying to get a phone signal, but to no avail. The minutes dragged on painfully slowly. 5, 10 minutes. I began to worry seriously. What if something had happened to him? Finally, he came back, but not alone. He was with a man in his 40s, dressed in overalls and a flannel shirt, a typical farmer. He had an ordinary face, clean-shaven, with brown eyes, but something about him was off. His smile was too broad, strained, as if he was squeezing it out of himself. "Hey, buddy," he said to me. "Jake said you need a pumpkin. Come on in, I have the best ones in the barn." The barn was an old wooden building located behind the field. The creaky doors were banging in the wind. Jake nodded. "Yes, Mark, let's go. He says the biggest pumpkins are stored there." But the farmer suddenly started asking strange questions. "Do you live here? What's your family name? Do you have any siblings? What does your father do?" This wasn't a normal small talk. It seemed like he was trying to pry out personal information. And why inside the barn? The pumpkins were right in the field. That ill-fated day, they stood right there in the middle of the autumn field. The main character glanced at Jake, but he, as if spellbound, watched indifferently, his hands in his pockets. The surrounding fog seemed to erase the boundaries of reality, and the young man imagined that a door slammed somewhere in the distance, perhaps in the old farmhouse adjacent to the barn. Were there more people there? An inexplicable anxiety gripped his insides. Both strangers were now staring intently at him, waiting for a decision. "Come on, what are you afraid of? It's just inside," the farmer repeated insistently, with undisguised impatience in his voice. "No way." The young man firmly stayed by the car. Actually, I just got a message from my mom. She's waiting for me, and I need to get back urgently. Maybe we'll just take a pumpkin from here?" He mechanically took out his phone, pretending to check the message, although there was no sign of a signal in this wilderness. Jake and the farmer exchanged fleeting glances, in which the young man thought he saw some sinister secret. However, the farmer only shrugged. "Sure, buddy. Pick anyone." They hastily grabbed the largest pumpkin lying on the edge. of the field." The young man paid in cash, and they hurriedly drove away. All the way back, Jake was silent, which was very unlike his usual behavior. The young man dropped him off near Mr. Taylor's house and drove home to carve a pumpkin for Halloween with his mother. He tried not to think about this strange incident, but the image of the sinister farm was firmly stuck in his head. Later that evening, he had a small party at his house. Only the closest friends gathered, about 8 people. Pizza, soda, watching horror movies on Netflix. The young man also invited Jake, who had seemed so cheerful before. He showed up around 8 in the evening and immediately joined the company. They played board games, told each other scary stories. Everyone was laughing and having fun. Suddenly, Jake's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen and, without saying a word, slipped outside. "I'll be right back," he mumbled. No more than 5 minutes passed before the doorbell rang. The young man opened the door, assuming it was a late trick-or-treater. However, a tall stranger in a black jacket and a creepy mask that mimicked a human face, like those silicone masks you can see online, barged into the house. The sight was truly terrifying. Empty eyes, a frozen grin. It was a private party, and no one had been warned about costumes, except for maybe a harmless hat. "Who are you?" the young man asked, blocking his way. The stranger didn't answer, just stood there in silence. The young man's friends noticed the uninvited guest, and Ben and Leah approached them. "Hey, man, it's by invitation only here. Do you know anyone?" Only silence in response. Then the stranger reached into his jacket and pulled out a gun. A real one, black and heavy like a Glock or something like that. He pointed it straight at them. "All the money, phones and jewelry. Put everything in this bag." He threw a sports bag on the floor. Panic broke out in an instant. The young man's heart was pounding wildly. It felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. Everyone froze in shock and then started giving up their belongings. The young man's iPhone, Leah's necklace, Ben's watch. The robber acted quickly and assertively, waving the gun around. The young man glanced at Jake furtively. He was standing in the corner and, like everyone else, was throwing his wallet into the bag. But there was no fear or horror in his eyes. No wide eyes, no trembling. He looked absolutely calm, as if he had been in this situation many times before. The robber even took Jake's belongings, but it all seemed like a pre-planned performance. The robber grabbed the bag and, backing away, headed for the door, disappearing into the night darkness. They locked the door and called 911. The police arrived very quickly. 2 patrol cars with flashing lights woke up the quiet neighborhood. They told the police everything that had happened. They checked the street surveillance camera that the young man's father had installed last year for security purposes. The recording showed everything clearly. When Jake went outside to talk on the phone, he met the same guy in the mask, but without it yet. They talked briefly, huddling their heads together. Then the guy waited for Jake to return to the house. Everything had been planned in advance. The police arrested Jake right at the scene of the crime. He hardly resisted. At the police station, he confessed to everything. It turned out that the farmer, the owner of the pumpkin plantation, was Jake's uncle, a certain Carl, previously convicted of theft. They carried out their dirty deeds, choosing victims like the young man, looking for suitable houses through friends like Jake. The trip to the farm was just a pretext to gather information about the young man's family, to assess the presence of valuables. The strange questions were part of their plan. They wanted the young man to go inside the farmhouse, perhaps to steal keys or a phone, but he luckily refused. The robbery at the party was their main plan. Jake provided them with all the necessary information. The police raided the farm. It turned out that it was not a real pumpkin plantation at all, but just a cover for criminal activity. The things stolen from the young man and his friends were hidden in the barn, as well as things stolen during other robberies. Carl had an unregistered gun, loaded and ready to fire. He was also arrested. All the stolen items were returned to their owners, but that couldn't erase the horror they had experienced. Now the young man constantly rechecks the doors and is wary of new acquaintances. Mr. Taylor was completely unaware of Jake's criminal tendencies. He felt terrible. That Halloween taught the young man that the scariest things in life are not ghosts and monsters, but people you consider your friends. If he had gone inside the farmhouse back then, who knows what might have happened. He still gets goosebumps when he remembers it. Story 3. When the young man was still a child, about 11 years old, his family visited his grandparents every year during the holidays. They lived in a quiet provincial town in rural Ohio, in a place where everyone knows everyone else's secrets, but no one likes to talk about the oddities. They lived somewhere else, about a 2-hour drive from the town. But Thanksgiving, Christmas, and Easter always meant one thing: pack your bags and hit the road. And so the time came to set off. The house where his grandparents lived was located in a quiet cul-de-sac. The street was unremarkable, ordinary old wooden houses with spacious yards. The author's aunt and uncle lived 2 steps away from them. They had a little daughter growing up, the author's cousin, who was barely a year old. To get from one house to the other, you had to walk along the cracked sidewalk past the house in the middle. That's where she lived, a woman who inspired an inexplicable fear. No one knew her real name. The children simply called her the woman with the chain behind her back. She was striking in size, nearly 6'3", and a build like a professional American football player. An unchanging attribute of her appearance was heavy logging chains wrapped around her neck, like those used to transport felled trees. They made an ominous clanging and rattling sound with every movement she made. Her look was completed by dirty, old-fashioned dresses, as if they had come from the pages of 50s magazines, and rough work boots covered in a thick layer of dirt. Her hair, wild gray and tangled, seemed to have never known a comb. Only rarely could she be seen in the yard, digging in the garden or engaged in the strange activity of washing the walls of her house. Yes, she washed her house from the outside. Armed with a bucket of soapy water and a stiff brush, she would fiercely attack the siding, as if trying to scrub away invisible dirt. She did this constantly, regardless of the weather. Even in pouring rain, it seemed extremely abnormal. And if she noticed children playing nearby, she would start yelling in her hoarse voice, raspy from years of smoking. "You brats, the devil is coming for you. He'll drag you all to hell." Her voice, low and gravelly, sounded like she had been smoking a pack a day for decades. These cries would terrify the author and his cousins. The adults always warned the children to stay away from her. "She's just old and lonely," the author's mother would say. "Don't bother her, and she won't bother you." But the children sensed that it was more complicated than that. whenever they had to walk from their grandparents' house to their aunt's, to borrow sugar or play with their little cousin, for example, they would run as fast as they could. The woman's house had large windows facing the street, and the children often saw her, silhouette watching them from behind the half-drawn curtains, her face pressed against the glass. They never went alone, only in pairs or groups. One day the author's older cousin swore she heard the woman mutter something about funerals for sinners as they passed her house. The children laughed it off, but those words stuck with the author. One Halloween, when the author was about 11 years old, the whole family gathered at their grandparents' house. There was the author, his cousins Jake, who was 13, and Sarah, 9, as well as a few neighborhood kids. Everyone was in costume. The author was a ghost, wearing a sheet with eye holes cut out. Nothing special. After dinner, the children went out trick-or-treating. It was dark outside, with no streetlights, only the occasional light spilling from house windows. Suddenly, a sly grin spread across Jake's face. "Hey, who here is brave enough to go up to the chain lady's house?" Everyone froze. No one ever dared to go near that house. The porch light was off, but Jake persisted. "Come on, don't be such chickens. We're all together. What's she going to do to us?" The author didn't want to look like a wimp, especially in front of Jake. His heart was pounding, but he nodded in agreement. They crept up the walkway to the house, the leaves crunching betrayingly under their feet. A musty odor emanated from the house, like the smell of damp earth. The flower beds in front of the house were raised and filled with fresh soil, which the woman must have just added. One of the children, Sarah it seemed, mustered the courage to ring the doorbell. At first, nothing happened. Then there was a deafening crash. Loud sounds came from inside, like doors slamming. There were heavy thuds. The children nearly turned and ran right then and there, but then the door slowly creaked open. There she stood on the porch, towering over the children, chains dangling ominously, her dress stained with what looked like dirt. In her hands she held, oh God, a severed head. Some dark fluid dripped from it. The eyes were glazed over, and the mouth was slightly agape. The skin looked real, pale and veiny. The children screamed, all as one, and ran as fast as they could back to their grandparents' house. The author tripped on the sidewalk, scraped his knee, but didn't stop. When they burst into the house, gasping and crying, the adults brushed them off. "It's just a Halloween prop," the author's father said. "You shouldn't have bothered her. You scared yourselves for nothing." The adults tried to console the children with candy, but the author couldn't shake the horrifying image. That head looked too real. About a month later, just after Thanksgiving, when the author was back home in town, the phone rang late at night. The author was already asleep, but could hear his parents' muffled voices. His mother was crying. The next morning, his parents sat the author down and said, "Your aunt is in trouble. She was attacked by her neighbor." It turned out that the author's aunt was carrying groceries out of her car, holding her young daughter. It was dusk, getting dark. She didn't hear anything until it was too late. The woman had crept up behind her with one of those rope saws, with handles on both ends that they used to prune tree limbs. She looped it around the aunt's neck and began soaring back and forth furiously. The aunt found herself at the epicenter of a nightmarish ordeal. As seized by panic, she discarded her belongings and frantically kicked at the front door, desperately calling for assistance. The rope, like a serpent, bit into her flesh, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. The uncle, hearing the commotion, rushed out of the house with a fire poker in hand and unleashed a barrage of blows upon the assailant until she released her victim from her clutches. Responding police officers and paramedics provided necessary aid. The aunt was rushed to the hospital, where doctors determined that she had sustained a deep laceration on her neck, requiring stitches and surgical intervention. Fortunately, the aunt survived, but the memory of this horrific event remained in the form of a long, unsightly scar stretching from ear to ear. To conceal this mark, she often resorts to wearing scarves. However, this was only the beginning of the nightmare. The police arrested the perpetrator and searched her residence, where they discovered something unimaginable. It turned out that the woman had been digging tunnels under her house for years. These weren't just holes, but actual underground labyrinths, reinforced with wooden beams like old mines. They ran from her basement and underneath the aunts, the grandparents, and even the neighbors' houses. That's why she was always digging in her garden, carrying out buckets of dirt at night and hiding it in the raised flower beds. The gardens were overflowing with soil, but no one paid any attention. In the tunnels, the police found a gruesome shrine, a dirt-filled room lit with melted candles, with religious symbols and inverted crosses scratched into the walls, and strange drawings of devils. Lying around were severed heads, real human heads. 3 of them had been somehow preserved, placed in jars or wrapped in plastic. According to the police, they belonged to missing persons, drifters, or hitchhikers that the woman had picked up over the years. For decades, she had been living in her own deranged world, without family or friends, surrounded only by her chains and her secrets. It turned out that the head from Halloween wasn't just a prop, but a real head, possibly quite fresh. The police identified it as belonging to a man who had gone missing a week prior. If the aunt had stayed out there, she might have been next. After these events, the house was torn down and the tunnels were filled in. The aunt and uncle couldn't stay there anymore and moved away. The grandparents stayed, but put up fences around their house. The narrator doesn't visit them often, but sometimes at night. He remembers the woman watching from the windows, and he wonders how many other creepy neighbors are hiding their tunnels, and something even more horrifying. This story makes one wonder who lives next door. NUS last spring, a 17-year-old girl took a Friday night babysitting job at the Davids house, just 5 blocks from her own home in Chandler, Arizona. She was saving up for college, and the prospect of earning an extra $20 an hour seemed especially appealing. The neighborhood seemed like a safe haven, with neat single-story homes, manicured lawns, and streetlights every 30 yards. Her parents approved of the visit. She arrived at exactly 6:30 p.m. Mrs. David showed her the alarm panel, the Wi-Fi password, and emergency contacts. She changed 4-year-old Sybil and 6-year-old Tyler into their pajamas and left a portion of cool chicken nuggets in the refrigerator. Mr. David strictly reminded her of bedtime at 8:30 p.m. without any delays. The couple departed for a charity dinner downtown. As soon as the front door closed, the girl instinctively slid the bolt. The evening passed smoothly and peacefully. The children colored with crayons, then watched only half an episode of Paw Patrol, after which they brushed their teeth. At 8:25 p.m., she took them upstairs, read a brief story about a lost puppy, and turned on a nightlight in the shape of a glowing blue LED moon. The little ones fell asleep almost instantly. Downstairs, she texted her mother, spread out her biology flashcards on the kitchen island, and poured herself a refreshing cold drink. At exactly 9:15 p.m., there was a persistent knock at the door. She startled in surprise. The Davids had not mentioned any possible visitors. Peering through the peephole, she saw a man of about 40, dressed in a gray hooded sweatshirt, dark jeans and sneakers. In his hand, he dangled a key fob, and he politely waved at the lens of the entrance camera. A black Honda idled quietly at the curb. He said in a very ordinary tone, as if he were sure she could hear him, "Hey, I'm the kid's uncle, Brandon. I left my keys earlier. I want to pick something up from the bedroom upstairs." His voice was even, without pressure. However, all the internal alarm bells in her mind howled in unison. The Davids had never mentioned any brother. Through the closed door, she replied in a firm but calm voice, "The parents didn't say anything about you coming." "That's my fault," he retorted. "I assured my sister that I had a spare key. Listen, Sybil asked for her purple blanket earlier, right? She always reaches for it when she's tired, and Tyler ate macaroni and cheese before changing into his dinosaur pajamas. I know their usual routine." His words were accurate in detail. Her stomach twisted into a knot. Maybe he really is a relative. Maybe it's just a clever trick. She stepped away from the door and launched the nursery monitor app. Both children were snoring peacefully in a steady breathing rhythm. Her gaze slid to the tablet with the living room cameras. The street lens captured the man, impatiently shifting from foot to foot, but not trying to grab the handle. She dialed Mrs. David's number. No answer. The call to Mr. David went straight to voicemail. The thought of calling 911 flashed, but she hesitated. In Arizona, there is a fine for false alarms. At that moment, a message arrived. "Sorry, it's so hectic at the banquet. Is everything okay?" From Mrs. David. The girl hurriedly typed, "There's a man here named Brandon. Your brother is demanding to be let in." The screen flashed 3 dots of anticipation. Then came the reply, "We don't have a brother. Call the police immediately." Her palms trembled. She took a deep breath and dialed 911, clearly stating the address, the stranger's description, and specifying that 2 children were sleeping peacefully upstairs. A muffled knock came from the hallway. The man knocked again, maintaining the same politeness. "I really need that blanket. I swear, just 2 minutes." She said nothing. He waited about 10 seconds. The camera caught him heading to the front windows, pressing his hands against the glass, trying to look inside. The girl hastily turned off the lights in the room to remain unnoticed. In the faint glow of the phone screen, she watched him go around the wall and approached the side gate. Soon, the motion sensor in the yard flashed and went out. The dispatcher kept in touch. "A patrol will arrive in 3 minutes. Don't go out and keep everything locked." She crept silently to the patio door. The lock was secure, the curtains securely drawn. Outside, there was dead silence. A heavy stillness hung in the house. Even the usual hum of the refrigerator seemed muffled. In the distance, she heard the wailing sirens of 2 police cars, which soon fell silent. Red and blue flashes broke through the blinds. The girl froze in the hallway until an officer called out to her from the porch, giving his badge number through the door. Only then did she crack the entrance open. The police officers thoroughly combed the yard and the surrounding streets. The Honda had vanished without a trace. Tire tracks stretched to the main highway. Neighboring door cameras captured nothing useful. The stranger had parked out of their view. In the house, the children never woke up from the commotion. The officers recorded her statement, noted her vigilance, and waited for the return of Mr. and Mrs. David, who rushed home pale as sheets. Mrs. David squeezed her so tightly that she gasped for breath and muttered, "Thank you for protecting them." By 12:30 a.m., the patrol cars had left. The parents insisted on personally driving her home. She agreed, but kept looking over her shoulder throughout the ride. At night, all the details of what she had experienced swirled in her head. How did he know about the children's dinner and the exact bedtime? Had he been peeking in the windows beforehand? Had he been eavesdropping on her conversations? Later, the Davids found a gap between the window frame and the lock. He had, probably managed to break it before her arrival and was listening from the garden. He disappeared before the police arrived, suggesting either a signal scanner or animal instincts. Weeks passed before she dared to take on evening babysitting jobs again. When she did, she brought blackout film for the windows, replaced the unreliable latches with sturdy ones, and always kept a baseball bat close at hand. She learned that a calm tone and personal details are not always a guarantee of truthfulness. The detectives who got involved later revealed that similar men had been seen near elementary schools, where they picked up snippets of conversation for greater credibility. They believed that this type had targeted 3 houses that month, invariably hiding behind family ties. This brought no relief. On the contrary, it only highlighted the sophistication of his manipulative style. The case remains open, with no arrests. She still babysits, but only for trusted relatives, and never dismisses her gut feelings. Safety hangs by thin threads, locking the gate, not engaging in conversation with strangers, verifying backgrounds. That night, her decisions saved the situation. 2 little ones continued to doze under the soft blue light of the nightlight, undisturbed by the steps of an uninvited guest. There are nights when she wakes up to the echo of that quiet knock and even voice, begging for a child's blanket. He seems so patient, almost cordial, waiting for a moment of trust. Let no one succumb. No one will believe this story, but it still hangs in the air, giving no peace. Leah isn't one for ghost stories or wild fabrications, but the events of the past month still rob her of sleep. She's 32, working as a nurse at a small hospital in upstate New York. Her shifts often run late, and she drives home on deserted highways winding through forests and fields. On ordinary evenings, it brings peace. Just her faithful old Honda Civic, and the muted murmur of the radio. But that night, everything went wrong. The clock read around 11:30 p.m. when Leah, exhausted after a 12-hour shift, finally pulled out. The main highway, Route 12, was her usual route, a 2-lane strip with dense thickets of trees on either side, and occasional gas stations blinking in the darkness. Approaching a turn 5 miles from home, she noticed orange warning signs about construction and plastic cones blocking the way. A huge arrow pointed insistently to the left, onto a secondary road that Leah had never even heard of before. The sign was concise: detour, road work ahead. She sighed in annoyance, dreaming only of a hot shower and a soft bed. But there was no choice. She had to turn onto this narrow, unlit path. From the first few feet, the detour felt ominous, like a sinister labyrinth. The asphalt barely fit 2 cars side by side, and tree branches hung down on both sides, creating a feeling of being trapped. Not a single street light. Not a single light in the windows of houses, just solid blackness and the crunch of gravel under the wheels. Leah turned down the radio to concentrate better and gripped the steering wheel tighter, feeling her palms getting clammy. The road snaked and twisted, and she kept looking for signs of road work, a crew of workers in vests, rumbling equipment, or at least a pile of equipment. Nothing like that, just an endless succession of tree trunks and the steady hum of the engine echoing in the silence. After 10 minutes, a vague unease began to grow into anxiety in Leah's soul. Not a single oncoming car, the path seemed endless, like in a nightmare. The GPS signal kept disappearing and reappearing intermittently, refusing to give clear directions. Something's not right here, she whispered to herself, fighting the rising fear. At that moment, she glanced in the rearview mirror and saw it, a truck, 100 yards back, crawling forward at a snail's pace. Its headlights were off, blending into the night background. Her stomach twisted into a knot. Who in their right mind drives around in the dark without lights? Leah tried to convince herself that it was nothing, just a local resident on the same detour, hurrying about their business. However, the truck maintained its distance, neither approaching nor pulling away, like a shadow clinging to her tail. She pressed the gas pedal, trying to break away and escape this pursuit. It reacted instantly, also picking up speed. Leah's heart beat wildly, throbbing in her temples. To pull herself together, she mentally ran through explanations. Maybe their headlights had failed, or they were just as lost in this wilderness as she was. But then her gaze fell on the side of the road. There were no more construction signs. Not a single cone, no barricades, not even a trace of detour signs. Suddenly, the realization came. She hadn't noticed any work on Route 12 either. No excavators, no torn-up pavement. Just those mysterious signs and obstacles that had appeared out of nowhere. Panic washed over her in a wave, cold and clammy. Leah grabbed her phone to dial 911. There was no signal at all. In this wilderness, she was completely alone, cut off from the world. The truck stubbornly stayed behind, its silhouette in the mirror resembling a disembodied ghost, relentlessly following at her heels. She pressed down even harder on the accelerator, and the car shook on the potholes, protesting against such driving. It didn't fall behind by a single step. Now Leah could make out the details. It was a worn-out pickup truck, painted black or dark blue, and the figure of the driver was lost in the dimness of the cab. Hang on, find a way onto the main road. Everything will be fine, she repeated to herself like a mantra. But the road continued to twist and turn, and she lost all sense of her location. Suddenly, a dim light flickered ahead, promising salvation. Headlights of an oncoming vehicle were approaching, cutting through the darkness. A wave of relief washed over Leah. It could be a patrol car or just a good Samaritan willing to help. As the SUV drew level, she slowed down and flashed her high beams twice, signaling distress. It turned out to be a white SUV. It also slowed down and pulled to the edge of the shoulder. Leah stopped, leaving the engine idling, and cracked the window just enough to call out, "Hey, I think someone's following me." The driver, a middle-aged man in thin-rimmed glasses, leaned out of the cab and asked, "Are you okay?" She pointed back. "There's a truck back there, no headlights. It's been chasing me for miles." He squinted, peering into the darkness behind her. The expression on his face changed instantly, becoming concerned. "There's no truck there." Leah turned sharply to the mirror. The road behind her was empty, as if it had never been there. Her blood ran cold. She could have sworn she had seen it just a second ago, clearly and closely. "Listen," the man said soothingly. "This road is full of strange things. I was also detoured here, but there were no repairs on the 12th. I checked myself. Drive behind me. I'll lead you back to the main road." Leah nodded silently, too stunned to argue or ask questions. She pulled up behind the SUV, keeping her eyes glued to the mirrors. Not a trace of the truck, just the bottomless darkness, swallowing up all traces. After 10 minutes, they finally burst onto Route 12. The orange signs and cones had vanished, as if they had never been placed at all, leaving only a vague memory. Leah thanked the man heartily. He promised to contact the police and report what had happened, and sped home, carefully locking all the locks. In her apartment, she couldn't close her eyes, running through the events in her mind, those sudden signs, the mysterious truck, its inexplicable disappearance. In the morning, she dialed the sheriff's office. They confirmed that no repairs had been planned on Route 12 that night. Not a single complaint of false detours. Leah dove into the internet and came across forums where others shared similar cases. Fake detours, mysterious cars leading nowhere. Some blamed it on someone's prank. Others whispered about something sinister, robbers or something worse lurking in the shadows. What exactly she saw, Leah doesn't know for sure. Maybe it was just a prank, or her tired mind played a trick on her. But the feeling of the clammy, unnatural presence of that road doesn't leave her, as if the highway harbored its own will, waiting for lonely travelers. Now Leah chooses a different route, even if it's longer, avoiding suspicious sections. And every time she sees a construction sign, her heart clenches with foreboding. She doubts she will ever feel safe driving alone again under the cover of night. When Leah was 15, she first met her future husband, who had just turned 16 in art class. Their small town didn't spoil teenagers just starting romantic relationships with a variety of entertainment, except for rare outings to the nearest Target for small purchases. The settlement, despite its modesty, had a special charm due to its rich past. Tourists came specifically to wander along the ancient mining trails or enjoy the views of the river that cut through the canyon nearby. This river, with its winding paths and panoramic vistas, served as the soul of the entire district, attracting both locals and visitors eager to immerse themselves in the embrace of a wild nature, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Leah spent her childhood exploring the trails near the river. She walked and biked them countless times, memorizing every turn and hidden corner. This place was home, like an extension of her own garden behind the house, full of cozy secrets. Usually, it gave a feeling of complete security and peace, where the rustle of falling leaves merged with the soft splash of water, creating an atmosphere of serenity and harmony. She especially liked one of the paths, a half-mile trail leading to a modest bridge across the river. The bridge itself was not striking in scale, but it offered a mesmerizing view of the rushing water below, framed by the steep slopes of the canyon, where sunlight played on the surface, creating the illusion of eternal motion. It was there that Leah always felt a surge of lightness, as if time slowed down, allowing the world to unfold in all its beauty. Time seemed to stretch out, and the surrounding world slowed down. But nearby stood another bridge, far grander in scale and fame, one of the tallest on the planet, a true engineering masterpiece that attracted daredevils and curious tourists to its base. Walks in its vicinity opened up breathtaking panoramas of the canyon and the rushing river below. However, behind all this beauty hid a dark backstory. Over the decades, the bridge had become a sinister symbol, a point on the map where the lives of suicides ended all too often. The heavy imprint of these events hung in the atmosphere, like an invisible whisper about the dark side of this structure. The woman and her husband, looking for a light adventure, chose an evening stroll along the path to the small bridge around 6 p.m. The river lurked in a deep canyon, where the steep slopes absorbed the sun's rays long before dusk. The road was familiar, but from the first steps, she felt a vague excitement that she couldn't shake off. Twilight in the canyon was thickening faster than expected, the air filled with heaviness. The distance to the bridge was short, just half a mile, with a right turn leading directly to the crossing. However, the light was fading rapidly. The forest around was quieting down. The sounds that usually filled the space, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, gave way to an oppressive silence, full of foreboding. By the time they reached the turn to the bridge, there was absolute, pitch-black darkness. Although the clock showed about 7 p.m., the darkness was confusing, as if the canyon had closed in an embrace around the travelers. They lit the flashlights on their smartphones, thin beams cutting through the impenetrable blackness, but highlighting only a narrow circle under their feet. Everything else dissolved into oblivion. The woman's stomach clenched with a mounting inexplicable fear that grew in waves. This path was as familiar to her as the back of her hand. She had walked it dozens of times, but that night everything felt different, alien. She suggested turning back, but her husband, always more courageous or stubborn, insisted on continuing. Approaching a bend in the path, she suddenly stopped. Right 3 feet from the path, at the very beginning of the bridge, loomed a tall silhouette. The flashlight beam highlighted his back, and the woman's heart clenched. The figure seemed gigantic, at least 6-7 feet tall, with a powerful physique of 200 to 250 pounds. He was wearing a brown flannel shirt and dark pants, blue or black. Brown hair rose unnaturally, as if molded from clay rather than growing. However, it wasn't the size that caused horror. The proportions of the body seemed distorted, inhuman. The arms were elongated, hanging lower than usual as if belonging to an ape. The head was perfectly round, almost spherical, like a basketball mounted on the shoulders. The legs remained hidden in the darkness, which amplified the feeling of unreality. The silhouette stood motionless, staring down the slope into the complete darkness. The woman whispered to her husband, "What is that?" Her voice trembled. He also froze, not taking his eyes off the figure, holding his breath. The three of them froze in this tense, silent scene. 1 minute usually flies by unnoticed, but when your pulse is pounding in your temples and your instincts are screaming to run, it stretches on endlessly. The figure didn't stir, didn't react to their presence. The woman couldn't figure out if it was a human or something else. Thoughts swirled, How did he get here? There were no other cars on the trail. Why is he standing in pitch darkness, straying to the side, staring into the void? Why doesn't he turn around? Is he hiding his face, or what he's doing? The husband, gathering his courage, though his voice betrayed his excitement, called out firmly, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing here?" At that moment, the silhouette began to turn slowly, and the woman's stomach turned cold, nausea rising to her throat. The instinct she ignored earlier exploded with a shout, "Run, immediately!" She didn't wait to see his face. Grabbing her husband's hand, she darted back toward the car. The flashlight beam flitted in time with her steps. Her breath came in gasps. She never looked back. She didn't want to know if this creature was chasing them. Behind her, her husband shouted her name. His steps echoed. He was lagging noticeably behind. They burst out to the car, panting and shaking. The woman fumbled frantically with the keys. The parking lot was empty, not a single other car. The nearest town was 5 to 6 miles away, depending on the route, and the entire stretch of road was out of cell service. Her heart didn't calm down until the lights of the streetlights flickered into view. They barely spoke a word. Shock had tied their tongues. A few days later, curiosity outweighed fear. The woman couldn't get that silhouette out of her head. Was it a person, a joke, an illusion of light? She persuaded her husband to return during the day, bringing friends for backup. They needed to dispel their doubts. Maybe it was just a jacket on a pole, a bizarre boulder, or a prop from a local hoax. But there was nothing there. No pole, no clothing, not a single hint of an explanation. But what? She saw now sent a chill down her spine. The place where the silhouette had stood ended in a steep ledge, 4 feet down. If he was really standing there, then his height was not 6 to 7 feet, but closer to 8 to 10. The realization hit like a blow. What they had seen was not just tall, it was unimaginably huge. This river, this town, is steeped in a rich past. Some stories are full of charm, others of tragedy. Legends of mining times, lives cut short on the high bridge, the serene beauty of the canyon, all intertwined into a fabric, alive and almost sentient. What exactly they encountered that night remains a mystery. The woman shared the story with friends, relatives, anyone who would listen, but no one knew the answer. A person, a ghost, or something beyond. The memory of the motionless figure in the darkness doesn't let go. It's a fragment of the river's legacy that she will never solve. A mystery hovering like shadows in the canyon. For a long time she kept it secret. A year ago, silence seemed wiser. But now it's clear. It's useless to hide it. Someone may need a warning. He worked as a security guard at a small airport in Germany. Most flights took off in the pre-dawn hours, so his shifts were always at night. For 5 years, his service flowed monotonously, checking doors, verifying passes, monitoring cameras. Mid-July, the height of tourist season. Families with strollers, noisy groups with luggage, long lines at check-in counters. Despite this bustle, the terminal that night seemed distorted, wrong. He couldn't quite explain the feeling, so he just continued to perform his duties. Around midnight, he went out for a smoke. He went to the bakery, grabbed a chocolate bar and an energy drink, and sat down at a metal table. He was watching a short video on his phone when he felt an impulse to look back. Behind him stood a man in a black raincoat. The hood was pulled up, but his eyes were staring intently at him. His gaze didn't waver, No pretense of looking at the displays. Just him, the watcher. The guard held out for a couple of seconds, then returned to the screen. Strange types in airports are a common, daily occurrence. The vast majority of them are harmless. AirTag. The vast majority of them are completely harmless. He finished half the can, slipped the phone into his pocket, and headed to the toilet to rinse his hands before the end of his break. Returning, he noticed the same man, now standing 50 meters away, in the main hall. The stranger's head was tilted, his gaze fixed on him again. As soon as the man realized he had been noticed, he turned and silently rushed into a side corridor, without a sound, without the slightest hesitation. A quiet alarm bell rang in his head, but nothing reprehensible had happened. He returned to his post and spent the next hours patrolling the gates, checking the locks, and waiting for the first rays of dawn. With the first rays of sun, his phone died. His house was nearby, so he just put the gadget in his pocket and set off. Halfway there, he remembered the power bank in his backpack, took it out, connected the cable, and continued walking. 10 minutes before arriving, he pressed the power button to look at the charge level. The screen suddenly filled with a foreign notification. Unknown AirTag detected. It is moving with you at a distance of 800 meters. He didn't have an AirTag. He froze in place. The street was empty. Only a row of dim lights cast a faint glow. A new alert. The distance had decreased to 600 meters, then to 500. He frantically searched for a rational explanation. Perhaps someone nearby had lost luggage with such a device. The numbers continued to fall inexorably. 400, 300. He broke into a run. The phone vibrated. 200 meters. He turned the corner and dashed forward. His legs felt like lead, numb with tension. But the distance was decreasing even faster. 100 meters. Finally, he burst into the entrance, inserted the key, slammed the door, and leaned against it. The hallway greeted him with a deathly silence. The screen showed 50 meters, then 20, 10. He pressed his eye to the peephole. The street remained deserted. His hands were shaking uncontrollably. He emptied his pockets and turned his backpack onto the floor. Nothing suspicious. He wanted to dial the police, but how to explain? The signal on the display supposedly indicated surveillance. In the end, he convinced himself that he was overtired. The shift had been exhausting. His mind was in a semi-sleep state. After changing, he collapsed into bed and started a video with a scary story on his phone. The narrator's voice usually lulled him to sleep. He only remembered the beginning, and then sleep finally overcame him. Later, he woke up in complete darkness. The video had ended, but the home screen was still flickering. A fresh notification appeared. Unknown AirTag detected. It is moving with you. Distance 2M. 2 meters. That's inside the room. He froze, unable to move. He locked the phone and the screen went dark. His eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness. At the foot of the bed, near the closet, loomed the silhouette of a man in a black raincoat. The same face, staring at him again. A hoarse cry escaped his throat. The stranger stepped back, threw open the door, and disappeared into the night before he could jump up. By the time the police arrived, the apartment was empty. No fingerprints, no tracker itself. Just a wet footprint near the bed. The officers thoroughly searched the rooms, inspected the windows and the staircase. The door frame remained untouched. He had the only key. They advised him to spend the night with relatives. He spent the night on his sister's couch, with the light on in the hallway and the phone set to motion detection. In the morning, he returned with a locksmith. They installed new reliable bolts and a camera above the door. Then, on the kitchen table, they turned over the contents of the backpack. In the lower seam of the inner pocket, under the lining, was hidden a white plastic disc smaller than a coin, an air tag. Someone had skillfully cut the fabric, inserted the device, and sealed the seam so cleverly that the weight was not felt. That man had apparently come close to slip his hand into the bag unnoticed, either in the bakery or at the moment when he was distracted by the clock at the exit. The mystery remained unsolved. He keeps the tracker in a plastic evidence bag. The device lies on the table as a silent warning. A threat can disguise.
On a cold February evening in 2008, a young real estate agent from Richmond, Virginia, held her breath. The deal ahead promised to be the biggest of her life. Her clients, wealthy newcomers to the city shrouded in mystery, were eager to buy $1 million home. They had found her through a referral whose source remained unknown, spoke with an accent whose authenticity felt questionable, and insisted on an immediate meeting. By the next day, Olivia Mason would be dead. 17 years later, their faces remain unknown. What happened in that house wasn't just a murder, it was an execution, and someone had planned it to perfection. This is Olivia Mason's story. Crimes, conspiracies, cults, serial killers, and homicides. I adore them all, and I know you do too. You, my twisted, brilliant, beautifully intelligent oddballs. Today, we're diving into a case that holds special meaning for me. Honestly, I was alive and aware of it when it happened. It was so close to my own home, and its unsolved nature still haunts me. So, without further ado, let's buckle up, blast down the highway at Mach 5, slam on the brakes, and crash straight through the windshield into this cold case. Olivia Mason was born on November 2nd, 1983 in Richmond, Virginia. She was the first daughter of David Mason, a local real estate agent, and Catherine Wright, a homemaker. In 1986, Olivia became an older sister when her younger sibling Hannah was born. Though her parents divorced in the mid-1990s, the separation didn't fracture Olivia's family bonds. She remained close to both her mother and father throughout her life. As a child, Olivia split her time between Richmond and peaceful summer months at Lake Anna, where the family owned a trailer in an RV park. Those summers overflowed with laughter and play. Her younger sister, Hannah, fondly recalls learning to swim just to keep up with her energetic big sister. From the very beginning, Olivia's personality radiated joy. She was often described as a happy, sociable little girl, full of joy, as her mother remembers. And even as a child, she had a flair for style. One story tells of how little Olivia once begged for grape-flavored gum simply because it matched her purple outfit. Utterly charming. Her mother gently refused, saying I'd buy what Olivia needed, not just what she wanted. But resourceful Olivia took this as motivation. By her early teens, she landed her first job at Sirens, a trendy clothing store in a Richmond mall. Olivia was determined to earn what she desired. This was just a hint of the ambition that would later define her. Olivia grew up in the greater Richmond area and attended local schools, including Richmond Heights Middle School and later Claiborne Middle School. In school, she became known for her infectious smile and warmth that drew others in. She was simply extraordinary. Both friends and teachers remember her genuine ability to make people feel valued. She could be friends with anyone, her father David later said. Yet, Olivia wasn't just friendly, she had a compassionate streak and a strong moral compass. Her mother recalls an incident when Olivia witnessed a boy being bullied at school. Olivia immediately stepped in to defend him, halting the taunts. "I was so proud because that's exactly how it should be," Catherine said of her daughter. It's bravery. Olivia's caring, people-oriented nature had a protective edge, and she held firm anti-drug values, carefully choosing her social circle. In fact, in one of her later relationships, a key point she proudly shared with her family was that her partner didn't use drugs. This mattered deeply to Olivia, who avoided substance use herself and generally disapproved of that lifestyle. She was an exceptionally mature young woman, ambitious and compassionate, with big dreams for her future, yet never losing sight of kindness along the way. And she wasn't afraid of hard work. Having started working so young, Olivia developed a strong work ethic early on. She balanced school and jobs with remarkable determination. This trait would later serve her well when she decided to follow in her father's footsteps into real estate. By her early 20s, Olivia's ambitions crystallized into a clear career goal. She wanted to become a successful real estate agent in Richmond. She enrolled in the real estate program at the Robertson School of Business at Virginia Commonwealth University and studied diligently to pass her licensing exam. In June 2006, at just 22 years old, Olivia achieved that goal. At the time, she was one of only about 20 real estate agents in the entire greater Richmond area under the age of 25. Olivia's career skyrocketed, an impressive feat for someone not yet 25 in an industry typically dominated by seasoned professionals. She didn't waste a moment. Her first role was at a modest agency called Vanguard, where she successfully marketed new townhomes in Richmond as West End for a year and a half. But Olivia craved more, and soon a brilliant opportunity arose at Premier Realty Group, one of Richmond's top agencies. Remarkably, this was the same office where Mark Anderson's family worked. We'll discuss Mark's significance to this story shortly. When Olivia joined Premier Realty Group, she came under the wing of a powerful real estate dynasty, and she seized every chance. Within a year, she closed 8 real estate deals totaling approximately $3.2 million, an incredible start for a 24-year-old newcomer. Colleagues unanimously agreed Olivia was born for success in real estate, intelligent, driven, and incredibly personable, qualities essential for any top agent. My father is a realtor, so I know what I am talking about. Olivia absolutely thrived in this field. Clients trusted her, and that's priceless. A former colleague later recalled that Olivia was fiercely determined to build a successful career as a licensed agent and worked tirelessly toward that goal. In such a short time, she had already built a highly promising reputation in Richmond's real estate market. Around the time her career was accelerating, Olivia's personal life took a sharp turn. In late 2005, at a real estate networking event and training seminar, 22-year-old Olivia met 25-year-old Mark Anderson. She already knew of Mark. He came from a prominent, affluent local family, deeply rooted in real estate. Mark's mother, Patricia Anderson, was also a successful realtor. The family owned investment properties, making them something of local royalty in the industry. Mark himself had been a talented hockey player in his youth and now worked as both a mortgage broker and realtor. To Olivia, the Andersons were Richmond's real estate royalty, and she was impressed. She really admired that Mark was in real estate, and his mom was too, shared Olivia's friend Vicky, adding that Olivia seemed thrilled to be welcomed into the Andersons' world. By mid-2006, Olivia and Mark were seriously dating. Their relationship moved quickly, and soon they moved in together. The Andersons provided the couple with a one-bedroom apartment in Richmond's Inner Harbor District, which the family owned. I've been there many times. It is absolutely gorgeous, stunning, and quite upscale. They also spent summers at a luxurious lakeside home on Lake Shenandoah that Patricia Anderson had purchased. There, Olivia and Mark enjoyed all the amenities, even having their own basement suite. From the outside, it seemed Olivia had it all: a loving boyfriend from a wealthy family and a promising career. Now, I know we all love diving into true crime stories. But what I love even more, and I am sure you do too, especially if you have furry companions, is my dogs. I adore my 5, Kevin, Debbie, Pitty, Frankie, and Rupert, and I want them with me as long as possible. So their health is my top priority. I needed to know they are not eating processed food. And that's where Ollie changed everything for me, because if your dog could talk, they'd beg for Ollie. Trust me, you'll get full tail wags, happy jumps, and wide, goofy smiles. That's the Ollie effect, you see. Ollie offers clean, fresh dog food in 5 delicious flavors. Honestly, I've debated whether to try it myself, but even for the pickiest eaters, and I have a few in my little canine kingdom, it's perfect. Plus, the food is made in US kitchens using human-grade, high-quality ingredients. Ollie contains no fillers or preservatives, just real food, which is incredibly important to me. I'd feed my dogs anything I wouldn't eat myself. That is my rule. And here is the thing. Healthy food means a happy dog. More energy, shinier coat, better poops. Who doesn't want better poops, right? And more mealtime joy. With 5 protein-rich recipes like fresh beef with sweet potatoes or fresh turkey with blueberries, even the fussiest eaters can resist. Getting started is easy. You just take a 30-second quiz about your dog and they'll create a personalized meal plan, so you don't even have to think about it. Your welcome kit includes 2 weeks of food, a free storage container, and a guide to transitioning your dog to the new diet, which is also extremely important. What really sets Ollie apart is that it's the only fresh dog food that comes with unlimited ongoing health check-ins. From diet and digestion to dental health, you get direct access to experts to keep your dog in top shape, which, again, matters deeply to me. I care profoundly about my dogs and want them as healthy as possible. It's like having a personal dog health detective, and 90% of pet owners report significant improvements in just 30 days. Our 4-legged friends deserve the best, and that means fresh, truly healthy food. By late 2007, Olivia began confiding in loved ones that her relationship with Mark wasn't as perfect as it appeared. During a trip to visit her father in Charlotte on December 5th, 2007, she admitted she was unhappy. Olivia said Mark didn't share her ambitions and drive, creating tension between them. She even hinted at a possible breakup for the first time. She shared similar thoughts with friends, saying Mark wasn't fulfilling her needs and she was seriously considering ending things. She just said, "Dad, I made a mistake. I feel awful about it," but then added, "I can keep doing this," her father recalled. When later questioned, Mark acknowledged relationship issues in late 2007, but insisted a breakup was never discussed and that he believed their bond was strong. Interestingly, not everyone saw these cracks. Olivia, sister Hannah, viewed them as a happy couple and noted that Mark treated her well based on her observations. But treating someone well isn't the same as sharing their dreams or drive. Lack of ambition doesn't. It makes someone a bad person. But when personalities clash, it matters. You can look perfect from the outside and still be deeply mismatched. So I think that is just a strange observation. In early January 2008, Olivia and Mark traveled to Whistler with his family. Olivia hoped the trip would help them reconnect, and it seemed to work. She returned from Whistler full of optimism, convinced they'd overcome their difficulties. "We had such a great time. It was perfect. We just needed more time together," she told her mother, radiating hope for their future. So by February 2008, Olivia was doing everything she could to salvage their relationship. She and Mark were still living together, holding on. But tragically, Olivia never got the chance to decide what she truly wanted, because her life ended in a shocking and brutal way. In late January 2008, Olivia received a call that changed everything. An unfamiliar female voice spoke on her mobile phone with a strong foreign accent Olivia couldn't quite place. Possibly Spanish or Mexican, though she wasn't sure. Something about the accent felt possibly fake. The woman introduced herself, though Olivia did not remember the name, and, notably, didn't write it down, jumping straight to business. She said her husband was being transferred to Richmond for work and they urgently needed to buy a home. Not just any home, but a newly built, move-in-ready $1 million property with a separate maid as suite. The request was extremely specific, impossibly rushed, and deeply strange. The woman insisted they wanted to close within days, an absurd timeline in real estate. "My father is a realtor, and he confirms that as madness, even by 2008 standards. This unexpected request both excited and alarmed Olivia. For a relatively new agent without her own seven-figure listings, a potential million-dollar deal was a massive opportunity, one that could catapult her career and bring a substantial commission. But something about the call unsettled her. First, the supposed referral made no sense. When Olivia asked how the caller got her personal mobile number, the woman vaguely replied that a friend of her husband had recommended Olivia. After the call, Olivia meticulously checked all her recent clients and contacts, but no one had any idea who this mysterious woman could be. The referral story was a lie, a huge red flag, and there were others. The accent, for one, seemed deliberately disguised. Plus, the unusual urgency and specificity of the request raised alarms. Olivia confided in both her father and boyfriend about the odd call. She told her father she had a bad feeling about these new clients. When discussing the situation with friends, Olivia referred to the unknown couple as Mexicans, referencing the accent. To track the inquiry, Olivia saved the caller as number in her contacts as $1 million, highlighting the client's defining feature, their $1 million budget. But the label also hinted at Olivia's skepticism. This potential deal seemed too good to be true, as she noted to Mark, and her instincts would prove accurate, but she didn't know that yet. She had no idea danger was closing in. The clients impatiently pushed for a meeting and a date was set, Saturday evening, February 2nd, 2008, at 5:30 p.m. for a property viewing. Olivia, torn between anticipation and anxiety, agreed to show them several homes. But deep down, a vague sense of unease lingered, that something wasn't right. Later court documents would confirm her worst fears. The people behind that call had laid a cunning trap. Friday, February sun, the day before the fateful showing. Olivia, full of anticipation, busied herself preparing for the meeting with these important clients. All day, she carefully selected suitable homes in the prestigious Birch Grove neighborhood in Fairfax, matching their strict criteria: new construction, vacant, around $1 million. Among them was a recently built home on a quiet cul-de-sac. One at 1702 Oak Grove Drive was listed for $964,000, brand new and unoccupied, the perfect fit. This house had been built by Joe Dusa, a friend and business partner of none other than Patricia Anderson, Mark's mother. Olivia herself wasn't on listing this property, another agent in her office was. But as a realtor, Olivia had the right to show any MLS listing and earn a commission. The cul-de-sac held only 4 homes, arranged around a short, dead-end street off the main road, creating an extremely private viewing environment, as we'd soon learn, by design. There was little traffic, and 2 of the 4 homes were still under construction, meaning few potential witnesses. That same evening, Patricia Anderson stopped by the apartment where Olivia and Mark lived. Patricia arrived around 7:15 p.m., allegedly for a casual visit to see her son and his girlfriend. Upon entering, she overheard Olivia mid-phone call. The mysterious woman was calling back to finalize plans for the next day. For about 10 minutes, Patricia listened to snippets of Olivia's conversation before Olivia hung up. Olivia then shared the details with Patricia, her words tinged with nervous excitement. The clients had confirmed the 5:30 p.m. Saturday showing at 1702 Oak Grove Drive. Everything was set. Patricia later admitted she immediately felt an inexplicable dread, her heart clenched with a bad omen. Sensing Olivia's unease, Patricia repeatedly offered to attend the showing instead, essentially volunteering to meet the clients herself. It's unclear whether Patricia's concern stemmed from worry for Olivia, safety, or simply a desire to help her make her planned trip to Washington, D.C. for a friend's bachelorette party after the showing. Her friends were expecting her after the showing, yet despite all her misgivings, she tried to help. Patricia offered support, but Olivia, resolute, declined, insisting she could handle it herself. After all, these were her clients, and the commission was hers to earn. However, the fact that Patricia Anderson knew every detail of Olivia's meeting with the mysterious clients, including the content of their phone call, would later become one of many eerie elements in this case. Many would wonder, Was it mere coincidence that the chosen viewing house was built by Patricia, his acquaintance, or that she happened to be present during the planning? But on February 2008, these connections raised no suspicion. Only in hindsight would everything fall into place. By nightfall, everything was ready. Mark returned home from a hockey game around midnight. He and Olivia discussed her anxiety. Mark, trying to reassure her, repeated his mother's offer. He could attend the meeting instead, or at least accompany her, so she could leave early for her trip. But Olivia brushed it off, her expression a mix of awkwardness and curiosity. Why did this caller choose me? I have so little experience. These thoughts haunted her. It felt strange, wrong. Of course, in hindsight, with all the red flags, it's obvious. But in that moment, no one could foresee the tragedy. No one assumes harm is coming for them. Still, Olivia assured Mark she'd be fine and that he shouldn't interfere. If she were truly worried, she'd have accepted help, Mark thought. So when she refused, he assumed she felt confident enough. They went to sleep, perhaps both slightly tense, but hoping that by the next evening Olivia might have closed the deal of her life. February 2nd, 2008 began for Olivia Mason as an ordinary day, but with an undercurrent of dread. That morning, the mysterious client called the apartment S landline and surprisingly reached Mark since Olivia wasn't home. Mark told the caller Olivia was out and offered her mobile number, but the woman coldly replied she already had it. Mark noted her accent sounded like broken Spanish, confirming the same voice Olivia had heard. This brief conversation was the last contact before the fateful meeting. As the day progressed, Olivia grew increasingly anxious. Around 2 p.m., she stopped by her Premier Realty Group office on Rainwood Lane. There, she pulled aside 2 administrators and asked them to search for the clients' names and phone numbers. They'd provided their details, so they should appear in the real estate database if they'd ever bought or sold in Richmond. Olivia just wanted to verify these people existed and had any real estate history in the area, but nothing came up. It was as if they didn't exist. At this point, Olivia was clearly unsettled. Scared, according to a colleague who overheard her discussing the situation. Sensing her discomfort, several co-workers, including one named Kevin, offered to accompany her to the 5:30 p.m. showing. But Olivia again refused, assuring them she was fine because her boyfriend Mark would be nearby as backup. She was completely confident her boyfriend would be there, Kevin recalled. So while Olivia may have been frightened, she had a safety plan. Mark was supposed to meet her right after the clients arrived to ensure everything was okay. Around 3:00 p.m., Olivia left the office and met Mark for a late lunch downtown. They chose a restaurant near the Inner Harbor and finished around 4:24 p.m., a time recorded on their paid receipt. During lunch, Olivia was distracted. She ate quickly and reviewed the property sheets she'd prepared, showing Mark the list of homes she planned to show the couple, including 1702 Oak Grove Drive. Mark, sensing her nervousness, again offered to conduct the showing himself. But Olivia declined again, perhaps trying to prove she could handle such a high-stakes client despite the odd circumstances. By 5:00 p.m., as dusk settled over the wintry afternoon, they parted ways to prepare for their plans. Olivia returned to her apartment to change, wanting to look professional for her high-profile clients. Mark, meanwhile, drove to a nearby auto shop called SHC Autograph Graphics to briefly meet a colleague and pick up his friend, Samuel Thorne. Samuel was both a friend and co-worker of Mark S. They played on the same men as hockey team and were scheduled to attend a hockey game that evening after Olivia as showing. They planned to go together as soon as Mark checked on Olivia. While Mark was at the shop, Samuel repeatedly called him, trying to get in touch. By 5:30 p.m., Samuel arrived at the shop and got into Mark or a Range Rover. Mark explained that Olivia had earlier called, asking him to meet her at the house because she felt uneasy about the situation. Anxious, Olivia had texted Mark the address, 1702 Oak Grove Drive, adding the cryptic note, "Follow me there." Without hesitation, Mark suggested they swing by Olivia as location to ensure she was okay before heading to the hockey game. Samuel immediately agreed. Around 5:35 p.m., Olivia parked at the cul-de-sac on Oak Grove Drive. The street, Newly built, was so fresh that even the GPS in Mark's SUV couldn't find it. As Olivia stepped out of her car, her phone rang. It was Mark. Lost in the Birch Grove maze, he was calling for directions. Olivia began explaining, but suddenly her voice cut off. "Oh, I have to go. They are here," she abruptly told Mark, signaling the client's arrival. Olivia hung up, leaving Mark confused, and turned to greet the couple approaching the driveway. Several witnesses later gave strikingly similar descriptions of this pair, whom Olivia met around 5:30 p.m. They appeared to have walked up the cul-de-sac rather than arriving by car, a highly unusual detail. Witnesses saw Olivia, always impeccably professional, step forward with a warm smile and shake hands with the couple on the front steps. Olivia clearly did not recognize them personally. Her greeting was polite but clearly formal. Neighbors later commented, "It looked like a first meeting between an agent and clients. Nothing suggested they were friends." Then, Olivia led the man and woman through the front door and closed it behind them. Unknowingly, she had just locked herself in an empty house with a pair of killers. Inside 1702 Oak Grove Drive, the air was likely cool. The house sat vacant, and early February dusk had already deepened. Phone records show that at 5:29 p.m., just before the couple arrived, Olivia opened her safe to retrieve the house key. The safe's opening time was later noted by investigators. So, around 5:30 p.m., she began a standard property showing. We can only imagine how her initial nervousness gave way to professional routine. She likely pointed out features of the foyer and first floor, trying to build rapport. For the first few minutes, nothing seemed amiss. Outside, Mark and Samuel were just minutes away. Having just ended the call with Olivia, Mark still lacked precise directions. He called his younger brother for navigation help, who began driving to the area. Meanwhile, Olivia managed to send Mark a quick text with step-by-step directions to Oak Grove Drive. Her final message ever. Around 5:38 p.m., Mark replied, "I will be there in a couple of minutes." But Olivia never read it. Shortly after, the so-called showing moved upstairs. The master bedroom was on the second floor at the top of the stairs. Perhaps Olivia led the couple up, chatting about the layout, walking ahead into the master bedroom to show the bathroom. But at that moment, around 5:41 p.m., the trap snapped shut. As Olivia turned her back, one of the pair lunged at her from behind, and in that instant, Olivia was met with a knife. Or knives, in a frenzy of rage. She would have had almost no time to react or defend herself. The attack was brutal and personal. Early news reports sensationally claimed Olivia was stabbed over 40 times, but police later dismissed that exact number as an exaggeration. Still, she suffered multiple wounds concentrated in her chest and abdomen, along with numerous cuts and scratches, indicating an extremely frenzied assault. It happened incredibly fast, as she had no defensive wounds on her hands, a highly unusual detail in such cases, unless the attack was utterly sudden. This suggests the first blows likely incapacitated her almost immediately. Amid this horror, a chilling and pivotal event occurred. Olivia's phone, still in her jacket pocket, accidentally dialed a number. At 5:41 p.m., as she was attacked, her BlackBerry made an outgoing pocket dial to a friend she rarely contacted. The friend received an unintelligible voicemail capturing muffled sounds from inside the house, movement, and possibly one of Olivia's final breaths or a distant thud. The message was garbled but clearly not a normal call. Detective Sergeant Chris Horsley of the Fairfax Police later confirmed this pocket dial likely occurred at the moment of the attack. The sheer horror of this is unimaginable. I can't fathom what it must have been like for the families. But essentially, it was an unintentional cry for help that went unheard in time. By approximately 5:45 p.m., Olivia was nearly or already dead, lying in the master bedroom of that house. In the silent horror of that master bedroom, an unspeakable tragedy unfolded. The unknown man and woman, like shadows, executed their vile plan. But at the very moment their crime was complete, headlights suddenly illuminated Oak Grove Drive. Mark and Samuel, though delayed, had finally arrived. Pulling up to 1702, Mark glimpsed something odd through the decorative glass of the front door, a dark figure hastily moving in the foyer. Then, as the Range Rover's bright headlights hit the front window, the figure quickly disappeared deeper into the house. It seemed someone had been peering out, then retreated in a hurry. Mark, not wanting to appear overly intrusive or interrupt the showing, assumed it was part of the routine, perhaps Olivia and the clients inspecting the home. He remembered her request not to interfere with the demonstration. So Mark decided to park a short distance away for a few minutes to give them more time. "Looks like the meeting is still going," he told Samuel. "We just need to wait." Mark drove a short way down the street and returned a couple of minutes later. It was now around 5:55 6th Avenue p.m. He parked again in front of the house, but this time, no one was visible through the windows. Mark texted Olivia. "You okay?" No reply came. He tried calling her mobile. Silence again. Mark's worry grew, but he still hoped they were simply engrossed in conversation, that the showing was going well, and the clients had many questions. But as we now know, that wasn't the case. 10 more minutes passed in oppressive silence. The house looked dark and ominously still from the outside. Around 6:05 p.m., 20 minutes after first arriving, Mark's anxiety peaked. Olivia hadn't responded or emerged. He decided to act. Approaching the house with Samuel, he stepped out and walked straight to the front door of 1702 Oak Grove Drive. To his horror, the door was locked. He pounded and rang the bell. No answer. Peering through the frosted glass, Mark saw something that made his heart sink. Olivia's shoes lay in the foyer. She'd clearly taken them off upon entering, meaning she was likely still inside. But why wasn't she coming to the door? Was she hurt? Something was wrong. Panic surged through Mark. He pulled out his phone and dialed 911. At 6:05 p.m., he stammered to the dispatcher that his girlfriend was showing a house he couldn't get in, and he was deeply worried something had happened to her. He emphasized he had come to check on her because she was a little scared about this showing. While Mark spoke, Samuel scouted the house as perimeter for another entrance. He found a gate to the backyard, but it was locked. However, Samuel spotted something crucial. Through the slats, he saw the French doors to the back patio were wide open. He frantically waved Mark over, pointing to them. The killers, it turned out, had fled through those back doors just moments earlier, vanishing into the night. In their haste, they'd left the doors wide open, likely slipping through a gap in the backyard fence onto the main road. Seeing the open doors, Mark dropped the 911 call and rushed to help. He ran to assist Samuel in climbing over the backyard fence. Samuel vaulted into the yard and, without hesitation, dashed through the open French doors into the house. He immediately unlocked the front door from the inside, allowing Mark to burst in. The men split up in the foyer. Samuel searched the first floor while Mark raced upstairs. As he climbed, he desperately shouted, "Olivia! Olivia!" into the ringing silence. At the top of the stairs, horror struck. He saw Olivia's body lying on the master bedroom floor, and he saw the blood. Olivia lay on her back, propped against the wall. Mark collapsed to his knees beside her, frantically trying to revive her. Samuel, overcome with terror, immediately redialed 911 at 6:11 p.m., stammering that they needed an ambulance right away. Mark, in shock, began performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, though it was already too late. He tilted her head back and started rescue breathing, and in a chilling, deeply disturbing detail. Within minutes, the first sirens pierced the quiet neighborhood. Paramedics and police cars flooded the cul-de-sac. But despite all resuscitation efforts, Olivia Mason was pronounced dead at the scene. Mark was hysterical, in utter disbelief, repeating, "If ID arrived 10 minutes earlier, if ID gone with her, would she still be alive?" I can't even imagine the thoughts racing through his mind after witnessing that. I just feel so deeply for him. But no one saw the mysterious pair leave. They were like ghosts, vanishing before anyone realized what had happened. The only physical evidence left was bloodstains inside the house, and a trail on the stairs showing the killers had calmly exited through the front door before retreating and fleeing out the back when Mark's arrival startled them. Mark, arrival was their signal to run. When Mark and Samuel pulled up, the killers appeared to be exiting the front door, forced to switch to their backup escape route through the backyard fence. If Mark had arrived just a minute or two earlier, he might have confronted them face to face. That wouldn't have saved Olivia, but we might know who they are. Yet, what if speculation is futile? The past can be changed. In mere minutes, the life of a bright, beloved young woman was brutally cut short, and the echoes of this meticulously planned murder were just beginning to ripple outward. As crime scene tape encircled 1702 Oak Grove Drive that cold February night, the investigation into Olivia Mason's murder began, a case that would become one of the most perplexing and high-profile unsolved murders in American criminal history. Fairfax police quickly secured Oak Grove Drive as a crime scene. But from the start, investigators faced a major problem. The scene had been compromised by desperate rescue attempts. In their frantic efforts to find and help Olivia, Mark and Samuel had inevitably trampled through the entire house, unintentionally contaminating evidence. And they can't be blamed. They were trying to find her, then save her. I just feel so awful for them. But within hours, the Fairfax County Police Department, as Major Crimes Division, took over the case. They immediately realized this was anything but a typical homicide. Forensic experts combed the empty house late into the night and in the following days, but found no usable DNA or fingerprints from the perpetrators. They concluded the attackers likely wore gloves and possibly protective clothing or shoe covers, which they took with them. This was clearly an extremely well-planned murder. The murder weapon, a sharp, pointed knife, was also never found at the scene. The only physical evidence was bloody shoe prints on the floor, but even these were limited, and the specific brand or size was never disclosed, suggesting they may not have been distinctive enough to trace. The absence of defensive wounds on Olivia and the sheer ferocity of the attack led investigators to conclude this was a targeted execution, not a robbery gone wrong. And how could it be a robbery? It was an empty house. Thus, the only logical conclusion was that this was a premeditated first-degree murder. Outside the house, witness information was minimal. Neighbors saw only a well-dressed couple arriving, not leaving. No one recalled screams or loud noises, suggesting Olivia may have been attacked so suddenly. She couldn't cry for help. And this assumes anyone was close enough to hear. But investigators were intrigued by the victim's final communications. The voicemail dialed during the attack was recovered, but yielded little beyond muffled background noise. Mark's final text to Olivia, "You okay?" remained unread on her phone. Police also quickly traced the mobile phone that lured Olivia. As suspected, it was a disposable phone registered to a fake name, Paulo Rodriguez, and a fake business address in Washington, D.C. Records showed it had been purchased 3 months earlier in D.C. and activated just 1 day before the murder. It had called only Olivia and was permanently disabled shortly after her death. Authorities believe the phone was used solely to plan and carry out this crime, then discarded. This is the hallmark of an organized, premeditated murder. The phone even pinged a cell tower near the murder house the night before, suggesting the suspects had rehearsed or surveilled the area in advance. A chilling, horrifying detail. The forensic and physical evidence painted a grim picture. This murder was meticulously orchestrated by individuals who knew exactly what they were doing, likely with prior experience. Because the level of planning pointed to seasoned hands, using an untraceable phone, selecting an empty, newly built home, and minimizing forensic traces. Yet paradoxically, the excessive brutality was deeply emotional and amateurish in its frenzy. So you have this highly calculated, planned murder, yet the killing itself seemed like a wild, emotional outburst, as if it had not been planned at all. It just erupted out of nowhere, clashing with the profile of a dispassionate professional hit. This was a murder shrouded in mystery, where the killer's professionalism oddly intertwined with merciless personal cruelty. Police were left baffled by the contradiction, flawless preparation paired with savage, frenzied violence. Ghosts of the past and the composite sketch. The first day of the investigation brought a bitter truth. The 2 suspects seen by witnesses had vanished without a trace. No evidence of their presence in the house. No vehicle linked to their escape. Only vague descriptions of their appearance and the suspicion of a fake accent remained. A year later, in 2009, a composite sketch of the woman was released to the public. European features, around 30 years old, short, stylish blonde hair, and a remarkably calm expression. The man was described as Caucasian, about 6 feet tall, with dark hair and a brown jacket. Particular attention was paid to the woman's dress, a black, white, and red patterned garment. To investigators, it was as if the killers had worn masks, then disappeared into the crowd, leaving only questions. Who could have planned such a crime, and why was Olivia its target? Relentless pursuit and the scale of the investigation. Fairfax police threw everything they had into finding Olivia killers. A small department faced a case of unprecedented complexity. 5 full-time detectives were assigned, meticulously interviewing everyone connected to Olivia: family, friends, colleagues, former clients, ex-boyfriends, rivals, anyone who might shed light on the crime. In the first year alone, nearly 1,500 interviews were conducted, 752 tips received, and 30 search warrants executed. This was an enormous workload, demonstrating the investigation's vast scope. The Major Crimes Division, led by Inspector Rob McCall, coordinated efforts, while Detective Sergeant Chris Horsley became the public face of the case, frequently appealing to the public for help and debunking rumors. From the outset, police acknowledged they were dealing with an exceptionally difficult case. In a rare statement, a spokesperson called it a crime of extraordinary complexity, committed by experienced individuals with no regard for human life, beyond state lines and international cooperation. The investigation extended beyond Richmond, reaching into other states and suggesting possible ties to criminal groups in Charlotte or Washington, D.C. Fairfax police actively collaborated with outside agencies. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, was brought in to provide oversight and specialized resources. The case was so significant that FBI agents were later consulted, particularly on new technologies and behavioral analysis. By 2020, the investigation had reached staggering proportions. Fairfax police stated that more than 2,000 persons of interest or organizations were involved in the case. Over 35 search warrants and court orders had been issued to cell phone companies, internet providers, and even social media platforms like Facebook to obtain relevant data. The massive volume of information required meticulous organization and analysis, but detectives remained determined not to miss a single clue. Modern technology and early leads. They analyzed cell tower pings and applied advanced techniques like DNA analysis to the few available samples, though initially none yielded a suspect profile. The house had been professionally cleaned just before the showing, as it was a newly staged home, explaining the lack of traces. Theories and suspicions: Mark, Olivia's boyfriend. From day one, investigators and amateur sleuths grappled with the burning question: who ordered Olivia Mason's murder, and why? Over the years, several theories emerged, some pursued by police, others fueled by internet speculation. We'll examine the main ones, noting what evidence, if any, supports them and how authorities responded. Naturally, Mark, Olivia's boyfriend, was the first suspect. Police always start with the victim, an inner circle, and Mark was at the heart of the events. He discovered the body, a detail that often raises suspicion. Could Mark have been involved in Olivia's death? Regarding motive, as we know, their relationship was troubled. Olivia was considering a breakup, and rumors of jealousy circulated. Some who distrusted Mark speculated he might have orchestrated her elimination if he couldn't accept her leaving. And in the public eye, Mark, a wealthy, influential family, didn't help. People love to suspect the rich boyfriend in true crime stories. Despite the suspicions, police consistently stated Mark Anderson was not a suspect, and they had a solid reason. His actions and alibi on the fateful day were verified down to the minute. Around 5:30 p.m., surveillance cameras at the auto shop captured him leaving with Samuel in his Range Rover. The timestamp on the footage was irrefutable proof. Mark wasn't at the murder scene when Olivia died. Her death occurred between 5:40 and 5:41 p.m., and it would have been absolutely impossible for him to get there and commit the murder in that short window. Moreover, Mark voluntarily took a polygraph test and, according to police, passed it. He readily handed over his phone and even participated in a detailed video reconstruction with investigators, showing on camera how he discovered Olivia's body to aid the investigation. He proactively and promptly offered any help to police, demonstrating exceptional openness throughout. Investigators found no forensic or digital evidence linking Mark to the murder's planning. His phone records, for example, showed genuine attempts to locate Olivia, not collusion with unknown parties. About a year after the murder, in early 2009, Fairfax police officially cleared Mark of all suspicion. They publicly stated, "We never named Anderson as a suspect." He was a person of interest, as anyone at the scene would be, but he was excluded. Yet despite this, Mark remained under intense public suspicion for years. Olivia's father, David, openly speculated that Mark might know more than he admitted. David felt Mark didn't show enough grief, and combined with Mark's family ties, this fueled his doubts. But Mark always stood firm, saying, "I want people to know I loved Olivia and think of her every day. I want this case solved as soon as possible. I have nothing to do with this." It's important to note that police thoroughly interrogated Mark for several hours on the night of the murder. This deeply frustrated him. He knew the killers had fled, and he felt precious time was being lost while investigators focused on him. But from the police's perspective, it was a necessary step. And once completed, they moved on. No incriminating evidence against Mark ever surfaced. Law enforcement, and even Olivia's own mother, acknowledged Mark wasn't involved. Though the boyfriend did it is a common trope in such stories, this case appears to be an exception. Mark's role was tragically only that of a heartbroken witness who found his beloved in her final moments. So if not Mark, then perhaps someone else in the family. Online sleuths turned their gaze to Patricia, Mark's mother. Patricia was a successful realtor and, by many accounts, a formidable personality. On true crime forums, rumors swirled that Patricia might have orchestrated Olivia's murder for some dark motive, perhaps anger if Olivia planned to leave Mark, or other personal conflicts. And it didn't help that Patricia was directly linked to key elements of the scenario. As mentioned, she was present when Olivia discussed the showing details and address, and the home's builder, Joe Dusa, was Patricia's friend. Some theorists wondered, if Patricia were involved, could that explain how the killers knew Olivia was scheduled and chose that specific house? However, police never named Patricia as a suspect and explicitly stated no member of the Anderson family was under suspicion. Patricia provided an alibi for the time of the murder. Reports indicate she was at dinner and cooperated with police interviews. Olivia's mother, Catherine, publicly stated she didn't believe Patricia was involved, calling the idea an unfounded rumor. And over the years, Patricia largely remained silent about the rumors. But by 2022, she had enough. That year, Patricia filed a defamation lawsuit against David Mason, Olivia's father, and 2 administrators of his website, accusing them of maliciously spreading false claims that she was the killer. In other words, Patricia took the extraordinary step of suing the victim, my father, to clear her name. This underscores how severely the baseless accusations damaged her family. The case is still ongoing and hasn't gone to trial. But Patricia's position is clear. She and her family were unjustly vilified without any evidence. In an interview with Capital Daily, the Andersons expressed feeling like they been through the worst part of life, being targets of these accusations. And through it all, police thoroughly investigated the Anderson family. They examined Patricia's finances, business connections, and any possible link to the disposable phone or the people behind it, but found nothing incriminating, and no evidence was ever found. The fact that Patricia overheard part of the phone call doesn't seem implausible. After all, she was Mark's mother and often visited. Olivia, for her part, never hid her business contacts. And while it's certainly eerie that the murder house was built by Patricia, acquaintance Joe Dausa. Police never found evidence linking Joe or Patricia to the crime beyond this strange coincidence. Thus, aside from internet rumors, the accusations against Patricia aren't backed by serious evidence. Police fully exonerated her, as well as Mark, his brother, and everyone else in their circle, quite early in the investigation. The Andersons suffered not only the loss of someone they insist they deeply loved, Olivia, but also reputational damage from unchecked speculation. But I can help but feel for Olivia's family too, who simply crave the truth, especially her father. I understand this doesn't justify defamation, but the desire for answers is natural. I can imagine what that's like, so I sympathize with both families. One of the most intriguing and initially compelling theories had nothing to do with Olivia's boyfriend or his family. Instead, it focused on the idea that Olivia had seen something she shouldn't have. In late 2007, about 2 months before her death, Olivia made a spontaneous weekend trip from Richmond to Charlotte, North Carolina, a state bordering Virginia. During this visit, she briefly met old acquaintances, including reportedly the father of a former boyfriend. Around that time, Charlotte was conducting a major drug operation. On January 2, 2008, police executed Operation High Noon, seizing over 80 kilograms of cocaine worth $8 million and arresting several high-level drug traffickers. It was declared the largest cocaine seizure in North Carolina history. By a striking coincidence, one person implicated in this operation had ties to Olivia's circle. This was Eric DeLucas, a Richmond acquaintance of Olivia S., who was arrested as a major player in the Charlotte drug network. This sparked rampant speculation that perhaps, during her Charlotte trip, Olivia had learned something about the drug operation, maybe overheard a conversation or witnessed a deal, and the cartel or gang decided to silence her, fearing she might inform police. This harrowing theory suggested cartel retaliation, carried out by hitmen posing as clients. Police largely dismissed this motive because, first, they found no evidence Olivia was an informant or played any role in the Charlotte operation. Charlotte police themselves confirmed Olivia wasn't on their radar at all. Olivia was known to be staunchly anti-drug, and many friends said she never used or endorsed that lifestyle. And if she stumbled on criminal information, one might expect her to tell a friend or her father, but she didn't. David later claimed Olivia hinted she'd seen something bad, but no evidence of what that was ever surfaced. Police also note that Olivia's murder doesn't fit the profile of a professional cartel hit. Cartels, when retaliating against informants, typically act more cleanly, like a shooting, and often leave bodies as warnings. But Olivia's murder was frenzied and deeply personal, atypical of a hired killer at work. However, some unresolved, curious facts keep this theory alive. Investigators confirmed that after returning from Charlotte, Olivia viewed the Facebook profile of a relative of someone arrested in the drug operation and even tried calling that person. We don't know why she was on his Facebook. We might know why she called him, Detective Horsley admitted about this odd discovery. But I think if something like a major drug bust involving someone you know happened, it would be absolutely wild. And I'd be looking up what's going on, and if they got arrested, then calling to find out if it's true. I don't know. I just don't think it's beyond possibility that she was calling as a very concerned, warm person, which she was. And importantly, key players in that network were already arrested by the time Olivia was killed. So it's not as if the cartel was still at large, fearing exposure or anything. Ultimately, while the Charlotte connection is tempting and was popularized in a 2010 Dateline episode, police have fully ruled it out as a viable motive. They have publicly stated Olivia, thus murder doesn't appear to have been ordered by a cartel or drug gang, and the timing and methods simply don't align. The inconsistencies were too glaring. Setting aside the simplest theories, the investigation delved into more complex scenarios. One such hypothesis suggested Olivia's murder was planned by someone in real estate or closely tied to her work, pointing to a possible inside job. Perhaps a colleague had access to her schedule. Notably, the killers knew exactly that Olivia would be alone at the house at a specific time, suggesting insider knowledge of her appointments. Police thoroughly vetted colleagues and former clients, and while rumors of a disgruntled client or jealous competitor circulated, nothing concrete emerged. However, it was later revealed that early in the investigation, police suspected involvement from some tough individuals on Olivia's Facebook friends list. Olivia, by all accounts, was highly social with over 100 Facebook friends, including people with criminal histories. Richmond, as social scene is tightly knit, you know someone who knows someone. Detectives initially suspected someone from these questionable contacts might have orchestrated the murder. This theory seemed to echo both the drug angle and general suspicions about anyone in her circle with criminal ties. But again, no convincing evidence was found. Another theory considered organized crime beyond drugs, like money laundering in real estate or a conflict arising from a deal where Olivia accidentally offended someone. Fairfax police publicly stated they found no link between Olivia's legitimate real estate work and her murder, aside from it being a ruse to lure her. In other words, it wasn't the result of a failed deal or client retaliation. The property viewing was merely a convenient trap. Over time, investigators formed their own theory that best fit the evidence Olivia Daisy murder was a personal vendetta carried out by someone, or multiple people, close to her. As one report stated, investigators believe the murder was very personal and planned by someone in her inner circle, possibly someone with access to internal information from her office. This pointed to a scenario where someone in Olivia's social circle held a grudge or had motive to harm her. Perhaps not a best friend, but a friend of a friend or acquaintance. They might have used others, like the couple Olivia met, to do the dirty work while keeping their own hands clean. This could explain the murder as a fury and personal motive combined with a clever plan. But to this day, Police Haven hadn't publicly named any such person, and it seems likely the conspiracy involved more than just the man and woman Olivia encountered, possibly insiders who provided information or had motive, and outsiders who carried it out. In summary, Olivia Mason's murder was a targeted, meticulously planned crime committed by one or more people who knew her personally or indirectly. It wasn't a random killing, a robbery, or a crime of passion in the moment, but a deliberate assassination of a young woman for reasons possibly tied to personal hatred, betrayal, or perceived threat. And more than 15 years later, we were closer to understanding how the crime happened than why. The full truth remains locked behind lips that still refuse to speak. Since 2008, David, Olivia's father, has organized an annual March for Justice in her memory. Every year on February 2nd, the anniversary of her death, rain or shine, David leads supporters through the streets, holding banners and posters with Olivia's photo and calls for information. These marches gather dozens, sometimes over 100 people, all walking to remind the public that the killer or killers remain free. Until arrests are made, I'll keep walking, David vowed. And as of 2025, he's kept that promise for 17 consecutive years. The march typically starts at the Fairfax County Government Building and ends at the Virginia General Assembly, symbolically carrying the plea for justice to the authorities' doorstep. David also quickly recognized the internet as potential. He created the website oliviamasonmurder.com as both a memorial and a hub for tips and discussion. But this site became a double-edged sword. On one hand, it allowed community members to submit information anonymously and gave David a platform to share updates or theories he supported. On the other, it became a breeding ground for speculation, publishing wild theories and at least one malicious false confession. False confession, the echo of unfinished justice. Driven by his quest for truth, David became a true standard-bearer for Olivia's case. He moderated the website, which, despite emotional outbursts and sometimes defamatory posts, relentlessly kept public interest alive. David was relentless in his advocacy, countless interviews with local and national media, and perhaps his most notable appearance on Dr. Phil in May 2019, where he desperately and hopefully urged anyone with information to come forward. In these interviews, David's voice grew louder, and his conviction in the police investigation's incompetence and corruption stronger. He even entertained theories of police conspiracies and high-level interference, though without compelling evidence. It was during this period that Patricia filed her lawsuit, and detectives demanded he cease public attacks. Accusations flew from all sides, creating a whirlwind of passion. Yet despite all the interpersonal drama, one thing remains unchanged. Olivia deserves justice. As of early 2025, no arrests have been made and no charges filed. However, law enforcement seems closer than ever to a breakthrough. Major Crimes Division representatives hint that you have inside information about who did it, but are waiting for Tao, the final piece of the puzzle. This suggests the investigation is in the painstaking phase of gathering court-admissible evidence, perhaps DNA corroborating witness statements, or hope that someone in the conspiracy will finally talk. But with each passing year, the case faces a new challenge: the passage of time. Memories fade, witnesses grow harder to locate, and physical evidence can degrade. Fortunately, in the US, there is no statute of limitations on murder, and Olivia's case can remain open indefinitely until solved. Police are determined to see it through. This is Olivia Mason's story. If you have any information, please contact the Fairfax County Police Department immediately. My deepest condolences to all families affected by this tragedy. If you'd like me to cover other cases, let me know in the comments. Until then, see you.
NOS. In 2014, after losing his driver's license for 12 months due to a DUI charge, an annoying and foolish mistake, the protagonist of this story became a frequent user of the Uber app. There was a nightclub bar in his city that he and his friends would sometimes visit on weekends. Getting home often involved a designated driver, if available, or calling an Uber. On this particular night, he wasn't feeling well, which prompted him to leave the venue a bit earlier, sometime between 1 and 2 a.m. Walking home was out of the question due to the biting cold, so he decided to call an Uber. A driver named Alex, who was nearby, accepted the request. His image, frankly, seemed a bit ominous. An older man, no smile in his photo, with a grayish goatee and a black beanie. Despite this, the short 2-mile distance to his location didn't cause much concern. The car description listed a Chevy Malibu, which sounded perfectly acceptable, and the ride request was sent. He waited, on a bench by the club's entrance, next to the bouncer who stood motionless, like a statue, arms crossed. After about 5 minutes, a silver Chevy Malibu, presumably a 2003 model or around that year, pulled up to the club. The protagonist stood up, feeling a slight disappointment at the sight of such an old and beat-up car. The driver didn't call out to him, honk, or otherwise acknowledge his arrival, simply waiting by the curb. The passenger then approached and got into the back seat of the car. An immediate sense of discomfort arose. The driver didn't offer a greeting, shake hands, or even turn his head to look at the passenger. The only thing he said, in a very quiet voice, was, "Where are we going?" The passenger gave his address. The car started moving down Main Street, but in the opposite direction from his home. Pointing this out, the passenger got the driver to turn left at the next intersection. Now they were moving away from the main roads, delving into quiet residential neighborhoods. The driver hadn't entered the address into his phone, which felt very strange. The passenger didn't know if the driver expected him to provide directions or not. Eventually, he entered his address into his own phone so the driver could follow the voice prompts. When the GPS indicated a left turn on the next street, the driver completely missed the turn. The passenger expressed his confusion with a hand gesture. The driver noticed and said, "I just need to make a quick stop. Don't worry, I'll give you a discount." Despite being intoxicated, the passenger clearly realized something was wrong. It was at this moment that he noticed a gun protruding from the center console next to the driver. By now, his thoughts were consumed with finding a way to get out of the car. At the next red light, he very quietly tried the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. He discovered the child lock was engaged, and from that moment, his heart pounded furiously. The man was driving him far from home. Apparently, they had already crossed 2 city limits. Desperation engulfed the passenger. He couldn't call the police, fearing this man's unpredictable reaction. He decided the best option would be to try and flip the child lock switch, located near the driver in the front seat. He needed to somehow move to the opposite side of the back seat, behind the driver, without being noticed. This was one of the most intense moments of his life. The passenger watched the driver's head intently through the rear-view mirror, making sure he wasn't looking. He very casually slid behind him. Fortunately, the driver didn't notice anything. Now came the scariest part. He needed to reach the button on the front seat at the next red light before the driver could react. With each passing traffic light, the tension grew as the passenger waited for one of them to turn yellow, and finally one did. The driver slowed the car at an intersection that would normally be busy during the day. This was the perfect place to escape. The car stopped. The passenger knew this light didn't stay green for long, so he had to act fast. The car was on the opposite side of the intersection, which was a little reassuring. Gathering all his courage, he reached for the glowing child lock button and must have startled the driver because he jumped a couple of inches in his seat. The driver yelled at him and, as the passenger feared, reached for the gun beside him. The passenger managed to open the door and run to a nearby Cadillac Escalade, where he knocked on the windows, begging for help. They drove off, completely ignoring him, but it no longer mattered because the man in his Chevy Malibu had already disappeared around the block. The passenger ran into the nearest 24-hour convenience store, where this time he called a taxi. It was a very sobering experience, as he had no recollection of being drunk in that store or during the taxi ride home. The driver was reported to Uber, who promised to escalate the situation to the authorities. It wasn't until a full week later that an officer finally showed up at his door for questioning, and that was the end of it. The passenger has no idea what happened to that guy, but he hasn't used Uber since. As a former Uber driver, the narrator encountered many unpleasant characters, from intoxicated groups of friends on Saturday nights to people feigning disabilities for free rides. However, sometimes you come across those who can unequivocally be called true perverts. He had driven several such individuals, but none were as bad as a certain Tom. It was a Friday in December, one of the coldest nights of the year. With no other plans, he decided to work a bit late. These events took place 2 years ago. The narrator was 18 years old and owned a new Honda Accord. His parents, it must be admitted, spoiled him a little. However, being a rather slender 18-year-old, he always followed his father's advice to keep a blade in the car because you never know what kind of psychos will get in your car. A request came in from a young man named Tom, who was just a few miles from a large shopping mall. The driver accepted the call and headed in the indicated direction. As he approached the mall, he noticed a group of teenagers loitering nearby. which immediately gave him a sense of impending trouble. A hope flashed through his mind that Tom wasn't one of them. Many of these young people watched him as he slowly drove past in his car. Eventually, the driver simply pressed the gas pedal and hurried into the mall parking lot, eager to leave the vicinity of this suspicious company as soon as possible. He made 2 full loops around the entire parking lot before finally noticing a figure approaching his car from behind in his left rearview mirror. Rolling down the window, the driver called out loudly, "Tom!" And an affirmative yes came in response. He offered the passenger a seat. This request had to be repeated 3 times, and considering the words were spoken very clearly, the situation felt very strange from the start. On the 4th attempt, Tom finally understood and slowly walked around the back of the car, sitting directly behind the driver. Usually, passengers preferred to sit diagonally, which the driver found more comfortable. When someone sat directly behind him, it sometimes caused him a slight paranoia, especially if the person seemed sinister. This particular passenger was an older man, probably in his 40s. "Where are we going?" the driver asked. Tom gave an address, which was immediately entered into the phone. From the passenger's voice, it was clear he was a heavy smoker. Indeed, the car's interior began to fill with the smell of cigarettes. The address given was 10 miles away, which, fortunately, promised a decent fare. At first, the driver tried to strike up casual conversation, but these attempts were unsuccessful. To yes or no questions, Tom sometimes mumbled something unintelligibly, and any other questions met with dry and concise answers. The driver stopped talking when one of his questions was completely ignored. They had already driven 5 miles, with 5 more to go. By the 6th mile, the atmosphere in the car became unbearably tense. The driver was afraid to look in the rearview mirror, convinced the passenger was watching him. He quickly glanced for half a second and confirmed he was right. Tom was indeed looking. Involuntarily, the driver pressed harder on the gas pedal, wishing this ride would end sooner. By the 8th mile, he realized they were practically in the middle of nowhere. They were driving down an almost deserted street, surrounded by woods on both sides, with only occasional isolated buildings. Now the driver began to suspect the true location of the address the passenger had given. So, while continuing to drive, he swiped his finger across the phone screen to shift the map toward the indicated location. Apparently, the address led to a dead-end street, with no other roads nearby. His nervousness grew with each passing minute. He looked in the mirror again, and Tom was still staring at him intently. Finally, gathering his courage, the driver asked if the given address was his home. Silence reigned for a few moments, and the driver thought he would be ignored again, or perhaps unheard, but after 5 seconds, Tom finally replied, "Yes." Less than a mile remained until the end of the trip, and still only woods stretched around them, with sparse, empty-looking buildings. The driver was approaching the dead-end street where the passenger said his address was, secretly hoping to see at least some houses. When the street appeared, he slowed down to examine it carefully, but there was nothing to be seen but pitch darkness. He could only guess why Tom wanted to take him here alone, so far from people and civilization. The driver casually continued driving, pretending to have missed the turn, hoping the passenger wouldn't notice, but he did. Instantly, Tom sprang from his seat and yelled at the driver, demanding he turn around. Frankly, the driver felt his life was hanging by a thread, so he hastily apologized and quickly made a 3-point turn. As he approached the dead-end street again, his hands slipped into the mesh pocket on the side of his seat where he kept his blade. He very quietly opened the blade and gripped it tightly in his right hand, ready for action. Turning onto the dead-end road, he saw in the headlights exactly what he expected. Nothing but trees on both sides. The driver drove to the end of the road, not a single house or building. He just knew something was about to happen. He was merely trying to prepare himself, physically and mentally, for it. Suddenly, Tom said in the softest voice he could muster, "Thanks for the ride." At that moment, the driver wasn't even thinking about money. The passenger opened his door, but before getting out, he said, "Could you step out of the car for a second? I need help with my bag. My back hurts." But he didn't have a bag. The driver knew for sure he didn't. Tom hadn't gotten in with one. He replied, Yeah, sure. Get out, and I'll help you now." The tremor in his voice was too obvious. What happened next, he never could have imagined. Suddenly, he felt pressure on his neck. It took at least a second before the driver realized he was being choked from the back seat. He immediately plunged the blade into the passenger's left hand, and Tom screamed in pain, loosening his grip on the driver's neck. Tom fell out of the car onto the street, and the driver took that opportunity to turn the car around and practically floor the gas pedal, speeding down the street until he returned to a busy road. He never called the police. The driver was too scared to do anything but drive home, and when he got home, he just wanted to go to sleep and forget about it. Needless to say, after that incident, he stopped working as an Uber driver.
Children's creativity, especially drawing, serves as a means for young talents to express deep feelings and emotions that they are not yet able to comprehend and articulate. At the same time, children often depict their surrounding world, familiar objects, and situations. Therefore, if a child's drawings include figures of strangers holding their hands, it could indicate something deeper and more unsettling. Martin and his wife, raising a 6-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son, encountered an unexplainable phenomenon. Their daughter, whom we'll call Jess, had an extraordinary love for drawing, and her parents fully encouraged her hobby, providing her with all the necessary art supplies. They had a whole Crayola backpack filled with markers, colored pencils, crayons, and drawing paper. Jess's room and even her backpack were filled with numerous drawings, mostly with ordinary, innocent subjects. However, one day Martin discovered a drawing in his daughter's room that puzzled him. It depicted an unfamiliar woman holding Jess's hand. The woman didn't resemble the girl's mother, who was blonde. Instead, she had dark hair. Martin asked Jess who the woman was, and the girl replied that it was someone who sometimes visited her. Such words could be attributed to the fantasies of a 6-year-old with an imaginary friend. But when Martin asked for the friend's name, Jess said Lucia. This name immediately alarmed Martin, and he hurried to show the drawing to his wife, asking if the woman resembled her sister. Initially, Martin's wife suggested it could be anyone, but when Martin told her that their daughter had called the stranger Lucia, her face contorted in horror. Lucia was the name of Martin's wife's deceased sister, who had died long before the children were born. The couple went to their daughter's room and again asked Jess who Lucia was. The girl repeated that she sometimes visited her. Trying to find out more details, the parents asked when Lucia usually came and what they talked about. Jess replied, "She comes sometimes at night when I'm drawing." Martin's wife asked Jess that the next time she saw Lucia, she should draw her again, but with more details. Jess agreed. From that moment on, Martin and his wife started leaving Jess's bedroom door ajar so they could hear if the girl was talking to someone. A few nights later, while in the kitchen, the couple suddenly heard Jess talking to someone in her room. They quietly approached the door to listen in on the conversation. There were long pauses in Jess's speech, but it was clear she was talking to someone or something invisible, answering questions the parents couldn't hear. At one point, Jess said, "They asked about you when they saw my drawing of you. They want me to draw you again." Then Jess fell silent, and Martin and his wife entered the room, asking if she had been talking to Lucia again. The girl nodded, and the parents asked where Lucia was in the room. Jess looked around the room, then stopped at a corner and said, "She's standing right there." Martin and his wife looked at the indicated corner, where there was nothing, but both felt an unsettling sensation and discomfort. Martin's wife quietly asked Jess to draw Lucia exactly, as she looked now, in full detail. Jess agreed, and the couple left the room, feeling slightly uneasy. Soon, Jess called her mom back into the room. Martin and his wife returned to their daughter, and she showed them a new drawing. This drawing confirmed the couple's worst fears. In it, Jess had depicted Lucia with blue eyes, a small mole above her lip, and dressed in white. Lucia had been buried in a white dress, she had blue eyes, and a mole above her lip. Martin's wife wasn't close to her sister, only briefly attending her funeral. Jess had never known about her deceased aunt, and there were no photos of her in the house. Martin and his wife forbade Jess from talking to Lucia. Not because Lucia had done anything terrible in life, but because it frightened the couple. They invited a priest to bless the house and ask all souls to depart in peace. According to Martin, such occurrences ceased afterward. This story was told by an elementary school art teacher. Twice a year, she held an event with each class called Draw and Tell, where children drew something meaningful to them and then told the story behind the drawing. One day, in a third-grade class, most students drew themselves, their families, pets, and other familiar things. But one boy was drawing something that resembled fire. Other children at his table were making fun of him. The teacher approached the boy and asked why he was drawing fire, when he was supposed to draw something meaningful to him. The boy replied, "I know, I'm not finished yet." The incident in the art class left an indelible mark on the teacher's memory and made her rethink her approach to children's art. During the art lesson, as the children enthusiastically transferred their fantasies onto paper, one of the students, whom we'll call Ul, declared that he hadn't finished his work yet. The teacher, showing patience and understanding, allowed him to continue. As the other children finished their masterpieces, she noticed Ul's drawing and saw that he had added a depiction of a house. Intrigued, she asked the boy to step into the hallway with her, taking the drawing. In the hallway, the teacher, concerned by what she saw, asked Ul why he had drawn a burning house, as such a picture clearly didn't fit the Draw and Tell lesson's theme. The boy's answer shocked her, "It's not. It's the house my parents tried to burn down with me inside." The teacher was speechless, unsure how to react to such a terrible confession. Confused, she kept the drawing, asked the boy to return to his seat, and announced that the Draw and Tell lesson was cancelled. Returning to the classroom, she sat at her desk for a moment, holding back tears, and then told the students that everyone would take their drawings home. This tragic story, shared by an anonymous parent, makes one wonder what secrets might be hidden behind children's drawings. Another story, involving Molly's family, a 5-year-old quiet and well-behaved girl, according to her father, also causes alarm and concern. One night, Molly came into her parents' room and said she was afraid there was someone in her closet. Brad, the girl's father, took her back to her room and showed her the inside of the closet to convince her there were no monsters there. The next night, Molly again came into her parents' room, saying there was a monster in her closet again. This time, Brad and Jane allowed Molly to sleep with them. The next day, Molly drew the supposed monster she had seen and showed it to her parents. Brad stated that the drawing, admittedly, scared him, but up until that point, it all seemed like normal childish things. Until one of the following nights, Brad and Jane were woken by Molly's crying and screaming. They rushed to her room to find out what happened, and she said, "I'm bleeding," lifting her shirt on her back, where 2 scratches were visible. Molly claimed it was the monster. Brad turned the entire bedroom and the whole house upside down, looking for anyone who could have done it. When the house was empty, Brad and Jane had no choice but to assume that Molly had probably done it herself somehow, either intentionally or accidentally. But over time, as the couple was able to think it over, the chain of events seemed too wild to be just a coincidence. While the couple was getting Molly used to sleeping alone again, Molly never changed her story that the monster had scratched her back. To make her more comfortable sleeping alone, they moved Molly's furniture into the guest bedroom and made it her new room. Molly came into her parents' room a couple more times in the middle of the night, but both times when asked if she had seen the monster again, she said, "No, I'm just scared." Fortunately, no further physical harm was inflicted upon her in her sleep. Another story, sent in by Giovanna, tells of a mysterious drawing she found on her desk in her room. Since she lets her 7-year-old brother draw on her desk, it seemed strange to her from the beginning that her brother would leave it on the desk at all, because he usually took all his drawings back to his room and hid them. But since he left this one, she felt he wanted her to see it. Looking at it, she saw that it was a fairly innocent family drawing done by a 7-year-old, but then a black figure lurked in the corner, labeled the Taking Man. Giovanna left it on her desk for a couple of days before noticing the figure in the corner when she looked at the drawing again. The man was sitting on a swing, but the family didn't own a swing set. This could be attributed to the child being 7, but he had never asked his parents for a swing set and showed no interest in them generally. Beneath the mysterious figure labeled the Taking Man, there appeared to be some object that Giovanna thought looked like a window or some kind of door in the ground. So, she went outside to check the lawn for any door, window, anything, but there was nothing. A few days later, while in the bathroom, which was across the hall from her brother's room, Giovanna was washing up when she heard her brother giggling and talking. It could have just been him playing with his toys alone, but still, after finishing her skincare routine and rinsing her face, Giovanna went to check on her brother. His door was slightly ajar, so she peeked in and saw him on the floor, talking to something under his bed. She quickly opened the door, and her brother stood up, sat on his bed, and turned his head towards the television. When she asked who he was talking to, he replied that he wasn't talking to anyone. Assuming he was just playing, Giovanna went to bed. The next morning, her brother woke up holding an empty glass and asked if she could fill it with chocolate milk. Giovanna went downstairs to fill his glass and came back upstairs with a couple of snacks for herself. She entered her brother's room and, strangely, saw him sound asleep. She woke him up and handed him the glass, but he insisted he hadn't asked for it. However, she knew he had, so she didn't argue with him and left the glass next to his bed. A glass of water had been left on the nightstand. That night, around 4 in the morning, Giovanna awoke to the sounds of conversation coming from her brother's room. Without losing a second, she went across the hall to his room and peeked inside. The girl remembered her brother's voice, animatedly talking to someone, and a vague silhouette of a dark figure looming in the dim light. The next thing she remembered was waking up in her own bed the next morning. When questioned by his sister, the brother merely shrugged, puzzled, assuring her that he didn't remember any nighttime conversations. Giovanna, concerned by what she had seen and the strange drawing, shared her worries with her parents. After talking to their son, they learned that the character in the drawing was the Taking Man, who returns and takes things. The boy spoke of him with trust and even called him his best friend, mentioning red berries, similar to cranberries, that he had been given. However, according to the child, this mysterious friend would not return. Giovanna still cannot say with certainty whether what she saw in her brother's room was a dream or a sinister reality. The image of the dark figure, imprinted in her memory, was too vivid and clear to be a simple dream. But if it wasn't a dream, then what happened after the encounter with the shadow remains a mystery to her, as her memory of that period was as if erased. Since then, her younger brother has never once mentioned the taking man.
NUS Alice, who was 16 at the time, would never forget the events of 1977 in Colorado Springs. For several months, she had been babysitting for her neighbor, Mrs. Carter. The kids, Tommy, 6, and Lily, 8, were remarkably well behaved. They both went to bed quietly without making a fuss. The task seemed simple, just a couple of hours of watching to prevent any mishaps, like an accidental fire, and some cash in her pocket. However, that night, February 7th, started routinely, but ended so dramatically that the memories still haunt Alice to this day. Mrs. Carter lived in the same apartment complex as Alice's family, just a few doors down. As a single mother, she always looked exhausted, rushing off to her night shift at the local diner. She had found Alice through an ad she posted at the community center. Reliable teen babysitter, $2 an hour. The woman liked that the girl lived nearby and didn't charge high rates. That evening, Mrs. Carter kissed Tommy and Lily. Goodbye handed Alice a $5 bill and instructed, "I'll be back by midnight. Lock the door, Alice." The girl nodded, already flipping through channels on the old TV. The apartment was a modest one, cluttered with toys and piles of unwashed laundry. The children, dressed in pajamas, were curled up on the sofa. Alice picked up a Dr. Seuss book, their favorite story with bright illustrations and funny rhymes, and read aloud until the little one's eyelids drooped. By 8:30, they were sound asleep. She carefully carried them to their beds, went around the rooms checking the windows, and locked the front door, following her usual routine. A peaceful silence settled, broken only by the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional noise of passing cars. Settling on the couch with a bag of chips, Alice turned on a light-hearted comedy, turning the sound down to a whisper so as not to disturb the children. Around 9 in the evening, a suspicious noise occurred. A light thud, as if something had slipped in the kitchen. Alice froze, her hand with a chip paused at her lips. The apartment was on the first floor, and the kitchen window faced directly onto the parking lot. She tried to convince herself it was nothing. Maybe a stray cat had jumped onto the windowsill or the wind had stirred the trash. But her pulse quickened. Her heart pounded. She grabbed the phone, an antique rotary dial, and moved it closer. There were no cell phones back then, just a cord that barely reached the couch. Taking a deep breath, she tiptoed into the kitchen and flicked on the light. Empty. The window was locked. The sink was clean. Alice chuckled at her own fear, feeling foolish, and returned to the screen. Soon after, there was another sound, a sharp scraping, as if metal scratched against glass. It came from the back door, which led to a narrow patio. Alice turned off the TV, listening in the darkness. The children were still sleeping peacefully in their room. From behind the door, she could hear Tommy's soft snoring, reassuring in its ordinariness. Barefoot, in socks, she moved silently to the door, where the linoleum gently cushioned underfoot. There was a small window in the door, covered by a thin curtain. Pulling it aside a centimeter, Alice peered out. The patio was shrouded in gloom. The nearest street lamp was too far away to dispel the shadows. But in the corner, behind the glass, something stirred. Or was it just her imagination? Her stomach clenched. She pulled the handle the lock held firm. Stepping back, she was already mentally dialing her mother's number. But then she heard footsteps, not outside, but inside the apartment. Heavy, measured, they echoed from the hallway near the children's room. Alice darted to the kitchen drawer and grabbed a knife. Her hands were shaking, and the blade nearly slipped. "Who's there?" she whispered, her voice cracking. Silence, only another step in response. With the knife at the ready, breathing raggedly, she moved down the hallway. The door to the children's room remained ajar, as it should, but the air suddenly felt thick, filled with the sensation of being watched. Pushing the door open, Alice burst inside. Tommy and Lily were sound asleep in their beds. Relief washed over her, her knees buckling. However, a shadow lurked in the corner, tall, static, like a sentinel. The girl froze. The knife fell from her sweaty hand. "Go away," she said more firmly, trying to sound confident. The shadow didn't flinch. Turning on the lamp, Alice expected to see emptiness, the product of her overactive imagination, the weariness of a long evening. But no, a man in his 20s stood by the children's dresser, tall, with tousled hair and the piercing gaze of dark eyes. He stared directly at her. A knife gleamed in his fist, far more imposing than her own, reflecting the light from the bulb. Alice screamed, recoiling. The stranger was silent, only taking a step forward. In a panic, she lunged for the front door, her fingers slipping on the lock, wet with sweat. Behind her, his boots thudded, heavy and relentless. Finally, the door swung open, and Alice burst into the parking lot, screaming for help into the cold night. A light flashed on in a neighboring apartment window. Someone shouted, "Call the police!" Barefoot, not feeling the asphalt burning her feet with frost, she ran on until she burst into her own apartment. Her father had already run outside. Sensing something was wrong from the noise, he dragged his daughter inside, held her close, and dialed 911. The police arrived quickly. After inspecting the scene, they stated that the man had fled, the back door forced open with a tool. The children had slept through everything safe and sound. Thankfully, blood was found on Alice's pajamas, not her own, but smeared in haste when she brushed against the wall. Detectives collected samples along with fingerprints from the door. It later turned out to be William Kernan, a local college student who knew Mrs. Carter. He had often appeared in the complex, loitering aimlessly. He was not arrested that night. He had long since melted into the darkness. Decades later, in 2024, Alice stumbled upon a news story. The case was finally resolved. DNA from that blood perfectly matched the profile of Kernan, who died in 2010. Full verification was impossible. The body had been cremated, and there were no relatives left, but investigators had no doubt of his involvement. That same evening, he had stabbed a 14-year-old girl named Maria Hansel in a neighboring apartment. She, like Alice, was working as a babysitter and did not survive. Still, in her nightmares, Alice sees his eyes, icy, bottomless. After the incident, she refused to babysit again, never set foot in that complex again. At times, she wonders how close she came to the edge, to becoming just a line in a police report or a newspaper chronicle. She started babysitting for the Millers when she was 12. By 15, it had become a routine. Walk a couple of blocks, watch their 6-year-old son and 8-year-old daughter get paid, and go home. The children were rambunctious, completely messy, and devious in the ugliest ways. However, the money she earned allowed her to buy necessary school supplies and save up for a used bicycle. That Friday evening, Mrs. Miller said that she and her husband would be back around 11. Nothing unusual, she said, shrugging on her coat. The girl nodded, mentally planning, get the kids to bed by 9, finish her homework at their kitchen table, and be in her own bed before midnight. By 8:30, the house was quiet. The single lamp on the floor lamp softly illuminated the living room. Cartoons played at low volume. Rain drummed against the wide front window, and from time to time, headlights swept across the curtains, casting shadows. The children, exhausted from an hour of wild games, were curled up on the couch, wrapped in blankets up to their chins. She clutched to the remote to instantly mute any intrusive commercials that could wake them. 9 o'clock passed. She decided to give them an extra 10 minutes before carrying them upstairs. Getting up, she stretched and headed to the thermostat to turn up the heat slightly. And at that moment, everything changed. A dull thud at the front door, massive, decisive, nothing like the crack of a broken branch or a gust of wind. The lampshade vibrated slightly. A second blow sounded muffled, as if someone was pressing their ear against the panel. Her heart pounded. She looked at the children. Their eyes were now wide with fear. Pressing a finger to her lips, she whispered, "Hide behind the couch, not a sound." They obeyed silently, a feat for those restless kids, and scurried under the knitted blanket. She turned off the TV and the lamp. The room was plunged into darkness, broken only by the flickering numbers on the cable receiver. In this sudden silence, the sound of the rain intensified, but she still caught the commotion at the entrance, the rustle of soles on the mat. She pulled the phone out of her pocket. Not a single bar of signal. Their home network often acted up during thunderstorms, so contacting anyone was impossible. Backing towards the kitchen, she yanked open a drawer by the sink and grabbed the largest steak knife, the one she had washed earlier after heating up store-bought pizza for the kids. She tried to even out her breathing, creeping along the wall to the hallway leading to the door. In this rickety house, every inch of parquet betrayed her presence, so she leaned on her heels first, muffling any possible creaks. Halfway there was a new noise, the click of the mail slot, which opened and slammed shut. Someone outside was probing vulnerabilities, probably looking for a weak spot in the lock. The thought of escaping through the back door with the children flashed through her mind, but the backyard had no fence and backed onto a dense, dark grove. If the stranger went around the building, they would be trapped in the open. The decision to face the threat inside, where she knew the layout, seemed more reasonable. With the phone clutched in her left hand and the knife in her right, she turned the corner and raised the blade to shoulder level. Her pulse was pounding in her temples so fiercely that she could barely hear the front door swing open. 2 tall figures burst inside, waving their arms, their mouths agape. Boo! For a moment, her mind refused to recognize those faces. Then a flash of lightning lit up the window behind them, and she made out Mr. and Mrs. Miller, their wet coats glistening with water. They burst into laughter, doubled over, and patting each other on the shoulders. Her scream caught in her throat. Her breath caught. The tip of the knife trembled inches from Mr. Miller's chest. He straightened up, noticed the blade, and his cheerful grin faded. "Hey, take it easy," he said, raising his hands as if facing the barrel of a police revolver. Mrs. Miller wiped tears from her cheeks, still giggling. "We were checking if you'd be brave," she explained. "Looks like you passed the test with flying colors." She lowered the knife, but horror gave way to anger. Her knees buckled. "You risked your lives," she breathed. Mr. Miller waved his hand. "All for fun. We came back early, wanted to test your mettle." He turned away to hang up his coat. "Put the kids to bed, okay? We're hungry. We'll make grilled cheese." She stood frozen, waiting for at least an apology or permission to leave. But the couple simply walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and began clattering dishes. She returned to the living room, still trembling. The children emerged from their hiding place, stunned. She told them that their parents were back and dragged the 6-year-old upstairs, the 8-year-old trailing behind. Putting them to bed was awkward. They sensed her confusion. She kept her tone even and concise. "Good night. Your parents are downstairs." Turning off the light in the hallway, she still clutched the knife. Returning it to the drawer, she washed the blade clean of fingerprints and wiped it thoroughly. From the corner of the hallway through the kitchen doorway, she saw the adults. They stood by the stove, embracing, swaying in time, and laughing at some family joke, spreading butter on bread. The aroma of melting cheese wafted through the house, but her stomach only clenched. She sat down at the dining table, placing her phone face down. No one offered her a snack. No one expressed gratitude for her restraint in not stabbing Mr. Miller in the ribs. By 10:30, Mrs. Miller finally paid attention to her. "You can go," she chirped. "Standard pay." The girl walked home in the pouring rain, the money folded in half in her pocket, her boots squishing through puddles. That night, she lay in her room staring at the ceiling, replaying in her mind the moment the door swung open, the flash of lightning, the glint of the knife, Mr. Miller's dark, wet coat like a silhouette from a police procedural. She realized how close she had been to turning her fate and their lives upside down with one instinctive movement. She realized that her own life and the lives of their children hung by a thread. The girl also realized that the parents were completely indifferent to her distress. This prank served only their personal entertainment. Since then, she no longer agreed to look after their offspring. When Mrs. Miller sent a message 2 weeks later, the girl replied that she was busy with schoolwork. After that, the invitations stopped. In the evenings, heading to the bus stop, she sometimes passed their porch. From the outside, the house seemed quiet. Ordinary warm yellow light shone through the windows. Toys littered the lawn. However, the chilling rush of horror they had caused for fun flashed in her memory. This incident taught her 2 important lessons. Panic feels as acute as a real threat, and some adults remain eternally immature. Now she carefully checks every door she enters, including her own. Her phone is always charged and ready, and if someone brings up a harmless joke built on someone else's embarrassment, she remembers the trembling knife in her hand and shakes her head firmly. No, the girl never particularly believed in ghosts, but after babysitting at the Thompsons' house, her certainty wavered. It was an ordinary-looking cottage at the end of Willow Street, right across from St. Mary's Church in her quiet, provincial town. The girl's mother worked as a kindergarten teacher and knew the Thompsons' sons, Ethan and Liam, well from her classes. Mrs. Thompson had called her one evening last summer because their regular babysitter had suddenly cancelled. She was 17, needed the money, and figured it was an easy gig. How wrong she was. The evening started uneventfully. Ethan and Liam, 6 and 8 years old respectively, turned out to be charming but restless scamps running around their dilapidated 2-story house. It was a typical house built in the 70s, with creaking wooden floors and a faint, musty smell, as if permeated with all the decades it had lived through. Mrs. Thompson left a clear list of tasks: feed the boys, oversee hygiene, and put them to bed by 9 in the evening. Nothing complicated. At 6:30, she was in the kitchen with them, preparing dinner. The boys insisted on tacos, so they were taking ingredients out of the refrigerator. Liam slammed a plastic container of store-bought salsa onto the table. She turned around for the cheese, and suddenly the container exploded. Sauce splattered everywhere, on the walls, cabinets, refrigerator, creating a scene reminiscent of a bloody massacre. The boys shrieked, a mixture of laughter and fright. The girl froze, clutching a piece of cheddar tightly, in complete amazement. She assumed the salsa was old, maybe fermented and built up gas. That's how she calmed herself, grabbing a roll of paper towels and starting to clean. The children helped, giggling nervously, but Ethan kept glancing towards the living room, as if anticipating someone's arrival. It took them a good 20 minutes to wipe up all the mess, and the pungent tomato smell stubbornly lingered. They were still wiping remnants off the refrigerator when a sharp crash came from the living room, as if something massive had collapsed. She told the boys not to move and headed there, her heartbeat accelerating. 2 photo frames, one with a picture of the boys on the beach, the other with the parents at their wedding ceremony, had fallen off the walls opposite each other. Both lay on the carpet, the glass intact, face up, as if they had been carefully placed on purpose. She inspected the walls. The nails were in place, no cracks or damage. The windows were locked, no draft. Ethan, who had followed her despite the ban, whispered, "This happens sometimes." She forced a smile, leaned the frames against the wall, and didn't put them back. Her stomach churned, but she kept telling herself it was just the quirks of an old house. After the meal, it was time for bathing. She herded the boys upstairs, drew a bath, and let them splash around while she stood in the hallway, leaving the bathroom door slightly ajar. Their father's office was across the hall, a cramped room with a cluttered desk and an antiquated desktop computer. As she leaned against the wall, scrolling through her phone feed, there was a soft, tinkling sound, followed by another. The monitor came to life, its fans whirring loudly. The screen lit up with a blue light, displaying the Windows login window. She froze. No one had touched the device. The children were splashing in the bath, and she kept her distance from the desk. Peeking into the office, she expected to find a cat or a random object on the keyboard, but the room was empty. The mouse was motionless, the keyboard covered in a thin layer of dust. The girl attributed it to an automatic update, but after the salsa and frame incidents, it seemed ominous. She yanked the monitor's power cord and hurried back to the hallway. By 9:15, she had put Ethan and Liam to bed in their shared bedroom on the 2nd floor. They were exhausted and instantly fell asleep. their steady snores filling the space. She closed the door and went down to the living room to wait for the Thompsons to return. Flipping through channels on their bulky, ancient TV, she suddenly caught it. Footsteps, measured and heavy, shuffling down the upper hallway. She muted the sound, her pulse quickening. Decided the boys had woken up. She tiptoed up the creaking stairs. The bedroom door was closed. Opening it slightly, she saw that they were sleeping soundly, as before. The hallway was deserted, the air still. She went around the other rooms, the guest room, the bathroom, the office, all empty. Goosebumps ran down her skin as she returned downstairs. 10 minutes later, the creaking resumed, now quieter and slower, as if an invisible figure was pacing from one end of the hallway to the other. She didn't dare go up again. She huddled in the corner of the sofa, texting her boyfriend about her growing fear. "Just relax," he replied. "Old houses always have lots of noises." But she didn't buy it. She sat clutching her phone, mentally counting down the minutes until 10:30. When the Thompsons finally returned, she tried to act casual, but she must have given away her anxiety, because Mrs. Thompson asked if everything was okay. The girl mumbled that the boys had behaved perfectly and hurried to grab her coat. She didn't mention the salsa, the frames, the computer, or the footsteps. She just wanted to leave as soon as possible. On the way home, she thought about Ethan's whisper. This happens sometimes. She babysat them a couple more times, but never stayed late, and always brought a friend with her. To this day, she doesn't understand what exactly was going on in that house, but it clearly wasn't her imagination. The place exuded something wrong, and the memory of it is forever etched in her memory. NUS last spring, a 17-year-old girl took a Friday night babysitting job at the Davids house, just 5 blocks from her own home in Chandler, Arizona. She was saving up for college, and the prospect of earning an extra $20 an hour seemed especially appealing. The neighborhood seemed like a safe haven, with neat single-story homes, manicured lawns, and streetlights every 30 yards. Her parents approved of the visit. She arrived at exactly 6:30 p.m. Mrs. David showed her the alarm panel, the Wi-Fi password, and emergency contacts. She changed 4-year-old Sybil and 6-year-old Tyler into their pajamas and left a portion of cool chicken nuggets in the refrigerator. Mr. David strictly reminded her of bedtime at 8:30 p.m. without any delays. The couple departed for a charity dinner downtown. As soon as the front door closed, the girl instinctively slid the bolt. The evening passed smoothly and peacefully. The children colored with crayons, then watched only half an episode of Paw Patrol, after which they brushed their teeth. At 8:25 p.m., she took them upstairs, read a brief story about a lost puppy, and turned on a nightlight in the shape of a glowing blue LED moon. The little ones fell asleep almost instantly. Downstairs, she texted her mother, spread out her biology flashcards on the kitchen island, and poured herself a refreshing cold drink. At exactly 9:15 p.m., there was a persistent knock at the door. She startled in surprise. The Davids had not mentioned any possible visitors. Peering through the peephole, she saw a man of about 40, dressed in a gray hooded sweatshirt, dark jeans, and sneakers. In his hand, he dangled a key fob, and he politely waved at the lens of the entrance camera. A black Honda idled quietly at the curb. He said in a very ordinary tone, as if he were sure she could hear him, "Hey, I'm the kid's uncle, Brandon. I left my keys earlier." I want to pick something up from the bedroom upstairs. His voice was even, without pressure. However, all the internal alarm bells in her mind howled in unison. The Davids had never mentioned any brother. Through the closed door, she replied in a firm but calm voice. The parents didn't say anything about you coming. That's my fault, he retorted. I assured my sister that I had a spare key. Listen, Sybil asked for her purple blanket earlier, right? She always reaches for it when she's tired, and Tyler ate macaroni and cheese before changing into his dinosaur pajamas. I know their usual routine. His words were accurate in detail. Her stomach twisted into a knot. Maybe he really is a relative. Maybe it's just a clever trick. She stepped away from the door and launched the nursery monitor app. Both children were snoring peacefully in a steady breathing rhythm. Her gaze slid to the tablet with the living room cameras. The street lens captured the man, impatiently shifting from foot to foot, but not trying to grab the handle. She dialed Mrs. David's number. No answer. The call to Mr. David went straight to voicemail. The thought of calling 911 flashed, but she hesitated. In Arizona, there is a fine for false alarms. At that moment, a message arrived. Sorry, it's so hectic at the banquet. Is everything okay? From Mrs. David. The girl hurriedly typed, There's a man here named Brandon. Your brother is demanding to be let in. The screen flashed 3 dots of anticipation. Then came the reply, We don't have a brother. Call the police immediately. Her palms trembled. She took a deep breath and dialed 911, clearly stating the address, the stranger's description, and specifying that 2 children were sleeping peacefully upstairs. A muffled knock came from the hallway. The man knocked again, maintaining the same politeness. I really need that blanket. I swear, just 2 minutes. She said nothing. He waited about 10 seconds. The camera caught him heading to the front windows, pressing his hands against the glass, trying to look inside. The girl hastily turned off the lights in the room to remain unnoticed. In the faint glow of the phone screen, she watched him go around the wall and approached the side gate. Soon, the motion sensor in the yard flashed and went out. The dispatcher kept in touch. A patrol will arrive in 3 minutes. Don't go out and keep everything locked. She crept silently to the patio door. The lock was secure, the curtains securely drawn. Outside, there was dead silence. A heavy stillness hung in the house. Even the usual hum of the refrigerator seemed muffled. In the distance, she heard the wailing sirens of 2 police cars, which soon fell silent. Red and blue flashes broke through the blinds. The girl froze in the hallway until an officer called out to her from the porch, giving his badge number through the door. Only then did she crack the entrance open. The police officers thoroughly combed the yard and the surrounding streets. The Honda had vanished without a trace. Tire tracks stretched to the main highway. Neighboring door cameras captured nothing useful. The stranger had parked out of their view. In the house, the children never woke up from the commotion. The officers recorded her statement, noted her vigilance, and waited for the return of Mr. and Mrs. David, who rushed home pale as sheets. Mrs. David squeezed her so tightly that she gasped for breath and muttered, "Thank you for protecting them." By 12:30 a.m., the patrol cars had left. The parents insisted on personally driving her home. She agreed, but kept looking over her shoulder throughout the ride. At night, all the details of what she had experienced swirled in her head. How did he know about the children's dinner and the exact bedtime? Had he been peeking in the windows beforehand? Had he been eavesdropping on her conversations? Later, the Davids found a gap between the window frame and the lock. He had, probably managed to break it before her arrival and was listening from the garden. He disappeared before the police arrived, suggesting either a signal scanner or animal instincts. Weeks passed before she dared to take on evening babysitting jobs again. When she did, she brought blackout film for the windows, replaced the unreliable latches with sturdy ones, and always kept a baseball bat close at hand. She learned that a calm tone and personal details are not always a guarantee of truthfulness. The detectives who got involved later revealed that similar men had been seen near elementary schools, where they picked up snippets of conversation for greater credibility. They believed that this type had targeted 3 houses that month, invariably hiding behind family ties. This brought no relief. On the contrary, it only highlighted the sophistication of his manipulative style. The case remains open, with no arrests. She still babysits, but only for trusted relatives, and never dismisses her gut feelings. Safety hangs by thin threads, locking the gate, not engaging in conversation with strangers, verifying backgrounds. That night, her decisions saved the situation. 2 little ones continued to doze under the soft blue light of the nightlight, undisturbed by the steps of an uninvited guest. There are nights when she wakes up to the echo of that quiet knock and even voice, begging for a child's blanket. He seems so patient, almost cordial, waiting for a moment of trust. Let no one succumb. No one will believe this story, but it still hangs in the air, giving no peace. Leah isn't one for ghost stories or wild fabrications, but the events of the past month still rob her of sleep. She's 32, working as a nurse at a small hospital in upstate New York. Her shifts often run late, and she drives home on deserted highways winding through forests and fields. On ordinary evenings, it brings peace. Just her faithful old Honda Civic, and the muted murmur of the radio. But that night, everything went wrong. The clock read around 11:30 p.m. when Leah, exhausted after a 12-hour shift, finally pulled out. The main highway, Route 12, was her usual route, a 2-lane strip with dense thickets of trees on either side, and occasional gas stations blinking in the darkness. Approaching a turn 5 miles from home, she noticed orange warning signs about construction and plastic cones blocking the way. A huge arrow pointed insistently to the left, onto a secondary road that Leah had never even heard of before. The sign was concise: detour, road work ahead. She sighed in annoyance, dreaming only of a hot shower and a soft bed. But there was no choice. She had to turn onto this narrow, unlit path. From the first few feet, the detour felt ominous, like a sinister labyrinth. The asphalt barely fit 2 cars side by side, and tree branches hung down on both sides, creating a feeling of being trapped. Not a single street light. Not a single light in the windows of houses, just solid blackness and the crunch of gravel under the wheels. Leah turned down the radio to concentrate better and gripped the steering wheel tighter, feeling her palms getting clammy. The road snaked and twisted, and she kept looking for signs of road work, a crew of workers in vests, rumbling equipment, or at least a pile of equipment. Nothing like that, just an endless succession of tree trunks and the steady hum of the engine echoing in the silence. After 10 minutes, a vague unease began to grow into anxiety in Leah's soul. Not a single oncoming car, the path seemed endless, Like in a nightmare, the GPS signal kept disappearing and reappearing intermittently, refusing to give clear directions. Something's not right here, she whispered to herself, fighting the rising fear. At that moment, she glanced in the rearview mirror and saw it, a truck, 100 yards back, crawling forward at a snail's pace. Its headlights were off, blending into the night background. Her stomach twisted into a knot. Who in their right mind drives around in the dark without lights? Leah tried to convince herself that it was nothing, just a local resident on the same detour, hurrying about their business. However, the truck maintained its distance, neither approaching nor pulling away, like a shadow clinging to her tail. She pressed the gas pedal, trying to break away and escape this pursuit. It reacted instantly, also picking up speed. Leah's heart beat wildly, throbbing in her temples. To pull herself together, she mentally ran through explanations. Maybe their headlights had failed, or they were just as lost in this wilderness as she was. But then her gaze fell on the side of the road. There were no more construction signs. Not a single cone, no barricades, not even a trace of detour signs. Suddenly, the realization came. She hadn't noticed any work on Route 12 either. No excavators, no torn-up pavement. Just those mysterious signs and obstacles that had appeared out of nowhere. Panic washed over her in a wave, cold and clammy. Leah grabbed her phone to dial 911. There was no signal at all. In this wilderness, she was completely alone, cut off from the world. The truck stubbornly stayed behind, its silhouette in the mirror resembling a disembodied ghost, relentlessly following at her heels. She pressed down even harder on the accelerator, and the car shook on the potholes, protesting against such driving. It didn't fall behind by a single step. Now Leah could make out the details. It was a worn-out pickup truck, painted black or dark blue, and the figure of the driver was lost in the dimness of the cab. "Hang on, find a way onto the main road. Everything will be fine," she repeated to herself like a mantra. But the road continued to twist and turn, and she lost all sense of her location. Suddenly, a dim light flickered ahead, promising salvation. Headlights of an oncoming vehicle were approaching, cutting through the darkness. A wave of relief washed over Leah. It could be a patrol car or just a good Samaritan willing to help. As the SUV drew level, she slowed down and flashed her high beams twice, signaling distress. It turned out to be a white SUV. It also slowed down and pulled to the edge of the shoulder. Leah stopped, leaving the engine idling, and cracked the window just enough to call out, "Hey, I think someone's following me." The driver, a middle-aged man in thin-rimmed glasses, leaned out of the cab and asked, "Are you okay?" She pointed back. "There's a truck back there, no headlights. It's been chasing me for miles." He squinted, peering into the darkness behind her. The expression on his face changed instantly, becoming concerned. "There's no truck there." Leah turned sharply to the mirror. The road behind her was empty, as if it had never been there. Her blood ran cold. She could have sworn she had seen it just a second ago, clearly and closely. "Listen," the man said soothingly. "This road is full of strange things. I was also detoured here, but there were no repairs on the 12th. I checked myself. Drive behind me. I'll lead you back to the main road." Leah nodded silently, too stunned to argue or ask questions. She pulled up behind the SUV, keeping her eyes glued to the mirrors. Not a trace of the truck, just the bottomless darkness, swallowing up all traces. After 10 minutes, they finally burst onto Route 12. The orange signs and cones had vanished, as if they had never been placed at all, leaving only a vague memory. Leah thanked the man heartily. He promised to contact the police and report what had happened, and sped home, carefully locking all the locks. In her apartment, she couldn't close her eyes, running through the events in her mind, those sudden signs, the mysterious truck, its inexplicable disappearance. In the morning, she dialed the sheriff's office. They confirmed that no repairs had been planned on Route 12 that night. Not a single complaint of false detours. Leah dove into the internet and came across forums where others shared similar cases. Fake detours, mysterious cars leading nowhere. Some blamed it on someone's prank. Others whispered about something sinister, robbers or something worse lurking in the shadows. What exactly she saw, Leah doesn't know for sure. Maybe it was just a prank, or her tired mind played a trick on her. But the feeling of the clammy, unnatural presence of that road doesn't leave her, as if the highway harbored its own will, waiting for lonely travelers. Now Leah chooses a different route, even if it's longer, avoiding suspicious sections. And every time she sees a construction sign, her heart clenches with foreboding. She doubts she will ever feel safe driving alone again under the cover of night. When Leah was 15, she first met her future husband, who had just turned 16 in art class. Their small town didn't spoil teenagers just starting romantic relationships with a variety of entertainment, except for rare outings to the nearest Target for small purchases. The settlement, despite its modesty, had a special charm due to its rich past. Tourists came specifically to wander along the ancient mining trails or enjoy the views of the river that cut through the canyon nearby. This river, with its winding paths and panoramic vistas, served as the soul of the entire district, attracting both locals and visitors eager to immerse themselves in the embrace of a wild nature, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Leah spent her childhood exploring the trails near the river. She walked and biked them countless times, memorizing every turn and hidden corner. This place was home, like an extension of her own garden behind the house, full of cozy secrets. Usually, it gave a feeling of complete security and peace, where the rustle of falling leaves merged with the soft splash of water, creating an atmosphere of serenity and harmony. She especially liked one of the paths, a half-mile trail leading to a modest bridge across the river. The bridge itself was not striking in scale, but it offered a mesmerizing view of the rushing water below, framed by the steep slopes of the canyon, where sunlight played on the surface, creating the illusion of eternal motion. It was there that Leah always felt a surge of lightness, as if time slowed down, allowing the world to unfold in all its beauty. Time seemed to stretch out, and the surrounding world slowed down. But nearby stood another bridge, far grander in scale and fame, one of the tallest on the planet. A true engineering masterpiece that attracted daredevils and curious tourists to its base. Walks in its vicinity opened up breathtaking panoramas of the canyon and the rushing river below. However, behind all this beauty hid a dark backstory. Over the decades, the bridge had become a sinister symbol, a point on the map where the lives of suicides ended all too often. The heavy imprint of these events hung in the atmosphere, like an invisible whisper about the dark side of this structure. The woman and her husband, looking for a light adventure, chose an evening stroll along the path to the small bridge around 6 p.m. The river lurked in a deep canyon, where the steep slopes absorbed the sun's rays long before dusk. The road was familiar, but from the first steps she felt a vague excitement that she couldn't shake off. Twilight in the canyon was thickening faster than expected, the air filled with heaviness. The distance to the bridge was short, just half a mile, with a right turn leading directly to the crossing. However, the light was fading rapidly. The forest around was quieting down. The sounds that usually filled the space, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, gave way to a oppressive silence, full of foreboding. By the time they reached the turn to the bridge, there was absolute, pitch-black darkness. Although the clock showed about 7 p.m., the darkness was confusing, as if the canyon had closed in an embrace around the travelers. They lit the flashlights on their smartphones, thin beams cutting through the impenetrable blackness, but highlighting only a narrow circle under their feet. Everything else dissolved into oblivion. The woman's stomach clenched with a mounting inexplicable fear that grew in waves. This path was as familiar to her as the back of her hand. She had walked it dozens of times, but that night everything felt different, alien. She suggested turning back, but her husband, always more courageous or stubborn, insisted on continuing. Approaching a bend in the path, she suddenly stopped. Right 3 feet from the path, at the very beginning of the bridge, loomed a tall silhouette. The flashlight beam highlighted his back, and the woman's heart clenched. The figure seemed gigantic, at least 6-7 feet tall, with a powerful physique of 200 to 250 pounds. He was wearing a brown flannel shirt and dark pants, blue or black. Brown hair rose unnaturally, as if molded from clay rather than growing. However, it wasn't the size that caused horror. The proportions of the body seemed distorted, inhuman. The arms were elongated, hanging lower than usual as if belonging to an ape. The head was perfectly round, almost spherical, like a basketball mounted on the shoulders. The legs remained hidden in the darkness, which amplified the feeling of unreality. The silhouette stood motionless, staring down the slope into the complete darkness. The woman whispered to her husband, "What is that?" Her voice trembled. He also froze, not taking his eyes off the figure, holding his breath. The three of them froze in this tense, silent scene. 1 minute usually flies by unnoticed, but when your pulse is pounding in your temples and your instincts are screaming to run, it stretches on endlessly. The figure didn't stir, didn't react to their presence. The woman couldn't figure out if it was a human or something else. Thoughts swirled. How did he get here? There were no other cars on the trail. Why is he standing in pitch darkness, straying to the side, staring into the void? Why doesn't he turn around? Is he hiding his face, or what he's doing? The husband, gathering his courage, though his voice betrayed his excitement, called out firmly, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing here?" At that moment, the silhouette began to turn slowly, and the woman's stomach turned cold, nausea rising to her throat. The instinct she ignored earlier exploded with a shout, "Run, immediately!" She didn't wait to see his face. Grabbing her husband's hand, she darted back toward the car. The flashlight beam flitted in time with her steps. Her breath came in gasps. She never looked back. She didn't want to know if this creature was chasing them. Behind her, her husband shouted her name. His steps echoed, He was lagging noticeably behind. They burst out to the car, panting and shaking. The woman fumbled frantically with the keys. The parking lot was empty, not a single other car. The nearest town was 5 to 6 miles away, depending on the route, and the entire stretch of road was out of cell service. Her heart didn't calm down until the lights of the streetlights flickered into view. They barely spoke a word. Shock had tied their tongues. A few days later, curiosity outweighed fear. The woman couldn't get that silhouette out of her head. Was it a person, a joke, an illusion of light? She persuaded her husband to return during the day, bringing friends for backup. They needed to dispel their doubts. Maybe it was just a jacket on a pole, a bizarre boulder, or a prop from a local hoax. But there was nothing there. No pole, no clothing, not a single hint of an explanation. But what? She saw now sent a chill down her spine. The place where the silhouette had stood ended in a steep ledge, 4 feet down. If he was really standing there, then his height was not 6 to 7 feet, but closer to 8 to 10. The realization hit like a blow. What they had seen was not just tall, it was unimaginably huge. This river, this town, is steeped in a rich past. Some stories are full of charm, others of tragedy. Legends of mining times, lives cut short on the high bridge, the serene beauty of the canyon, all intertwined into a fabric, alive and almost sentient. What exactly they encountered that night remains a mystery. The woman shared the story with friends, relatives, anyone who would listen, but no one knew the answer. A person, a ghost, or something beyond. The memory of the motionless figure in the darkness doesn't let go. It's a fragment of the river's legacy that she will never solve. A mystery hovering like shadows in the canyon. For a long time she kept it secret. A year ago, silence seemed wiser. But now it's clear. It's useless to hide it. Someone may need a warning. He worked as a security guard at a small airport in Germany. Most flights took off in the pre-dawn hours, so his shifts were always at night. For 5 years, his service flowed monotonously, checking doors, verifying passes, monitoring cameras. Mid-July, the height of tourist season. Families with strollers, noisy groups with luggage, long lines at check-in counters. Despite this bustle, the terminal that night seemed distorted, wrong. He couldn't quite explain the feeling, so he just continued to perform his duties. Around midnight, he went out for a smoke. He went to the bakery, grabbed a chocolate bar and an energy drink, and sat down at a metal table. He was watching a short video on his phone when he felt an impulse to look back. Behind him stood a man in a black raincoat. The hood was pulled up, but his eyes were staring intently at him. His gaze didn't waver, no pretense of looking at the displays, just him, the watcher. The guard held out for a couple of seconds, then returned to the screen. Strange types in airports are a common, daily occurrence. The vast majority of them are harmless. Air tag. The vast majority of them are completely harmless. He finished half the can, slipped the phone into his pocket, and headed to the toilet to rinse his hands before the end of his break. Returning, he noticed the same man, now standing 50 meters away, in the main hall. The stranger's head was tilted, his gaze fixed on him again. As soon as the man realized he had been noticed, he turned and silently rushed into a side corridor, without a sound, without the slightest hesitation. A quiet alarm bell rang in his head, but nothing reprehensible had happened. He returned to his post and spent the next hours patrolling the gates, checking the locks, and waiting for the first rays of dawn. With the first rays of sun, his phone died. His house was nearby, so he just put the gadget in his pocket and set off. Halfway there, he remembered the power bank in his backpack, took it out, connected the cable, and continued walking. 10 minutes before arriving, he pressed the power button to look at the charge level. The screen suddenly filled with a foreign notification. Unknown AirTag detected. It is moving with you at a distance of 800 meters. He didn't have an AirTag. He froze in place. The street was empty. Only a row of dim lights cast a faint glow. A new alert. The distance had decreased to 600 meters, then to 500. He frantically searched for a rational explanation. Perhaps someone nearby had lost luggage with such a device. The numbers continued to fall inexorably. 400, 300. He broke into a run. The phone vibrated. 200 meters. He turned the corner and dashed forward. His legs felt like lead, numb with tension. But the distance was decreasing even faster. 100 meters. Finally, he burst into the entrance, inserted the key, slammed the door, and leaned against it. The hallway greeted him with a deathly silence. The screen showed 50 meters, then 20, 10. He pressed his eye to the peephole. The street remained deserted. His hands were shaking uncontrollably. He emptied his pockets and turned his backpack onto the floor. Nothing suspicious. He wanted to dial the police, but how to explain? The signal on the display supposedly indicated surveillance. In the end, he convinced himself that he was overtired. The shift had been exhausting. His mind was in a semi-sleep state. After changing, he collapsed into bed and started a video with a scary story on his phone. The narrator's voice usually lulled him to sleep. He only remembered the beginning, and then sleep finally overcame him. Later, he woke up in complete darkness. The video had ended, but the home screen was still flickering. A fresh notification appeared. Unknown AirTag detected. It is moving with you. Distance 2M. 2 meters. That's inside the room. He froze, unable to move. He locked the phone and the screen went dark. His eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness. At the foot of the bed, near the closet, loomed the silhouette of a man in a black raincoat. The same face, staring at him again. A hoarse cry escaped his throat. The stranger stepped back, threw open the door, and disappeared into the night before he could jump up. By the time the police arrived, the apartment was empty. No fingerprints, no tracker itself, just a wet footprint near the bed. The officers thoroughly searched the rooms, inspected the windows and the staircase. The door frame remained untouched. He had the only key. They advised him to spend the night with relatives. He spent the night on his sister's couch, with the light on in the hallway and the phone set to motion detection. In the morning, he returned with a locksmith. They installed new reliable bolts and a camera above the door. Then, on the kitchen table, they turned over the contents of the backpack. In the lower seam of the inner pocket, under the lining, was hidden a white plastic disc, smaller than a coin, an AirTag. Someone had skillfully cut the fabric, inserted the device, and sealed the seam so cleverly that the weight was not felt. That man had apparently come close to slip his hand into the bag unnoticed, either in the bakery or at the moment when he was distracted by the clock at the exit. The mystery remained unsolved. He keeps the tracker in a plastic evidence bag. The device lies on the table as a silent warning. A threat can disguise itself as commonplace and creep up from behind without a sound. He still works nights, but he doesn't walk home anymore. Every time the phone vibrates in his pocket, that impassive face flashes before his eyes, watching, waiting for the right moment. If your intuition tells you you're being followed, trust it and react without delay. He managed to get out. The next one may not be so lucky. He had always loved camping. The scent of pine needles, the crackle of a campfire, the forest stillness, it all made him feel truly alive. Last summer, he and his friends, Jake, Matt, and Amber, planned a weekend in Blackwood Forest, a dense pine forest 2 hours from the city. It was a popular but vast place, with miles of trails and thickets where sunlight barely penetrated the canopy. They had camped there before, so they weren't particularly worried. However, this time was etched in his memory forever. Months later, he still woke up in a cold sweat, remembering Jake. They arrived in Blackwood on Friday afternoon, the four of them crammed into Matt's beat-up Jeep. The air outside was warm, but the forest was cool. They set up camp by a stream in a secluded spot away from the main trail in a clearing with a ready-made fire pit from previous visitors. Jake was in high spirits, cracking jokes, tossing a soccer ball around while Amber set up the tent. He was always the life of the party, the one to diffuse the atmosphere with laughter, even when things were tense. Matt, more reserved, was already tinkering with the campfire while he unloaded the cooler, soda, hot dogs, and other usual snacks. Twilight thickened quickly. By 9 o'clock, it was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face without a flashlight. They settled down by the fire, roasting marshmallows, exchanging funny stories. Jake started talking about an ancient Blackwood legend. In the 80s, people disappeared there without a trace. Amber snorted, declaring it typical campfire nonsense, and everyone laughed. But he caught Jake glancing at the trees every now and then, as if sensing someone's presence. Close to 11, Jake announced that he was going for a walk. His usual excuse, to pee and check out the stream. He grabbed a flashlight. Amber reminded him not to go far, but he waved her off. "I'm not a kid, Mom." Classic Jake, cocky but harmless. No one paid much attention. The stream was only 100 yards away. Its splashing could be heard in the camp. Minutes dragged on, 10, 20. Amber began to get nervous, looking at her phone every now and then. "He's probably just messing around," Matt muttered, though his voice sounded uncertain. He grabbed a flashlight and called out, "Jake, stop kidding around." His voice echoed, swallowed by the trees. Silence. His stomach went cold. Blackwood is huge, but not endless. Jake couldn't have gone that far. They decided to organize a search. Amber stayed at the camp in case he returned, while Matt and he split up. He headed to the stream, sweeping the beam through the bushes. The flashlight pulled roots and boulders from the darkness, but not his friend. He called out his name every few steps, his voice fading. The forest seemed deathly silent. No chirping crickets, no hooting owls, only the crunch of his boots on the carpet of pine needles. His boot crunched on pine needles, echoing in the dense silence of the forest. The narrator expected to see his friend's familiar grin, to hear his signature joke that could diffuse any tension. However, with each step, the situation worsened, as if the forest was tightening its grip. By the stream, he stumbled upon Jake's flashlight. It was lying in the mud, still on, the beam pointing at the dense ferns. His heart clenched. Jake was never sloppy. He didn't leave things to chance. Picking it up, the narrator shouted louder, but the echo only mockingly returned with emptiness. An examination of the area revealed footprints in the mud. Jake's boot prints led to the water, and then abruptly stopped, as if he had vanished into thin air halfway. His voice broke as he called Matt. He rushed over, and seeing the flashlight, instantly turned pale, his face contorted with horror. The search dragged on for hours. Amber joined them, her voice hoarse from shouting and anxiety. They combed the stream, the paths, returned to the camp. Maybe he had just gotten lost in this web of trees. By 2 a.m, everyone was exhausted, but they didn't give up, stubbornly moving forward. Amber burst into tears, blaming herself. She shouldn't have let him go alone on such a night. Matt muttered encouraging words, assuring that Jake was okay, just lost somewhere nearby. But the narrator felt that there was something sinister here. The air seemed thick, saturated with threat, and the forest, a living guardian, watching every movement vigilantly. At dawn, when the first rays broke through the canopy, they called the police. There was a ranger station nearby, and they quickly assembled a search team, experienced rangers, tracking dogs, and even a helicopter for aerial surveillance. They presented the flashlight and the tracks, answered questions. Had Jake been acting strangely? Had he left on purpose? No, that's just Jake, they assured. Funny, a little silly, but always full of adventurous spirit. The rangers nodded, though their eyes betrayed suspicion of the worst-case scenario. Blackwood Forest had a grim reputation. People disappeared here, though not often, but inevitably. Hikers, campers, even locals. Some were found safe and sound, while others were never seen again. Days flowed into one another. The search efforts grew. Volunteers, additional dogs, drones to scan hard-to-reach areas joined in. The group stayed at the campsite, barely closing their eyes, helping as much as they could. Amber went into hysterics, endlessly blaming herself for that fateful night. Matt fell silent, staring into the endless wall of trees, as if his gaze could magically bring his friend back. The narrator, on the other hand, mentally reviewed the events of that night. Jake's strange look at the forest before leaving, the sudden silence after his step, the break in the tracks at the stream. All this didn't fit into a logical picture, like a puzzle with missing pieces. The rangers found nothing suspicious. Not a scrap of clothing, not a drop of blood, no signs of a struggle. They thoroughly checked the caves, ravines, and abandoned forest roads, but all in vain. The dogs, like the human tracks, lost the thread at the stream, as if the scent had evaporated into nowhere. One of the rangers, an older and seasoned man, took the narrator aside and said with a heavy sigh, "Sometimes people just disappear without explanation. Blackwood is treacherous. It has too many nooks and crannies." These words hit like a slap. He wanted to object, even hit, but the reality was cruel. Jake wasn't just lost, he had disappeared, as if swallowed by the very essence of the forest. Weeks stretched into months. Search operations were scaled down. The police stated that the case remained open, but in reality, they gave up, putting it on the back burner. Amber couldn't take it and left for the city, where she was trying to start over. He and Matt stopped communicating, meeting him only resurrected pain and memories. The narrator sometimes returned to Blackwood alone, went to that stream, stood where the tracks ended, peering into the water and the grass. He didn't know exactly what he was looking for, A sign, a clue, or at least comfort. Reading online articles about people who disappeared in forests like Jake. Without a trace, he came across theories. Some blamed bears or cougars, but then there would be signs of a struggle. Others talked about sinkholes or hidden caves, although the rangers had checked all this. On the internet, there were posts about the paranormal, strange lights in the canopy, whispering voices luring into the depths. The narrator didn't believe in such things, but at night, alone, his thoughts swirled. What if Jake saw something forbidden? Was he followed by a forest spirit? Dreams about Jake haunted him. In one, he was standing by the stream, smiling as if everything was okay, peaceful and serene. But as soon as he got closer, his face distorted, became empty, alien, not Jake, but something else, waking up in a panic, covered in sweat. The narrator realized the truth would remain a mystery. Will he ever know? Unlikely. But one thing was clear, he would never go camping in Blackwood again. The forest had already taken a friend, and the narrator wouldn't let it take him too. It all started with a guy named Isaiah, whom the narrator met as a landscaper a year ago. For context, it's worth noting that the narrator himself was also involved in landscaping, hence this story. He worked at a company where a lot of problems had accumulated. He won't name it. They risk being sued for disclosure. The meeting with Isaiah took place at the dump, where the narrator had come to drop off a trailer. As the driver and foreman, he often took care of such matters. Isaiah approached him. They talked about work, nothing unusual at first glance. He said that he had been in the landscaping business for only a year and dreamed of starting his own business. He handed out business cards to the narrator and his crew, but he didn't pay attention. He already had enough orders. A year passed. The narrator was fired, and he remembered the business card. He called, asked for a job. Isaiah hadn't. NUS. That memorable summer when I turned 15, my family decided to spend our vacation at the fancy Hilton Hotel in sunny Orlando, Florida. It was one of those grand resorts with splashing pools, glittering arcade games, and a vibrant family atmosphere. For 2 weeks, we reveled in the escape from the sweltering Chicago summer. My parents, wanting me to have freedom and adventure, allowed me to explore the surroundings on my own during the day while they lounged by the pool or visited nearby theme parks. That's how I met Jake. He, like me, turned out to be a hotel guest, an 18-year-old who arrived from the heart of Texas. At least, that was his story. From the first glance, he gave the impression of being a cool guy. Tall, with unruly chestnut hair and a constant smirk on his face, as if he was always plotting something mischievous. From the start, Jake aroused vague suspicions in me. He was prone to risky adventures, such as secretly sneaking into the gym after it closed, or manipulating vending machines for free treats. One time, he even talked me into switching the signs on the men's and women's restrooms to watch people's reactions. It seemed funny, but looking back, I realized how absurd it was. Jake radiated irrepressible energy, constantly talking about pranks and convincing me that life without a little chaos becomes unbearably boring. Since there weren't many peers at the hotel, I spent time in his company. My parents, having casually met him in the lobby, found him polite enough, but warned me against participating in questionable enterprises. Everything changed on the 4th night of our stay. Around 2 a.m, I was sitting in my room scrolling through my phone, trying not to wake my parents, who were sleeping peacefully in the next bed. Suddenly, my phone vibrated, notifying me of a message from Jake. "Hey, buddy, can't sleep. Let's pull a late-night prank. Knock on doors and run like the good old days. Meet me in the lobby in 5 minutes." I hesitated for a moment. It was late. The hotel was quiet, but the idea seemed tempting. Boredom was setting in, and Jake had a way of turning the ordinary into an exciting adventure. I quickly put on my sneakers, grabbed my keycard, and slipped out of the room silently. The hallway was dimly lit, the soft light of the nightlights, and the plush carpet absorbing the sound of our footsteps. Jake was waiting for me by the elevators, grinning foolishly. "This floor is perfect," he whispered. "It's mostly old people who go to bed early." We started on the 3rd floor, quietly knocking on doors and immediately hiding around the corner. The first few times we heard disgruntled grumbling or the sound of doors opening, barely able to contain our laughter. No one caught us. It seemed like a harmless, childish prank. After about 20 minutes, we had probably knocked on 6 doors. Jake was getting bolder, knocking harder each time. "One more," he said, heading to the end of the hallway. That's when everything took a sinister turn. He led me down a side corridor that I hadn't noticed before. It was narrower, with a staff-only sign partially hidden by dense vegetation. The dim light flickered, and the air had a musty smell of old carpet that hadn't been cleaned in a long time. "Why are we here?" I asked, but Jake just shushed me and continued forward. At the end of the corridor was a slightly ajar door with service area written on it. Jake carefully opened it a crack and peeked inside, then turned to me with the same sinister smirk. Before I could say anything, I saw him. An old man stood in the dim light right in the doorway, tall and thin, wearing a faded gray jacket and pants that looked like a hotel staff uniform, but clearly worn and dirty. His face was pale, etched with deep wrinkles, and his eyes seemed unnaturally dark, like bottomless shadows. Behind me, I heard Jake's voice, but it was no longer a whisper. He shouted right behind me, "Dad, there he is! Our meal for tonight! Get him!" I froze for a split second, gripped by terror. What? Meal? My heart pounded in my chest. I spun around and saw Jake lunging at me, his face contorted into a malicious grin that had no trace of playfulness. He was bigger than me, stronger according to his stories about working out at home. Without thinking, I reacted instinctively. As he tried to tackle me, I swung my fist as hard as I could and hit him right in the nose. There was a crunch, and blood splattered. He yelped and stumbled back, clutching his face. I took off running, my feet barely touching the ground. My sneakers slapped against the floor as I raced towards the open hallway. Behind me, I could hear Jake cursing, and the old man shuffling heavily behind. "Catch him!" The old man growled in a raspy and sinister voice. I didn't look back. Bursting into the main hall, I ran for the stairs, ignoring the elevator, which seemed too slow. After descending 2 flights, I felt my lungs burning. The hotel was dead silent, no night staff or wandering guests. I ran out through a side door to the pool area. The humid Florida night air hit me like a wall. The pool was illuminated by underwater lights that shimmered eerily blue in the darkness. There was no one around. Without stopping, I jumped straight into the water, fully clothed, splashing loudly into the deep end. The water was freezing, shocking my body. I swam to the bottom, about 8 feet down, and huddled there, holding my breath. My lungs screamed for oxygen, but I stayed underwater, looking up through the rippling surface. Bubbles of air escaped from my nose. Suddenly, I saw him. The old man emerged from the door, scanning the pool area. He moved slowly, as if sniffing out prey. "I know you're hiding here, boy," he shouted, his voice echoing off the concrete. "I'll find you. You can't escape." My vision started to blur from the chlorine, but I held on, counting the seconds. 30, 40. My chest burned unbearably. Then I heard another familiar voice, my father's voice. "Excuse me, sir. Have you seen my son? He's 15, about this tall, wearing a blue shirt." My father must have woken up, noticed I was missing, and gone looking for me. He was standing there in his pajamas, with his phone in his hand and the flashlight on. With the beam of light from the flashlight, the old man went silent. "No, I haven't seen anyone," he muttered with a hint of annoyance. At that moment, my patience snapped. I pushed off the bottom and shot to the surface, gasping for air. Streams of water ran down my face as I treaded water. "Dad!" I exclaimed. My father turned instantly, his eyes widening in surprise. "What the hell? Get out of there immediately!" He hurried to the edge of the pool and helped me out, wrapping his arms tightly around my shivering shoulders. I glanced back. The old man was retreating into the shadows of the doorway, disappearing not like a ghost, but rather slipping away, as if trying to avoid attention. When my father looked in that direction, he was gone. We hurried back to our room, leaving wet footprints behind. My mother, worried and unwell, had gotten out of bed. I shared everything that had happened with them. The pranks, how Jake had lured me into that creepy corridor, the mysterious old man, and the shout of meal. Even to me, it sounded implausible. My parents exchanged glances. "Honey, are you sure they weren't just playing a prank on you?" my mom asked. "Kids can be cruel with their jokes sometimes." My father supported her, nodding. "Probably some weird father-son duo decided to scare you. We'll be sure to report it to the front desk tomorrow morning." However, the next morning when we tried to inquire about Jake and the old man, the hotel staff thoroughly checked the guest list. It turned out that there was no Jake from Texas registered at the hotel, and there was no old man matching the description, either as a guest or on staff. I spent the rest of the vacation hardly leaving the room. I blocked Jake's number. Maybe they left that same night, or maybe it was all carefully planned to scare me. About 6 months ago, shortly after moving with my wife Laura to our new home in a quiet suburb just outside of Dallas, strange events began to unfold. We were thrilled to finally have our own yard with a pool. It was our first real home after years of apartment living, and we were eager to make it our own cozy haven. The neighbors seemed perfectly normal at first. A family with 2 children, a boy around 8 years old and a girl around 6. Their father, Mike, worked in construction, and the mother occasionally worked as a nurse on the night shift. We exchanged pleasantries a few times, but our interactions were mostly limited to that. The trouble began with the children. Their yard backed onto ours, separated only by a wooden fence about 6 feet high. At first, it was just balls accidentally landing in our pool. I'd hear a splash, go out, and toss them back. Nothing out of the ordinary. But over time, the situation escalated. Every day after school, they would deliberately throw toys into our yard. Frisbees, action figures, even a plastic dinosaur. It wasn't accidental. I could hear them giggling and saying things like, "Throw it higher." Our pool filter started getting clogged with debris. which frustrated Laura, who enjoyed swimming laps in peace. Then came the persistent doorbell ringing. The kids would come to our front door and press the doorbell repeatedly, as if it were a game, not stopping until one of us answered. The boy would say, "Our toy fell into your yard. Can we get it?" At first, we tried to be polite. I'd let them in through the side gate, they'd retrieve their belongings, and they'd leave. But it happened so often, sometimes up to 5 times a day, that it started to feel like an intrusion of our privacy. Our pool area was our private sanctuary. We had lounge chairs, plants, and even a small bar. We didn't want strangers traipsing through it. One weekend, Laura and I discussed the problem. "This has to stop," she said. "It's our property." So the next time they rang the doorbell, I opened the door and said firmly, "Listen, kids, you can't keep throwing your things into our yard. And no, you can't come into our yard anymore. I'll throw your toys back when I see them." The girl pouted, and the boy glared at me, but they left. I naively assumed that would be the end of it, but I was wrong. The toy throwing became even more frequent, as if they were testing our patience. Toys accumulated in our yard, a Nerf gun, a Barbie doll, even a remote-controlled car that buzzed around until the battery died. They continued to ring the doorbell, despite my ban. One day, the boy rang it for a solid minute without stopping. I tried to ignore it, but Laura was starting to get anxious. "What if they climb over the fence?" she asked worriedly. Later, I checked the recordings from our Ring doorbell camera. Sure enough, the kids were standing there, whispering and laughing. Before running away, the situation escalated when Mike got involved. A few days after I stopped letting the children in, he appeared at our door one evening. He was a large man, about 6'3", with tattoos on his arms from his construction work. "Hey, man," he said without a hint of a smile. "My kids say you're keeping their toys. That's not cool." I politely explained that they were throwing them deliberately, and I was simply returning them. He stared at me intensely. "Just let them get their stuff. It's no big deal." I remained firm. "Sorry, but it is our property. Tell them to stop throwing them." He muttered something under his breath and left. That night, even more toys flew into our yard, thrown with more force than before. One of them even cracked our sliding glass door. Laura and I installed extra lights in the yard and made sure the gate was securely locked. My job as a sales rep for a tech company often required me to travel, so Laura was sometimes home alone at night. She started double-checking all the doors before bed. "I don't like that guy," she confessed. "He gives me a bad feeling." There are moments in everyone's life when a vague sense of impending doom creeps into the soul, poisoning the joy of the present. One July night, the oppressive heat clinging to Austin, Texas, brought with it an event that would forever alter the life of one family. Laura, home alone, texted her husband, who was 2 hours away at a conference, to say she was going to watch Netflix and head to bed. But sleep was shattered by a sudden, violent pounding at the door. At 2:17 a.m., a frantic text message from Laura arrived. "Someone's at the door. They're banging really hard." Her husband's heart plummeted. Without a second thought, he grabbed his laptop to check the Ring camera feed. There, on the porch, illuminated by the motion sensor light, stood Mike, the neighbor, his face contorted with rage. He was hammering his fist against the door, demanding the return of his kids' toys. Laura, terrified, texted her husband that the neighbor was drunk or high. Soon, the pounding escalated into furious kicks. The door frame shuddered under the assault. "He's trying to break in," Laura whispered. Her husband, trapped in his hotel room, immediately called 911, giving the dispatcher their address and narrating the events in real time through the Ring app. "My wife is alone and the neighbor is trying to kick down the door. Please hurry." The dispatcher assured him that officers were on their way. The phone line with Laura suddenly went silent, replaced by the sound of shattering glass. "Oh God, the kitchen window," she sobbed. Mike had smashed the window, shards of glass raining inward. He was reaching in, trying to unlock the latch to gain entry. With a scream of terror, Laura fled upstairs, barricading the bedroom door with a chair. Soon, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the night. Mike, as if startled back to his senses, backed away from the porch, but it was too late. 2 police cruisers, lights flashing, screeched to a halt in front of the house. Officers leapt from their vehicles, weapons drawn. "Hands up! Get on the ground!" Mike raised his hands but continued to argue, claiming his children's toys had been stolen. The officers handcuffed him on the front lawn. Laura, peering out the window, saw the scene unfold and pointed the officers to the broken window, where drops of blood were visible. Mike had cut himself, breaking the glass. As Mike was being led to the police car, he turned and looked directly at Laura through the open doorway. The Ring camera captured the look, seething with hatred. "I'll kill you someday, bitch," he said calmly, as if making a promise. The officers, hearing the threat, noted it in their report. Laura's husband raced home, arriving at dawn. Still in shock, Laura clung to him. Mike was arrested for attempted burglary, vandalism, and making terroristic threats. He spent the night in jail, and the family obtained a restraining order. The next day, his wife came over, offering profuse apologies and explaining that Mike had anger issues due to stress at work. The children stopped throwing toys and the family tried to keep to themselves, but the fear lingered for Laura and her husband. They replaced the broken window with reinforced glass and installed additional security cameras. Now, Laura jumps at every noise at night. Her husband sometimes replays the Ring camera footage, hearing Mike's voice saying, "I'll kill you someday." Mike is out on bail and still lives next door. What if he really means it? The family is considering moving, but housing prices are high. For now, they are forced to keep their doors tightly locked and hope it's over. But in quiet moments, Laura's husband can't shake the thought that one day Mike might try again. A summer evening in Austin, Texas, 2017. The heat seemed to linger even after the sun had set. Emily often visited the Zilker Park public pool to unwind after a stressful day at the office. She arrived late that evening around 7:30 p.m., hoping the pool would be nearly empty. It was. A couple of older men were gathering their towels, and a child was splashing in the shallow end with their mom. The lifeguard, a college student named Jake, waved goodbye as he left early. "Lock up when you're done, guys," he called out. Budget cuts meant no one stayed after sunset. Emily was fine with that. The water, cool against the humid air, had a sharp chlorine smell. Cicadas buzzed in the trees, providing a soothing backdrop. Emily slipped into the deep end, adjusted her goggles, and started swimming freestyle, slow and steady, letting her mind wander. Work anxieties receded with each stroke. The sun was low, painting the sky orange and casting long shadows. The chain-link fence around the pool rattled a bit in the breeze, but Emily didn't pay it much attention. This was her time. After about 10 laps, she stopped at the edge to catch her breath. The other swimmers were gone now, just her and the quiet lapping of the water. Wiping the water from her eyes, Emily looked around. The parking lot beyond the fence seemed empty. Her beat-up Honda was the only car left. Good, she thought. Peaceful. But suddenly she felt a prickling sensation on the back of her neck, as if someone was watching her. A familiar sense of unease. Emily scanned the trees beyond the fence, about 20 feet away. Nothing but shadows from the oaks. Probably just paranoia from too many true crime podcasts, she thought. Shrugging off the feeling, she pushed off the wall again and swam a few more laps. Stopping again, this time she heard something. A faint creak, like a gate opening. She turned, treading water. The gate was slightly ajar, but no one was visible. Wind, maybe, Emily thought. She called out, "Hello?" Her voice echoed off the tiled walls, sounding small and uncertain. There was no response. The cicadas continued their monotonous drone. The summer heat enveloped everything, and only the incessant chirping of cicadas broke the silence. Moving closer to the shallow end, she kept her eyes fixed on the pool grounds, and then she saw him. A male figure emerged from behind the changing rooms. Tall, muscular build, wearing a hooded jacket, which seemed absurd in the heat. The stranger's face was obscured by the shadow of the hood. His posture was unnatural, just standing there with his hands in his pockets, staring intently at her. An inexplicable sense of dread washed over her. Who would wear a jacket in this weather? The thought of a jogger flashed in her head, but his posture was too static, too focused. She swam back a little, pretending to adjust her stroke, but her heart was pounding in her chest. "The pool's closing," she said, trying to sound casual. The stranger didn't reply, didn't move. Then he started slowly walking along the edge toward the deep end of the pool. The sound of his footsteps echoed. Not sneakers, but boots. Heavy boots. And something in his hand, an object like a flashlight, hung loosely, as if it could be used for something sinister. With redoubled force, she pushed off the water, striving for the ladder. The water seemed to thicken, restricting movement. Why doesn't he leave? Endless fragments of news stories about similar incidents flashed through her mind. Perpetrators lying in wait for victims in public places after closing time. Austin was a relatively safe city, of course, but parks at night were a different story. Reaching the ladder, she climbed out of the water. Her feet slipped on the wet tiles. Grabbing a towel, she quickly wrapped it around herself and headed for the exit. A brisk walk, but not a run. She couldn't show fear. The stranger kept pace, moving parallel to her on the other side of the pool. Suddenly, a flashlight beam flashed on, blinding her. "What the hell?" she muttered. The light went off, and he was closer now, crouching at the edge of the pool as if judging the distance for a jump. Panic gripped her. She bolted for the exit, her bare feet slapping against the wet concrete. The stranger's pace quickened, and suddenly she heard a sound that chilled her to the bone, a soft, raspy laugh, as if he had been anticipating this moment. Throwing open the gate, she clattered outside and ran toward her car. Keys! Where were the keys? In her bag by the lounge chair. No, they were in the car, unlocked. A stupid habit. She dove into the driver's seat, locked the doors. The engine roared, and the car peeled away, leaving a screech of tires behind. The stranger stood by the gate, just standing and watching, the flashlight still dangling from his hand. He wasn't chasing, just observing. She drove home, her hands gripping the steering wheel, trembling. From her apartment, she called the police. But what could she say? Some guy had scared her at the pool. They took a statement, promised to check it out. She never heard anything more. That was over 2 years ago. She doesn't go to that pool anymore.
Music. I am a former car salesman from a Chicago suburb in Illinois. After my wife passed away, I moved in with my son, and that is when I encountered something I never could have imagined. I simply did not want to be alone, yet my son, fully aware of my mobility issues, put me in a bedroom on the second floor. Essentially, I live in this room, getting up only occasionally to shuffle down the hall to the bathroom. As hard as it is to admit, I think I was too broken by grief after losing my wife to insist that my son let me stay on the first floor. And honestly, he probably never would have agreed anyway. He's got a job, a family. He's far too busy to worry about an old codger wasting away upstairs. Sometimes I wonder, have they forgotten about me entirely? They hardly ever come into my room to talk, and lately, the characters on my TV shows feel closer to me than my own son and grandchildren. I get so unbearably bored that I have even taken to spying on the neighbors, just to have something to do. My bed sits close enough to the window that I can see their backyard without getting up. For a couple of years, I saw that family more often than my own. There was a middle-aged man named David living there with his mother and sister. I don't know who owned the house, but based on what I observed, I assumed it belonged to David. I swear, at first glance, they seemed perfectly ordinary. Nothing suspicious, just sweet, happy little lives that made my own dull, bedridden existence feel a bit more bearable. I'd watch them chatting on the back porch in the evenings or tending the garden in the mornings, and for a long time, everything seemed perfectly normal. That changed about 2 years after I moved in, around Christmas. I'd just turned off the TV and was getting ready for bed when I heard people arguing. The voices were unfamiliar, so I realized the noise was coming from the neighbor's house. At one point, the shouting escalated into screams, and then I started hearing other sounds, doors slamming, glass shattering, loud thuds. Then, suddenly, everything went silent. I was exhausted, so I figured it was just a domestic squabble that had blown over on its own. But something about it gnawed at me, keeping me awake. A few hours later, around 4 a.m., I was jolted awake by more noises. I peeked out the window and saw David in the backyard. I had no idea what he was doing, but he was dressed as the Grinch, dragging a large Christmas sack toward the tree near the garden shed. He opened the shed, grabbed a shovel, and started digging, and I realized he was burying that sack in the frozen ground. It must have taken him a full 30 minutes before he finished and went back inside. All I could think was that maybe he was some overly enthusiastic old man playing Grinch, trying to hide stolen charity donations or something like that. I don't know. ID always thought of him as a decent guy, so none of it made sense. I waited until morning to tell my son, of course, but he didn't believe me. He thought I was just a senile old fool. Everyone else in the house felt the same. No one backed me up, and eventually I started believing them myself. So I let it go and tried to forget. But here's what struck me as strange. I never saw the neighbor's mother again. She had always tended the garden, but after that night, she was never out there. I still occasionally saw David and his sister on the porch, but they never looked happy anymore. Things seemed to settle back into routine, until about 4 years later. My son tried to befriend the neighbors. He'd always make small talk, but they just stare at him blankly and say nothing, eventually retreating back inside. Both siblings were definitely odd, but things took an even darker turn right before Christmas, just like before. It felt like history repeating itself, shouting, then screaming, then a loud thud, then sudden silence. This time I stayed awake to watch. Twice was too strange to ignore. It was again around 4 a.m. I got out of bed and moved closer to the window. I saw him step out the back door, once more dressed as the Grinch, dragging another large sack toward the tree and burying it. Then, out of nowhere, David turned and looked straight at my window. I yanked the blinds shut, but he had already seen me. A few minutes later, I couldn't help but peek again, and there he was, standing directly across from my window, still in that costume, staring right at me. I tried to play it cool. I opened the window and called out across the yard. "Nice Grinch costume, buddy. Good night, huh?" "Sure is," he replied. "What are you doing up so late?" David just stared at me without saying a word. "Well, have a great rest of your night. Merry Christmas," I said. He gave a wave, and in that moment, I caught a flash of blood soaking his palm. He instantly realized his mistake and yanked the blinds shut, but it was too late. I lay awake the rest of the night, haunted by thoughts of what could be caused that bloodied hand. The only conclusion I could reach was horrifying. He'd killed his mother and sister and buried them in the backyard to keep it secret. I didn't tell my son. I knew he had just brushed me off again. So this time, I called the police. By morning, officers were at David S.'s house and he was arrested on the spot. It turned out David S.'s mother had died during an argument with his sister, and he helped cover it up. Over the years, his sister fell ill and, sadly, passed away young. As for why he buried her in the backyard, he claimed it was due to financial hardship. It just goes to show what people will do when they desperate for money. But if you ask me, the police barely got half the truth out of that man. I am certain something far more sinister happened in that house. This story was inspired by a truly shocking real-life incident in Chicago, Illinois. Here is a photo of the so-called Grinch, a man named Michael who was 45 at the time. He since been charged with concealing the deaths of the family members mentioned in this story, burying them in his backyard. Ominous music, nervous applause. Raising my daughter alone was incredibly tough, especially after her own mother abandoned her. Damn that whore. When my daughter was just a year old, my wife left us for another man from a wealthy family. Every night I prayed that cursed witch would burn in hell. But the Christmas season is usually when I try to keep the darkness at bay and let my daughter enjoy the holidays. So on Black Friday, I took her to Mega Mart to buy a Christmas tree. The place was packed, like vultures circling, caring only about deals. People were snatching up electronics left and right, fighting, stepping over others, lying on the floor, screaming with toothless rage. I pushed my way to the tree section, where among dozens of small, pathetic trees stood two large Christmas trees, and one of them seemed to pull me in. There was something special about it, something that made it stand out. I stepped closer, but as I tugged at the branches to check what it was made of, I got cursed out. Not by someone trying to claim the tree, but by a strange, unsettling man standing right in front of me. "What the hell is your problem?" the man snarled, shoving me to the ground. "I'm sorry, man," I said. "You just blended in with the trees." I was about to buy the last big one. The man, eerily Grinch-like, scowled, baring sharp teeth. "Well, whoever told you that tree is yours is wrong. It's mine. Got it?" "What is the matter, you little runt?" I got back on my feet. "Excuse me, did you just say it's your tree?" "That's right, Buster. So if you are looking for a big one, go drink your way through the forest." I couldn't tolerate this bizarre behavior. I stood my ground, determined to buy that tree. My little girl was terrified, her whole body shaking as she whispered, "Daddy, can we go now?" "Not yet, sweetheart. Just one more minute." "Is that what you told your wife?" The Grinch snapped. "Now get out of my way." He grabbed me by the collar and hurled me across the floor like a rag doll. Disoriented, I knew if he didn't stop, I might not survive. So I screamed for security. When they finally arrived, I told them everything. There were 3 guards and only one of him, so they warned him that if he stayed, they said they have no choice but to call the police and arrest him. Clearly furious, the man stormed off, muttering incoherently. I felt like a winner as I grabbed the last big tree and finally bought it. Back home, my daughter and I set up the tree together. On Christmas Eve, we watched a heartwarming movie by the fireplace as the flames crackled. As my daughter waited for Santa, I noticed her head nodding, her eyelids drooping. So I carried her to bed, assuring her all her presents would be under the tree in the morning. But I was sleepy too, so after tucking her in, I went to my room and passed out instantly. Later that night, I woke to heavy footsteps downstairs. But it wasn't just footsteps. I heard piercing, chilling sounds that sent shivers down my spine. What was that? I muttered, checking the clock. It was 3 a.m. I couldn't fall back asleep. Part 1. The Disappearance of Olivia. It was 3 a.m. Sleep fled from me like fire. Strange noises echoed through the house. I got up, opened my door, and listened. The sound seemed to come from my daughter, Sarum, its door slightly ajar. Must be her down there, I thought. But then icy terror shot through me. A man's voice drifted from the living room. Ah, foolish tree, silver tongue shall add a chance. My heart, once steady, now raced wildly as the sounds grew louder, more unnatural. I bolted downstairs and froze. Standing there was the same man from Megamart. His face was sickly green, his features twisted into a sinister grin. Slung over his shoulder was a sack stuffed with my belongings, probably stolen. He was dragging our Christmas tree toward the front door. "Hey, stop!" I shouted, trying to sound brave. "I am armed. Drop it, or you are dead." "Then voila!" he sneered. "I dare strike you, you little whore. This is Eleanor. You won't ruin my Christmas this year, buddy." His words hit like a hammer. Fear of getting hurt, or worse, paralyzed me. I let him leave, hoping the security cameras had captured enough to catch this lunatic. Once his truck vanished around the corner, I called the police and gave them every detail. The worst part? His truck had no license plate. Damn it all, over a stupid tree, I muttered in despair. I locked every door and waited. When the officers arrived, they searched the house thoroughly, every room, every corner, and then my heart stopped. My daughter was gone. Not in her room, not in the kitchen. "Olivia, sweetheart, Olivia," I called desperately, but only silence answered. A horrifying thought struck me. She might have been in that sack he carried. The police promised an investigation, but over time, the case went cold. Ever since, I've spent every Christmas alone with only photographs to remind me of my lost Olivia. Part 2, The Grinch and Ethan music. I am a single mom raising a teenage son. My job takes up so much of my time that we rarely get to spend real quality moments together. So I try to bring Ethan along wherever I go, errands, shopping, anywhere. Last Christmas, we went to the mall. It was absolute chaos, but holiday deals and promotions were everywhere. I decided to dive in. I suggested a game. Whoever found the best discounts and bonus points on food stamp eligible items would win. He didn't seem excited, but he played along to avoid disappointing me. He's such a sweet kid. Still, I figured he was just growing up, too old for silly games. I was in Sneaker Palace when I suddenly realized ID lost him. My heart dropped. I rushed out to search and saw a huge crowd gathered outside a store. I pushed through to see what was happening. There, dressed as the Grinch, was a man so perfectly costumed he could be starred in the Jim Carrey movie. And there was my son, standing in line to take a photo with him. I scolded him for running off, ready to drag him back, but he was more determined than I expected. "I'm sorry, Mom. I really wanted a picture with the Grinch. What about Santa? He's boring. I want the Grinch. If I wanted a fat Santa, I'd take a photo with your ex." I decided to give him what he wanted. As we waited in line, I couldn't take my eyes off that Grinch. Something deep inside screamed, "Don, trust him." He kept glancing at us, even with the crowd around. Even stranger? He never broke eye contact. While others took photos standing beside him, when it was Ethan's turn, the Grinch sat on a bench and told my son to sit on his lap. "Merry Christmas. What's your name, boy?" "I am Ethan." "You don't have to sit on his lap if you don't want to," I said. "It's okay, Mom, I want to." "You sure? Are you deaf, lady?" He said he wants to. I was stunned. I wanted to rip his head off when family secrets turn into nightmares and blood is spilled by the hands of kin, horror reaches an entirely new level. The 4 stories you are about to read are chilling precisely because they are rooted in reality, whether it siblings, cousins, or an entire clan. These are 4 terrifying, enigmatic families whose deeds have been forever etched into the dark annals of history. 4. The Bloody Benders. From 1871 to 1873 in Montgomery County, Kansas, lived the Bender family, whose name would soon become synonymous with unspeakable evil. The patriarch, known as Pa Bender or John Bender Sr., was a man in his 60s of German origin who barely spoke a word of English. His wife, 55-year-old Eliza, earned the nickname the She-Devil for her icy demeanor and impenetrable aloofness. Their 25-year-old son, John Jr., was considered handsome, with fiery red hair. He spoke English fluently, albeit with a German accent, but neighbors whispered that he was simple-minded, often seen laughing silently to himself. Mary Bender, the true muse of the family, embodied charm, beautiful, courteous, and speaking flawless English without a trace of an accent. She presented herself as a clairvoyant and healer, distributed pamphlets, and openly preached free love. It was largely thanks to her that the Benders' roadside inn and general store thrived, drawing travelers from across the region. But behind this facade of hospitality lurked a gruesome, bloodthirsty nature. Although accounts vary, it is believed that in 1872, Robert Smith, traveling with his child, stopped at the Benders' inn en route to visit Dr. Henry Johnson in Iowa. He never reached his destination. Concerned by his friend, silence, Dr. Johnson decided to retrace Smith's steps. His journey, too, ended within the walls of that sinister inn. Dr. Johnson was never seen again. Another version claims Dr. Johnson was a regular client of Mary S., and it was during his second visit that he vanished without a trace. Regardless of the details, it was Dr. Johnson's disappearance in 1873 that finally tore the mask from the Benders. Before his fateful trip, Dr. Johnson had informed his brother, Colonel Johnson of Fort Scott, of his plans. When the doctor failed to return, the colonel launched a search in Montgomery County. He personally visited the Benders, who assured him they hadn't seen the doctor, suggesting he'd either been delayed or fallen victim to native attacks. A plausible explanation at the time. Suspicion gnawed at Colonel Johnson, but he needed proof. He got it on April 3rd when a woman, who had miraculously escaped the Benders' home after Eliza attacked her with knives, recounted her ordeal. When questioned about the incident, Eliza flew into a rage, accusing the woman of being a witch who had cursed her coffee. This outburst exposed the lie. Despite claiming ignorance of English, Eliza clearly spoke it quite well. Rumors soon spread of numerous disappearances in Montgomery County. Suspicious skulls bearing signs of violent death were discovered. At a hastily convened town council, Colonel Johnson and local officials announced imminent individual home searches. Despite growing suspicion, no one kept watch over the Benders. By the time their turn came, the family had vanished without a trace. When authorities searched their property, they were met with a foul stench that led them to a trapdoor beneath the family room. Underneath lay a 6-by-7-foot cellar. The floor was caked in dried blood, the source of the nauseating odor seeping through the ground. No bodies were found inside. Attention then turned to the surrounding land, particularly the garden. It was there that the bodies were unearthed, including Dr. Johnson's. Many victims had been bludgeoned in the head and bore signs of mutilation. Among them was a little girl, likely strangled or buried alive. It's believed the Benders lured victims to dinner, seating them directly above the trapdoor. While Mary distracted or entertained the unsuspecting guests, the men would burst from behind a curtain and kill them with a single, crushing blow to the head with a hammer. The bodies were then dumped through the trapdoor, allowing blood to drain freely. Afterward, the victims' valuables were taken and the corpses buried on the Benders' property. In some cases, the motive remained unclear. Many travelers carried little of value. This led to a horrifying possibility: the Benders killed for sport. Once their atrocities were exposed, large posses of vigilantes set out in pursuit. A reward was offered, yet to this day, there is no conclusive evidence the Benders were ever captured. Over time, various individuals were arrested and accused of being one or more of the Benders, but none were ever definitively identified as family members. Eventually, other accomplices in these horrific murders were apprehended. It was estimated the Benders murdered over 20 people during their time in Montgomery County, but the true number was likely far higher, both before their arrival and even after they fled, and possibly several more after they went on the run. 3. The Smith family, life in the shadow of despair. David Smith, born August 22, 1946, was the eldest of 4 children. His childhood unfolded in an atmosphere of constant tension. A mother consumed by religious fanaticism and a father who was a violent alcoholic created an unbearable home environment. After finishing school, David joined the military and served in Europe for a time. Upon returning to the U.S., Smith settled in San Jose, California, beginning a relationship with Sarah Johnson, a married woman, and her children. By 1974, David had married Maria, Sarah as a daughter. Maria was only 15 at the time, and it was later revealed that Smith had been sexually abusing her since she was 12. The informal wedding took place after Maria became pregnant. In total, David fathered 10 children with her. In 1986, Anna Johnson, Maria as sister, decided to send all 7 of her children to live with Smith. The household swelled to an enormous size, yet David never held steady employment, preferring to live off government assistance. Often, this massive family crammed into dilapidated shacks, boats, or illegally occupied abandoned houses, scraping by in squalor. Smith spent some time in prison. Scientists estimate that over 5 million species on our planet remain undiscovered, and the prospect of uncovering one thrills the imagination of many. It's no surprise, then, that this has spawned countless fake videos created in pursuit of fame, fortune, and recognition. Yet, if you dig deep enough, you may stumble upon truly astonishing discoveries. The following 5 videos will leave you shaken to your core and make you wonder what other secrets our world still holds. Here are 5 of the most credible and mysterious creatures ever captured on camera. 5. The mysterious sewer. Monster. Sewers are dark, damp places no one wants to explore, filled with polluted water, foul odors, and sometimes something very strange lurking in the shadows. In Richmond, Virginia, a private company called Maris Construction was inspecting a private sewer system. To assess the infrastructure's condition, they sent a robotic camera into the pipes. The system, built in 1949, was quite old, and the client wanted to ensure it was still functional. What they found, however, left them stunned. As operators guided the camera through the tunnels, they encountered 3 pulsating red masses. These slimy formations resembled a living, breathing organism in an early stage of metamorphosis. Puzzled, they uploaded the footage online, where it instantly sparked intense debate. Initially, everyone was baffled. The city's environmental coordinator suggested it might be a colony of tube worms that had somehow entered the sewer, but many disputed this, noting that no individual worms were visible in the video. Instead, the clusters, or cysts, appeared smooth and pulsed in unison, as if part of a single organism. A biology professor proposed they were likely bryozoans, tiny, harmless creatures that extend tentacles to feed. Yet even this theory was challenged by a bryozoan expert who firmly stated, that is not them. In his view, they were tubifex worms, another type of tube worm typically found in soil but somehow washed into the system. He explained the pulsing as a chain reaction. One worm contracting would trigger others to do the same, creating the illusion of a single massive muscle. But these remain only hypotheses. Even now, no one knows for sure whether these are worms, bryozoans, or something entirely unknown. Whatever it is, this strange organism or colony still resides within Virginia, as pipes, and is likely still growing. 4. The Chupacabra Corpse. On October 21, 2015, residents of Mystic Falls were shocked to discover a decomposing, floating carcass in the Rio Grande River. The creature was about the size of a small dog, floating face down, its body badly decayed. It had pale, hairless skin, a long tail, and human-like hands with fingers. Local firefighters were first on the scene. The The fire chief noted their initial impression was that it might be a monkey due to the human-like digits, but the advanced state of decomposition made identification nearly impossible. When photos and videos spread online, many claimed it was the elusive chupacabra. Believers accused this creature of mysterious livestock deaths, with legends tracing back to the early 1900s. Known as the goat sucker, the chupacabra has long been part of folklore across many countries. It's said to drain the blood of goats and other farm animals at night. Many in Latin America firmly believe it's a real threat. Belief even reached Canada in 2014 after a series of unexplained mass livestock deaths. Ottawa's Ministry of Agriculture was forced to publicly deny the chupacabra's existence. Those who examined the body argue it was a monkey that likely fell into the river and drowned. Others insist it could be an alien or an unknown cryptid, if not the chupacabra itself. What do you think it was? 3. The Greenland worm. Monster first mentioned in Greenlandic records from 1935, the Lagarfjord worm, also known as the Greenland worm monster, has since become a popular subject among locals and folklorists. According to tales collected by John Arnold, a woman once gave her daughter a gold ring and instructed her to catch a snake or a lingworm, then place the ring beneath it and store both in a linen chest. The girl obeyed. Over time, however, the snake grew to enormous size and the chest began to split apart. Terrified, the girl seized the chest, ring and all, and threw it into a lake. Eventually, people learned a serpent lived in the lake, as it had killed humans and animals that crossed its waters. Multiple witnesses have reported sightings of this mysterious worm monster over the years, describing it as over 39 feet long, longer than a bus. Aside from lake sightings, it's been seen coiled on shorelines or slithering up trees. In 1998, a teacher and his students reported an encounter. The Loch Ness Monster, New Evidence and Old Mysteries. In 1983, cable company workers performing maintenance in the eastern part of the lake witnessed something incredible, a massive, moving shape beneath the water. When they retrieved the cable lying directly above the anomaly, it was torn and shredded in multiple places, as if mauled by something powerful and predatory. The most recent evidence emerged in 2012 when footage captured a serpentine object speeding through the swift currents of Lagarfjord's Snow River. Many consider this irrefutable proof of the beast's existence. Skeptics, however, remain unmoved, suggesting it is likely a fishing net, the river, strong current merely creating the illusion of a living creature. A local municipal council formed to assess the video's authenticity declared it genuine after thorough analysis. Whether it shows the Greenland worm monster or just fishing gear, the footage is undeniably eerie. The mere possibility that it's real is enough to send chills down your spine. The mysterious underwater blob, Alaska Gulf Enigma. In April 2012, a camera operator inspecting an oil rig in Alaska's Gulf encountered something utterly inexplicable. As the camera glided along the pipes, a huge, undulating orange-brown blob suddenly appeared. Baffled, the operator maneuvered the camera to follow the object. It briefly vanished, then reappeared in view. When the video was first released, it caused a sensation, sparking waves of speculation. Many suggested it was a whale placenta, but marine biologists dismissed this, explaining that a whale placenta couldn't drift at 5,000 feet without being devoured. It's far too nutritious to go unnoticed by deep-sea scavengers. The blob moved with apparent purpose, as if it knew exactly where it was going. Remarkably, as it passed the camera several times, it revealed a unique hexagonal, almost glowing pattern on its surface. At one point, it even displayed gonads, confirming it was a living organism. What was this mysterious blob? It wasn't tied until 2 years later that marine biologists offered a plausible explanation. Craig McLean of the National Evolutionary Synthesis Center at Stanford University proposed it was a rare jellyfish, Deepstaria enigmatica. Though it doesn't resemble a traditional jellyfish with a bell and trailing tentacles, the viewing angle and ocean currents might make it appear as a giant flowing sheet. Other biologists lean toward Deepstaria reticulum rather than enigmatica. This jellyfish species has surface bumps used for defense and a unique opening with membranes that seem to glow, creating the illusion of a giant, alien-like droplet hovering in the ocean depths. Still, there's no consensus on what the video truly shows. It could be a rare jellyfish or an entirely new, unidentified creature. Britain as Nessie the Loch Lomond monster. When we hear Loch Ness monster, we instantly picture Scotland as Loch Ness. For centuries, this creature has been woven into Scottish folklore. But what if another sea monster dwells elsewhere? This time, it's in the UK. Recently, a video surfaced online filmed by 3 film students working on a project near Loch Lomond in the Highlands. Recorded on April 15th, the footage shows a large mass moving steadily toward their boat. Though shaky, it was shot in HD. The exact shape of the alleged monster is hard to discern, but the video is undeniably spine-chilling. Britain has a rich history of sea monster sightings. One of the most notable occurred off the coast of King County in Cliffside. The story appeared in a local newspaper in October 1871, a month after the event. It described a small group exploring the area known as Diamond Cliffs when a massive monster suddenly rose from the water, shocking everyone. The creature was said to have a horse-sized head, with a mane of seaweed just behind the head and around the neck. Its eyes were large and gleaming, and the churning water behind it suggested its body was far larger than what was visible. An artist's illustration of the monster and the event accompanied the article. This remarkable account resurfaced when the Mary Evans Picture Library in New York began digitizing old Victorian newspapers. Could this historic sea monster be the same one recently sighted, or something entirely new? The answer remains shrouded in mystery. Thus, we've encountered 5 of the most credible and enigmatic creatures ever captured on video. It's hard to believe, but scientists estimate that fewer than a quarter of Earth's species have been discovered and classified. That means countless unknown animals and beings still hide in the ocean depths and remote jungles and forests. Who knows what other secrets await their moment to be revealed?
NUS. In the distant year of 1977, when I was 16, an incident occurred that would forever be etched in my memory. The events unfolded in picturesque Colorado Springs, where young Alice was working as a babysitter for her neighbor, Mrs. Carter. Tommy, 6, and Lily, 8, were model children, obedient, quiet, and went to bed without complaint. The babysitting job seemed like a breeze, just a few hours of vigilance to keep the house from burning down, and a little extra pocket money. However, the evening of February 7th turned into a nightmare that would haunt Alice for years. Mrs. Carter, a single mother exhausted from her worries and rushing to a night shift at a local diner, lived in the same apartment building as Alice's family. An advertisement in the community center had caught her eye. Reliable teen babysitter, $2 an hour. The proximity of their homes and the modest wage were decisive factors in Alice's favor. On that ill-fated evening, after putting the children to bed and receiving a meager $5, Mrs. Carter instructed, "I'll be back by midnight. Lock the door, Alice." The girl nodded, flipping through channels on the old television. The small apartment was a mess. Toys scattered about, belongings strewn around, children's clothes everywhere. Tommy and Lily, dressed in pajamas, were cozily settled on the couch. After reading their favorite Dr. Seuss book, the children were asleep by 8:30. Alice tucked them in, checked the windows, and locked the front door, following her usual routine. Silence settled in the apartment, broken only by the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional noise of passing cars. Alice, lounging on the couch with a bag of chips, watched a simple sitcom, turning the volume down so as not to wake the children. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, there was a faint thud, as if something had fallen in the kitchen. The girl froze, a chip halfway to her mouth. The apartment was on. The first floor and the kitchen window faced the parking lot. Trying to reassure herself, Alice assumed it was just a cat on the windowsill, but her heart was pounding. Grabbing the old rotary phone, she placed it beside her. In those days, cell phones were an unaffordable luxury. Only a cord connected her to the outside world. On tiptoes, Alice crept into the kitchen and turned on the light. Nothing suspicious. The window was closed, the sink empty. Laughing at her own apprehension, she returned to the television. But suddenly, there was a scraping sound, as if metal were scratching against glass. The sound came from the back door, which led to a tiny patio. Turning off the television, Alice strained her ears. The children were sleeping peacefully. Only Tommy's quiet snores could be heard from their room. Silently sliding her socks across the linoleum, she crept toward the back door. There was a small window in the door, covered by a thin curtain. Pulling it back an inch, Alice peered out. The patio was plunged into darkness, the light from the street lamp barely penetrating the night. But the girl swore she saw a shadow moving behind the glass. Animal fear gripped her. Checking the lock, which was fastened, Alice stepped back. Just as she was about to call her mother, she heard footsteps. Not outside, but inside the apartment. Heavy, measured steps were coming from the hallway leading to the children's room. Grabbing a kitchen knife, Alice felt her hands trembling. "Who's there?" she whispered barely audibly. In response, silence, only another step. Slowly, knife in hand, she moved toward the hallway, holding her breath. The door to the children's room was ajar, as before, but the atmosphere felt oppressive, as if someone were watching her. Pushing the door open, Alice saw Tommy and Lily sleeping peacefully in their beds. Exhaling in relief, she felt her knees weaken. But then her gaze fell on a shadow in the corner. Tall and still. Frozen in place, Alice felt the knife slip in her sweaty hand. "Get out!" she said louder. The shadow didn't move. Turning on the light, she expected to see only emptiness, a figment of her imagination. But in the corner stood a man, about 20 years old, near the children's dresser. Tall, with disheveled hair and dark eyes staring at her. In his hand was a knife, larger than Alice's, the blade gleaming in the lamplight. Screaming, Alice backed away. The man didn't say a word, just stepped toward her. She rushed to the front door, frantically trying to unlock it. Her hands slipped with sweat. Hearing him approaching, Alice threw open the door and ran into the parking lot, desperately screaming for help. A light came on in one of the windows and someone shouted, "Call the police!" Alice ran, not feeling the cold asphalt under her bare feet, until she reached her own apartment. Her father, alarmed by the noise, had already run outside. Grabbing her, he dragged her inside and called the emergency services. The police arrived immediately. The man had fled, the back door lock broken. The children, fortunately, were unharmed. Blood was found on Alice's overalls, not hers. It had smeared when the girl pressed herself against the wall in a panic. Experts collected blood samples and fingerprints from the back door. The perpetrator was William Kernan, a college student who knew Mrs. Carter. He had been seen in the apartment and the surrounding area. He was not caught that night. He disappeared without a trace. Only years later, in 2024, did Alice learn that the case had been solved. DNA extracted from the blood samples matched Kernan's DNA, who had died in 2010. Confirming this for sure was impossible, as the body had been cremated and there were no surviving relatives. But the police were certain. That same night, Kernan had stabbed 14-year-old Maria Hansel, who was babysitting in another apartment. She did not survive. The cold-blooded cruelty and indifference of the Millers left an indelible mark on her memory. She could not erase the horror of that night from her mind, and nightmares haunted her, presenting before her eyes cold and empty children's eyes. After what she had experienced, she decided never to babysit again and left that apartment complex forever, shuddering at how close she had come to becoming a tragic statistic herself. At the age of 12, she began babysitting for the Millers, and by 15 it had become a regular routine. Every time she followed the same path, walked 2 houses down, spent time with their 6- and 8-year-old rascals, received a modest reward, and returned home. The children were noisy, disobedient, and clever in the worst way, but the money she earned helped her buy the necessary school supplies and save up for a coveted used bicycle. On that fateful Friday, Mrs. Miller, throwing on her coat, announced that they would not be back until 11 o'clock in the evening. "Just a regular night," she said. The girl simply nodded in response, already mentally planning to put the children to bed by 9 o'clock, then do her homework at their kitchen table, and head to her own bed before midnight. By 8:30, silence had settled in the house. A lone lamp on a side table cast a soft light in the living room. Cartoons were playing at minimum volume. Outside the window, a storm was raging. Rain pounded furiously against the glass, and from time to time the headlights of passing cars slid across the curtains. The children, exhausted from an hour of restless running around, curled up on the couch, covered in blankets up to their chins. The girl held the remote control, ready to mute the sound during annoying commercials that could wake the dozing rascals. The clock hands passed 9. She decided to give them another 10 minutes of rest. Before taking them to their bedrooms, getting up, she stretched and headed to the thermostat to raise the temperature a little. It was at that moment that there was a deafening knock on the door. Heavy, insistent, unlike the crack of a broken branch or a gust of wind. The lampshade trembled. Then came a second blow, more muffled, as if someone were pressing their ear against the door, trying to hear what was happening inside. Her heart pounded in her chest. She glanced at the children, whose eyes were wide with fright. Putting a finger to her lips, she whispered, "Hide behind the couch, and don't peek out." The children surprisingly obeyed without question and scurried under the knitted blanket. The girl turned off the television and the lamp, plunging the room into complete darkness, broken only by the dim light of the digital clock on the cable box. In the ensuing silence, the sound of the rain seemed deafening, but she could clearly hear someone moving at the door, the rubber sole of a shoe sliding on the mat. Frantically, fumbling for her phone in her pocket, she found no signal. Due to the raging weather, their Wi-Fi often went down, and it was impossible to contact anyone by phone. Retreating to the kitchen, she opened a drawer near the sink and grabbed the largest steak knife, the one she had recently washed after making frozen pizza for the children. Holding her breath, she made her way along the wall to the hallway leading to the front door. Every inch of the floor in this old house creaked, so she tried to step on her heels to soften the noise. Halfway there, she heard another sound, the click of the mail slot opening and then slamming shut. The stranger outside was methodically checking all possible openings, probably looking for a lock that could be broken. The thought flashed through her mind to run through the back door with the children, but the backyard was not fenced, and beyond it stretched a dark and impassable forest. If the intruder bypassed them, they would be trapped in the open air. It seemed safer to meet him here, where she at least knew the layout of the house. Clutching the phone in her left hand and the knife in her right, she rounded the corner and raised the blade to shoulder level. Her pulse was pounding in her temples so loudly that she almost missed the moment when the front door burst open. Two tall figures stormed into the house, their arms wide and shouting, "Boo!" For a moment, her mind refused to match the faces she saw with names. Suddenly, a flash of lightning outside illuminated them, and she recognized Mr. and Mrs. Miller, whose raincoats glistened with rain. They burst into unrestrained laughter, bending over and patting each other on the back. A scream caught in her throat, her breath taken away. The tip of the knife trembled a few inches from Mr. Miller's chest. Straightening up, he noticed the blade, and the smile immediately disappeared from his face. "Hey, take it easy," he said, raising both hands in a protective gesture, as if facing an armed police officer. Mrs. Miller wiped tears from her cheeks, continuing to giggle. "We just wanted to see how brave you were," she said. "Looks like you passed the test." The girl lowered the knife, but anger, displacing fear, filled her soul. Her legs trembled treacherously. "You could have been stabbed," was all she could manage to say. Mr. Miller waved away her words. "Come on, it's just a joke. We came home early and decided to play a little trick on you. Test your nerves." He turned to hang up his coat. "Put the kids to bed, okay? We're starving. We're going to make grilled cheese sandwiches." She froze, expecting an apology, or at least permission to go home. But instead, they headed to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and began to rattle the dishes. Returning to the living room, she was still shaking from what she had experienced. The children, embarrassed and frightened, peeked out from behind the couch. She told them that their parents were back and carried the 6-year-old upstairs, while the 8-year-old trudged behind. Putting them to bed was awkward. They sensed her subdued mood. She spoke in an even and curt voice. "Good night. Your parents are downstairs." Turning off the light in the hallway, she still held the knife in her hand. Returning it to the drawer, she carefully washed her fingerprints from the steel and wiped the blade dry. From the hallway, she could see the adults through the kitchen doorway. They stood at the stove, hugging and swaying, laughing at some joke only they understood, spreading butter on bread. The smell of frying cheese spread throughout the house, but it only made her stomach churn. She sat down at the dining table, placing her phone face down. No one offered her food. No one thanked her for not plunging the knife into Mr. Miller's ribs. The babysitter and the haunted house, a tale of fear and growing up. Working with the Miller family left an indelible mark on her young soul. On that ill-fated evening at 10:30 p.m., her patience reached its limit. Mrs. Miller finally graced her with her attention. "You can go," came the cheerful permission. Payment as usual. Accompanied by the drizzling rain and the squishing of her shoes, the girl headed home, the coveted bills clutched in her hand. At night, in the silence of her room, her gaze was fixed on the ceiling. The image replayed over and over in her mind, the door bursting open, the blinding flash of lightning, the ominously gleaming knife blade. Mr. Miller's raincoat seemed dark and slippery, like a character from a crime drama. The realization of how close she had come to a fateful line that would have changed not only her life, but also the fate of others, filled her with dread. At that moment, another realization dawned. Her fear meant nothing to them. An empty sound. The whole spectacle had been staged for their amusement, for their dubious entertainment. After that incident, she no longer agreed to babysit their children. She responded evasively to Mrs. Miller's persistent messages, which came in over the next 2 weeks, citing a busy study schedule. Soon the inquiries ceased. In the evenings, passing by their house on the way to the bus stop, she saw the usual scene: yellow light streaming from the windows, toys scattered on the lawn. But forever etched in her memory was the chilling horror they had created for a moment's amusement. This incident taught her 2 important things. Panic feels indistinguishable from real danger, and some adults never grow up, remaining children at heart. Since then, she carefully checks every door she enters, even the door to her own home. Her phone is always charged and within reach, and when someone suggests a harmless joke at someone else's expense, the very knife that trembled in her hand appears in her imagination, and she resolutely shakes her head, saying a firm no. Before this incident, she didn't really believe in ghosts, but after working at the Thompson house, her beliefs wavered. The seemingly ordinary house was located at the end of Willow Street, across from St. Mary's Church. The girl's mother, who worked at a preschool, knew the Thompson sons, Ethan and Liam, from her classes. One evening, Mrs. Thompson called her, asking her to babysit because their regular nanny had suddenly cancelled. The 17-year-old needed the money and agreed, thinking it would be an easy job. How wrong she was. The beginning of the evening was unremarkable. Ethan and Liam, 6 and 8 years old, turned out to be cute but energetic boys who ran around their old 2-story house. The house was built in the 70s and had all the hallmarks of that era: creaky wooden floors and a faint, musty smell, as if it had absorbed all the years it had seen. Mrs. Thompson left her clear instructions: feed the boys, bathe them, and put them to bed by 9:00 p.m. The task seemed simple. Around 6:30 p.m., she was in the kitchen with the boys preparing dinner. The children wanted tacos, so they were taking ingredients out of the refrigerator. Liam carelessly slammed a plastic container of salsa on the table. The girl turned away to get the cheese, and suddenly the container exploded. Salsa flew everywhere, splattering the walls, cabinets, and refrigerator. The kitchen looked like a crime scene. The boys screamed, their voices mixed with laughter and fright. The girl stood, clutching a piece of cheese, in complete shock. She tried to convince herself that it was just old salsa that had fermented and created gas. With these thoughts, she grabbed paper towels and began cleaning up. The boys helped her, giggling nervously, but Ethan kept glancing toward the living room, as if expecting something to appear there. It took about 20 minutes to clean up the mess, but a sharp tomato smell lingered in the air. They were still in the kitchen, scraping the last bits of salsa off the refrigerator, when a loud crash came from the living room. The sound was as if something heavy had fallen. Telling the boys to stay put, the girl entered the living room, her heart pounding. 2 framed photos, one of the boys on the beach, the other of their parents' wedding, lay on the floor, having fallen from opposite walls. The glass was not broken. The frames lay face up, as if someone had deliberately placed them there. She checked the walls. The nails were in place. No cracks or damage. All the windows were closed. There was no wind. Ethan, who had followed her despite being told not to, whispered, "That happens sometimes." The girl forced a smile, leaned the frames against the walls but didn't hang them back up. She felt uneasy, but she kept telling herself it was just an old house. After dinner, it was time to bathe. She took the boys upstairs, filled the tub, and let them splash around, while she stood in the hallway, leaving the bathroom door ajar. Across the hall was their father's home office, a small room with a cluttered desk and an old desktop computer. Leaning against the wall and scrolling through her phone, she heard a faint sound, then another. The computer monitor flickered, the fans whirred. The screen lit up blue, showing the Windows login page. The girl froze in amazement. No one had touched the computer. The boys were in the bathroom, and she was far from the desk. Entering the office, she expected to see a cat or something else on the keyboard, but the room was empty. The mouse wasn't moving, and there was a thin layer of dust on the keyboard. She tried to convince herself it was an automatic update, but after the incidents with the salsa and the frames, it seemed unlikely. Yanking the monitor's power cord, she hurried back to the hallway. By 9:15 p.m., she had put Ethan and Liam to bed in their shared bedroom upstairs. The children were exhausted and quickly fell asleep, their quiet snores filling the room. Closing the door, she went downstairs to wait for the Thompsons to return. Flipping through channels on the old square TV, she suddenly heard footsteps. Slow and heavy, they came from the hallway upstairs. Turning off the TV, the girl felt her heart pound. She assumed the boys had gotten up. Tiptoeing upstairs, she quietly stepped on the creaky stairs. The door to the children's bedroom was closed. Opening it a crack, she saw that the boys were fast asleep, exactly as she had left them. The hallway was empty, the air still. Checking the other rooms, the guest bedroom, the bathroom, and the office, she made sure there was no one there. Goosebumps rose on her skin as she went back downstairs. 10 minutes later, the creaking repeated, this time slower, as if someone were walking from one end of the hallway to the other. She didn't go up again. Curling up on the couch, the girl texted her boyfriend, telling him about her fear. "Just stay calm," he replied. "Old houses always have noises." But she didn't believe him. Sitting in the corner of the couch and clutching her phone, she counted down the minutes until 10:30 p.m. Upon the arrival of the Thompsons, the narrator, seeking to hide her confusion, probably betrayed herself with a bewildered look as Miss Thompson did not fail to inquire about her well-being. In response, she vaguely praised the boys and hastily threw on her jacket, eager to leave the house as soon as possible. She did not utter a word about the strange salsa, the mysterious frames, the ominous computer, or the dancing footsteps, driven only by the desire to be out on the street as soon as possible. All the way home, she was haunted by Ethan's mysterious whisper, "That happens sometimes." And us. After that incident, she babysat the children a few more times, but she avoided staying late. She always brought a friend with her, so she wouldn't be alone in that strange house. To this day, she is haunted by questions about what was really going on in the Thompsons' house. She is sure that it was not just a figment of her imagination. There was something inexplicable and sinister about that place that has been etched into her memory forever.
10 years ago, when Halloween still held on to its former glory, a group of 3 friends, referred to in this story as Alex, Ben, and the narrator, set out on their annual trick-or-treat adventure. That year marked a significant milestone for them. For the first time, they were allowed to go out without adult supervision. Alex's parents, known for their overprotectiveness, usually dampened much of the fun, so their absence was a source of unambiguous joy for all 3. As for costumes, the narrator chose a terrifying clown, Ben dressed as a scarecrow, and Alex wore a white sheet with a pumpkin mask. His concept wasn't entirely clear. Perhaps he was meant to be a ghost with a pumpkin for a head, creating an enigmatic figure. Their adventure began at 5 p.m., considered rather late, but in their town trick-or-treating continued until 9 p.m., making such a start perfectly normal. The first few hours passed in carefree revelry as the friends playfully dashed from door to door, relishing every moment of the holiday. By 7:30 p.m., however, their attention was drawn to 2 men who seemed to be constantly following them. This was especially odd given that the group kept switching streets and visiting random houses without following any set route. Noticing this, the friends grew uneasy and made several extra turns, essentially looping back on themselves. To their alarm, the 2 men mirrored nearly all their maneuvers. Still, it was hard to say for certain they were being followed. The men were dressed in costumes like everyone else and approached houses as ordinary trick-or-treaters would. Yet they were noticeably larger and seemingly older than teenagers, perhaps even college students or adults, which raised suspicions. Against better judgment, Ben and the narrator agreed to Alex's suggestion to leave the neighborhood and cut through the woods to lose their pursuers and reach another part of town. Their only reason for agreeing was the presence of a well-trodden path through the forest. Though they'd never walked it at night, their familiarity with the route gave them confidence they wouldn't get lost. They hurried to the trail and plunged into the dense woods, hoping the 2 men hadn't noticed them. The deeper they went, the darker it became, so dark they could barely see anything ahead. This was long before mobile phones were ubiquitous, so none of them had a light source. They had to stop briefly, overwhelmed by the eerie and potentially dangerous situation, debating whether to turn back. But as they stood still, they began to hear footsteps crunching on gravel behind them. All they could make out were vague silhouettes of 2 approaching men before all 3 bolted deeper into the forest. The situation worsened when Ben, who'd started running last, swore he saw the 2 men chase after them the moment they left their hiding spot. In a panic, they became completely lost. Every time they paused to catch their breath, they had only 10 to 20 seconds before hearing footsteps again, forcing them to flee once more. This convinced them beyond doubt that they were not only being followed but that their pursuers had truly sinister intentions, relentlessly chasing them through the woods. They wandered for what felt like over half an hour before finally emerging onto a street. None of them knew where they were, so they picked a direction at random and, by chance, ended up in Ben's neighborhood. They rushed straight to his house, locked themselves inside, and remained glued to the windows for the rest of the night, gripped by fear and anxiety. Naturally, being children, they told no one about what had happened. Alex was picked up around 10 p.m., and the narrator stayed the night at Ben's. Notably, in the middle of the night, somewhere between 2 and 3 a.m., both friends woke up convinced they heard 2 sets of footsteps on the driveway. Ben's room was on the ground floor, right at the front of the house, so the sound was quite distinct. Yet when they looked outside, they saw no one. It might have been nothing, but the fact that they both woke up to the same sound leaves room for speculation. Nothing else happened that night. Every Halloween since has been entirely normal, yet they've always felt a faint surge of adrenaline mixed with a nervous sense of being watched, a memory that left an indelible mark. 5 years ago, on Halloween night, the narrator happened to own a lovely house in one of the city's larger neighborhoods. Larger here referred not to the size of the homes themselves but to their sheer number, which meant the streets were always teeming with children on Halloween, creating a lively, festive atmosphere. Typically, from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., he'd been steadily handing out candy. Nothing unusual ever occurred, it was always the same routine. Kids would arrive, ring the doorbell, say trick or treat, receive their sweets, and leave. But near the end of the evening, the doorbell rang again. When he opened the door, he found a lone little girl on his porch. She was alone, though a man stood on the sidewalk. The narrator assumed he was her parent watching over her. Still, the girl looked somewhat odd. She wore a costume he recognized as a dead bride, a tattered white wedding dress, and her entire face was covered in white makeup. Strangely, the longer he looked at her, the older she seemed, not quite like a child. But, of course, he chalked it up to the makeup distorting his perception of her age. She didn't smile or say a word. The rest of the evening passed surprisingly quietly, as if in the calm before a storm. A few more young trick-or-treaters appeared, but the festivities seemed to be winding down. Having fulfilled his candy-giving duties, the narrator put away the leftovers and settled into his usual evening routine. He stayed up late, chatting casually on the phone with friends and tending to mundane household tasks. By his own admission, he didn't head to bed until around 1 a.m., realizing how late it had gotten. After turning off all the lights, he went upstairs to take a shower before sleeping. About 15 minutes after the water started running, he stepped out of the bathroom and instinctively checked his phone. A notification from his doorbell camera awaited him, recorded 10 minutes earlier, almost immediately after he'd entered the shower. Sometimes these alerts were false alarms, but as he reviewed the footage, his heart sank. For a split second, in the corner of the frame, the same girl in the white wedding dress appeared, then quickly retreated, as if remembering the camera and trying to stay out of view. The narrator hastily dressed, ran downstairs, and peered outside. The street was silent, the porch was empty. His heart raced. This couldn't be a coincidence, the girl had already shown up earlier. But then he heard something behind him. He spun around and stared down the shadowy hallway. Whispering came from the other end of the house, two people talking to each other. Without hesitation, he flung open the front door and bolted out, running to the other side of the neighborhood. He called the police and waited anxiously. Moments later, another notification popped up from the doorbell app. His face went pale. The footage showed the girl and the man running out of his house. He handed the video evidence to the police, who took all necessary measures. It was determined the intruders had likely forced the side door leading into the garage, then entered the house from there, but they were never found or identified. Notably, other neighbors reported similar strange encounters with the pair, though only the narrator's home was actually breached. It's likely the two had been roaming the neighborhood, seeking out those they deemed most vulnerable, though that remains speculation. To this day, no further information has emerged, and the pair has never been seen again. The narrator was 15 that year and felt too old to dress up and go trick-or-treating. Instead, he spent Halloween hanging out with his friend Aiden, lounging in Aiden's room and feeling bored. He thought they ought to do something special, given the occasion, and since his parents were at a corporate party downtown, the whole house was theirs for the night. After failing to come up with anything interesting, they did the most unoriginal thing possible, went downstairs to watch a Halloween-themed horror movie. They found one, turned off all the lights, and immersed themselves in an atmosphere of mystery. The basement was already a creepy place, unfinished, cluttered with boxes and random stored items. There was only a couch in the middle and a small TV facing it. Usually, his dad would come down to drink a couple of beers and stay late while everyone else slept. They watched the movie. For a while, getting through the opening scenes, when suddenly they heard a dull thud. They exchanged glances and paused the film. Silence enveloped the house, thick and heavy. The narrator thought it might have been from the movie, so he rewound and replayed, but there was nothing even remotely similar to the sound they'd just heard. Everything upstairs sounded muffled, yet they were certain the noise had come from the floor above. The narrator stood up, and Aiden followed as he crept to the bottom of the stairs and listened again. Very faintly, they heard more dull thuds, quieter now, moving across the upper floor. They just stared at each other in fear, not moving or speaking, both certain of what the sounds meant. It sounded like someone was quietly walking upstairs. Then, suddenly, a voice called out, "Aiden! Aiden!" It repeated his name several times, low and unfamiliar. Aiden clearly had no idea who it was. And even if he had, these people had broken into the narrator's house while his parents were away. The friends quickly found a hiding spot, a tiny closet in the basement corner. The narrator was almost certain it was a utility closet, housing the water heater and such. Just seconds later, the basement door creaked open. Through narrow gaps in the closet door, they could see. The overhead light pierced the darkness, illuminating the stairs leading down into the shadowy space. After a brief pause, a man began descending. His steps were slow and deliberate, stopping occasionally to look around. He walked to the center of the basement, noticed the still running TV, stared at it intently, then called out again, "Aiden." He started searching behind boxes and even opened one, carefully examining its contents for about a minute. That box held old photo albums and cherished family heirlooms, so watching a stranger rifle through them was deeply unsettling. After about 5 minutes, he turned and headed back upstairs. His footsteps echoed through the upper hallways for a while, then complete silence fell. The narrator waited in the closet for what felt like an eternity before finally daring to emerge. He grabbed his phone and dialed emergency services. The wait was agonizing, and by the time help arrived, the intruder had vanished without a trace. In the pitch-black basement, the man's face was impossible to discern, making identification hopeless. But one thing was clear: he knew who Aiden was and that he'd be alone in the house that night. The stranger's actions left no doubt about his stalking intentions, possibly aiming to abduct Aiden, or perhaps the narrator himself. The incident was deeply disturbing, and though the narrator still keeps in touch with Aiden, the case never progressed further. The man was never seen again. This unsettling episode occurred in the last week of October, just before Halloween. The narrator lived in a cozy, modest house in a typical suburban neighborhood. While he certainly enjoyed the holiday, outdoor decorations had never been his passion. A few years earlier, his sister had given him a small ghost figurine, so he simply placed it in the yard, and that was the extent of his Halloween preparations. But a week before Halloween, there was a knock at the door. It was the narrator's day off, so he was home and answered. The man on the porch was unfamiliar, around 40, with light stubble, short chestnut hair, and wearing a thick down jacket. He smiled broadly and said he just wanted to compliment the narrator's Halloween decorations. The narrator didn't quite know how to respond. After all, there was only one small ghost in the yard. It wasn't unusual or unique at all, just a piece of wood with a painted ghost. He thanked the man, who kept smiling, and left. It struck the narrator as odd but not alarming, probably just an overly friendly person, perhaps a bit too friendly. Yet just a couple of days later, the man reappeared. This time, the narrator had just returned from work at 7 p.m. and hadn't even changed out of his work clothes when he heard another knock. Seeing him again filled the narrator with dread, and the ensuing conversation only heightened his unease. The man praised the ghost again but then tried to strike up casual conversation. The narrator gave short, disinterested replies, clearly signaling he wasn't interested in whatever the man wanted. At this point, the situation turned genuinely creepy. Eventually, the narrator claimed he was busy, but even then, the man kept trying to keep him at the door, forcing the narrator to simply shut it in his face. The man stood there for 20 seconds, seemingly considering whether to knock again. Thankfully, he changed his mind and walked away. This guy was becoming truly disturbing, but the narrator hoped that would be the end of it. Several days passed with no further incidents, so he nearly forgot about him. It was Halloween night, and the narrator had the good fortune of finishing work early, so he was home to hand out candy. He ate an early dinner and spent the evening alternating between watching TV and keeping watch at the front door. By about 7 p.m., most of the trick-or-treating crowd had dispersed, and only a few small groups of children occasionally walked by. But when he opened the door to give out candy, he happened to notice something across the street from his house. He recognized the thick down jacket and realized it was the same man who had shown up twice before. The man stood on the sidewalk, almost as if watching the narrator or his house, but the narrator couldn't be sure. It was too dark. After handing out the candy and watching the children walk away, he made sure the man didn't follow them or do anything suspicious. Maybe he was being overly cautious, but eventually the stranger walked off in the opposite direction. The narrator closed the door and tried not to worry too much. After all the kids seemed to have gone home, and the neighborhood streets were quiet and peaceful. No one else was in sight. He stayed in the living room and put on a horror movie to round out the night. He thinks it was around 10 p.m. when he started watching, and probably 11 p.m. or midnight when a sudden knock at the door startled him so badly he nearly fell off the couch. He got up and cautiously peered out the door to see the same man standing there, holding something. It was far too late for trick-or-treating. The narrator immediately knew something was wrong. He didn't open the door, but the man must have heard him inside, because he began speaking. "I've got something for you. Nothing special, just wanted to give you a little Halloween gift." He knocked again. "Hello? It's just a present. You'll like it." The narrator didn't respond. Instead, he silently dialed 911, his eyes fixed on the door as he waited for the police to arrive. The stranger kept knocking persistently, trying to deliver his mysterious gift, though its nature remained hidden. All that was visible was an ordinary box clutched in his hands. A moment later, the stranger left, taking the enigmatic item with him. The victim gave law enforcement all the information he had, but it wasn't enough to identify or locate the man. A nagging feeling told him the stranger was still nearby, perhaps even watching from outside during his call to the police, because after that night, the man never reappeared. What the gift was, and what had driven such relentless pursuit, remained a mystery. Yet every year as Halloween approaches, the obsessive dread that the stranger might return and resume his haunting never fades. Years earlier, on another Halloween Eve, a series of events left a deep mark on the narrator's memory. At the time, he was still a child, though nearing the age when many of his peers began losing interest in the traditional candy collecting ritual. That year, most of his friends decided to skip it, but the narrator and his loyal friend Jason were still full of enthusiasm. For the narrator, the real joy wasn't so much in the candy itself, but in the rare chance to wander aimlessly through the neighborhood, soaking in the festive atmosphere, enjoying time with friends, and doing things normally forbidden in everyday life. And, of course, by the end of the evening, they'd have a whole mountain of sweets enough to last for weeks. Jason lived in a slightly larger neighborhood than the narrator's, so right after school, the narrator headed to his friend's house to begin their route from there. Both boys wore the most ordinary, unremarkable costumes they could find. Neither had felt the need to put much effort into their outfits. Around 4 p.m., they set off to collect candy. Everything started exactly as expected. They went door to door, gathering as much candy as they could, running joyfully through the streets and admiring all the incredible decorations. By 6:30 p.m., they'd covered Jason's neighborhood and possibly 2 or 3 others, eventually finding themselves in a completely unfamiliar area. It looked like any other part of town, except that instead of leading to another residential zone, the road ended by disappearing into a dense forest. Lining the road were enormous houses, at least twice the size of those they'd visited, maybe even more imposing. They resembled mansions hidden among the trees. Both friends realized they had to find out what treasures these grand homes were giving out. They didn't even finish the houses they'd already started, they headed straight for the giant estates. In their excitement, they didn't even notice the sun sinking below the horizon. And, honestly, since they didn't know where they were to begin with, venturing deeper into this unknown, wooded area wasn't the wisest choice. They approached the first house. A long driveway led up to it, and only a single porch light illuminated the entire mansion. The narrator rang the doorbell, but there was no answer. After waiting a minute, they moved on to the next house. Almost immediately, they felt how eerily quiet it was. Only crickets chirped in the trees. There were no other children or parents walking around or collecting candy. Somehow, they still didn't get the hint and kept going deeper, stopping at every house along the way, but none of them opened their doors. They must have knocked on 8 or 10 houses before spotting an orange glow in the woods, the first sign of Halloween decorations they'd seen all evening. The house looked just like the others, old and extremely large, but this one had vintage-style lanterns and garden decor that matched its character. They figured that if the owners had gone to such lengths with the decorations, they were surely handing out candy. Excited, they hurried up the driveway to knock on the large wooden door. But when they reached the porch, they saw the door was already slightly ajar. Inside, the house was very dark, and everything looked outdated. Still, the narrator knocked. For a full 30 seconds, there was complete silence as they waited. Something felt off. If you had all those decorations and left your door open on Halloween, you'd likely be home, watching the door. Just as they were about to leave, a man suddenly appeared in the doorway. He was elderly, at least 50, with thinning hair and unnaturally wide-open eyes. He smiled and said, "Happy Halloween," adding that he had candy inside for them. An awkward pause followed. They expected him to go fetch a bowl, but instead, he simply stepped aside, as if inviting them in. Neither the narrator nor Jason moved. "Come on in," the man said. "It's right there in the hallway. The bowl's too heavy for an old man like me to carry." He swung the door wider and gestured again toward the corridor, clearly encouraging them to enter. But common sense, mixed with the unsettling darkness swallowing most of the house, told them not to take the risk. Jason tried to mumble an excuse, but stumbled over his words and couldn't form a coherent sentence before his friend nudged him, signaling they should just leave. Both boys hurried away without looking back to see the man's reaction. They still didn't know whether he had ill intentions or if something else was at play, but they just wanted to be safe and avoid ending up in the news as kids who'd willingly walked into some lunatic's house on Halloween. In their rush to get away, however, they unconsciously kept following the road, wandering deeper into the maze of this strange neighborhood. Still caught up in discussing the unsettling encounter, they passed several more houses without stopping. Eventually, they agreed they should leave the area and return to familiar ground. But since they'd already gone so far, it seemed logical to keep walking, hoping it would lead them to a main road. They walked for 15 minutes without stopping at any houses. The forest remained ominously silent. Now that the sun had fully set, pitch-black darkness had fallen. There wasn't a soul in sight. Suddenly, ahead of them, they saw something unusual, a car parked right on the roadside along the forest path. In the complete darkness, with its headlights off, it was barely visible. By the time they noticed it, they were only about 20 feet away. It was a very old vehicle, and with no lights on, it almost looked abandoned. Confused and curious, the boys nervously walked past it, staying on the opposite side of the road. Through the windshield, they could see nothing, the car was perfectly parked in shadow. But as they passed right beside it, one of them glanced through the side window and caught a glimpse of a person sitting in the driver's seat. In that instant, he recognized the same unnaturally wide, anxious eyes. His friend told Jason to run, and they both bolted down the road. Almost immediately, the car's headlights switched on. They kept running, and luckily, just a minute later they reached an intersection leading back into a normal neighborhood. They never saw the car follow them, but perhaps their sudden sprint made the driver realize they'd spotted him, discouraging him from pursuing them further. They went straight back to Jason's house and never told anyone, not even their other friends, about what had happened. It was their last year trick-or-treating on Halloween.
NOS, a tragic anniversary, remembering a fateful day. September 6th, 1990, was a warm Saturday, the day I turned 30. I planned a modest party with close friends to share the joy with my 12-year-old daughter. Nothing extraordinary. A birthday cake and the warm company of friends. As was our tradition, my sister and I took our children to our parents' house for Saturday morning bagels. My mother, or rather my stepmother, Linda, had entered our lives about 5 years earlier after the untimely passing of my real mother. This woman always gave me an inexplicable sense of unease. Her cold, piercing gaze seemed to assess everything around her, as if counting invisible dollars. In Linda's conversations, topics of the house, savings, and my father's assets constantly surfaced. It seemed that her marriage to him was based more on financial gain than on love. However, I tried to ignore it, respecting my father's feelings. That morning, my father wasn't home. He had gone to his parents' house to mow their lawn, as he did every weekend. My father's morning phone call was, as always, cheerful and lively. "Happy birthday, Rebio. See you later." I laughed and said our traditional phrase, "Love you, Daddy." Bagels, cream cheese, salmon, and other traditional treats awaited us at the table. The children, engrossed in games, were laughing. Everything was as usual. About 45 minutes later, the phone rang. Linda, who was in the kitchen, answered it. Suddenly, her face turned deathly pale, as if all the blood had drained from it. She repeated in confusion, "Stroke, stroke." Her voice trembled, but there was a strange artificiality to it. Hanging up, she turned to us with wide eyes and said, "It's your grandfather, your father. He's in the hospital." My world collapsed in an instant. "Dad! Hospital!" My husband and brother-in-law, alarmed, rushed to comfort Linda. Without wasting time, my sister and I grabbed the children, put them in the car, and raced to my grandparents' house. On the way, I tried to reassure myself by resorting to absurd omens. If I get all greens, my father will be okay. If I see children playing, he'll be fine. If a bird flies by, everything will be all right. The warm September wind ruffled my hair, but everything felt wrong. As we pulled up to the house, I heard a heart-wrenching wail, a sound I had never heard before. This loud, desperate cry came from inside the house. My grandmother, my real grandmother, stood on the porch, hunched over and sobbing so loudly that her voice echoed down the street. That sound still haunts me, embodying pure grief and pain. Running to the house, my daughter noticed broken and bent glasses on the grass. Picking them up in confusion, she said, "Mom, there's our grandpa's glasses." Confusion flashed through my mind. No, wait. Dad was her grandfather. No, my dad was her grandfather. My brain refused to accept reality. My dad is dead. Her grandfather. I felt sick. My grandfather returned from the hospital shortly afterward, shaking his head helplessly. He was silent at first, but his face spoke volumes. Relatives began to arrive, uncles, aunts. Then the terrible truth came out. My father didn't have a stroke. It was a massive heart attack. He had collapsed right on the lawn while mowing. Passing sanitation workers witnessed the tragedy. They rushed to help him, trying to give him CPR along with my grandfather. But it was all in vain. He died before he hit the ground. The rest of the day passed in a haze. The party was, of course, out of the question. Everyone sat in a daze, overwhelmed by grief. Linda, who arrived later, feigned inconsolable sorrow, hugging everyone. But her eyes, they darted around the room, as if she were already contemplating her next steps. The house, the money. It filled me with a horrible irritation that I tried to suppress. Grief can do strange things. For the next 15 years, I couldn't bear to hear birthday greetings without shuddering. I forbade them. If anyone dared to say those words, I would scold them severely. Even now, 36 years later, I don't celebrate my birthday in a big way. September 6th is just a day to get through. But I have enormous respect for sanitation workers, considering them true heroes. A few months after my father's death, even stranger things began to happen. I was helping to sort through his belongings in the house. Linda, who lived there alone, was eager to sell everything as quickly as possible. "We need to move on," she said, but her voice sounded more greedy than grieving. One day, while cleaning out the kitchen cabinets, in the furthest corner where you rarely look, I found a bottle of syrup hidden behind old jars. It was a plain glass bottle with a thick, dark liquid without a label. A strange place for syrup, I thought. Taking it home, I started searching for information online. It turned out it wasn't ordinary syrup. The description, the color, even a photo uploaded to several forums, all pointed to one thing. It matched the description of a homemade mixture with digoxin, a heart medication derived from foxglove. It's prescribed for heart problems, but in large doses, it's deadly, especially for elderly people like my father, who was in his 50s. It can cause irregular heartbeats, leading to a massive attack, and worst of all, it's hard to detect in an autopsy unless you specifically look for it. Story 1. My father's death was ruled a natural cause, raising no suspicion of foul play. However, traces of a substance were found in one of the bottles, which tested positive after an anonymous sample was sent to a lab. Gradually, sinister details began to emerge. Linda, a former nurse, had knowledge of medications. She expressed dissatisfaction with my father's unwillingness to do household chores and how property taxes were draining their savings. She longed to possess everything alone. The sinister glances and the hasty organization of the house sale began to form a single picture. She had probably been adding the poisonous substance to his food or coffee, gradually accumulating to a critical dose. Working in the garden was probably the final straw that pushed his heart over the edge. After this discovery, sleep deserted me, and nightmares of my father falling and Linda's cold smile haunted me. First, I anonymously contacted the police, providing them with all the details. They reopened the investigation, tested the contents of the bottle, and exhumed my father's body for a toxicology examination. Traces of digoxin were found. Linda vehemently denied any involvement, but foxglove was found in her garden, hidden in a secluded spot. Emails with information about natural heart remedies and inheritance laws were found on her computer. A week later, she was arrested. Despite her cries of innocence, the evidence relentlessly mounted. The trial was swift, and she was sentenced to life in prison for murder. That day, my grandmother sincerely mourned her loss, but Linda's tears were later revealed to be fake. She had taken my father's life out of greed. Story 2, my 16th birthday, is etched in my memory as if it happened just yesterday, even though it was years ago. My name is Smith, and I live in a quiet suburb near Chicago. My older brother, Alan, who was 22, was always known for his love of pranks. He declared that he was going to make my birthday unforgettable, and took it upon himself to organize a party at our house. Our parents were away for the weekend, visiting relatives in Ohio, so it was just me, Alan, and about a dozen friends from school at the house. The party started around 7 o'clock on Friday evening. Alan decorated the living room with balloons and streamers, ordered pizza from Domino's, and got a cake from the local Walmart bakery. My friends gradually arrived, guys like Ben, Tyler, and Chris, and a few girls, including Sophia and Emily. We played video games on the Xbox, enjoyed music from Spotify through a Bluetooth speaker, and just hung out. Alan was acting mysterious, smirking at me. About an hour in, he pulled me aside in the kitchen and told me about a surprise. He had hired actors from a local theater group to stage a fake home invasion. They were supposed to burst in wearing masks and wielding toy guns, scare everyone a little, and then reveal the prank. He asked me to play along and pretend to be scared. I chuckled, knowing Alan's penchant for such antics. Last year, he hid in my closet, dressed as a clown to scare me. I figured it would be harmless fun, and agreed to play along. We went back to the party, and everything seemed normal. Guests were taking selfies on their iPhones, sharing moments on Snapchat, and snacking on chips from Costco bags. Around 9 o'clock, something strange happened. The lights started flickering, which Alan had probably arranged using Philips Hue smart bulbs. Then the back door burst open, and 4 guys in black ski masks stormed in, shouting, "Everyone on the floor! This is a robbery!" They had guns that looked like toy models, with orange tips, the kind you can buy on Amazon, and one had a knife that looked like plastic. My friends screamed and dropped to the floor. Sophia burst into tears, and Ben exclaimed, "What the hell?" I tried to feign shock, but inside, I was smirking. I even whispered to Tyler, who was standing next to me, "It's Alan's prank, relax." The robbers started herding us into the living room, tying our hands with cheap plastic zip ties from Home Depot. Alan was tied up too, winking at me when no one was looking. One of the guys, who I'll call Mask 1, was tall and skinny. He demanded our wallets and phones, threatening, "Give us your stuff or else." His voice sounded fake and gruff. The guests panicked, but I kept saying, Guys, it's probably just a joke. Alan likes this kind of stuff." Emily gave me an angry look. "Smith, shut up. This isn't funny at all." That's when I started noticing details that seemed off. The script Alan had described was simple. Scare us, take fake loot, and then take off the masks and laugh. But one of the robbers, a short, stocky guy, Mask 4, wasn't following the plan. He was quiet, moving around the edges of the room and rummaging through drawers in the kitchen, while the others were yelling. I saw him pocket my mom's jewelry box, which had her real gold earrings from Macy's in it. Hey, that's not part of the prank, I thought, but I decided not to make a big deal of it. Maybe Alan had added something else. The real horror started when Mask 4 came back. He had a knife in his hand, but up close, it didn't look like plastic. It had a serrated edge, like a real kitchen knife from our IKEA set. No shiny fake glint, just dull steel. He leaned over Sophia, who was sobbing on the carpet, and pressed the knife to her arm. "Give me your necklace," he growled in a low, raspy voice that didn't sound theatrical. Sophia struggled to take off her necklace, a cheap silver chain from Target, but her arm was slightly cut. A thin line of blood appeared and she cried out in pain. She let out a painful moan. The narrator's heart pounded in his chest. "Wait, that's real blood," he muttered, not believing his eyes. His gaze darted to Alan, who was standing on the other side of the room, his eyes wide with horror. He whispered almost inaudibly, "What?" The narrator tried to croak in response. "Yell, Alan. This isn't a game. The knife is real." But one of the actors, hidden by the mask, drowned out his words, rudely interrupting, "Quiet, kid," as if following a pre-written script. The friends, unaware of the danger, took his words for another joke. Chris even laughed nervously. "Smith, stop fooling around. It's creepy enough as it is." The chaos was escalating like an ominous wave. The robbers were supposed to be ending their performance, but Mask 4 continued to escalate the situation. He smashed a vase that stood on the mantelpiece, a real ceramic vase, not a cheap prop, and began collecting phones in a black duffel bag apparently purchased at Dick's Sporting Goods. "No calling the police," he said, but his tone was menacingly serious, devoid of any playfulness. The narrator remembered Alan's words that the actors would pretend to cut the phone lines. But this madman ripped the cord of the landline phone out of the wall and stomped on it with his rough boots. Timberlands, it seemed. The narrator desperately tried to free himself from the zip ties which were tied too tightly. "Guys, listen, that's not an actor," he hissed to Ben and Tyler. "Look at his knife. It's from our kitchen." Ben glanced in the indicated direction and frowned. "Dude, you're paranoid." Alan thought of everything, he countered. But at that moment, Mask 4 snatched Emily's purse and rudely began rummaging through it. When the girl tried to protest, he pushed her toward the couch. She hit her head on the armrest, and a bruise formed on her forehead. This was no longer a game. Alan finally realized what was happening. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Okay, the prank's over, guys! Stop it!" The three actors hesitated, glancing at each other in confusion under their masks. Mask 1 tore off his mask. Underneath was some college student named Ryan, whom Alan knew from working together at Starbucks. "Wait, what's going on?" Ryan asked in confusion. "We're supposed to follow the plan." But Mask 4 ignored him. He lunged for the front door with the duffel bag full of phones, wallets, and jewelry. "Screw this," he muttered, his voice muffled by the mask. Panic erupted. Alan shouted, "That's not one of ours!" The actors began hastily untying the captives, rummaging in a drawer for scissors. Everyone rushed in pursuit of the robber, but he turned out to be nimble. He jumped over the fence in the backyard, an ordinary chain-link fence from Lowe's, and disappeared into the night. Distant sirens wailed. Someone must have called 911 from the house next door, hearing the screams. The police arrived in about 10 minutes. 2 patrol cars from the local precinct. They took statements, but there was complete chaos. The friends were in a state of deep shock. Sophia needed stitches on her arm, and Emily was diagnosed with a concussion. The actors confessed everything, producing emails from Alan, who had hired them through Craigslist for $200 each. Alan was in serious trouble, community service, and a fine for making a false police report. But the real criminal got away scot-free. The police officer speculated that he had probably seen the actors arrive in advance, lost himself among them in a similar mask that he had acquired somewhere, and used the prank as the perfect cover. There had been an increase in burglaries in the area that summer, targeting homes in suburbs like this one. He was never caught. The phones disappeared without a trace. iPhones, Samsungs, all with photos and contacts. Insurance covered only part of the losses, but the feeling of insecurity remained. The narrator still double-checks the locks before going to bed, and celebrates birthdays modestly, without much fanfare. Alan apologizes every year, but that night still haunts him. What if he had raised the alarm earlier? What if the knife had gone in deeper? It's frightening to think how a stupid prank can turn into a real nightmare in a matter of seconds. Story 3. The narrator was turning 21 and was over the moon. He'd been planning this party for weeks. He rented a large Airbnb house in suburban Atlanta, Georgia, one of those old houses with a spacious backyard, perfect for a barbecue. He invited about 30 friends from college and high school, as well as a few family members. His younger brother, Jake, who was only 14, came along too because his parents wanted him to keep an eye on things. He mostly stayed in the living room, glued to his Nintendo Switch, playing Fortnite. The party started around 7:00 p.m. on a warm June day. Drake and Post Malone blared from a Bluetooth speaker, and burgers from Walmart sizzled enticingly on the grill. Everyone was laughing and taking selfies on their iPhones. It was one of those nights that sticks in your memory forever. Around 9 p.m., a stranger knocked on the door. He was in his early 30s, maybe a little older, with short brown hair, wearing a plain black hoodie and jeans. He had a backpack slung over his shoulder. The narrator didn't recognize him, but people often bring friends to parties like these. The stranger smiled and said, "Hey, happy birthday. I'm a friend of Mike's." Mike was one of his college buddies who had invited a few more people, so the narrator didn't think much of it. He led the stranger in and pointed him to the snack table. "Help yourself to some chips or whatever." He nodded and blended into the crowd. The narrator didn't pay much attention, as he was busy hanging out with his friends and playing cornhole in the backyard. The birthday celebration was in full swing in the moonlit yard. However, as time passed, worrying details began to emerge. The stranger, whose name remained a mystery, kept to himself. He loomed near groups of people, listening to their conversations but not joining in. From time to time, he discreetly pulled tiny plastic baggies from his pocket, like the ones sold in pharmacies. These manipulations occurred surreptitiously when he thought he wasn't being watched. A concerned friend, Nicole, pulled the narrator aside around 10:30. "That guy in the hoodie is creeping me out," she whispered. "He's been staring at people, and I think I saw him slip something into someone's drink." A chill ran down the narrator's spine. He hadn't witnessed it himself, but Nicole wasn't prone to making things up. They decided to keep an eye on the stranger. The narrator's attention focused on the suspicious guest. He circled near the kitchen table, which was set with red plastic cups. The narrator noticed him leaning over one of them, making a quick hand movement, as if throwing something inside. His heart pounded. Was this man trying to poison someone? After making sure that Nicole stayed near the other friends, the narrator headed for Jake. Immersed in his headphones, he was still in the living room, oblivious to what was happening. Returning to the kitchen, the narrator came face to face with the stranger. "Hey buddy, what's going on?" he asked, trying to keep it casual. He replied with a strained smile. "Just enjoying the party, birthday boy." There was an unpleasant sweetness in his voice, as if he was hiding something. The narrator stated that he didn't know him and demanded that he leave. The stranger shrugged, grabbed his backpack, and left the house. That seemed to be the end of it. Around midnight, the guests began to leave. The narrator was cleaning up when he received a frantic call from his mother. "Where's Jake?" she asked. His heart sank. The narrator rushed to the living room. His brother's game console was left on the couch, but Jake himself was gone. The search encompassed the entire house, the backyard, every corner. Not Jake. Friends joined the search, but it was all in vain. Nicole remembered seeing Jake talking to someone at the front door, but didn't think anything of it. Panic began to mount. The narrator called 911, NS. The police arrived promptly. The narrator shared all the information, including a description of the stranger, black hoodie, jeans, backpack. Several friends confirmed they had seen the person. One of the cousins mentioned seeing him talking to Jake on the street, offering to show him some cool game. The narrator's legs went weak. Could this person have taken his brother? The police immediately issued an alert and began scouring the area. Everyone was told to stay indoors in case Jake returned. Time crawled by agonizingly slowly, and the narrator began to lose control, imagining the worst. Around 4 a.m, a call came from the police. The stranger had been found hiding in an abandoned building about a mile away. An old warehouse on Peachtree Road, a place where teenagers often hung out. Jake's phone and several plastic baggies containing a white powder were found on him. The police suspected it was narcotics, possibly a sedative. The stranger was immediately arrested. Jake was found not far from the warehouse, frightened but unharmed. He said the stranger offered to show him a new game on his phone, lured him outside, and tried to drag him to some cool place. Scared, Jake ran, but the stranger managed to grab his phone. The police are continuing their investigation to determine the stranger's true intentions, but it is suspected that he was preying on children at parties for robbery or something even more sinister. The narrator can't shake the feeling of guilt. It was his party, his house, and he let the man in. Jake is safe, but deeply shaken, as is the narrator himself. His thoughts keep returning to those plastic baggies. What might have happened if Nicole hadn't been vigilant, or if Jake hadn't run? The 21st birthday was supposed to be an unforgettable event, but it turned into a nightmare that will never be forgotten. NUS last spring, a young woman, 17 at the time, got a job as an evening babysitter for the Davids, whose house was just 5 blocks from her own in the quiet town of Chandler, Arizona. Eagerly saving money for upcoming college expenses, she couldn't resist the prospect of earning an extra $20 an hour. Besides, the Davids' neighborhood seemed the epitome of safety. Neat, single-story homes, well-manicured lawns, and evenly spaced lampposts every 30 yards. These factors convinced the girl's parents to give their consent. At the appointed time, 6:30 p.m., she arrived at the Davids' house. Mrs. David meticulously instructed her on using the alarm system, provided the Wi-Fi password and a list of emergency phone numbers. The caring mother had already prepared 4-year-old Sybil and 6-year-old Tyler for bed, dressing them in pajamas and leaving leftover, appetizing chicken nuggets in the fridge. Mr. O. David, in turn, reminded her to strictly adhere to the 8:30 p.m. bedtime. After these parting words, the Davids departed for a charity dinner in the city center. As soon as the front door closed behind them, the girl, acting on instinct, carefully slid the bolt shut. The evening began surprisingly peacefully. The children enthusiastically drew with colored pencils, watched half an episode of the popular animated series Paw Patrol, and diligently brushed their teeth. At 8:25 p.m., the young babysitter led the children upstairs, read them a touching story about a lost puppy, and turned on a nightlight, an LED lamp shaped like a moon, emitting a soft blue glow. The children quickly drifted off to sleep. Coming back downstairs, the girl texted her mother, spread out her biology flashcards on the kitchen island, and poured herself a glass of refreshing drink. At 9:15 p.m., an unexpected doorbell rang. The girl involuntarily flinched. The Davids hadn't mentioned the possibility of visitors. Peering through the peephole, she saw a man in his 30s, dressed in a gray hooded sweatshirt, dark jeans, and sneakers. The stranger held a set of keys and cheerfully waved at the camera mounted by the door. A black Honda was parked at the curb with its engine running. The man addressed the girl in a calm, even voice, as if confident he was being heard. "Hi, I'm the kid's uncle, Brandon. I forgot my keys. I need to grab something from the bedroom upstairs." His tone was friendly and casual. Despite this, alarm bells went off in the girl's head. The Davids had never mentioned a brother. Through the locked door, she replied, trying to keep her voice steady. "Your parents didn't tell me anyone was coming." "That's my fault," the man replied. "I told my sister I had a spare key. Look, Sybil asked for her purple blanket earlier, right? She always wants it when she's tired, and Tyler ate mac and cheese before changing into his dinosaur pajamas. I know their routine." He was absolutely correct. The G.N. girl's stomach churned. Maybe he really was a relative, or maybe not. She stepped away from the door and opened the Video Baby Monitor app. Both children were sleeping soundly in their beds, snoring softly. The girl glanced at the security system tablet mounted in the living room. The outdoor camera showed the man shifting from foot to foot, but not trying to open the door. She tried to call Mrs. David, but no one answered. Next, she tried to contact Mr. David, but the call went straight to voicemail. The girl seriously considered dialing 911, but hesitated. Arizona has penalties for false calls. Suddenly, a text message arrived. "Sorry, it's very noisy at the banquet. Is everything okay?" It was Mrs. David. The girl quickly typed, "There's a man here, says he's Brandon. Your brother, he needs to come in." 3 dots appeared on the screen, indicating that the other person was typing a response. Then the message arrived. "We don't have a brother. Call the police now." The girl's hands trembled. She took a deep breath and dialed 911. Reporting the address and the situation, she emphasized that there were 2 young children asleep upstairs. At that moment, a soft knock came from the hallway. The man knocked again, still politely. "I really need that blanket. I promise I'll only be 2 minutes." The girl didn't answer. He waited about 10 seconds. Then the camera on the door recorded him walking over to the windows, cupping his hands to peer inside. The girl turned off the interior lights so he couldn't see her. In the dim light of her phone screen, she watched the stranger walk along the wall to the side gate. A moment later, the motion sensor in the yard turned on, then off. The dispatcher stayed on the line. "Units will be there in 3 minutes. Stay inside and keep the doors locked." The girl cautiously crept to the patio door. The lock was intact, the curtain tightly drawn. There was no movement outside. An eerie silence fell over the house. Even the hum of the refrigerator seemed muffled. Soon, the approaching sound of police sirens could be heard, which suddenly stopped. The red and blue strobe lights flashed through the blinds. The girl remained in the hallway until an officer shouted his badge number from the porch through the locked door. Only then did she dare to open it. The police thoroughly searched the yard and the nearby streets. The Honda had vanished without a trace. Tire tracks led toward the main road. Questioning the neighbors yielded no results. The stranger had parked in a spot not covered by surveillance cameras. Inside the house, the children slept peacefully, unaware of what had happened. The officers took the girl's statement, praised her for her vigilance, and waited for Mr. and Mrs. David to return, their faces pale with fear. Mrs. David hugged the girl so tightly she could barely breathe. She repeated endlessly, "Thank you for protecting them." By 12:30 a.m., the patrol cars had left the scene. The parents insisted on driving the girl home. She agreed, although she kept looking over her shoulder the entire way. That night, she replayed every second of what had happened in her head. How did the stranger know about the dinner and the children's bedtime? Had he been watching the window beforehand? Had he overheard her conversation? Later, the Davids discovered a small gap between the window frame and the lock. Perhaps the intruder had pried it open before the girl arrived, listening from the yard. His disappearance before the police arrived indicated that he either had a scanner app or simply a well-developed intuition. With her heightened intuition, the author did not immediately return to her evening job after the incident. Only after a few weeks did she resume her duties, but with increased caution. Special films were installed on the windows to protect against prying eyes. Unreliable latches were replaced, and a baseball bat was always kept within reach. She stopped trusting calm voices and personal details, realizing that they could be just part of a carefully crafted strategy. Later, the detectives working on the case reported that similar men had been seen near schools, where they listened to snippets of conversations to use them to gain trust. It was suspected that the perpetrator had attempted to break into 3 homes within a month, posing as a relative. This information did not bring the author relief, but only confirmed that his polite approach was the result of training. The case remains unsolved, and the perpetrator has still not been found. Despite what happened, the author continues to work as a babysitter, but now only for family members. She never ignores her intuition, understanding that safety depends on many small decisions: locking the side gate, cutting off conversation with a stranger, double-checking information. By making those decisions that night, she saved 2 children from possible danger. Sometimes, late at night, she is awakened by the memory of the soft knock and the even voice asking for a child's blanket. That voice sounds patient and almost friendly, waiting to be believed. The author hopes that something like that never happens again. The narrator, who introduced herself as Leah, does not consider herself a fan of ghost stories or a wild imagination. She is 32 years old and works as a nurse in a small hospital in upstate New York. Her shifts often end late, and she has to drive home on quiet roads through forests and farmland. Usually she is accompanied only by silence, her old Honda Civic, and the radio. But one night, everything changed. Around 11:30 p.m., after a 12-hour shift, Leah was driving down a main road lined with trees and occasional gas stations. Approaching a turn 5 miles from her house, she saw orange road signs and cones blocking the road. A large arrow pointed left onto a dirt road she had never driven on before. The sign read, "Detour, road work ahead." Leah sighed, dreaming only of a shower and bed, but she had no choice. So she turned onto the narrow, unlit road. The detour immediately felt ominous to her. The road was barely wide enough for 2 cars, and dense trees loomed on either side. The lack of streetlights and houses only heightened the sense of darkness and isolation. The car's headlights cut through the night, but didn't reach far. Leah turned off the radio to concentrate and gripped the steering wheel tightly. The road twisted and turned, but there was no sign of road work or equipment. Only endless trees and the faint hum of the engine. After about 10 minutes, Leah began to feel uneasy. She hadn't seen another car, and the road seemed to go on forever. The GPS was glitching, constantly rerouting. "This isn't good," she muttered. Just then she noticed a truck in her rear-view mirror, moving slowly about 100 yards behind her with its headlights off. Fear gripped Leah. Who drives at night without lights? She tried to convince herself it was just a local resident taking the same detour. But the truck wasn't getting closer or farther away, maintaining the same speed. Leah sped up, hoping to increase the distance between them, but the truck followed suit. Her heart pounded. She tried to calm herself, telling herself she was overreacting and that the truck might have broken headlights or the driver was lost. But then she noticed the road signs had disappeared. Leah realized she hadn't seen any signs of road work on Route 12 either. No equipment, no torn-up road, just the signs and cones blocking the way. Panic set in. She grabbed her phone to call 911, but but there was no signal. She was alone in the middle of nowhere. The truck was still behind her, a dark shadow in her rearview mirror. Leia pressed on the gas, the car rattling down the uneven road, but the truck kept pace. Now she could make out its shape. An old pickup truck, possibly black or dark blue, with no visible driver in the darkness. Leia started talking to herself, trying to stay calm. Just find your way back to the main highway. You're okay. But the road continued to twist and turn, and she had no idea where she was. In the distance, she saw the faint headlights of another car. Leia felt a surge of relief, hoping it was a police officer or someone who could help. As the car drew closer, she slowed down and turned on her high beams, trying to get their attention. In the pitch black of the night, on a deserted road, a desperate plea for help echoed. A white SUV came into view, which, like me, slowed down and pulled over to the side of the road. Stopping my car, I left the engine running, only slightly opening the window to shout words full of anxiety. "I think someone is following me!" The driver, a middle-aged man with glasses perched on his nose, looked out the window of his car with concern. "Are you okay?" "Well," he asked with genuine worry in his voice. I pointed to the road behind me. "There's a truck back there driving without lights. It's been chasing me for miles." The man peered into the impenetrable darkness, his face contorted in surprise. "There's no truck there," he said. As if struck by lightning, I turned sharply to look in the rearview mirror. The road was completely empty. A chilling dread washed over me. It had been there just seconds ago. I had seen it. "Listen," the man said. "This road is kind of strange. I got detoured here too, but there's no construction on Route 12. You better follow me. I'll lead you back to the main road." Unable to argue, I simply nodded, still trembling from the experience. I followed his SUV, never taking my eyes off the rearview mirrors. But the truck was nowhere to be seen, only the impenetrable darkness. After about 10 minutes, we were back on Route 12. The road signs and cones had disappeared, as if they had never been there. Thanking the man who promised to report it to the police, I hurried home, locking all the doors behind me. After getting to my apartment, I couldn't close my eyes. The events of that night replayed in my head over and over. The signs, the truck, its sudden disappearance. The next day, I called the sheriff's office, where I was informed that no road work had been scheduled on Route 12 that night, and no reports of detours had been filed. Looking for answers, I turned to the internet, where I found several local forums where people recounted similar experiences. Fake detours, strange vehicles, roads leading nowhere. Some considered it a cruel joke. Others hinted at something more sinister, such as thieves or something even worse. I don't know what I saw that night. Maybe it was someone's cruel prank, or maybe I was just too tired and imagined it all. But I can't shake the feeling that there's something wrong with that road, as if it was waiting for me. Now I drive home on a different route, even if it's longer. And every time I see a road sign, my heart skips a beat with fear. I don't think I'll ever feel safe driving alone at night again. The narrator hesitated for a long time to share her experience. It happened at a time when being open could be unsafe. However, she believed that silence did not benefit anyone, and she felt the need to warn others. She had often been on that trail, but something felt wrong that day. The woman suggested turning back, but her husband, who was either brave or perhaps just stubborn, insisted on continuing. Approaching a bend, she froze in horror. A few steps from the trail at the beginning of the bridge stood a tall figure. The beam of the flashlight illuminated its back, and the narrator's heart skipped a beat. The figure was striking in its size, standing at least 6-7 feet tall, and its massive build suggested a weight of 250 pounds. It wore a brown flannel shirt and dark pants, possibly blue or black. Chestnut hair stood on end, as if it had been deliberately styled, giving it an unnatural shape. However, it wasn't just the figure's height that was frightening, but also its disproportion. The arms seemed too long, hanging unnaturally. The head had a round, almost spherical shape, resembling a basketball perched on its shoulders. The legs were not visible, which only heightened the surreal nature of the moment. The figure stood motionless, staring into the darkness. "What is that?" the woman whispered to her husband. Her voice trembled, and she noticed that her husband had also frozen, staring at the figure. All three stood in tense silence. The minutes seemed like an eternity as her heart raced and her instinct demanded flight. The figure did not move or pay attention to them. The narrator couldn't understand if it was a person or something else. Questions raced through her mind. How did it get here? There were no other cars on the trail. Why is it standing in the dark away from the trail and staring into nothing? And why doesn't it turn around? Is it hiding its face or something else? The husband, in a trembling but steady voice, shouted, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing?" At that moment, the figure began to turn slowly, and a wave of nausea washed over the narrator. The instinct for self-preservation took over, ordering her to flee immediately. Without waiting for the figure to turn around, the woman grabbed her husband's hand and ran back to the car. The beam of the flashlight darted from side to side, and her breath came in ragged gasps. She didn't look back, not wanting to know if they were being pursued. Behind her, she could hear her husband shouting and the sound of his footsteps. The woman ran, several feet ahead of her husband. Reaching the car, they frantically searched for the keys, gasping and shaking. The parking lot remained empty. The drive to town was 5 to 6 miles, and there was no cell service in that area. The woman's heart pounded until they saw the first streetlights. They remained silent the whole way, shaken by what had happened. After a few days, curiosity took over. The narrator couldn't stop thinking about the figure. Was it a hallucination, someone's joke, or a trick of the light? She persuaded her husband to return to the spot during the day, bringing friends along for safety. She needed to figure out what had happened. Maybe it was a jacket thrown over a post, a strangely shaped rock, or a forgotten prop. However, there was nothing where the figure had stood, but something else made the woman's blood run cold. The spot where the figure had stood ended in a steep, 4-foot drop. This meant that the figure was not 6-7 feet tall, but 8 to 10. The realization struck her. Whatever they had seen, it was incredibly tall. This area is steeped in history, both beautiful and tragic. Stories of miners, of lives cut short on the high bridge, of the beauty of the canyon. All of this has intertwined into something alive, almost animate. The woman didn't know what they had seen that night. She shared the story with friends, family, and anyone who would listen, but no one could provide an answer. Was it a person, a ghost, or something else? The memory of the motionless figure in the dark still haunts her. It is part of the river's story that she will never fully understand, a mystery that hangs in the air like the shadows in the canyon. Currently, the narrator works as a security guard at a small airport in Germany. Most flights depart before dawn, so her shift is always at night. For 5 years, the job has been routine, checking doors, scanning passes, monitoring cameras. But in mid-July, at the height of the summer holidays, there was something uneasy in the terminal. The woman couldn't explain what it was, so she just continued to do her job, relentlessly continuing my work. Closer to midnight, I decided to take a break. Heading to the nearest bakery, I bought a bar of chocolate and a can of energy drink, settling down at a modest metal table. Busy watching a short video on my phone, I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to turn around. Before my eyes stood a man, dressed in a black raincoat. His hood was down, revealing a gaze fixed directly on me. He didn't look away, didn't pretend to examine the shop windows, but looked exclusively at me. After holding his gaze for just a few seconds, I turned my attention back to my phone. Hundreds of strangers pass through airports every day, and most of them pose no threat. After drinking half of the drink, I put my phone in my pocket and headed to the restroom to wash my hands before the end of my break. Upon returning, I noticed the same individual standing approximately 50 meters away in the main hallway. His head was tilted slightly, and his gaze was fixed on me once more. As soon as he realized I had spotted him, he abruptly turned and disappeared down a side corridor without making a sound. A quiet alarm went off in my head, but his actions hadn't broken any rules. Back at my post, I spent the next several hours walking the perimeter of the gate, checking the locks, and waiting for dawn. By morning, my phone battery was completely dead. Since the walk home was short, I simply put the phone in my pocket and started on my way. About halfway there, I remembered the external battery pack in my backpack. After connecting the cable, I continued my walk. 10 minutes from my apartment, I decided to check the charge level by pressing the power button. A message appeared on the screen, one I'd never seen before. Unknown AirTag detected. This AirTag has been moving with you. The distance was 800 meters. I've never owned an AirTag. I stopped and scanned the empty street, lit only by dim streetlights. Soon, another notification appeared. Distance 600 meters, then 500. I was trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe someone nearby had lost luggage with a tracker, but the numbers kept decreasing. 400, 300. I broke into a light jog. The phone vibrated again, showing 200 meters. Turning the corner, I ran as fast as I could. My legs went numb, but the numbers continued to plummet. 100 meters. Reaching my building, I fumbled with the key, slammed the door shut, and leaned against it. The hallway was silent. The phone screen displayed 50 meters, then 20, and finally 10. Peeking through the peephole, I saw only an empty street. My hands were shaking. I emptied the contents of my pockets and bag onto the floor, but found nothing unusual. I wanted to call the police, but what could I tell them? A signal on my phone indicated that someone was tracking me. I tried to convince myself that I was simply overtired. The shift had been long, and my mind was in a semi-conscious state. After changing clothes, I got into bed and put on a horror narration video on my phone. The narrator's calm voice usually helped me relax. I only remember the first few minutes before sleep overtook me. Awakening sometime later in complete darkness, I saw that the video had ended and the phone screen was glowing. Another notification awaited. Unknown AirTag detected. This AirTag has been moving with you." The distance was 2 meters. 2 meters meant the tag was in my room. I couldn't move. Locking the phone, I allowed my eyes to adjust to the darkness. At the foot of the bed, near the closet, I saw the silhouette of a person in a black raincoat. The same face that had been watching me before. A raspy scream escaped my throat. He stepped back, opened the door, and vanished before my feet hit the floor. By the time the police arrived, the apartment was empty. No fingerprints, no tracker, only a wet spot near my bed. The officers thoroughly searched every room, checked the windows and the stairwell. The door frame was intact, and the only key was in my possession. They advised me to stay with relatives. I spent the night on my sister's couch, leaving the hallway light on and setting my phone to alert me to any movement. The next morning, I returned to my apartment with a locksmith. We installed new deadbolts and a camera above the door. Then, we turned my backpack inside out on the kitchen table. Tucked into the bottom of the seam of an interior pocket, hidden beneath the lining, was a white plastic disc smaller than a coin, an AirTag. Someone had cut the fabric, inserted the tracker, and glued the seam so neatly that I hadn't felt a thing. This person had gotten close enough to slip their hand into my bag unnoticed. Perhaps it happened at the bakery, or when I was checking the time at the gate. I'll never know for sure. Now I keep the tracker sealed in a plastic evidence bag. It sits on my desk, a reminder that danger can hide behind an ordinary facade and lurk right behind you without making a sound. I still work night shifts, but I no longer walk home. Every time my phone vibrates in my pocket, I remember that silent face, watching me and waiting for the right moment. If you ever feel like you're being followed, trust your instincts and act immediately. I was lucky, but the next person might not be. Story 2. I've always had a special love for hiking. The smell of the pines, the crackle of a campfire, the peaceful silence of the woods. It's where I truly feel alive. Last summer, my friends Jake, Matt, and Amber and I planned a weekend trip to Blackwood Forest, a dense pine forest about 2 hours from our town. It was a popular spot, but vast, with trails winding for miles and sections where the trees barely let in sunlight. We'd been there before and never felt uneasy, but this trip is one I'll never forget. Months have passed, but I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about Jake. Cold sweat breaks out on my skin as thoughts return again and again to Jake. On Friday afternoon, our group arrived at Blackwood. The 4 friends were crammed into Matt's beat-up Jeep. The daytime air was still warm, but a pleasant coolness filled the depths of the forest as we set up camp near a small stream. Our spot was off the beaten path, in a small clearing with a fire pit left by other campers. Jake, as always, was full of energy and optimism, cracking jokes and tossing a football while Amber set up the tent. He was always the life of the party, the guy who could make you laugh even in the tensest moments. Matt, quieter and more even-keeled, was already tending to the campfire, and I was unloading provisions from the cooler. Our modest menu, as usual, consisted of soft drinks and hot dogs. Night fell unexpectedly quickly. By 9 o'clock it was pitch black, so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face without a flashlight. We sat around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing funny stories. Suddenly, Jake started talking about an old legend he'd heard about Blackwood, about mysterious disappearances in the 80s of people who were never found. Amber just rolled her eyes, calling it a typical campfire story, and we all laughed along. But I couldn't help but notice that Jake kept glancing furtively toward the dark trees, as if expecting someone to emerge from the woods at any moment. Around 11 o'clock, Jake announced that he was going for a short walk, as he usually did. "Just gonna take a leak and check out the stream," he said, grabbing his flashlight. Amber told him not to go too far, to which he just waved her off, replying, "I'm not a kid. I know what I'm doing." That was Jake all over, confident, but without any malice. We didn't think much of it. The stream was only 100 meters from the camp, and we could hear its gentle murmur while sitting by the fire. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Amber started to get worried, checking the time on her phone every few minutes. "He's probably just messing with us," Matt suggested, but there was uncertainty in his voice. I grabbed my flashlight and shouted loudly, "Jake, cut the crap!" My voice echoed through the area swallowed by the dense trees. But in response, there was only silence. It was at that moment that I felt a knot of anxiety in my stomach. Blackwood was a big forest, sure, but not that big. He couldn't have gone that far. We decided to organize a search. Amber stayed at the camp in case Jake returned, while Matt and I split up to cover as much ground as possible. I headed toward the stream, shining my flashlight into the undergrowth. The light revealed tree roots and rocks, but no sign of Jake. I shouted his name every few steps, but my voice grew quieter and quieter, as if fading into the surrounding silence. The forest was eerily silent. No crickets, no hooting owls, just the sound of my boots crunching on the fallen pine needles. I kept hoping that I would see him any minute, grinning from ear to ear and ready to scare me half to death. But the further I went into the forest, the stronger the feeling of unease became. Finally, I reached the stream and found his flashlight. It was lying in the mud, still on, shining on a patch of ferns. My heart was pounding. Jake was a very careful person. He wouldn't just drop his flashlight like that. I picked it up and called Jake's name again, loudly. But in response, there was only silence. Shining the light around with a trembling hand, I noticed footprints in the ground. Jake's boot prints led to the water, and then they suddenly stopped, as if he had vanished halfway there. Overcome with panic, I called out to Matt in a shaky voice. He came running, and when he saw the flashlight, his face instantly turned pale. We searched for Jake for hours. Amber joined us, her voice hoarse from shouting. We walked along the stream, checked the forest trails, and even returned to the camp, hoping that maybe he had just gotten lost. By 2 in the morning, we were completely exhausted, but we couldn't stop. Amber was crying, repeating that we shouldn't have let him go alone. Matt kept saying that Jake was probably fine, just a little lost. But I knew that wasn't the case. Something was wrong. The air felt heavy and ominous, as if the forest was watching us. At dawn, we reported the incident to the police. There was a ranger station nearby, and they immediately sent out a search party. Rangers, dogs, even a helicopter. Everyone was involved in the search. We showed them the flashlight and the footprints. They asked if Jake had been acting strangely, if he had said anything about wanting to leave. I replied that he had been himself, happy, a little goofy, an adventure-loving Jake. The Rangers nodded, but I could see that they were preparing for the worst. Blackwood had a bad reputation. People disappeared here. Not often, but it happened. Tourists, hikers, even locals. Most of them were found, but some weren't. Days passed. The search expanded. Volunteers joined. More dogs. Drones were used. We stayed at the campsite, barely sleeping, helping in any way we could. Amber was in terrible shape, blaming herself for everything that had happened. Matt stopped talking, just silently staring at the trees, as if expecting them to spit Jake out if he stared long and hard enough. I kept going back to that night in my mind, trying to figure out if I had missed something important. The way Jake had been looking at the forest, the silence after he left, those footprints stopping at the stream. It all seemed completely illogical. The rangers found nothing. No clothing, no traces of blood, no signs of a struggle. They checked caves, ravines, and even old logging roads deep in the forest. The dogs lost the scent at the stream, as if Jake had vanished into thin air. One of the rangers, an older man, took me aside and said, "Sometimes people just disappear. Blackwood is a treacherous place. Too many places to get lost." I wanted to punch him. Jake hadn't just gotten lost, he had vanished. In the shadow of the forest, the disappearance of Jake and its aftermath. In an instant, as if dissolving into thin air, Jake vanished. He simply got lost, and this lost became a sinister synonym for disappeared. Weeks dragged into months of unsuccessful searching. Hope dwindled and the search efforts gradually faded away. The police didn't formally close the case, but their eyes reflected hopelessness. Amber, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, left town, leaving a gaping void. Conversations with Matt ceased, as if each encounter reopened unhealed wounds. The narrator, driven by an inexplicable force, periodically returns to Blackwood, to the ill-fated stream where her friend's tracks ended. She searches for a sign, a hint, any explanation for what happened, but the forest remains silent. Memories resurface of stories of people who disappeared without a trace in the forest wilderness, of cases similar to Jake's disappearance. Locals whisper about bears and cougars, but where are the signs of their feast? Others speak of treacherous sinkholes and hidden caves, but the forest rangers thoroughly comb the area. The internet is rife with mystical theories, mysterious lights wandering between the trees, voices beckoning into the thicket. The narrator dismisses these superstitions, but the darkness of night creeps in with doubts. What if Jake saw something inexplicable? What if, obeying an unknown call, he delved deeper into the forest? In dreams, Jake returns, standing by the stream, illuminating everything around with his smile. But as she approaches, his face distorts, becoming empty and alien. Awakening brings suffocation and a racing heartbeat. The mystery of Jake's disappearance will likely remain buried forever beneath the forest canopy. But one thing the narrator knows for sure, she will never set foot on the trails of Blackwood again. The forest took her friend, and she doesn't intend to give it a chance to swallow her, too. Story 3, Isaiah. This story began with an encounter with Isaiah, a landscaper, about a year before the events described. The narrator, also working in landscaping, met him at a dump while dropping off a work trailer. The hardships of working for a troubled company whose name she withholds for fear of legal action led to this chance encounter. Isaiah, noticing her, struck up a casual conversation. The narrator shared her plans to start her own business. Isaiah handed her a business card, but she didn't think much of it then. being employed. However, being fired from her job made her remember Isaiah. She called the number on the business card, and he, recognizing her, offered to pick her up for work at 6 a.m. Not having her own transportation, she gave him her address, happy at the prospect of a new job. Waking up at 4:30 a.m. was due to the early schedule of her ex and his father. After they left, she made the rash decision to use an illegal substance. Immediately after, Isaiah called. In a rush, she threw on jeans, work boots, a hoodie, and ran out the door, tying her laces as she went. Meeting Isaiah, they exchanged greetings. The narrator asked if she could vape, and they drove onto the highway. It was then that a strange atmosphere hung in the air. Isaiah's unexpected question about morning sausage and his ambiguous laughter made her uncomfortable. She asked him not to bring up topics like that. During a brief stop to check the trailer, she had a bad feeling. Back in the car, Isaiah began asking strange questions, such as whether she had considered a career as a dancer. Receiving a negative answer, he became insistent, trying to convince her that she had talent. The narrator reminded him of her boyfriend and her lack of interest in such activities. Along the way, Isaiah started touching her leg. When she asked him to stop, he just laughed and removed his hand. At a gas station, she took advantage of the moment to use an illegal substance again. Returning, she found a message from Isaiah offering her a drink. She asked for Red Bull. Thanking him after he returned, she felt a growing sense of dread. She called her sister, sharing her foreboding feelings. Her sister initially didn't take it seriously, but the narrator insisted on the seriousness of her concerns. The conversation was interrupted by Isaiah's return. Back on the road, he opened the glove compartment, pulled out a knife, and told her to be quiet. Then, stating that it was a joke, he explained that the knife was for cutting fruit. She laughed nervously. Arriving at a gated community, they began working. Isaiah gave the guard both addresses and the narrator's name. She, paralyzed by fear, didn't dare object. The first job, lasting only 30 minutes, turned into a nightmare. Isaiah constantly invaded her personal space. At the second house, where they spent about an hour, his behavior became even more intrusive. He made increasingly inappropriate comments about her appearance. She tried to remain firm and push him away. At the same time, she was texting her sister, detailing what was happening. Isaiah, noticing this, asked who she was texting. She lied, saying she was discussing plans after work. At that moment, she was terrified. She felt that this man was capable of harming her, and no one would know. A dark tale of survival, a glimpse into the abyss. In the pitch-black darkness of mystery, a chilling story unfolds where the line between life and death becomes frighteningly blurred. The protagonist, whose name remains in the shadows, faces a trial that will forever alter her destiny. In search of a fleeting boost of energy, she opens a can of Red Bull, unaware that this insignificant act will become the starting point of a nightmarish journey. The fourth job becomes the arena where she must fight for her safety. An unexpected offer to drive her to the restroom turns into an ominous omen. A stranger, claiming to be a friend, takes liberties, using a nickname that grates on her ears. The request to stop is not ignored, but the apologies cannot drown out the growing sense of unease. In the solitude of the restroom, she seeks solace in the voice of a former lover, sharing her fears with him. Futile attempts to contact her sister only amplify her sense of isolation. Desperately trying to maintain a clear mind, she resorts to extreme measures, using the remnants of illegal substances. Returning to the truck brings new questions. The unexplained delay raises suspicions, and the subsequent conversation in Spanish, the meaning of which remains a mystery, only increases the discomfort. An innocent question about plans for the evening becomes a cause for alarm when the stranger reveals his knowledge of her boyfriend's routine. The suggestion to rent a hotel room plunges her into a state of panic. In a desperate attempt to warn her loved ones, she sends messages, but to no avail. The surrounding area seems alien and hostile. A sudden question about drugs causes confusion, and the subsequent phone call and sinister laughter make her blood run cold. Inappropriate questions regarding her age and personal life force her to resort to evasive answers, hoping to confuse the stranger. Finally, they return to the city. The last drop of Red Bull instills hope for escape. The conversation about family, which the stranger initiates, seems absurd against the backdrop of his predatory behavior. A stop at a bank near her home becomes a moment of truth. Gathering her courage, she tries to appeal to his humanity, asking how he would react if something similar happened to his loved ones. Response: she receives a blow to the head against the glass. Overcoming the dizziness, she tries to remain calm. The stranger states that the money was intended for plans to which she did not agree. Driving past her street, she sees her mother and grandmother, and she has to hold back tears. Remembering the possibility of sending a message to 911, she gives her name, age, and the circumstances of what is happening. Receiving a response, she relays all available information about her location. The stranger asks how she is feeling, and she realizes that drugs have been added to her drink. However, the other substances in her system seem to be blocking their effects. When offered a stop and a drink, she agrees, hoping for a chance to escape. During a stop at a gas station, a stranger threatens her, forcing her to stay in the truck under his watchful eye. At the next stop, she asks for permission to buy food and go into the store. Once inside, she deliberately creates chaos by knocking items off the shelves. Seeking help from the clerk, she heads to the restroom, where she tells her ex-boyfriend about what's happening over the phone. A woman in the restroom offers her assistance. Soon the police knock on the door. She hugs one of the officers, overjoyed at her rescue. Outside, she sees the stranger's truck, surrounded by police. He tries to approach her, but they stop him. She tells the officers everything that happened. They take her to a car and inform her that the stranger denies everything. She asks them to test the drink, and the analysis confirms the presence of a sedative. Despite this, the police treat the situation as a he said, she said dispute. They take her home and collect her clothing as evidence. They advise her to stay inside and lock all the doors. She calls her mother, and her parents pick her up. Later, she realizes that the substances she consumed may have saved her from losing consciousness. In tears, she tells her family what happened. She lives elsewhere for a while and then returns to her parents' home. In 2025, at the age of 22, she continues to work in landscaping. However, she has been experiencing strange occurrences lately. Unknown calls where someone breathes into the phone and hangs up, and photos left at her house. The police consider it a prank, but she's not so sure. The fear hasn't completely disappeared, but she survived. Story 4, backstage at the Stadium Ella. A 17-year-old girl works at a football stadium. For personal reasons, she doesn't disclose its location or name. There are 3 main clubs at the stadium: the Women's Club, Inter F, and ZAG, where she works as a waitress and beverage server. In the recent past, a series of terrifying events unfolded at one of the stadiums where exciting football battles took place. In the lead-up to a major match between 2 renowned teams, the atmosphere at the stadium was electric. Time twos. While familiar faces of regulars could usually be seen at the counter, being served with warmth, this time the crowd was filled with random visitors who only stopped by once. During the first half, everything went as usual, but then came the long-awaited intermission, and club members rushed inside to enjoy the prepared food. Her responsibilities included maintaining order, replenishing silverware, monitoring the food line, taking photos of families, and, of course, serving thirsty customers at the soda bar. As she tried to keep up with the growing line, pouring soft drinks, an older man, around 60-70 years old, approached her. "Hello, what can I get for you?" she said, using her practice line with a forced smile. "A cola," came the raspy reply, as if seasoned by years of smoking. After serving the drink and starting to serve the next customer, she noticed that the man wasn't moving. "Straws are over there," she pointed to the counter, assuming he was waiting for a straw, but he continued to stand there, staring intently at her. After a long wait, he finally moved away, but soon returned. "Hello again. Can I help you with anything else?" she asked, trying to hide the fatigue in her voice. "How old are you?" came the raspy question. Confused, the girl chuckled nervously. "I'm not allowed to disclose that information according to company policy," she replied, hoping to get rid of the annoying visitor. But he only smirked, revealing yellowed and cracked teeth. Looking at her badge, he let out a laugh that pierced her to the core. Ella, a lovely name for a lovely lady. Such frivolities were not uncommon, as many visitors were quite drunk and impressed by the game. The girl just smiled and thanked him, after which he left. In the back room where the kitchen was located, she shared her concerns with her colleagues. They just laughed, acknowledging the situation as unpleasant. Fortunately, she didn't see the man again for the rest of the evening. After the end of the match, as everyone was cleaning up and heading to the main kitchen downstairs, where the dirty dishes and linens were stored, she saw him again. He was standing near the bathrooms, staring intently at them. Intuition told her that something wasn't right. The game had ended half an hour ago. Why was he still here? Weren't there restrooms at the entrance and exit? Dismissing these thoughts, she continued on her way. Finishing her workday, she headed towards the main street where she usually parked her car. The presence of police officers directing pedestrian and vehicle traffic inspired some confidence. However, after walking a block and seeing flashing red and blue lights in the distance, she felt anxious. Turning around to get her keys out of her bag, she saw him again. He was walking directly under a streetlight. She recognized him. Quickening her pace, she noticed that he was also picking up speed. Reaching her car, she felt her hands tremble with fear and adrenaline. As she tried to open the door, she suddenly felt a cold hand grab her shoulder. Turning sharply, she saw the same man. He was standing too close. He had something in his hand, but it was impossible to make out the object due to the darkness of the alley. Horror gripped her body. Without saying a word, he grabbed her arm and dragged her away. In desperation, she tore out a lock of hair and threw it on the ground, so that her DNA would remain in case she disappeared. Fighting back with all her might, she scratched and clawed at his arm. Suddenly, two men appeared from around the corner of a small parking lot. "Help!" she screamed, begging for rescue. The strangers rushed to help, one grabbing her arm and the other pushing the old man away. Crying, she dialed 911 with trembling hands. The arriving police arrested the assailant. Thanking her rescuers, she hurried away. 2 weeks have passed since then, but the fear still hasn't left her. The police identified the detainee. It turned out that he was involved in 2 other attempted kidnappings at other stadiums. Now she finds it difficult to trust anyone. She tries to park as close as possible and always carries some kind of weapon for self-defense. She is endlessly grateful to the 2 men who were in the right place at the right time. If it weren't for them, there's no telling how it would have ended. This incident taught her a lesson. Always trust your intuition, because if something seems wrong, it probably is. Night beckoned for a clandestine adventure. It was well past midnight when they arrived. Despite the proximity to the ancient fort, the road was bustling, so the van had to be left 2 sharp turns away. Total darkness became their ally, not a single light, not even from phone screens. Each scout made sure to camouflage all the shiny details on their backpacks with a dark cloth. They spoke only in whispers, freezing into statues at the approach of each vehicle until the headlights disappeared into the distance. The only way inside the fort was through a crack high in the wall. Long before, experienced scouts had installed climbing bolts there. One by one, they clipped their safety harnesses to the rope. The stone was cold and damp to the touch. Halfway up, they heard the sound of an approaching truck. Instinctively, the person pressed their body against the wall, feeling the bright headlights slide across the stone just below their boots. Their heart pounded, but the truck passed by. Continuing the ascent, the scout squeezed through the opening at the top. Inside the fort, the atmosphere was completely different. Regardless of the season, it was always around 14 degrees Celsius. The sounds of the road instantly disappeared. Even breathing seemed to pause. A light breeze brushed past their legs as if the fort was exhaling. The darkness was absolute, impenetrable. No flashlights. That was an unbreakable rule. They moved only by touch, relying on memory. The tunnels were narrow, barely allowing shoulders to turn. A straight back meant hitting your head on the ceiling, so they had to walk hunched over. Damp walls brushed against their sleeves. Every step echoed as if someone was following, creating the illusion of an invisible shadow. This time, the scout was assigned the role of guide. He was the first to enter the fort, to wait in a side tunnel and direct the arrivals so they wouldn't get lost. They weren't supposed to know he was there. It was an element of surprise, designed to teach them to remain calm in the dark. Counting his steps, he found his niche and sat down against the wall, placing his gloves on the cool concrete. All that was left was to wait. Time dragged on agonizingly slowly in this absolute silence. His hearing sharpened, picking up the slightest sounds, the beating of his heart, the rustling of fabric, the faint hiss of The tunnel wind. After about an hour, a faint light appeared at the far end of the passage, swaying like a candle in the hand of a person walking. The scout assumed that someone had hidden a match in a birthday candle. Flashlights were forbidden, but candles hadn't been mentioned. He decided to step out, scare the stranger, and take the candle. The flame approached, but it was smaller than he expected, the size of a pea, a cold white glow, not orange. He listened for footsteps, but heard nothing. 5 meters away, the light suddenly went out, as if someone had pinched it. The corridor plunged back into absolute darkness. He leaned forward, trying to make out any glow on the floor or wall, but there was none. The silence was oppressive. A quiet sound, like the rustling of fabric against stone, whispered right in front of him. Warm, moist air brushed his face. He smelled sweat and earth, the smell of someone who had traveled a long way. Someone was standing inches from him, but he couldn't see them. He held his breath. The stranger did the same. They froze, sharing the same small pockets of air. Seconds stretched into minutes. His lungs burned, his ears rang. He didn't dare move, not knowing who or what was standing before him. Finally, the warm breath slid to the left. The air became cool again. A faint red glow appeared somewhere in the distance, and then disappeared. Silence returned. He slowly counted to 40, and then exhaled. His legs were shaking. He wanted to run back to the rope, but the younger scouts were due to arrive soon. He had to stay at his post. Finally, he heard footsteps to his left, the heavy thud of standard army boots. Relief washed over him. Only scouts wore such boots on this outing. A tall figure filled the passage. He reached out and placed his hand on the stranger's shoulder. "Go straight ahead, then turn into the first tunnel on the right. Stay together," he said. The stranger nodded. The scout paused and asked one quick question in a whisper. "Who climbed up first tonight?" The stranger frowned. "I did," he replied. "I was first. If he was first, then who had been standing next to him just minutes ago?" He let the stranger pass and listened to his receding footsteps. The tunnel wind seemed colder. The rest of the night dragged on endlessly. 3 more scouts passed his station. He directed them with a quiet touch on the shoulder and a few words. None of them had seen any light. None had heard another person. When the last scout had passed, he waited another 10 minutes and then stood up. His knees cracked. The silence inside the fort suddenly felt like a weight on his chest. He headed towards the exit tunnel, feeling the wall with his fingertips. Every time his foot landed on the ground, he heard an echo behind him. One extra step, not his. He quickened his pace. The echo quickened. He told himself it was just the strange acoustics of the tunnels, and kept repeating it until he reached the shaft. Having descended into the shaft, the protagonist discovers that getting back out is no easy task. His hands tremble with tension, but he clings to the rope, gathering all his strength to climb. A pale streak of dawn glows in the east, and birds greet the new day with their ringing trills. The world seemed to have returned to normal. At the van, he is greeted by the other scouts, who are cheerfully discussing the bruises and scrapes they got from the rope. They notice his paleness and ask why. He just waves it off, saying he's tired. On the way home, with the windows down, he lets the fresh morning air drive out the remnants of the cold that reigned in the fort. He prefers to keep silent about what he experienced in the dark, the flickering white light and the warm breath. However, Every summer, when the troop plans another overnight stay at Fort 17, he makes one significant change. He never stays alone inside again. Let someone else guide the scouts while he stands guard at the rope. The fort can keep its dark secrets, but the protagonist has heard enough of its breath. In the eastern part of Salt Lake City, he rents a small blue house, perfect for him and his ginger cat, Maple. The street seems quiet and safe. The rent is quite affordable, and the mountains serve as a picturesque backdrop. The only thing that mars this idyllic picture is the neighbor from the adjoining duplex. Practically every night, the neighbor turns on music with the deafening bass, keeping him awake until 2 or 3 in the morning. The walls vibrate, the windows rattle, and the dishes in the cabinets make an alarming clatter. The protagonist has tried everything: earplugs, white noise apps, and polite knocks on the wall, but all in vain. The neighbor doesn't react. After a month of sleepless nights, he files a noise complaint through the city website, hoping this will put an end to the torment. However, he is in for an unpleasant surprise the next morning. Going outside, he finds that all 4 tires of his Honda are flat to the rim, cut with long, even slashes. Buying new tires and having them installed wipes out all his savings. The police officer taking the report just shrugs, noting that evidence and motive are different things. His words don't calm his frayed nerves. In the evening, the protagonist knocks on the neighbor's door again, hoping for a peaceful conversation. The music stops, but no one answers. He stands in silence, listening to his own heartbeat, until the music resumes, sounding even louder than before. A week passes. The protagonist keeps a close watch on the street at night, locking the doors 3 times. One Tuesday, Maple doesn't come home for dinner. The protagonist shakes a bag of food, wanders through the alley, calling her name until midnight. He puts up posters, visits animal shelters, but all to no avail. The house feels empty without her familiar warmth on the couch. A week after the cat's disappearance, he finds a single envelope in his mailbox, without a stamp or return address, only his name written in shaky block letters. Inside is a note: "Next time, it will be you." The protagonist's hands are shaking so badly that he almost drops the letter. The arriving police officers take the message away in a plastic bag and inspect the yard. No fingerprints, no security cameras, no witnesses. "Lock your doors and call if anything happens," one of them advises. The protagonist installs motion sensors, window alarms, and 3 cheap security cameras. On the first night, the alarm goes off because of a raccoon. On the second night, nothing. On the third night, at 2:14 a.m., his phone vibrates, alerting him to motion in the yard. The screen shows only darkness. In the morning, he finds that the camera is gone. Only screws remain in the siding. Now he sleeps on the couch with a baseball bat in his hands. Every creak makes him jump. At work, he gets startled when someone laughs too loudly. He starts leaving the lights on when he leaves, so the house doesn't look empty. Fear doesn't need proof. 2 weeks later, a quiet tapping wakes him before dawn. The sound is coming from the attic. The protagonist climbs up the folding ladder, a flashlight shaking in his hand. The beam of light picks out clouds of dust in the darkness. Next to the vent, Maple's blue collar lies on the floor with a broken clasp. No fur, no blood, just the collar. The protagonist falls to his knees. The police search again, but find no signs of forced entry. The detective, tired but friendly, says, "We need a face on camera." The protagonist nods, barely finding the strength to breathe. He installs a more reliable camera above the porch and replaces the one in the yard. As an extra precaution, he buys plywood and boards up the small windows in the basement. The landlord expresses displeasure with the appearance of the house, but the protagonist is adamant. One day, on a cloudy afternoon, he drives up to the house and sees a white van outside the neighbor's duplex. The neighbor himself is standing in the doorway, laughing with two men who are carrying out large speakers. He turns, catches the protagonist's gaze, and slowly waves. A chill runs down his spine. That evening, before entering the house, the protagonist sits in the car for 10 minutes. He makes a list: sell the house, move, find a second job to cover the higher rent. Before going to bed, he calls 3 real estate agents. Real estate websites show high demand in his area, giving him a glimmer of hope. At 3:07 a.m., the camera on the porch sends a signal. The footage shows a figure standing in the shadows. The dark silhouette raises a hand, in which there is a small object, possibly a key, possibly a knife, and then retreats. The protagonist saves the recording and sends it to the detective, who calls back at lunchtime. The attacker is wearing a mask. The house number is not visible. Helpful, but not enough for a warrant, the detective states. All of that is needed for a warrant, he stated. Later that day, while inspecting the car's interior, the narrator discovered a screwdriver tucked away beneath the floor mat. The screwdriver had been left untouched. Instead, the finding was photographed, carefully sealed in a bag using gloves, and added to the ever-growing file of evidence. The detective expressed his gratitude via email, but offered no guarantees regarding further developments. Deciding to relocate temporarily, the narrator packed a suitcase and spent the night at a friend's house. The following morning, fresh scratches were found on the front door, right near the lock. The friend assisted in arranging for the sale of the house. Within a week, an investor was found who purchased the property site unseen. The narrator resolved never to return to that house. He moved into a secured apartment complex with around-the-clock security and surveillance cameras installed in every hallway. Maple never came back. The threatening letter, the missing pet's collar, the video footage of the suspicious silhouette, the screwdriver found in the car, none of it led to any charges being filed. The case was suspended and archived. Despite this, the narrator still checks his mail with trepidation. Every time he hears music coming from behind a wall, a queasy feeling rises in his throat. Somewhere out there, a person skilled in the art of silently deflating tires, abducting pets, and surreptitiously delivering letters to mailboxes is at large. He knows the narrator's name. He knows that fear still haunts him. At night, the narrator thinks he hears Maple. Perhaps he is waiting for the right moment to strike again. Annus. That night, even more toys flew over the fence, with greater force than before. One struck their sliding glass door with a resounding crash. In response, he and Laura installed additional lights in the backyard and ensured all gates were securely locked. He traveled extensively for work as a sales representative for a tech company, which meant Laura often spent nights alone at home. She began double-checking the locks before bed. "I don't like that guy," she confessed. "He gives me a bad feeling." Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Tuesday in July, hot and humid. He was at a conference in Austin about 2 hours away, staying in a hotel. Laura texted him goodnight around 11, mentioning she was watching Netflix and would soon go to sleep. He drifted off early. His phone rang at 2:17 a.m. It was Laura hissing hysterically. "Someone's at the door. They're banging really hard." His heart seized. He sat up, grabbed his laptop to check the app. Time twos. Lock yourself in the bedroom and call 911 if it gets worse. Through the app, he saw Mike on their porch, illuminated by the motion sensor. He was pounding on the door with his fist so loudly that the echo resonated through the neighborhood. "Open up!" Mike yelled. "I know you're in there. Give me my kids' toys." Laura was terrified. She said he sounded drunk or enraged. Then he started kicking the door. The door frame visibly shook on the camera feed. "He's trying to break in," she whispered. He called the police from his hotel room, giving them their address and describing what he was witnessing live. "My wife is alone and the neighbors are attacking the door. Please hurry." The dispatcher confirmed that patrols were already en route. He muttered something to himself and left. That same night, as if foreshadowing future upheaval, children's toys once again flew over the fence, this time with unprecedented force and frequency. One of them crashed with a deafening crack into the sliding glass door leading to the patio. In response, the narrator and Laura immediately installed additional lighting in the backyard and thoroughly checked the security of all gates, aiming to bolster their safety measures. Due to his profession, the narrator traveled extensively as a sales representative for a large tech company. This meant Laura often spent nights alone at home. During these times, Laura became particularly meticulous about checking all locks and bolts before going to bed. She didn't hide her apprehension, saying, "I really don't like that man. He gives me a very bad feeling." Then came the night that became a turning point, forever altering the usual course of events. It was a Tuesday in the middle of July, with the air thick, hot, and humid, foreshadowing a storm. The narrator was at a hotel in Austin at the time, attending a work conference, about a 2-hour drive from home. Around 11 o'clock that evening, Laura sent him a good-night message mentioning she was watching Netflix and planning to go to bed soon. The narrator, tired from his work, fell asleep quite early. At 2:17 a.m., the narrator's phone rang piercingly. Laura's number flashed on the screen, and she hysterically whispered into the receiver, "Someone is at the door. They're pounding very hard." The narrator's heart tightened with alarm. He instantly sat up, grabbed his laptop to check the security system app. He quickly gave instructions. "Lock yourself in the bedroom immediately and call 911 if the situation worsens." Through the mobile application connected to their home surveillance system, the narrator clearly saw Mike standing on their porch. The neighbor's figure was brightly illuminated by the activated motion sensor. Mike furiously pounded on the front door with his fist, creating such loud thuds that their echo reverberated throughout the neighborhood. His voice, full of rage, pierced the night's silence. "Open up! I know you're in there! Give me my kids' toys!" Laura, inside, was gripped by genuine terror. She conveyed that Mike's voice sounded either drunk or filled with furious malice. Soon, Mike escalated from punching to furious kicks, shaking the door. The camera recording clearly showed the doorframe trembling from the impacts. Laura, full of panic, whispered, "He's trying to break in." The The narrator immediately called the police from his hotel room, providing his exact home address and detailing the unfolding events he was watching live. "My wife is home alone, and the neighbor is attacking the door. Please hurry," he pleaded. The dispatcher assured him that patrol units were already en route to the location. As the narrator refocused on his conversation with Laura, his ears were assaulted by the deafening crash of breaking glass. "Oh my God, the kitchen window!" Laura shrieked in terror. Mike had managed to smash it. The narrator clearly saw this moment on Hamaninoenau, the backyard camera recording. Sharp shards of glass showered inwards, and through the created opening, Mike stretched out his hand, desperately trying to reach the latch and unlock it. Laura cried out in fear and rushed upstairs, where she hastily barricaded the bedroom door with a chair, creating at least some obstruction. At this critical moment, the distant wail of police sirens could be heard on the camera's audio feed. Mike froze in place, then hastily retreated from the porch, but his actions had already gone too far, and there was no turning back. Soon, 2 police cars pulled up to the house, their flashing lights cutting through the night's darkness. Officers swiftly exited their patrol vehicles, pistols drawn, ready for any contingency. Clear commands rang out. "Hands up! Get on the ground!" Mike complied, raising his hands, but immediately began to protest, shouting, "They stole from my children!" He was promptly handcuffed right in the middle of the front lawn. Laura, still holding the phone to her ear and continuing her conversation with the narrator, cautiously peered out the window. One of the officers entered the house to check on her safety, and Laura showed him the shattered kitchen window. Bloodstains were visible on the glass shards, indicating that Mike had cut his hand when breaking through the barrier. As Mike was being led to the patrol car, he sharply turned and through the open front door fixed his gaze directly on Laura, as if trying to burn a hole through her. The surveillance camera captured this moment with absolute clarity, as if it were broad daylight. Ominous words escaped his lips. "I'll kill you someday, bitch!" Even while handcuffed and restrained by the police, he uttered this phrase with striking calmness, as if making an unbreakable promise. The officers who witnessed this also heard the threat and immediately documented it in their report. The narrator immediately started his journey back, arriving home only at dawn after many hours on the road. Laura was utterly shaken by what had happened, and upon seeing him, hugged him tightly, seeking comfort. The police arrested Mike, charging him with attempted burglary, vandalism, and making terroristic threats, which underscored the seriousness of his offenses. He spent the night in jail, while the victims, in the meantime, obtained a court-issued restraining order intended to ensure their safety. The next day, his wife came over, offering her apologies and explaining her husband's behavior as anger management issues caused by work stress. The neighbor's children stopped throwing toys over the fence, and their family began to keep to themselves, avoiding contact. However, the deeply rooted fear in the hearts of the victims did not disappear. They repaired the broken window, installing reinforced glass instead of regular, and added even more surveillance cameras, striving to maximize their home's security. Now Laura flinches at every rustle and sound that breaks the night's silence. Her nerves remain on edge. The narrator sometimes rewatches that ominous recording, hearing Mike's chilling voice again and again, uttering, I'll kill you someday. Mike is out on bail and still lives next door. The question that torments the narrator is, what if those words weren't just a threat, but a true intention? They are seriously considering moving, but the cost of real estate remains a significant obstacle. For now, all they can do is meticulously lock all doors and sincerely hope that this nightmare has finally ended. However, in rare moments of quiet and solitude, the narrator invariably asks himself the unsettling question, will Mike attempt another attack one of these coming nights? The events unfolded in July 2017 in Austin, Texas. The narrator, Emily, remembers this period well, as it was one of those sticky summer nights when the oppressive heat didn't subside. Even after the sun dipped below the horizon. Her name is Emily, and that month she regularly visited the public pool located in Zilker Park. Emily's job was a constant source of stress. Office weekdays downtown, an endless stream of emails. Swimming became her only way to find much-needed relaxation and escape from daily worries. That particular evening, Emily arrived at the pool quite late, around 7:30 p.m. She expected to find herself completely alone. The pool was almost empty, which suited her preferences perfectly. Only a couple of elderly men were leisurely gathering their towels, and a child was splashing in the shallow end under his mother's watchful eye. The lifeguard, a young college student named Jake, waved goodbye to her as he left early. "Lock up when you're done, guys," he called out as he departed. This situation was quite typical for the place. Budget cuts meant that no staff remained after sunset. Emily, however, didn't mind at all. The pool water felt pleasantly cool against the humid air, and the sharp scent of chlorine hung in the atmosphere. The continuous buzzing of cicadas in the trees created a unique, calming background noise. She smoothly glided into the deep end of the pool, adjusting her swimming goggles. Freestyle swimming had become her familiar routine. Slow, measured strokes allowed her thoughts to wander freely. With each movement, work worries and anxieties receded, dissolving into the water. The sun was already sinking low on the horizon, painting the sky in rich orange hues and stretching long shadows across the wet pool deck. The chain-link fence surrounding the pool rattled slightly in the gusts of wind, but Emily paid it no mind. This was her personal time, a moment of solitude and peace. Enos. As Mike was led to the patrol car, he abruptly turned and fixed his gaze through the open front door directly on Laura, as if trying to burn a hole through her. The surveillance camera captured the moment with absolute clarity, as if it were broad daylight. Ominous words escaped his lips. "I'm going to kill you someday, you bitch!" Even while handcuffed and restrained by the police, he uttered this phrase with striking calm, as though making an unbreakable promise. The officers who witnessed it also heard the threat and immediately documented it in their report. The narrator immediately turned back, arriving home only at dawn after many hours on the road. Laura was utterly shaken by what had happened, and upon seeing him, she embraced him tightly, seeking comfort. The police arrested Mike, charging him with attempted breaking and entering, vandalism, and making terroristic threats, which underscored the seriousness of his offenses. He spent the night in jail while the victims obtained a restraining order to ensure their safety. The next day, his wife came, offering her apologies and explaining her husband's behavior as anger management issues caused by work-related stress. The neighbor's children stopped throwing toys over the fence, and their family became reclusive, avoiding contact. However, the deep-seated fear in the victims' hearts never disappeared. They repaired the broken window, replacing it with reinforced glass, and added even more surveillance cameras, striving to maximize their home's security. Now Laura startles at every rustle and sound that breaks the night's silence, her nerves remaining on edge. The narrator sometimes rewatches that sinister recording, hearing Mike's chilling voice repeat, "I'm going to kill you someday." Mike is out on bail and still lives next door. The question that torments the narrator is, what if those words weren't just a threat, but a true intention? They seriously consider moving, but the cost of real estate remains a significant obstacle. For now, all they can do is meticulously lock all the doors and sincerely hope this nightmare has finally ended. Yet in rare, moments of silence and solitude, the narrator invariably asks a disturbing question. Will Mike attempt another attack one of these coming nights? The events unfolded in July 2017 in Austin, Texas. The narrator, Emily, remembers this period well, as they were some of those sticky summer nights when the oppressive heat didn't relent even after the sun had dipped below the horizon. Her name is Emily, and that month she regularly visited the public pool located in Zilker Park. Emily's job was a constant source of stress, office days downtown, an endless stream of emails. Swimming became her only way to find much-needed relaxation and escape from daily worries. On that particular evening, Emily arrived at the pool quite late, around 7:30 p.m. She expected to be completely alone there. The pool was almost deserted, which suited her preferences perfectly. Only a couple of elderly men were slowly gathering their towels, and a child splashed in the shallow end under the watchful eye of his mother. The lifeguard, a young college student named Jake, waved goodbye to her as he left early. "Lock up after you're done, guys," he shouted as he departed. This situation was quite typical for the place. Budget cuts meant no staff stayed after sunset. Emily, however, didn't mind at all. The pool water felt pleasantly cool against the humid air, and the sharp smell of chlorine hung in the air. The continuous buzzing of cicadas in the trees created a unique, calming background noise. She smoothly glided into the deep end of the pool, adjusting her swimming goggles. Freestyle swimming had become her routine. Slow, measured strokes allowed her thoughts to wander freely. With each movement, work worries and anxieties receded, dissolving into the water. The sun was already sinking low on the horizon, painting the sky in rich orange hues and casting long shadows across the wet pool deck. The mesh fence surrounding the pool rattled slightly in the gusts of wind, but Emily paid no attention. This was her personal time, a moment of solitude and peace. It was his time. After about 10 laps, the swimmer stopped at the edge to catch his breath. The other patrons had already left the pool, leaving him alone, with only the quiet splashing of water disturbing the peace. He wiped the water from his eyes and looked around. The parking lot beyond the fence seemed deserted. His beaten-up Honda was the only car left. Good, he thought. Quiet. But then he felt it. A slight prickling on the back of his neck, as if someone was watching intently. It was that vague premonition, familiar to many. He scanned the tree line beyond the fence, about 20 feet away. Nothing but the shadows of mighty oak trees, probably just paranoia brought on by too many late-night podcasts. He dismissed the thought and slipped back into the cool water. A few more laps, and he stopped again. This time a sound reached his ears, a faint creak as if a gate had opened. He turned, treading water. The gate was ajar, but no one was visible. Perhaps it was just a gust of wind. He called out, "Hello!" His voice echoed off the tiled walls, sounding surprisingly quiet and unsure. There was no reply. The cicadas continued their monotonous hum, emphasizing the silence. He swam towards the shallow end, keeping his eyes on the deck. That's when he noticed him. A dark silhouette emerging from behind the changing rooms. A tall man with broad shoulders, wearing a hooded jacket, despite the 90-degree heat outside. His face was hidden in the shadow of the hood. He didn't move like a regular at this place. He just stood there, hands in his pockets, staring directly at the swimmer. The swimmer's stomach tightened with alarm. Who wears a jacket in this heat? He thought. Maybe a runner, but no, his posture was strange. Too still, too focused. The swimmer swam back a little, pretending to adjust his stroke, but his heart pounded. "The pool is closing," he said, trying to make his voice sound casual. The stranger didn't move, didn't say a word. Then he started walking, slowly along the edge of the pool, toward the deep end. There was a distinct thud of boots on the concrete. These weren't sneakers, but heavy boots, and something in his hand, a flashlight. It swung loosely, as if its owner was ready to use it for something other than just illumination. The swimmer kicked harder, heading for the ladder. The water now felt thicker, as if pulling him. Why wasn't he leaving? Thoughts raced through his mind. He remembered news stories of similar incidents. Strange people in public places after closing. Austin is mostly safe, but parks at night. Not always. He reached the ladder and pulled himself out of the water. Water dripped everywhere. His feet were cold on the deck. He quickly grabbed his towel, wrapped it around himself, and headed for the gate. A brisk walk, not a run. Don't show fear. The stranger matched his pace, walking parallel on the other side of the pool. The flashlight clicked on, and a bright beam of light hit him directly in the eyes. The swimmer flinched, blinded for a second. "What the hell?" he muttered to himself. The light went out, and the stranger was closer now, crouched at the edge, as if measuring the distance for a jump. Panic washed over the swimmer. He bolted for the gate, his bare feet slapping on the wet concrete behind him. The stranger's steps quickened, and then a sound that froze him from the inside. A low chuckle, raspy, as if he had been waiting for this. The swimmer yanked open the gate, the metal clanged loudly and ran to his car. Keys, where were his keys? In his bag by the lounge chair. No, he'd left them in the car, unlocked. Stupid habit. He dove inside, locked the doors, the engine roared, tires squealed as he sped away. In the rear-view mirror, the stranger stood by the gate, just standing there, the flashlight dangling. He wasn't chasing, but watching. The swimmer drove straight home, his hands trembling on the steering wheel. He called the police from his apartment, but what could he say? Some guy scared him at the pool. They took a report, said they'd check it out. He never heard anything more. That was over 2 years ago. He stopped swimming there.
At 16, he began his working life at a pizzeria located in a suburb of a large metropolis. Initially, his duties were limited to assisting the chef in the kitchen and maintaining cleanliness. However, after a couple of months, management offered him a weekend courier job, filling in for the main pizza delivery driver. He, of course, agreed, seeing it as an opportunity to earn more money and gain new experience. Soon, something unexpected happened. The main courier suddenly quit. After delivering an order to one of the houses, he returned to work in a state of extreme shock. Something in his eyes and facial expressions spoke of the terror he had experienced. Following a heated 15-minute argument with his boss, he emerged from the office and, with a final "good luck, kid," announced his departure. When asked the reason for such an abrupt decision, he merely replied that it was a shitty job, and, patting his young colleague on the back, left the pizzeria. The story's protagonist felt it was more than just difficult working conditions, but didn't give it much thought. This was their last encounter. Thus, for several weeks, he performed the duties of a courier until management found a replacement for the departed employee. Approximately 2 weeks after starting as a courier, his boss handed him the address of another client. As usual, he entered the address into his GPS and set off, admiring the sunset. He hoped the delivery wouldn't take long, and he could return home quickly. To his dismay, the house was located in a remote rural area, where homes were spaced about a quarter of a mile apart. As he pulled up to the 2-story house, he felt an unexplainable unease. The overgrown lawn, weeds, dead trees, and old, unfurnished porch gave the impression of abandonment. It seemed as though no one had lived there for a long time. Nevertheless, he got out of his car and knocked on the door, hoping his boss had made a mistake with the address, and he could leave this eerie place as soon as possible. Suddenly, the door lock rattled, and the door slowly opened. Standing on the threshold was an elderly woman, about 70, with gray hair, several missing teeth, and painfully thin. Her piercing gaze instilled genuine horror. Mustering his courage, he decided to remain polite. "Pepperoni pizza?" he asked as friendly as he could. "Yes," she croaked, as if her throat was sore. "Great, here you go." He offered her the pizza, but she, showing no emotion, continued to stare at him, not taking the order and fumbling in her purse. "You didn't come alone?" she asked unexpectedly. He froze, then quickly looked at her. Her intense gaze didn't waver. That question truly scared him. No," he replied. "Where's the other one?" "He ran away from me last time he came." Ran away, flashed through his mind. It made no sense. The previous courier had quit weeks ago. He tried to explain the situation, but the old woman, ignoring his words, continued rummaging in her purse, trying to find money, or so he thought. The search continued for a full minute, which felt like an eternity. With her hand still in her purse, she suddenly froze and looked at him with an expression that couldn't be clearly interpreted. She seemed to be deep in thought. He noticed something in her right hand, but couldn't make out what it was. At that moment, genuine panic seized him. What if it was pepper spray, a knife, or even a gun? Was it really that hard to get $10 out of a wallet? Suddenly, behind the old woman, he saw a shadow, the silhouette of a man approaching the door. Simultaneously, he heard footsteps crunching on leaves to his left, near the porch, and heard a rough male voice say, "Hey." He turned and saw the head of a middle-aged man, with an angry expression peeking from around the corner of the house. As this man started to climb onto the porch, he knew he'd had enough. He rushed to his car, threw the pizza onto the seat, started the engine, and sped away. He didn't look back as he sped down the dark road. He had to lie and pay for the pizza. Out of his own pocket, but it was worth it. On the day he quit, he told his boss what had happened. His boss, in turn, panicked and asked why he hadn't reported it sooner. The boss recounted that James, the previous courier, had mentioned a strange incident where he simply drove off, ignoring a client. After that, the boss called the police to investigate the suspicious situation and sent him home. 2 days later, his boss called back and informed him that the house had been registered by the police as foreclosed due to debt over a year ago. During the search, 3 people were found in the house, 2 men and the old woman. All 3 were arrested. No further details were provided. The story's protagonist still experiences emotional trauma and cannot imagine what might have happened if he had lingered. They could have easily attacked him. Fortunately, he quit after that incident and remained safe. He would never forget the time he filled in for a friend at the pizzeria. He usually worked the cash register, while his friend was the delivery driver. That evening, he successfully delivered 2 orders to regular customers, and then the manager gave him the last order for the night. The address was 5 miles from the city, which was quite a distance. His GPS directed him off the highway into a quiet town he had never heard of before. Then, the navigator led him onto secondary roads that were even more desolate than the main streets of the town. Half of the street lights were out. He didn't like this place. He just wanted to deliver the pizza and leave. Late in the evening, as a pizza delivery driver, he received an order that turned out to be the farthest in his entire career. A 20-minute drive wasn't unusual for his area, but the order included 4 large pizzas, which suggested a party and a generous tip. However, driving at night on country roads was always inconvenient. Upon arriving at the specified address, he discovered an old, sinister-looking building, lost deep in the woods. The absence of parked cars and lights only heightened his anxiety. Stopping his vehicle, he called his manager, who, despite being in a bad mood, insisted he verify the address and attempt the delivery. The manager was known for his anger regarding returned orders, and the prospect of bringing back 4 pizzas caused the delivery driver serious apprehension. Despite his intense unease, he got out of the car and headed towards the door. The lack of a doorbell forced him to knock loudly. The silence that followed was broken by rustling sounds from within. He knocked again, announcing himself as the pizza delivery driver, but silence once again prevailed. Suddenly, a movement flickered in the window. Someone was staring at him, their eyes unnaturally wide, their gaze fixed and terrifying. Overwhelmed with horror, he dropped the pizzas and rushed back to his car. But when he tried to start the engine, the car refused to obey. Only on the 3rd attempt did he manage to get it moving. However, as he drove from the grass onto the country road, he felt the car behaving strangely. Soon, a loud scraping sound echoed, and the car came to a halt. Getting out to assess the damage, he felt a chilling terror. All 4 tires were punctured, and he realized this had happened while he was knocking on the door. Instead of running, he locked himself in the car and called 911. The operator advised him to stay hidden and wait for the police to arrive, remaining on the line. A shiver ran through his body as he realized he was trapped in the middle of a dark, endless forest, knowing that help would not arrive soon. He was extremely uncomfortable being in the car, so close to whoever had committed this act of vandalism. Recalling another incident, he recounted a delivery to a single-story house, where he was met by an elderly man, with a pale face and a grey mustache. The man seemed nervous and insisted on inviting him inside while he waited. Unable to resist the persuasion and escaping the cold, the delivery driver entered the house, but immediately felt uncomfortable. The man disappeared into another room, then suggested he go down to a dark basement for the money. Refusing, the delivery driver heard footsteps in the basement and, sensing danger, tried to leave. But the man blocked his way. In desperation, the delivery driver hit him and ran, not looking back. After this incident, he told his manager everything, who then called the police. He was subsequently given a few days off. This experience taught him never to enter strangers' homes. The trauma he experienced left an indelible mark on the narrator's memory. But the most horrifying moment was what left him in a state of paralysis. To this day, the memories of it make him shiver, and he sincerely hopes no one ever has to experience such terror. While checking the windows to ensure no one was outside, he accidentally glanced in the rearview mirror and froze. There, in the reflection, he saw the same sinister figure he had seen in the window. The stranger's eyes were unnaturally wide, and now the narrator could discern that it was a woman. A creepy smile slowly spread across her face, chilling his blood. Without losing a second, he flung open the car door and ran into the woods, ignoring the noise he made. He ran until he was breathless with exhaustion. Overcoming his weakness, he hid behind a huge log lying on the ground. Trying to quiet his loud breathing, he lay in wait. Time dragged agonizingly slowly until, in the distance, he heard the wail of police sirens. Gathering his last strength, he ran back to the country road. Soon, flashing red and blue lights appeared in sight. Never before had he experienced such relief. The police officers were standing by his car, examining it with flashlights. Noticing them, the narrator burst from the woods and, frantic with fear, began screaming for help. He fell to the ground, gasping and nearly fainting from the exertion. The police helped him up and began questioning him about what had happened. Brokenly and disjointedly, he recounted everything he had seen and experienced. One of the police cruisers headed towards the abandoned building, and 2 officers began inspecting it. However, their search yielded no results, except for several sharp objects scattered nearby. These objects turned out to be identical to those used to puncture his car tires. The police speculated that some mentally disturbed couple was behind the attack, given the account of the woman seen in the rearview mirror. Unfortunately, the perpetrators were never found, and this uncertainty still haunts the narrator. After the nightmare, he immediately quit his job and found employment at a local grocery store. He understands that he will never be able to forget the eerie image of the woman who appeared in his car's rearview mirror.
NUS deep in the heart of Germany, in the western part of the country, lay Cologne, and not far from it, nestled a small village named Pors. This was a place where time seemed to slow down and life flowed at an unhurried pace, free from major upheavals. In those distant years, the population of Pors consisted primarily of elderly individuals, lending the area a peculiar quietness and serenity. Rarely did anything truly spectacular happen here. The only source of vital activity and the village's unique pulse was the nearby airport, which provided employment for many of Pors's residents. However, even this quiet corner began to feel unsettling in the early 90s. From time to time, rumors of missing children spread through the village, and parents' hearts tightened with fear. The police, of course, made every possible effort to solve these mysterious disappearances, but unfortunately, their actions yielded no results. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. People now hesitated to let their children play outside alone, gripped by uncertainty. Had the children run away, or had they become victims of abduction? The narrator's mother was also consumed by this widespread fear and adamantly refused to let him go out alone. Her anxiety was too great. The boy, being a child, understood her worry, but at the same time felt an irresistible urge to push the boundaries. And so, one day, yielding to an impulse, he saw his mother asleep on the sofa. This was his chance. He quickly put on his shoes and slipped out of the house, unnoticed. Carelessly wandering the surroundings, the boy let his imagination run wild, completely losing track of time. He ventured deep into the nearby forest, hoping to meet other children. Hours flew by, and soon it began to get dark. He was about to head home when something completely unexpected happened. In the distance, he noticed the village church. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but then his eye was caught by something like a light flickering inside. It seemed strange to him, and being a curious child, he cautiously crept towards the building. Usually, no one should have been there at this time of day. So what could be happening there? Reaching the back entrance, the boy slowly circled the building. As he passed one of the windows, he thought he heard voices. He stood up just enough to peer inside. The village priest was there. The boy could barely make him out. Only a few candles were lit, casting the priest's enormous shadow on the wall. He couldn't understand what the priest was doing, so he decided to sneak inside. The back door was unlocked. He entered, trying not to make the slightest sound. Eventually, he got close enough to hear the priest. He seemed very nervous and didn't look nearly as friendly as he did on Sundays. Something was definitely wrong. The boy knew the priest shouldn't see him. It would be very bad for him. He stayed quiet and waited, patiently. At some point, the priest went down to the basement. This was the moment the boy had been waiting for. He quickly rushed into the room and hid behind the pews. When the priest returned upstairs, he was on the phone. Soon after, 2 other men entered the church. One of them asked the priest why he had left the door unlocked. The priest froze for a moment, then said he must have simply forgotten. "I have everything ready," the priest said, and told the 2 men to go down to the basement. They obeyed and went downstairs. The priest glanced around the room for a moment, then followed them. Now the boy was sure something was terribly wrong. He tried to hide as best as he could. Voices and metallic sounds, like something clicking, echoed from the basement. The boy tried to get closer to hear better, and then what he feared happened. His foot brushed against a metal candlestick, and it crashed to the floor. Suddenly, everything went silent. The boy quickly found a new hiding spot. Then footsteps were heard. Many footsteps. They were all coming upstairs. "What was that?" one of the men asked. "Something just fell," the priest replied. "Don't worry about it." "All right, I'll give you half now, and I'll bring the rest of the money tomorrow," one of the men said. "Okay," the priest replied, and the men exited through the back door. When the priest was alone, his expression suddenly changed. He looked angry. He slowly walked through the church. His steps were heavy but confident. The boy knew the priest realized he was still there. "I saw you, boy," the priest said. The boy's blood ran cold. He knew the priest was aware of his presence. "You can't hide for long. You don't need to hide. I'm a good man. Come out. Let's play." But the boy knew the priest didn't want to play. He had seen something he shouldn't have. If the priest found him, he would be in serious trouble. He even tried to breathe as quietly as possible. The priest walked around the church a few more times, then said to himself, maybe he really left. He gathered a few things, extinguished the candles, and left the church. The boy remained there for at least 20 more minutes, frozen with fear. What had just happened? He couldn't believe it. Eventually, naive as he was, he crawled out of his hiding place. He just wanted to go home. It was all too much. Just leave. Get out of there. As he headed for the back door, he saw the moon shining through the same window where he had first seen the priest. A shadowy silhouette lay on the floor. The boy looked out the window and thought he would die. The priest stood there, looking at him with an evil smirk. "I knew I saw you, you foolish boy. Let's play." He lunged into the church, and the boy hid again. The priest ran wildly throughout the building. "I'll kill you, you stupid boy," he screamed, desperately searching for him. He was getting closer and closer. The boy was inside a cabinet and could see him through a crack right in front of him. The priest had nothing in his hands. Suddenly, he chuckled quietly and said, "You really are a stupid boy." He had found him. He grabbed the cabinet door. This was it. He was going to kill the boy. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, a thunderous command rang out, "Police, get on the floor!" The clergyman complied without resistance, and in the next moment, law enforcement officers stormed into the church. The narrator's mother was the last to enter the sanctuary, as if she had a premonition that he would try to slip away. It turned out she had thoughtfully hidden a tracking device in his shoe and set out to search for him with the police. This circumstance alone saved his life. He openly told the officers everything that had happened. The police officers descended into the basement, where they found 2 children who had previously been reported missing. It was revealed that the priest was a member of a criminal group involved in kidnapping children for the purpose of selling their organs. The narrator's recklessness almost cost him his life, but his mother's foresight saved him from imminent death. After that experience, he was no longer a deeply religious person. What he had seen and lived through simply wouldn't allow him to be. However, for most of his 20s, his entire life revolved around the church. It was one of those large, modern community churches with a coffee shop in the lobby and services accompanied by a band with electric guitars, drawing hundreds of congregants. The atmosphere there felt like a big family. It was in this community that he met Anna. Anna was one of his best friends. She had a sweet disposition, was a woman of few words, and was simply kind. She was the type of person who remembered birthdays and actually called to wish you well. Anna was married to David. In the eyes of all the churchgoers, David seemed like the perfect man. He was charismatic, played the guitar masterfully in the worship band, and always hugged Anna tenderly. They gave the impression of an exemplary married couple. However, when he was alone with Anna, the narrator began to notice disturbing details. He saw David's gaze turn empty and cold if Anna laughed too loudly at someone's joke. He noticed David gripping her wrist too tightly when he wanted to leave a party. David himself called it caring, but the narrator interpreted it differently, as blatant control. Sometimes Anna confided in him, whispering about incidents. She shared how David would accidentally break her things, or how he would block a doorway with his body and jokingly say he wouldn't let her go until she uttered words of love. These small things, taken individually, might seem like manifestations of a passionate or complicated marriage, but when you line them up, they form a clear picture of abuse. The narrator repeatedly urged her to leave, again and again. He told her his apartment was always open to her, but Anna was terrified not only of David, but also of what the church community would say. Their pastor insisted very, very strongly on the sanctity of marriage. Divorce was considered the greatest sin, worse than anything else. On that fateful night, when everything happened, he received a call at 3 a.m. It wasn't Anna calling, but a nurse from the local hospital. She reported that Anna had been in an accident and had listed him as an emergency contact. His heart simply froze with fear. He drove to the hospital, shaking so badly he could barely hold the steering wheel. He was allowed into Anna's room. The entire left side of her face was covered in bandages and dried blood. She was conscious, staring at the ceiling. "He did it," Anna said. She told him everything. She had finally made up her mind. She was packing her bag while David was out. She was just zipping it up when he unexpectedly returned early. He saw the bag. He didn't yell. That scared her the most. He just walked into the bedroom, opened the closet, took out the gun he kept in a safe, and came back to her. He held the barrel directly to her temple. "Do you really think you're going anywhere?" he asked. Anna confessed that she thought she would die right there in her hallway. All she could think about was that she didn't want him to be the last person she saw. So she acted. She grabbed his wrist and pushed, trying to shove the gun away, and it fired. The sound was deafening. She said it felt like her whole head exploded. She collapsed, clutching her ear, convinced she was dead. The bullet passed right through the top of her ear, only grazing her scalp. Another centimeter lower, and she would have been gone. David, she said, simply dropped the gun and started crying. "I didn't mean to," he wailed. "Oh God, Anna, I didn't mean to shoot. It was an accident." He was the one who called 911, claiming she had tried to grab his gun, and it went off. The narrator took her home from the hospital. The police had already confiscated his weapon, and Anna obtained an emergency restraining order. The next day, she filed for divorce. He thought the nightmare was finally over, that she was safe. That's when the real horror began. They didn't attend church for 2 weeks. When they finally returned, the atmosphere was extremely unpleasant. People looked at them, not with sympathy, but with judgment. After the service, the pastor's wife, a woman the narrator had always admired, approached them. She placed her hand on Anna's. "Anna, dear," she said, her voice dripping with false concern, "we've all been praying for you and for David." He must be having such a hard time. The narrator just stared at her. "A hard time for him?" he asked. The woman ignored him. "David is just heartbroken," she continued. "He's been in Pastor John's office every day, crying and repenting. He told us all about this. All an accident." "It wasn't an accident," Anna said. Her voice was quiet but firm. "He held a gun to my head." The pastor's wife smiled, a tight, awful little smile. "Yes, but he didn't mean to shoot, did he? That's what he said. He said you pushed him. Anna, you know you can't do that. A wife is supposed to be a calming spirit for her husband, not provoke him." The narrator felt sick. He physically felt the blood drain from his face. The situation continued to worsen. Over the next week, church congregants, their mutual friends, began receiving calls. The message for everyone was consistently, "You know, the Bible talks about forgiveness." One of the elders, speaking with her on the phone, insisted, "Marriage is a sacred covenant. It can't just be broken over one mistake." Another echoed him, "He is your husband. It is your duty to support him, not abandon him when he needs your help the most." Then came a truly horrifying blow. A group of 3 women from her Bible study group showed up at the narrator's apartment. They stated that they needed to speak with Anna. Sitting her down on the narrator's couch, they staged what they called an intervention. "We love you, Anna," one of them began, "but we are genuinely concerned for your soul. You are allowing bitterness and anger to overcome you. David is a good man," another added. "He just has that kind of personality, but you knew that. And the story we're hearing, well, we heard that if you hadn't pushed him, the gun would never have fired." They had, in effect, accused her. They openly blamed her for being shot in the head. They claimed that a spirit of rebellion lived within her, and that she was the one who had disturbed the peace in the home. They insisted if she truly loved God, she should cancel the restraining order, stop the divorce proceedings, and return to her husband to help him heal. Anna just sat silently, the stitches on her ear still bright red. That was the last time she ever set foot in that church. A month later, she moved to another state to live with her sister. She changed her name. The narrator hasn't seen her in person since, though they sometimes exchange messages. The narrator stayed there for a few more weeks. He couldn't believe what was happening. He watched as David was welcomed back into the community. He would stand during services and give tearful testimonies about his struggles and how some enemy tried to destroy his marriage, and people nodded. They patted him on the back. They prayed for him. The man who held a gun to his wife's head was declared a victim. The woman who was shot was called a sinner. The narrator finally realized the truth. True horror isn't always found in the monster with a gun. Sometimes it's the smiling faces in the room who, after you've narrowly escaped danger, try to convince you to return to the monster's cage, because to them, your safety was never as important as their rules. And then the narrator converted to Islam. This happened in 2018 when the narrator was working as a cleaner at St. Mary's Church, located in a quiet suburb of Chicago. He was 28, single, and desperately needed a steady job after a series of temporary construction gigs. The church was an old brick building constructed in the 1950s. Nothing remarkable, just a main hall with pews, a small office, a storage room in the back, and a basement for supplies. Father Ali managed the place. He was a kind elderly man in his 60s, living in the rectory next door. The narrator's shifts usually fell in the evenings, cleaning after services or events, mopping floors, dusting the altar, and other similar tasks. It was a quiet job, and he enjoyed the silence there. The pay wasn't great, but it was significantly better than dealing with noisy construction sites. One of the unique features of this church was the front door, which emitted a long, drawn-out creak every time it was opened. The reason lay in the old rusty hinges that needed lubrication. However, Father Ali always claimed it gave the place a special character. He joked that the sound was like the church itself, announcing visitors. The narrator heard this creak constantly during the day when people came for prayers or meetings, but at night, when he was alone, the sound stood out particularly strongly. The door was made of heavy wood, equipped with a latch that secured tightly behind anyone entering. No wind could move it. It required significant effort to open. On that particular night, it was a Tuesday in October. The weather outside was cool and rainy. The narrator was working late because there had been a funeral earlier, and the premises needed a thorough extra cleaning. Flowers to be removed. Programs collected from the pews. Father Ali had left around $8,000 p.m. to visit a parishioner in the hospital. He asked the narrator to lock the door when he finished, and said he would be back late, possibly around $11,000 p.m. The narrator nodded, seeing nothing unusual in this. He had his headphones on and was listening to a true crime podcast, which, in retrospect, seemed ironic. While vacuuming the carpet in the main hall, the church was dimly lit. Only the overhead lights were on at a low level, and a couple of lamps near the altar. Outside, streetlights flickered through the stained glass windows, casting strange colored shadows on the walls. Around 10:30 p.m., the narrator was finishing his work, putting cleaning supplies away in the basement. That's when he heard it. That long, drawn-out creak of the front door. It started quietly, like a groan and lasted a good 5 seconds before the latch clicked. The narrator took out one earbud and froze. "Father Ali," he called out, assuming the priest had returned early. There was no answer. At first, the narrator dismissed the thought of anything unusual. Maybe Father Ali just grabbed something from his office and didn't hear him. He finished putting away the boxes and went upstairs to the main floor. The hall was empty. The lights weren't brighter. There was no coat on the hanger by the door. The narrator walked to the entrance, peering through the small window in the door. The parking lot was dark. Only his battered Toyota sat there in the rain. The door was tightly closed, locked as always. He tried the handle, locked from the inside, which meant if someone had entered, they should be inside, but no one was. He checked the pews, the side aisles, and even looked into the small vestibule where the holy water font was. Nothing. No wet footprints on the floor from the rain, no wet umbrella. Strange, but he told himself that maybe he had imagined it. Old buildings make sounds, right? Creaks from the wood settling or something. He dismissed these thoughts and went to get his jacket from the office. Moments later, as he leaned over the thermostat, preparing to switch it off for the night, footsteps reached his ears. They were distinct, as if in broad daylight, slow, weighty thuds on the wooden floor of the main hall. This wasn't a hurried scurry, or a leisurely stroll, rather. Each step sounded with heavy, measured deliberation. His heart began to beat noticeably faster. "Father, is that you?" he called out, louder this time. The footsteps immediately froze mid-stride, and absolute silence descended. Now he was on edge. The church, though not enormous, had its hidden corners, alcoves behind the altar, confessional booths, a small choir loft upstairs. He hastily grabbed a flashlight from his office desk drawer, a heavy maglite he usually used for exploring dark nooks, and stepped out. "Hey, is anyone here?" he said, trying to steady his voice. There was no reply. The rain drummed monotonously on the roof, but inside there was a dead silence. The thought that a homeless person might have slipped in earlier, seeking shelter, crossed his mind. Such incidents sometimes occurred in larger cities, though their suburb was considered quite safe. Or perhaps it was a childish prank. Teenagers often gathered nearby. He decided to thoroughly check everything before leaving the building, not wanting to lock anyone in for the night. His circuit began in the main hall, where the flashlight beam swept under pews and behind St. statues. Nothing. The confessional was empty, its doors left ajar as he'd found them after cleaning. Then he ascended the narrow stairs to the choir loft. The steps creaked under his feet, but no one was there, just dusty hymn books and an ancient organ. Descending, he checked the office. The desk was clear. No one was hiding under it or in the closet. Next was the storage room. Boxes of candles, altar cloths, cleaning supplies. Everything was in its place. He moved a few stacks, ensuring everything was in order. Down to the basement again, where the furnace hummed quietly. No signs of disturbance. This entire search probably took 15 minutes, and by its conclusion, he began to feel awkward. Perhaps the footsteps were merely the sounds of an old building reacting to the wind, or his imagination playing tricks after that mysterious creak. He headed back to the exit, keys already in hand, ready to lock up and go home. That's when it happened. A loud bang echoed from behind him. It wasn't just any door. It was the storage room door he had just checked. It slammed shut with such force as if someone had yanked it shut. He froze, keys jingling in his trembling hand. Thoughts raced through his mind. No way. It was the wind. There were no windows in the room, and the door was heavy, with a spring hinge that closed slowly on its own. It didn't slam, unless you made it. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice slightly shaky. Silence again. Now he was truly scared, heart pounding, palms sweating. Part of him wanted to bolt out the front door, but he couldn't just abandon the church. What if someone was hurt or something was being vandalized? He gripped the flashlight like a club and slowly, quietly walked back. The storage room door was tightly shut. He hadn't closed it himself. He had left it open after checking. He listened to the wood. Nothing. No breathing. No rustling. Taking a deep breath, he turned the handle and quickly flung it open. The flashlight beam swept inside. Something hit him square on the forehead. Not hard enough to knock him out, but sharply, like a dull thud that made him stumble back a step. He cursed, rubbing his head, feeling a small bruise forming. What the hell? He frantically shined the flashlight around. The room was exactly as he'd left it. Boxes stacked, mop in the corner, no one there, no shelves near the door that could have fallen, no hanging tools or chains. The ceiling was solid, no loose panels. Whatever hit him came from inside, right as the door swung open, but there was nothing close enough to do it. He checked the door itself, smooth wood, no protrusions. He even felt around the frame, thinking perhaps a spring or a mechanism, but it was just an old door. He backed away, slammed it shut, locked it this time, and quickly got out of there. Locking the front door behind him, the creak echoed in his ears longer than ever. On the way home, he kept glancing in his rear-view mirror. The next morning, he called Father Ali and resigned without notice. The priest was surprised and asked if something had happened. He gave him the condensed version of events. Strange sounds, the inexplicable hit. Father Ali chuckled a little. He said the church was old, but it didn't have any strange history. No ghost stories or break-ins. Just a regular parish since the 1950s. He replied, "No, thank you. I found a new job cleaning offices downtown. Day shifts only."
After my divorce, my life collapsed, and I longed to start over from scratch. I moved to an unfamiliar, unremarkable town where emptiness awaited me. No decent job, no cozy home, no family. I was alone, cut off from the world, merely existing. Desperately, I sent out resumes for any vacancy I could find, and eventually ended up in a shabby cafe, pouring terrible coffee for equally gloomy customers. Boredom and despair choked me. Despite having just moved, I knew I needed a radical change. And then, like manna from heaven, fortune smiled upon me. Among countless applications, descent at random, was one for a fire lookout position deep in the heart of a national forest. No experience required. Yes, exactly that. A fire lookout, one of those hermits living in a 70-foot observation tower, scanning for smoke and keeping an eye on hikers. I remembered this listing because of an odd note. Position currently filled, but we accept resumes in case it becomes unexpectedly vacant. I thought. That's strange, but sent it anyway. And now, this job was mine. A gruff-sounding man named Marcus called me. He said I'd spend the rest of the summer, about 2 months, in the lookout tower. Marcus insisted I start immediately, gave me brief instructions, and offered me the job starting tomorrow if I agreed. Of course, I agreed. Onward, to a new beginning. I just parked my car where the road ended and now faced a long hike to the tower. It was just past 8 in the morning, and Marcus, the same man who decalled, warned the trek would take about 4 hours. I hoped to arrive by lunchtime. He assured me the tower would be fully stocked with food and that I could radio the nearest lookout for guidance. It was cool for a summer morning, but excitement surged through me. The national forests here were famed for their pristine beauty and peaceful atmosphere, exactly what I'd been missing. I reached the tower a little after 1 p.m. The path had been tough, but clear markers and a well-maintained trail made getting lost impossible. The tower was far taller than I imagined, probably 100 feet high, perched on 4 massive pilings. A spiral staircase wrapped around it, leading upward. Nearby stood an outhouse and a storage shed, likely where supplies were kept. I'd figure everything out once I got inside and dropped my pack. The stairs were damn steep and the climb exhausted me, but I knew I'd adjust. The cabin at the top was small with a balcony encircling it. Inside, a bed, a large radio, a table with a map, a few books, a toolbox, a small portable radio, a lamp, binoculars, and a flashlight. The walls were almost entirely windows, offering a panoramic view of the endless national forest. It was eerie, but logical, since I was supposed to spot fires. I set down my backpack and remembered Marcus' instruction to contact the neighboring tower by radio. I did just that. "Hello? Is anyone there?" I asked, fumbling with the large radio. "Hey, you're the newbie, right?" "I'm Evelyn," came a cheerful female voice through the static. "I've been watching your sector while you were en route, but my view doesn't reach far, so I'm glad you're here. Nice to meet you. Yes, I am the newbie." "Oliver," I replied into the mic. "Marcus said you'd explain everything." "Sure thing. Well, you've already figured out the radio, so that's a good start. The outhouse is at the base of the tower, and food supplies are stored there too. They were replenished weekly by Marcus or Hakim. As for the job itself, it's mostly observation. Make sure no one camps overnight where they're not allowed, and watch for fires," Evelyn continued. "Also, keep the trails clear, but all that's in the handbook on your table. Read it." "Thanks, Evelyn. I'll do my best," I said enthusiastically. "I'll radio if I have questions." No reply came. Well, she seemed pleasant enough. I reached for the handbook and began flipping through it. It mostly repeated what Evelyn had just said, only in more technical jargon. But I de-studied it cover to cover to feel confident. As I turned the pages, a sheet of paper slipped out. It was lined notebook paper, covered in frantic blue ink. The handwriting was messy, almost feverish. It read, "Rules to avoid the smiling lady. 1. If you see a woman in the national forest with a manic smile on her face, do not approach her or draw attention to yourself. Return immediately to your lookout tower. 2. If your radio rings and it is not your nearest lookout tower, do not answer, no matter what you hear. Answer no matter what you hear. 3. If a woman, as weeping, pierces the silence between 1 and 4 a.m., forget it. Ignore it completely. 4. At night, your lamp must always be on. If its light begins to flicker as if in agony, run to the main switch before it goes out entirely. If darkness swallows it before you reach the switch, dive under the bed and don't emerge until dawn. 5. If, at night, you hear footsteps racing up the stairs toward your tower, don't hesitate. Turn on the main light and keep it on until morning. If she reaches the top before you flip the switch, it will be too late. 6. Upon waking, you may see them, smiling female faces peering through your window. In that moment, hide under furniture and hold your breath. She will enter. You'll feel her breath hovering just above you as if she is floating. Do not breathe. It will last only a moment. As soon as you sense she is gone, turn on the main light until morning. 7. Any scratching, whether in your tower or near the outhouse, means one thing. Turn off all radios and dive under the covers until the sound stops. 8. If, while checking a campfire at night, you suddenly hear a woman scream, "Run." Run back to the tower as fast as you can. 9. If, upon returning to your tower, you notice someone inside, run. Dawn, stop until you reach the next tower. Dawn, to look back. She will chase you. What the hell was this? Some twisted, horrifying prank? My hand reached for the radio to ask Evelyn about these insane rules, but I stopped myself. I didn't want to be the rookie who fell for a joke and became the laughingstock for being scared. Fine. I'd explore, eat, and settle in instead. Good night, dude. Evelyn's voice crackled over the radio as I was nearly asleep on my first night. I jolted in surprise and quickly replied, Good night, Evelyn. Thanks for your help today. My first day was over. After dinner, I explored the forest, practiced using a machete to clear trails, a great stress reliever, and reviewed both the national forest regulations and my duties. Evelyn checked in occasionally over the radio, but I never mentioned the strange rules ID found. But now I was wide awake, probably because of the fright from Evelyn, is unexpected. Good night. I got up and looked out at the vast forest. It was dark and eerie, but darkness was also a blessing, no fires. I knew other lookouts watched for flames at night because they were easier to spot, but I still needed to be ready in case I saw one. Just as I was about to climb back into bed, I heard a creaking sound. Strange, probably just an animal at the storage shed, scratching to get in. I jumped into bed, exhausted from my first day, and reached to turn off the lamp. The moment I did, the scratching sped up as if whatever made the sound had been excited. I yanked my hand back, and the scratching slowed. That was damn weird. Even stranger was how methodical it sounded. Rhythmic. Suddenly, both of my radios began emitting a high-pitched whine. What the hell? I leapt up, switched on the portable radio, and while fiddling with the big one, I caught sight of the rule sheet again. There's something about scratching? Oh, damn. I'm not superstitious, but I wasn't taking chances. I quickly recalled Rule 7. If you hear any scratching, whether in your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the covers until it stops. I switched off the big radio and dove under the blanket. What the hell? I could still hear the scratching, but it was closer now, almost at the wooden door of my cabin. It grew fainter, like fingernails lightly dragging across the door frame. I didn't move. What the hell was this? Morning came. I'd eventually fallen asleep under the blanket. The scratching had stopped, but I hadn't yet moved all night, finally succumbing to exhaustion. In hindsight, I feel foolish. I am in a national forest, full of animals, and radios pick up all kinds of interference. I figured the first night would be the hardest, adjusting to life 100 feet up, alone in the middle of nowhere. Today, I'd make the most of it, and I was sure the coming nights would be far less eventful. But I couldn't stop thinking about that scratching. What was it? Had to be an animal, right? God, I hope it was just an animal, and I kept trying not to think about that list, but damn, it was hard. ID brought it with me just in case, though I felt a little silly doing so. I was sure it was a prank. It's only my second day, and they were already messing with me. Day 2, the mysterious forest, and red scarves. On my second day, and they are already pranking me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. I was on patrol, walking familiar trails, ensuring no one had illegally camped. Dusk was falling, and I was about to head back to my tower. Just as I turned onto the path leading to my post, I caught something in the corner of my eye. A campsite. There it was. My first real duty, politely but firmly tell the hikers they had to pack up. This area was for day hikes only. I approached the camp. It sat in a large clearing surrounded by trees, just one reddish-yellow tent and a cold fire pit. "Hello," I called, trying to sound confident. "You can decamp here. This is a day-use zone." Silence. No reply. I stepped closer to the fire pit, just in case someone burst out of the tent. What a coward I am, I thought. "Hello? Is anyone here?" I called louder. Still nothing. That is when a strange feeling gripped me. Something was off. I couldn't explain it, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. Sure, maybe the campers had just stepped away for a walk and would return soon, but the encroaching darkness made me uneasy. Wait, wasn't there a rule about this? I frantically pulled the list from my pocket and scanned it. Yes, Rule 8. If you check a campfire at night and hear a woman scream upon arrival, run back to your tower as fast as you can. Well, okay, not exactly. Okay, but okay. I had not heard any screams, just an empty camp and no fire. I should radio Evelyn. Evelyn, hey. There's a campsite. No fire, but no people either. What should I do? Where? Evelyn replied instantly. I gave her my coordinates, checking my map by flashlight as it had grown fully dark. Got it. That? Right on the edge of my zone, Evelyn said. I'm heading there now. You just head back to your tower, okay? Okay. You sure? I asked, feeling uneasy. Positive. Go back. Stay safe, came her calm voice. Fine. She was a pro. I decided to radio her once I returned to find out what happened. I walked about 30 minutes nearly back to my tower when I noticed a distinct trail veering deep into the forest. Strange. I didn't remember it on the map. I thought the path ID taken had no branches. Figuring ID missed it that morning, I promised myself to check it tomorrow. With a tired sigh, I trudged back to my tower. Back inside, I slumped at the table and stared at the rules. I hadn't asked Evelyn about them. I didn't want to. Not until something even stranger happened. Tonight hadn't been that weird, just an empty camp. No screams as the rules warned. I'd been reading the rules for about 20 minutes when my main radio rang. Hey, Oliver, Evelyn's voice came through. Sorted out the camper. He says he was relieving himself in the woods and didn't know camping was banned here. He must have been behind a tree when you showed up. I am walking him to his car now. All good. Good. Thanks for handling that. Good night, I replied, feeling a bit awkward that she had gone to all that trouble over nothing. I lay in bed, trying to sleep. The next day arrived. Last night had been quiet, uneventful. I felt far more confident and left the rule sheet on the table. This morning, I ate a lot. Apparently, all this walking was boosting my appetite. I sat in my tower, enjoying the view of the forest, and it calmed me. Time for my afternoon patrols to ensure no one was breaking rules. But first, I decided to check that strange trail not on the map. I reached it quickly. It was fairly close, and sure enough, it was as clear as any main trail, seemingly maintained just as well. I walked slowly down it, expecting nothing special. The path sloped gently downward, but was easy to navigate. After about 5 minutes, I thought I saw the end. A dead end, oddly, just a wall of trees. I was about to turn back when something caught my eye, a small red scarf tied to the branch of the nearest tree. Interesting. I stepped closer, and immediately spotted another, deeper in the woods. Then another. What the hell? Was I about to be an idiot and follow them straight into a serial killer's trap? Almost as if to prove I wasn't a coward, I decided to follow. I passed 5 scarves, each bright red, plain, no markings. Then I reached another, but this one lay on the ground. All the others had been hanging. Beyond it, I saw nothing. That was annoying. I bent to pick up the last scarf and froze. It was tightly fastened to something wooden and heavy. I lifted it. Dirt crumbled away, revealing a small underground hatch. Cool. It was about 10 feet deep and wide. A ladder was bolted to the wall beside the door. I shone my flashlight down and saw a sleeping bag on the floor and a camera. That was it. Just a sleeping bag and a camera. I carefully climbed down. The ladder was surprisingly sturdy. The whole bunker looked neat for such a place. But as I said, only a sleeping bag and a camera plugged into a charger, though the charger wasn't connected to anything. It was an underground bunker after all. I picked up the camera and tried to turn it on. The battery was dead. It was a fairly modern model. The screen showed 3 options: photos, gallery, settings. I chose gallery. The first few images were boring. A lake, someone, his house, a random car, nothing helpful. I scrolled quickly, almost missing one, a photo of my own lookout tower. At its base stood a family, 3 people. The father, dark-haired, tall, an experienced-looking hiker, strong. The mother, blonde, with a charming smile, her hand on her husband's shoulder. The third, a boy with short chestnut hair, strikingly similar to the man I assumed was his father. I kept scrolling but saw no more group shots, only the man. He took selfies inside my tower, photographed the views, the outhouse, some trails. Was this Henry or Roy? If it was Henry, why wouldn't he leave the forest to see his family? Then the photos grew stranger. Next, the underground bunker itself. The one IED just found, half-built, with a sleeping bag and his camera. He was building it. Evelyn had said Henry was handy, right? Why build a bunker so close to the tower? Then, a random tree in darkness. The next 4 or 5 photos were the same tree. At its base, a shadow, distorted, meaningless. What was Henry, or whoever this was, trying to photograph? Was he trying to capture the smiling lady? What was that sound? 2:13 a.m. Something woke me. I heard nothing now, but something had definitely pulled me from sleep. I'd been so exhausted I wouldn't have woken on my own. Maybe it was. I heard faint weeping. A woman, weeping. Not too close, but I sat up in bed, listening to long, mournful sobs. I knew Rule 3, if you hear a woman weeping between 1 and 4 a.m., ignore it. But I couldn't ignore it. It sounded so sad, so broken. Part of me wanted to help, another part wanted answers. None of me wanted to ignore it. As quietly as possible, I geared up, grabbed my flashlight and radio, and opened the cabin door. I carefully descended the stairs, lighting my way to avoid tripping. The weeping came from off the trail, so I crept toward a dark cluster of trees. The cries were filled with such pain, such grief, I could only compare them to a mother who'd lost her child, howling in utter despair, losing a piece of her soul with every anguished breath. I turned off my flashlight as the weeping grew louder. Crouched low, I moved from bush to bush, tree to tree. The air grew misty, colder the closer I got. Crouching behind a tree, I saw her. She sat at the base of a tree, face buried in her hands, weeping. Long dark hair spilled down her back, tangled in the dirt. Though I couldn't unsee her clearly, her clothes looked clean and intact. But her hands were twisted and broken. One elbow bent backward, bones protruded under the skin of both forearms, though not piercing through. Her nails were long and sharp. She was skin and bone, skeletal. Her pale white skin glowed in the dark, clinging to her collarbones, emphasizing her gauntness. My radio crackled, just for a second. I quickly looked down to turn it off, and in that moment, the weeping stopped. Damn, she'd heard me. I couldn't look up. I felt sick. I forced myself to slowly raise my eyes. She was staring at me. Her eyes were empty, dark white orbs, lifeless. The whites sharply contrasted with her black pupils. Her eyebrows were raised. She was smiling. Her smile was unnaturally wide, stretched across her face beyond what should be possible, baring all her teeth. It was like some dark medicine. Tears still streaked her sharp cheekbones and thin neck, but she wasn't crying anymore. She looked excited. I was going to run. I couldn't look away, but I told myself, damn it, run. I needed to run. Dee stared at her for about 30 seconds, and she hadn't moved. Her eyes stayed locked on mine, her smile sinister. Just as I gathered the courage to turn and flee, she moved in one swift motion. Her neck snapped sideways with a crack, and she crawled into the darkness after it. The movement was so fast, her broken arms crackled as she retreated. The snap of branches under her heavy body was my signal, my chance. I bolted like a madman, not daring to look back. Dodging some trees, crashing into others, I did not stop for a second. Why did you just leave me alone? There it was. The lookout tower. Stumbling, I raced up the stairs, burst into my cabin, and slammed the door shut. Safe behind walls, I listened. Silence. I scanned the base of the tower, the forest stretching around. Nothing. Forget it. I dove under the blanket, clicked off the lamp, and jumped into bed. Shaking, I tried to calm down enough to hear anything beyond my own heartbeat. But there was only silence. Just as I gathered courage to peek out from under the blanket to radio Evelyn, I saw them, scratches on my cabin floor, marks that hadn't been there before. Marks I must have missed in my panicked rush. They looked like something an animal or something crawling had made, from the door, across the room, all the way to the bed. I had not seen her outside because she was already here, with me, under the bed. I froze. I knew she was there. Felt her presence, under my bed. What to do? I frantically recalled the rules. Was there anything for this? Rule 6. If you wake and see smiling women peering through your window, hide under the blanket and hold your breath. She'll enter your cabin, and you'll feel her breath hovering above you as if she is floating. Don't breathe. It lasts only seconds. Once you feel her leave, turn on the main light until morning. Or Rule 9, if you return to your tower and find someone inside, run. Don't stop until you reach the next tower. Dawn to look back. She will chase you. Hide under the blanket and wait, as in Rule 6. Or run, since she was already inside, as in Rule 9. She'd been here when I entered, so that was Rule 9, right? I heard her. Not loud, but clear. A sound of someone moving slowly, trying not to break the silence. Soft shuffling. A second later, the faint crack of her arms moving, and with it, a low, muffled moan. I closed my eyes. I had to decide. Stay under the blanket or run. Rule 6, Rule 9. I felt a light nudge under the blanket. Not strong, just for a second. Then a second nudge, slightly harder. I chose Rule 9 in a flash. I leapt from bed and burst out the door, which slammed shut behind me. I didn't see her, didn't look back. Luckily, I was wearing shoes. Halfway down the stairs, I heard a thud above, the door slamming as she left the cabin. I hit the ground, and above me I heard footsteps. She was descending too. I sprinted toward the trail, and behind me came the rustle of dirt and grass. She was at the tower's base. I ran to the underground bunker. The noise behind me grew louder. She was gaining. She was on the trail. I reached the bunker and flung it open. I dropped down the ladder and slammed the hatch shut. I could hear her above me, moving through the trees and grass around the bunker. Her low moans pierced me, making my hair stand on end as she gasped in agony. I sat in a corner of the bunker, staring up at the hatch, but saw nothing in the pitch black. She was still above me. I heard her movements, a mix of sudden, quick jerks and slow, almost confused motions. Maybe she hadn't seen me descend. Maybe she didn't know about the bunker, or couldn't get in. Did Henry spend his nights here when not in the tower? Evelyn said she didn't know where he slept. Was this it? Now I heard nothing. 20 minutes had passed. I think the thing above me had left, but I wouldn't and be an idiot again. To stay here until morning. Eventually, I fell asleep to the soothing sound of wind in the nearby trees. Last night had been too close. Looking back on my decision to investigate, I felt foolish. Whether from sleep deprivation or some spells she'd cast, I wouldn't make such choices again. I would stick to the rules. Morning came. I was still in the bunker. Finally, I gathered the courage to lift the hatch and peer out. Blinded by sunlight after so long in darkness, everything seemed clean. Carefully, I climbed out and headed back to my tower. As I quickly ascended the stairs, I heard a voice behind me. Hey, I nearly pissed myself. Whirling around, almost falling off the stairs, I saw a girl at the tower's base, an ordinary girl. Chestnut hair, glasses, a large backpack, dressed in hiking gear, smiling at me. Suddenly, a figure in hiking clothes appears before me, radiating a disarming smile. Oh, sorry to scare you, she says softly. Hi, I am Sarah. My heart pounds wildly. I stare at her, stunned. Marcus's daughter, she explains. I'm here to restock your food. Evelyn hadn't mentioned Marcus or his son coming, let alone a daughter. Oh, hi, I stammer. Sorry, you startled me. I'm Oliver. Hi, Oliver, she repeats, that same warm smile. You okay? I force a weak, unnatural smile, trying to hide my confusion. Just caught me off guard. I thought Marcus or his son would come. She laughs brightly. Oh, usually they do. I just started helping, and you are my first stop today. Nice to meet you, Oliver. Evening falls. My resolve to unravel the forest's mysteries only grows stronger. Yes, I am scared, but I want to make foolish mistakes again. As far as I know, I am completely alone. I don't know who to trust. Evelyn? Maybe. I need to meet her. Before bed, I radio her with one question. Hey, Evelyn, I say. Does Marcus have a daughter? Ask her, Evelyn replies after a pause. I was just about to wish you good night. I'm not sure about a daughter. I've only met his son. Why? Oh, just curious. You okay, Oliver? Something else happen? No, I am fine, Evelyn. Good night. Fear still grips me, but I know exactly what to do. These rules are my lifeline. They will save my life, and I must follow them. Now I understand that more than ever. I decide to sleep in my boots tonight, just in case, and turn on the lamp before switching off the main light. I.D. lay in bed about 30 minutes when I heard it again, scratching. Rule 7. If you hear any scratching, whether in your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the covers until it stops. The scratching was faint, seeming to come from the stairs, or maybe the outhouse below. I immediately rushed to my big radio and switched it off. I checked my small radio. It was already off. I quickly returned to bed and dove under the blanket. The scratching continued, growing louder. Each scratch was slow and long, mimicking fingernails on wood. After each, about 10 seconds of silence, then another, closer than the last. Soon, it seemed right beside me, almost on my bed frame. I held my breath and closed my eyes. Not a rule. I was just terrified. The next scratch was longer than the others, either on my bed frame or the cabin door. I didn't know. I couldn't think clearly, but I wouldn't move. The scratching stopped. For about 15 minutes, I heard only the rustle of trees below as wind whistled past my cabin. ID decided to stay under the blanket all night when I heard another sound. Soft footsteps, quick but growing louder as she ran up the stairs. In panic, I forgot the rule. Instinctively, I leapt from bed and ran to the main light switch. I flipped it on, and the running stopped immediately. I froze by the switch, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. Shaking, I walked to the rule sheet by my bed, checked it, and confirmed. ID done right. Rule 5. If you hear someone running up the stairs to your tower at night, turn on the main light until morning. If she reaches the top before you do, it is too late. Thank God. I'd remembered the main light was key in multiple rules, and I was so glad ID chosen correctly. I scanned the balcony, saw nothing. I looked up the stairs. Nothing came. The bright main light made it impossible to see the forest below. I sat at my table. 2 hours had passed since she'd tried climbing my stairs, and I wouldn't sleep tonight. So I used my time wisely, studying maps of surrounding areas, memorizing trails around my tower. I also learned something new, the route to Evelyn's nearest tower. It wasn't too hard. Though I still thought I could trust Evelyn, I wanted to meet her in person, to see her with my own eyes and talk face to face, not through a radio. I decided I'd go to Evelyn's tower tomorrow. I woke early. I'd slept only a few hours, but it was enough. I was too driven to notice. I packed a light backpack, food, water, flashlight, radio, map, machete, and the camera so Evelyn could confirm if the man in the photos was Henry. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, but D, never truly appreciated dawn's beauty. Usually I was either asleep or terrified, but today the sunrise was magnificent. I decided not to tell Evelyn I was coming. Though I trusted her somewhat, I did not want her changing anything if she knew my location, just in case. Lacing my boots, I set off for her tower. The hike should take about 3 hours, fairly direct, not too steep. I immediately felt a sharp difference leaving my zone and entering Evelyn S. Each lookout's job was to monitor their own trails, but Evelyn were completely overgrown. Honestly, they weren't maintained at all. Trees, bushes, and dense vegetation made me grateful I'd brought my machete. I hacked my way through, ensuring the trails were clear enough to run on if needed. Losing motivation and feeling hungry, I finally reached her tower. Clearing the trails had taken about 5 hours, but I made it. The tower was identical to mine. Same layout, same 4-piling structure in a small forest clearing. Her outhouse was on the opposite side, but the storage shed was in the same spot. But I immediately noticed one huge difference. What the hell? About 50 feet from her tower lay the remains of a massive fire pit, ringed with stones. It looked heavily used, though our job was to prevent fires in the national forest. That was odd, wasn't it? I began climbing the tower quietly, partly to avoid seeming like a smiling lady running up her stairs, but mostly because I was nervous. At the top, I saw no one inside. In fact, it looked like no one had ever been there. Old nests were everywhere. Cobwebs hung from the rails. Dust coated everything. I tried the door. It was locked. Strange. My tower didn't even have a lock. I squinted through the dusty window. Inside was darker than it should be. I made out the main radio on the table beside stacks of what looked like newspapers and bottles. The bed was dirty, unmade. A backpack stuck out from under it. From what I could see, there were no books, no cards, nothing to pass the time. How did she stay sane? I decided to radio her. I hadn't come all this way to leave without meeting her. I grabbed my radio. "Evelyn, come in." "Hey," came a quick reply. "What is up, Oliver?" "Hey, just checking in," I said. Yeah, I decided to probe a bit before telling her I was here. "Where are you?" "Oh, in my tower." "Why?" she answered. What the hell? I was sure this was the right tower. I'm looking at it and it's empty. She's lying. "Oh, nothing," I lied, masking my shaky voice. "Just some tourists on the edge of my zone. I'll handle it." No reply. Did she believe me? Answer, "Evelyn, I need to know if you trust me or not." "Cool. Good job, Oliver. Thanks for that." Okay, thank God she believed me, I thought. I decided to descend and hide behind the nearest tree. Maybe she was just returning, so she said she was already there. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. ID watch and see. Over 30 minutes passed. No sign of her. In fact, no sign of anything. This area was completely silent. Dead. Where were the animal sounds? Distant hikers? It was too quiet. While waiting, I told myself that if she didn't, I'd return soon, I'd break into her tower. I did not know if it was legal, but technically it was my employer's property, right? I assumed it was illegal, but I needed to investigate, and I needed to do it before dark. I slammed the back of my machete against the door, just above the handle. The loud crack broke the eerie silence, followed by the door creaking open, freezing me for a second as I waited for something to happen. Nothing. I stepped inside. Dust filled my nose, and I held back a cough. I needed to be quiet, and fast. Cold permeated the cabin, an inexplicable chill, as if the air itself was denser, heavier than outside. My footsteps echoed as I approached stacks of newspapers and folders. The headline of the first paper sent chills down my spine. "Tourist sister missing." I frantically skimmed the article. These national forests. 2 sisters missing. 2? But Evelyn had only told me about one missing sister. Was this another, or was she hiding something? It didn't make sense. I flipped through more issues, same story, 2 sisters still missing, until I hit a headline. "One sister found after 3 weeks." The article said one girl was found alive and well, but the other was still missing. They'd gotten separated while lost in the forest. Evelyn never mentioned she had been lost too. If it was her, did she consider it too personal? Or was she lying? My attention shifted to the folders. One held a single sheet titled Oliver. What the hell? Below it, information about me, everything I'd told her about my divorce and why I took this job, my age, my appearance. Maybe she just kept it to remember. A weird way to be friendly. Wait, how did she know this if we'd never met? How did she know what I looked like? Something was seriously wrong. My eyes fell on the backpack under the bed, a large dark blue one. I pulled it out and unzipped it. Inside, men, clothes, t-shirts, hiking pants, a raincoat. I dug deeper, found a hammer, then a wrench. Nothing unusual. Next, sunglasses with green frames and initials that weren't T. Evelyn S. I reached to the bottom and felt a small metal object. I pulled it out. A pocket knife. A beautiful knife. Custom made. Gold outline with wavy silver and black patterns, engraved in tiny letters, "To my love. Yours, Henry." What the hell? Why did she have Henry's knife? Were these his things? What happened to his belongings after he disappeared? I didn't take anything. She'd know I'd been here, but I had to leave. I didn't feel safe. Just as I turned to go, I heard a familiar voice behind me. Evelyn S. "You know, she wants you to smile." I spun around. A woman blocked my path to the door. She was shorter than me, with dirty, unwashed blonde hair sticking out like a nest. Her clothes, long light brown hiking pants, were stained with old dirt and grime. Her light red flannel shirt looked like it had seen better days, wrinkled, dirty, sleeve torn. Her face was normal, or at least human. Her bright blue irises sharply contrasted with bloodshot whites. She looked like she hadn't slept in weeks. Her manic stare screamed madness, fixed on me. Her hands hung at her sides. Her frail body was starved, abandoned. Evelyn, I stammered, voice trembling. What do you mean she wants me to smile? She just wants you to smile, Evelyn repeated, not breaking her manic gaze. Okay, Evelyn, what is going on? I tried to sound confident, though my heart pounded. Are you okay? Evelyn moved toward the bed. I circled the cabin, staying closer to the door. Now I was at the exit. Good. She sat on the bed, staring at the dusty floor. I saw a tear roll down her face. She was a broken woman. We got lost, Evelyn called. Both of us. They saved me, but not her. I couldn't tell them what I did, but it was bad. And now she trailed off, her voice breaking. What did you do, Evelyn? I was ready to grab my machete, tension rising. We got lost, and we were lost so long. She kept telling me, it'll be okay, Evelyn, they'll find us. But they didn't find us for so long, and I was so hungry. She was always so positive, always smiling. But food. We couldn't catch anything. Nothing worked. We tried, Oliver, I promise. We tried, Evelyn said, her voice fading, growing weaker. Okay, Evelyn, I know you tried. What happened? She looked up. I flinched, but she kept talking. She looked at me, smiling when I pushed her. I pushed her far away. It was a moment of weakness, of hunger. She fell so far. Her arm, they cracked. She didn't move. I was so hungry, she looked down again, despair in her eyes. She died as she lived, smiling. My stomach twisted. She killed her sister. I'd heard hunger drives people to madness. I'd heard it makes you do anything for food. But after I pushed her, I couldn't. She looked at me again. Tears streamed down her already mad eyes. And the next day, they found me. My heart clenched in horror. They found her. Just one day later, though I feared Evelyn, I couldn't help feeling sympathy. I couldn't live with that moment of madness defining my life. And for what? Literally nothing. And then she found me. Evelyn whispered, staring at the floor again. Another tear rolled down her cheek. Who found you? I asked, hoping it wasn't who I thought. My blood ran cold. My sister. Still smiling, still hungry, Evelyn murmured. She is avenging me and avenging you. Evelyn stood, her gaze locking onto mine again. All of you. I took a small step back, exiting the cabin, eyes never leaving Evelyn. What did I do? I asked, voice trembling. She blames you all. You did not find her. Your job, our job, was to find her. Instead, she found me, and I'll never lose her again. Evelyn slowly moved toward me. Evelyn, I wasn't even working here. I'd never even been in these forests. I started panicking, stepping back. Evelyn, we can help you. We can get you out of this. She gets hungrier each time. She will never be full again. There's no way out, she whispered, and in that moment, I understood why the surrounding forest was so deathly quiet. Henry had written 10 rules, but she still got to him. Rules I couldn't even grasp. Evelyn smiled for the first time. And Oliver? She's so hungry now. She lunged at me with a sudden, piercing shriek, arms outstretched. Her frail body was easy to overpower. I rolled aside and shoved her away. She stumbled, her foot slipping off the balcony edge. Losing balance, she thudded onto the wooden floor before crashing down the side of the tower. It happened so fast. I collapsed to the floor from the shock. I heard her hit something on the way down, probably the stairs, followed by a dull thud as she hit the ground. Not a single cry escaped her lips during the fall. Oh my God, I just killed her. Oh my God, I jumped up and raced down the stairs, desperately hoping she was still alive. At the base, I saw her, lying about 10 feet from the tower. Face down, arms unnaturally broken and twisted, a small pool of blood seeped from her head, feeding the soil. Motionless. I bolted back toward my tower, stopping only when exhaustion hit. I had to reach it before dark. To hell with everything. I was leaving this forest. Evelyn was insane. She attacked me. It was self-defense. She was damn crazy. One thing she said stuck in my head. Henry had written 10 rules on that sheet. I now knew it was Henry S., but there were only 9. What was the 10th rule? That at least explained how Henry survived so long, a whole year. Poor Roy before him, who I now suspect only had the sunglasses, and Evelyn said he lasted only a week. But Henry had 9 rules. 9 ways the smiling lady could get you and how to avoid her. I wasn't staying to find out. I was leaving this forest. I was still running back. I felt someone watching me. I saw my tower. It was almost dark. I did not know how I'd reach my car, and I didn't want to walk these forests at night. So I decided to sleep in the underground bunker. I figured Henry spent his nights there when not in the tower. I thought it was key to his survival, and it had saved me before. I go up to my tower, grab my main pack, and head to the bunker. I was on the verge of collapse from dehydration, so I needed water from my tower. I grab my things and be in and out fast. In my tower, I frantically gathered my things. I turned to leave and heard something. Faint, easy to miss, but there. I held my breath and froze, listening. Long, slow, quiet sounds, scratching. Rule 7. If you hear scratching, whether in your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the covers until it stops. You've got to be kidding me. She knows. She knows I am trying to leave. I froze, hoping the scratching would stop, knowing that if it didn't, I'd have to follow the rules. I turned to my radio. In the forest below, I saw a pale white face staring up at me. Same stringy dark hair. Same wide, sinister smile, her white skin glowing in the darkness. I saw nothing but her face emerging from the black night. She stared at me, her excited eyes locked on mine. Her piercing eyes, like magnets, held my gaze. She knew I planned to escape. Another night here, and I felt her gathering strength to catch me. I abruptly broke eye contact, switched off the radio, and dove under the blanket. Evelyn's words echoed in my ears. She so hungry now. The scratching stopped the moment I hid under the blanket. I literally felt her hunger hanging in the air, thickening over my tower, focused on me. Peeking from under the bed, I confirmed the awful sounds had ceased. I did not want her to catch me off guard. I wanted to be ready for any trick. I stood, walked the balcony, scanning the area. Where she'd stood, she was gone. I knew she was incredibly fast. She'd outrun me before when I found her weeping in the forest. She could be anywhere. I turned to re-enter the cabin. Glancing at a window, I saw the reflection of my dim lamp behind me begin to flicker. Damn. Rule 4. At night, always sleep with the lamp on. If it flickers, quickly run to turn on the main light until morning. If it goes out before you can, hide under the bed until dawn. My eyes adjusted to the dark as I watched the lamp's reflection, and then she appeared right before me through the glass, standing on my balcony. It was her. Broken arms outstretched, wild white hair, huge eyes, and that horrifyingly wide smile. Rule 6. If you wake and see a smiling woman peering through your window, hide under the blanket and hold your breath. She'll enter your cabin and you'll feel her breath hovering above you as if she's floating. Don't breathe. It lasts only seconds. Once you feel her leave, turn on the main light until morning. The lamp flickered again, then went out, plunging me into darkness. I had 2 rules, 2 conflicting rules. I couldn't look away, but I knew I had to turn on the main light. Her neck suddenly twisted sideways and she began walking. Very fast, each step loud as she moved across the balcony toward the door on the other side. Oh damn, I spun and sprinted to the main switch. She was halfway to the door when I flipped the light on, and now I had to decide. Hide under the bed or under the blanket. I chose the blanket. Rule 6 said, she'll enter your cabin, and she was about to. I dove to the bed and pulled the blanket over my eyes. The moment I did, the cabin door opened. I heard loud, fast footsteps rushing toward me, but I saw only darkness under the thick blanket. I held my breath. I felt her, just as the rule predicted, right above me. Her breath, cold, washed over me. My eyes were shut, but I knew she was there. I desperately tried not to breathe, heart pounding, stomach clenched, but I refused to inhale. And still, she waited, desperate for me to give in. What if I breathed? Would she kill me right there? Possess me? My chest ached unbearably. I couldn't hold on. There it was. I lost. My mouth opened. She vanished. Just gone. I held out 3 or 4 more seconds until my body physically couldn't before coughing and gasping. But she was gone. No cold breath. No presence. I was alone again. I threw off the blanket. The cabin door was wide open, swinging in the wind. My main light was still on, as was the lamp which had reignited. Had she used the lamp's flicker to trick me into choosing the wrong rule? If I.D. hidden under the bed, would she have killed me? Hours passed in silence. Both lights still burned. I felt a bit safer, but suspected it was her tactic, to lull me into complacency. I stayed alert. And thank God I did. I saw a campfire right at my tower as base. The cabin lights made it hard to see, but I spotted it. In fact, I saw more than one. Fires burned all around my tower as perimeter. I walked the balcony, counting 6 fires. At each stood a dark human figure, back to me. What the hell? All stood alone by a fire, staring into it. Figures of different sizes. One looked like a child. I couldn't make out features in the dark, only silhouettes. The 6th fire had no figure. Why was no one there? As my eyes adjusted to the darkness below, the figures began falling into their fires one by one. The first, a tall, thin man, fell face first into the flames, almost willingly. As he writhed, fire consumed him, making his features indistinguishable. His screams pierced the air. As I watched in horror, a woman fell into her fire. She screamed as flames covered her, writhing but not trying to escape. Then a smiling figure, a child, a boy, fell face first into the fire. I gasped. I couldn't scream. My whole body was in shock. The child was silent, but twitching. Finally, the 4th, a large, broad-shouldered man, fell into his fire, grunting in pain, stifling screams, barely moving as he burned. Motionless as she burns. Finally, a woman, a silhouette. I spun toward her, trying to catch her before she fell. I rushed inside, grabbed my flashlight, and sprinted back. She fell into her fire, and I just caught a glimpse in the beam. Tangled blonde hair and a red flannel shirt, torn at the sleeve, before flames swallowed her. Only one burning fire remained, the 6th, the one with no figure. As screams echoed through the night, I heard faint weeping somewhere below among the trees. "Oliver!" A voice called as the first sun rays pierced the trees. "Oliver, are you there?" I cautiously stepped onto the balcony and saw Sarah, Marcus's daughter, standing below. She wore the same clothes as our last meeting. "Sarah!" I shouted. "Sarah, we need to get out of here." "There, Oliver!" she yelled back. "Oliver, I know everything about Evelyn, her sister, about Henry and his family, about Roy. I know it all. Oh, we need to leave, Sarah." "We can't," she cried. "We have to burn her. We have to burn Evelyn as sister." "Why do we have to burn her?" I shouted, despair rising in my throat. "It is Rule 10, Oliver. She'll follow you wherever you go if you leave this place. She'll be one step behind you forever unless you burn her. Rule 10, burn her body or she'll haunt you eternally." "How the hell do we find her body?" I yelled, feeling utterly broken. "I know where it is, Oliver." Sarah smiled warmly, trying to calm me. "Let me explain on the way. It's nearby. I'd survived all the other rules. Now I had to survive one more." I gripped my machete tightly. It made sense. This lady follows you out of the forest. That's why Henry couldn't leave and why he needed Evelyn. That's why Evelyn said there was no way out, because there isn't unless we burn her. And Sarah. Evelyn said Marcus had no daughter, but that was just to confuse me, to turn me against a potential ally. Either way, I didn't fully trust Sarah, not yet. Not until I heard what she had to say. So I grabbed my machete. I descended the stairs, approaching Sarah. She looked at me. Her eyes flicked to the machete, but she seemed to understand my caution. "Why didn't you tell me all this before?" I asked, voice trembling. "If you knew everything, why not tell me when we first met?" I did not know who to trust, Oliver, Sarah explained, her expression turning serious. I knew Henry and we trusted no one, not fully, except each other. And Henry is gone now. I was stunned. How did you know him? Yes, she looked down, pain on her face. It was confirmed last night. I befriended him while he worked here. I brought him extra food and ran errands just to see him. That is why I'm in this forest now. I was looking for him. But after last night, yes, he's dead. How was it confirmed last night? I asked, seeing her genuine grief. The lady, the smiling lady, seems to focus on one victim at a time. While she hunts someone, she ignores everyone else. That is why Evelyn kept feeding her people, to keep her sister from turning on her, Sarah explained. My breath grew heavy, heart racing. She continued, Last night, I was looking for Henry, as I always did. I saw the fires around your tower, and I saw those figures fall into them. People she's taken. One looked like Henry, others like his family. I saw the 6th fire, the one she made for you, and heard her weeping, trying to lure you out. She focuses on prey one at a time, which confirms you are her target. She already got Henry. She never gives up until she gets them. And now it's you. You have to burn her. But I killed Evelyn, not her, I said, pushing her when she attacked me. So why did I see her fall into the fire last night? I trembled, barely holding myself together. I hadn't said aloud before that I killed her. Yes, I thought you might have. The smiling lady wouldn't have attacked her while focused on you. But that doesn't mean she didn't take Evelyn after her death, didn't eat her. She's always hungry. That is all she cares about. Why don't you just burn her body yourself? I shouted, despair overwhelming me. This is madness. I am desperate to escape this nightmare. It has to be you. It has to be the one she's hunting. I tried, but I only found her body after Henry disappeared. Every time I try to burn it, the fire won, to light. I don't understand it, but I know it has to be you. She lit a fire for you last night, and it has to be you who lights hers. How the hell can I trust you? Tears streamed down my face. It made sense. While she searched for Henry, she needed him to burn the body. Sarah pleaded, I hid in the underground bunker last night. That's why I am here so early. It was Henry, his bunker, Oliver. The smiling lady doesn't know about it. That's how he survived so long. I can show you where it is. I know where it is, I whispered, hopelessness tightening my throat. I have no choice. I have to trust her. I have to burn the body. I have to burn that body. Trusting her, Sarah, was a mistake. I raced upstairs, grabbed my backpack. It already held a lighter and a can of kerosene. I followed Sarah, but didn't let go of my machete. Of course, it all happens in this cursed cave. On the way, Sarah explained that after being pushed, Evelyn's sister crawled there seeking shelter, but died of her wounds inside the cave. She said this explained why I might have seen her weeping. The smiling ladies replay her final moments endlessly, feeding her hatred. It also explained her eternal smile. Evelyn was smiling when she pushed her. Sarah stopped at the cave entrance, carved into a steep hillside. I shone my flashlight inside, but saw little. It was a narrow tunnel, about 8 feet wide, 15 feet high, barely room to maneuver if trouble arose. I couldn't see where it ended. We entered the cave. She's near the end, Sarah whispered. There is a turn about 300 feet in. We'll be safe. I've never seen your ghost during the day. Sarah fell silent. She walked ahead. I followed, but the deeper we went, the harder it became. Soon, darkness swallowed us. Only our flashlight beams pierced it. Leaving daylight behind, we plunged into impenetrable blackness, and all sounds vanished. Our footsteps and shallow breaths were our only companions. Suddenly, we hit a wall. To the left, a steep slope led deeper into the cave's abyss. What the hell? Why did she go so deep? I whispered. If she wanted to be rescued? She didn't, Sarah replied softly. She died at the entrance. Something moved her deeper, to protect her. I think it was Evelyn. We pressed on. After 10 minutes, the cave widened. Normally, eyes adjust to darkness, but mine did not. This was a special darkness I'd never experienced, or maybe the smiling lady was affecting us. I didn't know. I just knew that beyond our flashlight beams, I saw nothing. A crack behind me. I heard a quick, clicking snap. My heart leapt and I spun, shining my light where the sound came from. For a split second, I saw only legs, bare, dirty, female calves disappearing into the darkness we'd come from. Damn, something was with us. And it was alive. The smiling lady was here. I turned to Sarah. She was gone. What? I was alone. Sarah's flashlight lay on the ground. What? Where was she? Should I shout? I did not know. I'd leave her light. I needed one hand for the machete. I couldn't go back. The lady was after me. I had to find her body. I had to burn it, and I had to help Sarah. I swept my flashlight around, looking for Sarah when I saw a backpack leaning against the cave wall. I cautiously approached, knowing something watched me from the dark. My sweaty palms made the machete hard to grip. I clutched it tightly. I quickly reached the backpack, scanning the cave with my flashlight, but saw only rocks. I checked the bag, OAS contents. It was already open. It hadn't been there long, maybe less than a week. I barely glanced inside. An old tarp, a lighter, and the same small kerosene can ID taken. The same type provided at the tower. Also in the bag, a knife. The same one ID found in Evelyn's cabin, only larger. Same gold outline with silver and black patterns. Engraved, "Your matching knives, my Henry." Another of Henry's knives. This was Henry's bag. I opened the knife. Recently used. Its once sharp edge was now dull, stained with rock residue. I shone my light on the wall beside the bag, scratched into the rock. 10. Sarah lies. A crack behind me. I turned and saw Sarah. She was smiling. "Sarah," I started, but her eyes locked onto mine. She saw me through the darkness. Her hands began breaking, as if the air around them was snapping them. They jerked violently. Her elbows bent backward as bones protruded, stretching the skin under her forearms with each crack. Her smile widened. Soon, it stretched unnaturally across her face. Her eyes widened with joy. Her skin paled, hair lengthened. She was unrecognizable. Sarah. Now I knew her as the smiling lady. Fallen for it, just like Henry. She needed darkness. That's why she roamed at night. That is why I had felt watched leaving Evelyn's cabin. I was, but she couldn't act in daylight. She watched me as Sarah by day, but attacked as the smiling lady at night. That note in Evelyn's cabin describing my appearance, only Sarah had seen me before. God, I felt so stupid. I'd been safe from her in daylight, but now it was dark. And she was changing. She died in darkness, and now she lived in darkness. And she dwells in this pitch-black void. I jerked upright. The machete in my hand trembled traitorously. Step by step, I approached her, ready to strike, but suddenly, explosive movement from both sides. I was grabbed. Creatures crawled over me, their bony fingers and claws digging into my flesh, dragging me down. 5. I counted 5, desperately resisting their grip. Too many, too strong. My flashlight fell, its beam now shining directly on me. In its light, I saw my attackers, faces, Henry, his wife, their child. The tall man, Roy, and Evelyn. They held me tight. Evelyn's broken arms, sharp as razors, dug into me as I struggled. Her shattered bones cut me as they all pinned me to the ground. They smiled. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sarah burst from the darkness and felt her teeth sink into my chest. A new person now lives in my lookout tower. He has a family, and a dog that visits him. We leave the darkness only when she commands. She doesn't want to lose us. Now I smile, and when she tells me to burn, I burn too. I write this to warn you of the smiling lady in the national forest. Don't try to find me. This is my last conversation with you. Dawn, and look for me. I belong to her, and she'll never let me go.
When people head out hunting, they often find themselves deep in the woods, far from civilization and other human beings. It seems like the perfect setting for a chilling tale, doesn't it? The following 3 stories, allegedly based on real events, illustrate just how badly a hunting trip can go wrong. Here's the first story. The protagonist had been passionate about hunting ever since his father began taking him on weekend hunting trips. He decided to pass on this tradition to his own son. At the time of the events described, his son Peter was 10 years old. The father felt this was the right age to introduce him to the world of hunting. He armed both himself and Peter with Remington Model 798 bolt-action rifles, but carried his son's rifle himself until they reached an area where game was usually abundant. They could have used a hunting blind hidden deep in the forest, but the father decided that wouldn't be ideal for a first experience. As soon as they took up position, he handed Peter his rifle. He'd already taught him the basics of firearm safety, so he hadn't brought him unprepared. He opted to stay in one spot this first time, thinking it would be easier for his son, they could move on to more advanced hunting techniques later. But the wait dragged on longer than usual. The father noticed Peter growing bored, yawning and sighing, which frustrated him. He didn't want his son to think hunting was dull, so he gathered their gear and announced they'd move to a different location. Peter seemed to perk up a little at the prospect, which pleased his father. As soon as they started walking, the father heard footsteps. He silently placed a hand in front of Peter and gestured for him to raise his rifle. Peter obeyed eagerly, but then the father spotted a figure peeking out from behind a distant tree. He immediately lowered his son's rifle, feeling both disappointed and relieved that Peter hadn't fired. With a quick, slightly apologetic wave, he acknowledged the stranger, who then vanished behind the tree. Was it another hunter? The father couldn't tell. But there was something unsettling about the man even from afar. He couldn't quite put his finger on what bothered him, but encountering anyone in such a remote area was unusual, and this person didn't look like a hunter. As a precaution, he steered Peter in a different direction. Still, no deer appeared. Predictably, Peter asked who the stranger might have been. His father admitted he didn't know and advised they keep their distance. He didn't want to lie to his son. A few minutes later, Peter complained of hunger. His father was hungry too, so they stopped to eat. He was deeply disappointed that nothing had happened so far. During their meal, he heard footsteps again. Peter heard them too and instantly raised his rifle, aiming in that direction. The father's heart raced as he spotted the same stranger peering from behind another tree. Once more, he lowered Peter's rifle and noticed his son now seemed uneasy, just as he himself felt. He told Peter to wait while he went to confront the stranger, mentally steeling himself for the encounter. About halfway there, he stopped and thought, "What the hell am I doing? My son is back there." He turned and rushed back to Peter, telling him it was time to leave. If you were alone in the woods with your child and sensed you were being watched, you'd likely want to get out fast too. They didn't run, just headed straight back toward the road. The father kept expecting the snap of a twig or the rustle of leaves behind them. When it finally came, he shoved Peter forward, spun around angrily, and marched toward the stranger, who was again peeking from behind a tree. At about 10 meters away, he saw the man disappear behind the trunk once more, followed by a dull thud, as if something heavy had hit the ground. Gripping his loaded rifle, the father cautiously approached the tree. He didn't utter a word, not even knowing why, and simply crept forward slowly. When he reached the tree, it felt as though the entire world collapsed, or rather, ceased to exist. All his attention focused on the head lying face down on the ground. There was no body, just a severed head. He didn't even look around the tree to see who might have left it there. He dropped everything and sprinted back to Peter, shouting for him to run. They made it safely home within 5 minutes, and the father was certain no one had followed them. Still, he didn't sleep all night, guarding his family. The next day, his wife told him 2 local hunters had gone missing. That's when he called the police. 4 months afterward, he remained extremely cautious before taking his son hunting again. He's still baffled by how that man managed to kill 2 hunters, men who were surely armed. Since then, he has resumed hunting with his son. This next story blends youthful adventure with hunting misadventures that befell the narrator in his early 20s. He was just 21 when he joined his friends Anthony, Christian, Tom, and Tom's girlfriend Diana on a hiking and moose hunting trip to a Colorado state park. The group brought 2 spacious tents, warm sleeping bags, 2 days' worth of food, and, of course, hunting rifles. The narrator carried a standard hunting rifle, its brand long forgotten, lent to him by Anthony. He admitted to mixed feelings about the hunt. The idea of taking the life of a creature driven by the same will to live, all for the sake of questionable entertainment, didn't sit well with him. But this was Anthony's fifth invitation, and he felt obliged to accept. En route, about halfway to their destination, he resolved not to shoot any animals. Upon arriving at camp, Anthony, who had been driving, carefully parked the car, and the group immediately began unloading their gear. After hiking about 1.5 miles into the dense forest, they found a suitable spot and set up camp. Once settled, everyone instinctively followed Anthony, who proudly shared his extensive hunting knowledge, showing off his skills with evident seriousness. The narrator longed to crack an ironic joke about the whole affair, but everyone else was completely earnest. He tried teasing Anthony, asking if he should stay quiet so as not to scare off game. Anthony snapped, and the narrator instantly realized hunting wasn't just a pastime for him, it was a solemn pursuit. From then on, he decided to stay out of it. That period of calm, however, proved short-lived. During the hunt, the group unexpectedly encountered 3 burly, unkempt men with long, greasy hair. They looked like descendants of some inbred, isolated clan living deep in the wilderness. As they passed, the men gave odd, jerky nods, perhaps a form of greeting. The group was genuinely frightened. It might sound exaggerated, but the situation felt ominous. They were far from camp, which itself was completely empty, and these strangers radiated the aura of dangerous outcasts. Thankfully, the men didn't follow them, allowing the group to continue without further incident. In the end, Anthony managed to shoot a deer, though they never saw a moose. They dragged the carcass back to camp, where it became their dinner. Anthony and Tom handled the messy task of skinning and gutting the animal, while the narrator avoided watching, stealing only quick glances. Anthony expertly prepared venison burgers, complete with buns and all the fixings. Though the narrator disapproved of hunting as sport, he was genuinely impressed by Anthony's cooking. As night fell, everyone turned in, leaving the campfire burning outside. The narrator struggled to get comfortable in his sleeping bag. Anthony and Christian seemed to fall asleep instantly. While he tossed and turned for at least 2 hours, he'd always found sleeping bags uncomfortable. Just as he was about to get up and step outside the tent, he heard footsteps. He opened his mouth to call out to Tom or Diana, but then a chilling thought struck him: what if it wasn't them? Pretending to sleep, he held his breath and listened. Suddenly, the tent zipper opened. He turned his head slightly, still feigning sleep. After a brief pause, the zipper closed again. Once the footsteps faded, he realized they were heading toward Tom and Diana's tent. He assumed it was them, probably checking if everyone was asleep so they could be alone. Deciding to play a prank, he waited about 5 minutes before slipping out of his tent and creeping toward theirs. But then he noticed their zipper was still open. That's strange, he thought. As he drew closer, intending to scare them, he instead saw 2 men doing something horrific to Diana. He screamed, mostly out of terror, but also to wake the others. Anthony and Christian burst from their tent, rifles in hand. When the 2 attackers fled, the narrator recognized them. Instantly, they were the same strangers from earlier. Tom and Anthony fired shots into the air to scare them off. But then something even more terrifying happened. After the shots, everyone turned in horror to see dozens of men emerging from the bushes and from behind trees, where they'd been hiding all along. They tried to rouse Tom and Diana, but the couple seemed drugged. They had no choice but to wait until they regained consciousness, which took about half an hour. Their escape through the dark forest back to the car remains one of the most terrifying experiences of the narrator's life. No one knows who those men were, perhaps members of an isolated, inbred family, or even cannibals. It's unclear what they intended to do to Tom and Diana, but everyone was just grateful to have escaped alive. The final incident, still vivid in the narrator's memory, occurred during a night hunt. An avid hunter with 10 years of experience, he was sitting in his tree stand on forested land adjacent to his property. Equipped with a night vision scope, he was waiting for wild boars, but instead witnessed a horrifying scene. Though it sounds unbelievable, he swears the story is true, considering himself a lucky witness to something truly dreadful. While waiting, he noticed movement below. But instead of an animal, he saw a man dressed entirely in black, track pants, boots, and a hooded sweatshirt with the hood up. Most alarming of all, the stranger was dragging a heavy sack. The hunter's heart pounded, he feared he was witnessing someone disposing of a body. Suddenly, the man stopped and, to the hunter's horror, looked directly up toward the tree stand. Terrified, the hunter ducked behind the wooden walls of his blind. Despite having his rifle, the thought of using it on a human filled him with dread. He stayed low, praying not to be seen even though, in the pitch-black darkness, that seemed unlikely. Tense moments dragged on as he held his breath, waiting for the stranger's footsteps to fade. Instead, he heard approaching steps climbing the wooden ladder of his stand. Each footfall sent vibrations through the structure. In his mind, a single question echoed like a drumbeat: can I shoot a person? Yet, for reasons he couldn't explain, the intruder never reached the top. The hunter heard him jump back to the ground and, judging by the sounds, dragged the heavy sack away. Paralyzed with fear, he remained motionless for at least 10 minutes before daring to peek out. Convinced the threat had passed, he resolved to return home immediately and call the police. Descending the stand, he carelessly switched on his flashlight, a reckless move he later regretted. He began running toward his house but hadn't gone 10 seconds when he heard swift footsteps crunching through fallen leaves behind him. He turned and came face to face with his pursuer, now just centimeters away. Reacting instantly, he spun and shot the man in the shoulder. The attacker let out a piercing scream of pain, and the hunter seized the momentary pause to sprint toward his home. He now realizes he should have tried to detain the criminal, but the chance was lost. 15 minutes later, police arrived and accompanied him back into the woods. There, among the trees, they found a clear blood trail leading first to the sack containing a body and then to the wounded suspect, who had tried to hide beneath a fallen log. It turned out the man was the murderer of Gen-Kwan Sakakani, owner of a local Japanese shop. While the full details of the crime remain unexplained in this account, the hunter is certain the experience is forever seared into his memory and he'll retell this astonishing story for the rest of his life. When someone moves into a new home, especially in an entirely unfamiliar neighborhood, certain aspects inevitably capture their attention. First and foremost is, of course, the house itself, its immediate surroundings, and the lifestyle and habits of future neighbors. Equally important are accessibility and the availability of nearby amenities. Unfortunately, however, people often rush into hasty decisions, and haste in matters of such importance frequently leads to serious risks. Sometimes even the most seemingly insignificant detail, like the one mentioned below, can foreshadow an elaborate deception whose scale may be beyond imagination. Just such an unexpected twist awaits us in the story that follows. In the city of Chennai stands a house that compels every passerby to involuntarily slow their step and think twice before walking past, whether it's a bright sunny day, a pitch-black moonless night, or a gloomy, rainy evening. But a man named Kabir was completely unaware of these peculiarities. His job aboard a ship frequently required him to relocate from one place to another. Today, we recount how his life changed dramatically after he moved into this mysterious colony. The story begins roughly 10 years ago. Kabir's employer decided to transfer him to Chennai. Upon arrival, he was astonished to find rental prices unusually high everywhere. It seemed unbelievable that even in a major metropolis like Chennai, he would have to pay such exorbitant sums just for a roof over his head. Desperately searching for a suitable option, he eventually stumbled upon an offer from his own company, a very old building with astonishingly low rent. For Kabir, this was an obvious advantage. Though the structure was dilapidated, it was conveniently located near his office, and the port, where his ship duties often took him, was also easily accessible. Everything he needed was within reach, almost magically so. But what could possibly be the catch? On his very first day, Kabir noticed something highly unusual. As dusk fell, all parents hurriedly called their children indoors. Within an hour and a half, every child had vanished from the streets. The only person visible outside was a solitary drunkard openly drinking alcohol right on the road, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. After a while, Kabir looked down again and saw the man still sitting in the same spot, motionless. Suddenly, the old man smiled and waved at him. Kabir thought, what's so strange about that? It's raining, it's dark, there's no one outside, no children, no adults. Why is this old man sitting alone and waving at me? Then the man gestured for him to come down. Kabir decided, alright, since he's calling, I'll go down. Maybe he has something to say or needs help. As he descended, his neighbor Pyle stopped him. With unmistakable anxiety, she asked, "Kabir, why are you going down at this hour?" Puzzled, he replied, "But it's only evening." "Is it really that late?" Pyle, her expression grave, said, "You don't know why we never go out in the evenings in De Monte Colony." Kabir countered, "No, I don't. I understand you're afraid, but I don't know why. What's going on?" Insisting, Pyle asked, "But why were you coming down?" He explained, "There was an old man down there waving at me." Pyle then walked to his window, pointed outside, and said, "Look, there's no one there." Seeing the street empty, Kabir was slightly surprised but quickly added, "Maybe he's already left. I was about to come down, so perhaps he just moved elsewhere." Yet Pyle replied with an air of mystery, "You still don't understand. What you saw isn't exactly a lie, but it's not exactly the truth either. That man isn't a man at all. He's a wandering spirit you've just encountered." Then, as if lifting a veil, Pyle revealed the story. In the 19th century, a Portuguese businessman named João de Monte moved here. He acquired substantial property, and the area became known as De Monte Colony. John hadn't come alone, he brought his wife, Mary, and their 20-year-old son. They were a wealthy, harmonious family living in comfort and peace. But over time, Mary began suffering from a mental illness, gradually losing her mind until she sank into madness. Her condition worsened daily until she finally passed away, leaving her husband and son in profound grief. Soon after, perhaps unable to bear the weight of his loss, their son suffered a heart attack and died as well. João de Monte was now the sole survivor, broken and alone. He spent his days sitting and drinking incessantly, trying to drown his sorrow, seeing no purpose in life. He idled away his time, drank, and disturbed the colony's residents with his inappropriate behavior until the day he, too, died and left this world. Yet just months after John's death, every resident of the colony began noticing something strange, deeply, chillingly strange. Whenever they sat with their families, wives, and children, laughing and playing, they would hear from afar the sound of weeping filled with unbearable sorrow. Drawn by curiosity and fear, they would follow the sound only to find none other than John, sobbing bitterly, as if his soul could find no peace. Gradually, everyone became aware of this phenomenon, and a cold, penetrating fear gripped the entire community. Pyle explained that this was precisely why no one dared go outside in the evenings, when shadows lengthened and the world sank into twilight. No one wanted to be out there, for everyone knew the tragic, inexplicable history of this place. Then Pyle warned Kabir once more, her voice firm and compelling, "Kabir, I strongly advise you not to go down now, it will turn out very badly for you." With that, Pyle hurried away, leaving Kabir alone with his thoughts and growing unease. Back in his room, as if trying to shield himself from an invisible threat, Kabir made a firm decision, "No, I won't go down. I'll stay inside." But at that moment, the piercing ring of the telephone shattered the silence. Kabir picked up the receiver, it was his boss, demanding his immediate presence at the office in a commanding tone. Something urgent had happened, a critical error requiring his instant attention. Kabir tried to explain he couldn't come, but his boss refused to listen, his voice unyielding. Trapped by circumstances, Kabir reluctantly left the building, unaware of what awaited him beyond the threshold. When Kabir returned, the clock neared 11 at night. As he entered the colony, he found the atmosphere unchanged from 6 hours earlier, absolute silence reigned, and not a soul was in sight. No one appeared on the horizon. All windows and doors were tightly shut, with only faint light seeping through curtains hinting at inhabitants. No one dared step outside at such a late hour. Kabir walked quickly, almost nervously, toward his home, feeling a sharp, piercing tremor stirred by the eerie tales he'd heard. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a glass bottle rolling across the asphalt. As if guided by an invisible force, it rolled straight toward his feet and struck them. It was an empty wine bottle. Kabir instantly sensed this incident might be an omen. Still, he pressed on. Then a piercing wail shattered the silence. Kabir immediately understood it was none other than the wandering spirit of the Portuguese businessman, seemingly trying to disorient him. He kept moving forward, step by step, straining to hear through the darkness. Now he could hear only his own footsteps echoing in the dead silence. But this lasted only a moment. Soon, other footsteps joined his, uninvited and frighteningly close. Instinctively, he quickened his pace. Almost running, he finally reached his building. And just as he arrived at the entrance, a cold hand landed on his shoulder. Kabir spun around. The old man stood before him, weeping inconsolably. Still crying, he said to Kabir, "You look so much like my son. May I stay at your place tonight?" In panic, Kabir jerked the stranger's hand off his shoulder and bolted for the elevator. He burst into his room and frantically began packing, determined to leave immediately. His luggage was already neatly packed. He grabbed his briefcase, and just then, the first drops of rain tapped against the window. Moments later, a torrential downpour began. Kabir had no choice but to accept his circumstances. He would have to spend the night in this house. It was deep night. He'd arrived at the colony around 11, and now it was probably 1 or 2 in the morning. He sat in his room, overwhelmed by anxious thoughts, utterly unable to sleep. Outside, a furious storm raged, and Kabir desperately waited for the weather to calm so he could flee at once. The house seemed empty except for him, and the only sound was the relentless drumming of the rain. Yet, Kabir felt with every fiber of his being that he was not alone. From deep within the house came the steady drip of water. And another sound, growing clearer and closer. A voice persistently asked, "Are you my son?" Kabir felt intense tension seize his body. He turned sharply again. And right before him, as if from nowhere, stood the same old man. But this time, his appearance was truly horrifying. He was soaked to the bone. Every thread of his clothing dripped with water. At that moment, Kabir trembled with fear and revulsion. When the old man received no answer, he asked again, this time with fierce aggression and unmistakable anger, raising his voice, "Why don't you answer? You are my son, aren't you?" Kabir grew more terrified as the old man's voice grew louder and more piercing by the second. Anyone in such a situation would undoubtedly feel bone-chilling dread. As the voice intensified, objects around Kabir began falling and shattering. Chaos erupted. The old man stood before him, arms outstretched, repeating his question again and again with mounting obsession, "Are you my son?" Hearing the commotion, Pyle rushed from her home and pounded on Kabir's door with all her might. Inside, the old man slowly turned his head toward the noise. The moment his attention shifted, Kabir seized the opportunity, lunged for the door, and flung it open. When Pyle looked inside, she was astonished to see no one but Kabir. Yet she knew exactly whose voice had shaken the walls. Breathless, Kabir recounted everything that had just happened. And as soon as the rain finally eased, Kabir left immediately, never to return. To this day, that part of Chennai continues to inspire both fear and reverence, shrouded in an aura of mystery. Time seems frozen there, preserving the area exactly as it was a decade ago. As dusk falls, once the clock passes 6 in the evening, the streets sink into silence, becoming utterly deserted. No living soul dares disturb this peace, except one, John DeMonte. His unseen presence is felt everywhere, he remains ever present in these streets. The only one who continues to wander the area regardless of scorching heat, torrential rain, or biting cold is his disembodied spirit. This Chennai neighborhood, known as DeMonte Colony, is widely infamous, surrounded by countless legends. It's no surprise that its haunting allure has inspired numerous TV series and films. The very fact that filmmakers invest heavily in adapting its chilling story is a testament to its extraordinary notoriety and terrifying mystique. Not every spiritual manifestation is malevolent, just as not everyone is benevolent. The essence of these encounters lies in their desire to share their profound, sometimes unbearable, suffering with the living. They do not seek to bestow joy or comfort, that is not their purpose. Their sole wish is to show what they endured during their earthly lives. If their departure was agonizing, they will strive to convey that pain, because causing distress is the only way they can express their unimaginable suffering. Such is the true nature of these phenomena. As for DeMonte Colony, it is, without the slightest exaggeration, a cursed place. Jokes or casual attitudes have no place here. Countless online articles, films, and series dedicated to this location only reinforce its ominous reputation. It is indeed a profoundly haunted site, where the boundary between worlds feels especially thin and permeable. And should fate ever lead anyone there, they need only glance at the clock. What if it already shows 6 in the evening? In such a sinister place, absolutely anything could happen.
In late 2021, for several months, the narrator settled into their grandparents' old home. These revered individuals had passed away, and the family hadn't yet decided whether to sell the property. Until then, the house had been used as a temporary vacation retreat, but between moves, the narrator needed a place to stay, and the old house proved quite useful. They weren't particularly thrilled with the situation, as the house was quite dilapidated and worn. However, the absence of rent payments was an undeniable advantage and brought a certain satisfaction. The events in question occurred 2 months after they moved in. One day, returning from work around 6:00 p.m., they parked their car in the driveway and headed to the mailbox to collect the mail. At that moment, one of the neighbors approached them. She was an elderly lady with whom they had spoken several times about their deceased relatives, the current situation, and other everyday matters. During these few conversations, they had casually mentioned that they were temporarily living alone in the house. That's why she decided to speak with them. The neighbor recalled them saying a few days prior that they were living alone. However, earlier that day, while walking around the neighborhood, she had noticed some movement behind the windows inside the house. When she then noticed the absence of their car, it caused her concern, as she was sure they were at work. The narrator thanked her for the information, but honestly didn't fully grasp the seriousness of her words. The neighbor didn't seem entirely sure of what she had seen, and after all, it seemed absurd. Why would anyone break into their grandparents' old house? Continuing into the house, they quickly looked around for signs of a break-in or any disturbed items, but found nothing suspicious. There weren't even any shoe prints on the floor. This was certainly a strange and unsettling start to the evening, but they hoped there was nothing to truly worry about. They cooked dinner and spent the rest of the evening watching television in the living room. It was Friday, and they had 2 days off ahead. They likely stayed up late, past 1 a.m. By then, they had almost forgotten everything the neighbor had told them. The evening seemed completely normal. However, as it was very late, they turned off the TV and headed upstairs. When they had returned home earlier, the sun was still illuminating most of the house, so they hadn't turned on most of the lights, which made the entire house very dark, now that it was deep into the night. The only lights they had turned on were in the bedroom when they changed out of their work clothes. They ascended the creaking wooden stairs to the second floor, then walked down the hallway and entered the bedroom. It was a very old room like the rest of the house, but it was divided into 2 sections. One area was dedicated to the bed itself, and then a small hallway with a wardrobe and one of those old-fashioned vanity tables built into the wall. On the other side of it was a large bathroom with a separate shower, a bathtub, and an excessive number of mirrors. To be honest, it was a bit unsettling for the narrator. Anyway, they used the bathroom, turning off the light there when they returned to the sleeping area, extinguishing the light there as well. However, immediately they realized something was wrong. The light was still on. They turned around, and a second later felt their hearts start to beat a little faster. In that hallway with the vanity and wardrobe, between the bed and the bathroom, the light was on. To explain why this was so unsettling, it was one of those single old-fashioned light bulbs attached to the ceiling, with a thin dangling string that you had to pull to turn it on or off. For this reason, they had never used that light. Not to mention, it was almost impossible to accidentally turn it on or off, because it was only operated by tugging the string. They walked over to the hallway and stared at it. The faint bluish glow of the bulb barely penetrated the frosted glass. The bulb must have been decades old. They cautiously raised a hand and pulled the string. The force it took for it to click and turn off was deceptive. It certainly couldn't have just turned on by itself. The more they thought about it, the more nervous they became, especially when the neighbor's comment about seeing someone inside came back to mind. Looking back, they should have left right then and there for their own safety. But they supposed it was much easier than it seemed for people to convince themselves it was just some kind of fluke. What if the light really did turn on by itself? It was awfully old. Maybe it was malfunctioning, and again, the likelihood of someone breaking into this old place was so extraordinarily low that they truly felt they needed real proof to believe it, let alone call 911. They meant one light on in a house they never used was creepy and unsettling. Don't get them wrong. But at the same time, they didn't feel it was enough to truly panic, although they definitely weren't going to get much sleep anytime soon. They turned their bedroom light back on, but stayed there with the door closed, deciding to sit in bed with their phone until they got tired again. They decided to rest until their strength failed them again. For the next 30 minutes, they constantly found their gaze involuntarily turning to the door, then to the hallway leading to the bathroom, as if some internal paranoia had taken hold. Despite all the rational explanations they tried to instill in themselves, deep down the feeling that something inexplicable and disturbing was present lingered. They didn't know how to react to this premonition. The house had been checked before, but the thought of needing to inspect it again wouldn't leave them alone. They got up and flung open the door to the main upstairs hallway. A dead silence filled the house, sending shivers down their spine. Taking a few cautious steps down the hallway, they approached the spare bedroom and slowly opened its door. Inside the room, the old bed and furniture belonging to their grandparents were still there, along with numerous boxes neatly stacked along the wall. As soon as they stepped over the threshold, an extremely unsettling premonition enveloped them. Although the goal was specifically to search the house, once inside, their bodies seemed to freeze. Their heart rate quickened, increasing with each second, as if an invisible alarm had gone off inside, urgently demanding an immediate exit from that place. And at that moment, they noticed something. A silhouette protruding from under the blanket on the bed. The longer they stared, the clearer it became that it was a human body. Someone was lying in the bed, covered by a blanket. An instant wave of panic overwhelmed them as they tried to retreat, but this led to a slight stumble, causing a loud creak from the wooden floor. In an instant, the person sat up abruptly in bed, demonstrating that they were certainly not asleep and were likely listening intently to every one of their movements. It was a man. His eyes pierced the hero's gaze, but that was all they managed to notice before they swiftly ran out of the room. The pursuer's footsteps echoed close behind them. They didn't stop until they burst out of the house and ran down the road to the doorstep of the neighbor. the same one they had spoken to before. She let them in and immediately called for help. They were genuinely grateful that the officers arrived relatively quickly, but the intruder must have fled immediately, as he was no longer found. In the following weeks, their parents helped conduct a thorough inventory of everything they believed was in the house, or at least all valuables, and, surprisingly, nothing was missing. If anything was absent, it held no value. This circumstance raised the question, why was he there? Many were inclined to believe that the man simply knew the house was vacant and was therefore squatting in it, living unnoticed. However, what truly frightened them and made them doubt this version was that they themselves had lived there for 2 months. This meant the intruder must have known about their presence. Was there a possibility that he had been hiding, living there with them all this time, while they suspected nothing? And what would have happened if they hadn't discovered him and escaped? They moved out immediately and haven't returned to that house since. They probably never will. He was returning from a road trip. Nothing remarkable, just a few days visiting relatives. He always disliked that the drive took a full 14 hours. It was too much to comfortably cover in one day, but not long enough to justify stopping at a hotel and thereby doubling the total travel time. He always forced himself to drive the entire way in one day, which completely stripped the road trip of any pleasure. In short, he left his relative's place around 3 p.m., which meant driving all night. This decision was not the wisest. By midnight, he felt deeply tired and intensely sleepy, but this part of the road didn't pass through populated areas or anything similar. Ahead lay only deserted forests or simply open, vast emptiness. Occasionally, there were only a couple of gas stations and, perhaps, a few dirt roads leading nowhere. He decided to stop at the first opportunity and buy something to stay awake. Coffee, an energy drink, literally anything. Soon a small gas station appeared before him, nestled among the trees on the side of the highway. It looked like a typical local establishment. Perhaps a small town was hidden behind it, though, of course, it was completely obscured by the dense foliage of the trees. Even on the road leading past the gas station, there were no streetlights. As he pulled up, he noticed that this gas station looked somewhat strange. It didn't resemble modern facilities with a giant canopy sheltering the pumps. Here, there were only a few pumps standing in the open air, and not a single light was on near them. Even the building itself had no lights. All of this suggested that he would definitely have considered the place closed or even abandoned, had it not been for the 3 or 4 other cars parked in the lot. It really looked like a typical old-fashioned gas station on the side of a deserted highway with other customers, just not as brightly lit as it should have been. However, he assumed that since others were there, it must still be open. He parked next to the other cars and got out. As he approached the door, all he could see was his own reflection in the glass until he pushed it open. The very moment he opened the door, all 4 or 5 people, standing haphazardly inside the store, immediately turned and stared at him. It wasn't just a fleeting glance. They all simultaneously turned and stared intently, their eyes fixed on him. The men's faces were grim and utterly expressionless. But that was all he could make out, because caught off guard by them. He also noticed that not only was it incredibly dark inside, but it was also absolutely empty. All the shelves were in place, but there wasn't a single item on them. Even after he processed this scene and looked back at the men, they were still staring at him as if he didn't belong there. All of this happened in about 10 seconds before he retreated, allowed the door to close behind him, and then hurried back to his car. He hurried back to his car. It was unclear what this strange phenomenon was, but it resembled a creepy cult gathering at a long-abandoned gas station that he had unwittingly stumbled upon. Pulling away from the store, he rejoined the road. Apparently, this was one of those moments when it was better not to dwell on it, but simply move on. Indeed, 10 minutes later, he had already resigned himself to the thought that he would never know the true nature of what he had seen, and once again focused on finding a gas station. This time, he hoped to find one that was operational and safe. However, the desolate road offered little promise. Another 10 minutes passed when headlights appeared in his rear-view mirror. He was driving quite fast, perhaps 10 or 15 miles per hour above the posted speed limit. Since there were no other cars on the road, this was the first time in several hours that someone had appeared from behind. Soon another car appeared behind the first, and then perhaps several more. He couldn't accurately determine their number, as all the lights merged into a single bright spot. But they were all approaching at immense speed. He moved into the right lane to let them pass, and the first car did pass, but then abruptly swerved back in front of him. He was alert enough to have already slowed down a bit, but he was completely unprepared for their sudden braking. His heart nearly pounded out of his chest as he slammed on his own brakes, simultaneously trying to swerve to avoid a collision. He managed to stop just a couple of feet from their bumper, his car slightly askew. It was then that all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. This was one of the cars he had seen at the gas station. He glanced in his rear-view mirror. Another car stopped directly behind him, and yet another pulled up to his door. In a matter of seconds, several men emerged from the cars and surrounded his vehicle. If this were happening during the day, and not on some desolate road at 1 a.m. with no one around, he might have chosen a more cautious approach. But given the circumstances, he felt he had no choice but to take a risk and try to escape. Since the cars blocked all routes, he drove off the road and into the trees, not getting far before grabbing his phone and jumping out of the car. He bolted into the forest. It was pitch black, even 30 feet from the trees. He kept running, hearing the men's footsteps closing in behind him. But the deeper he went, the less they could see to follow him, he thought. He leaned against a tree and waited, perhaps for a full hour, not even turning on his phone. He was afraid one of them would be nearby and see the light from the screen. So he sat and just stared into the void of the pitch-black forest and listened to the rustling of leaves in the branches overhead. After that hour, he finally took out his phone and used the map to get back to the road where he could get enough signal to text 911. All the cars had vanished, except for his own, which was still sitting among the trees by the road. After that long night, a tow truck was able to pull his car out, and to his surprise, it was almost undamaged. There has been no news about who was following him and trying to stop him. He concluded that the men probably thought he was a witness or had seen something at that gas station that he shouldn't have seen, and so they followed him, trying to cover their tracks. Was it an abduction or getting rid of him and hiding any evidence in the secluded forest by the roadside? The image of him entering that gas station, with all the men turning and staring at him, still haunts him. He still gets chills thinking about what could have happened. He's writing this while the memories are still fresh. It happened just a couple of days ago. He had Tuesday and Wednesday off this week and was spending time at home. No plans, just relaxing and enjoying the quiet solitude. On Tuesday evening, he thought it would be nice to order some food to save time cooking. So he opened the DoorDash app, found some random establishment that was still open, and ordered a small dinner. It said delivery would take about 45 minutes. He stayed in the living room and watched YouTube on TV. Until then, the evening had been good. About 45 minutes later, he happened to get up and just casually looked out the window. He doesn't even know why, as he could have easily opened the app to check the delivery status. But when he looked out, he noticed a car parked in his driveway. Immediately, he opened DoorDash and checked the map, and the delivery driver was still 10 minutes away. But then, who was in his driveway? He's not one to speak loudly, so he wasn't keen on going outside and saying anything to them. He meant they would surely realize they had the wrong place and leave without his words. He went back to the couch but kept getting up and checking the window every couple of minutes. When the DoorDash order arrived, the car was still in the driveway. From the window, he couldn't really make out anything inside the car. So, when he opened the door for the delivery, he asked the driver if he had seen anyone in there. The driver replied, "Yeah, there was some guy in the driver's seat, but I didn't really look closely." He thanked him, and the driver left. He felt very uneasy. A profound sense of discomfort enveloped the person. In an attempt to gather his courage, he intended to go outside and find out what the unwelcome guests were doing. However, barely 5 minutes after he started eating, there was a knock at the door. The person jumped up from the couch. His heart pounded wildly, and he froze, staring at the door before slowly and silently approaching it. When he looked outside, no one was visible. The car was still in the same spot. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously opened the door and stepped outside. It was pitch black and completely silent. He scanned the porch but found no one, so he headed down the driveway towards the car. Looking inside, he was astonished to find that whoever had been inside was no longer there. A chilling sensation ran down his spine. He walked to the back of the car to examine the license plate, but was horrified to discover it was missing. This discovery filled him with even greater fear, as it made him wonder, had this person